a precious experience of the apocalypse. Humanity faces a plethora of potential disasters. In 2012, the esteemed European science communication magazine New Discoveries published a special feature entitled 20 Versions of the Apocalypse. If we categorize disasters by their scale, they could be broadly divided into three categories: localized disasters, civilizational disasters, and apocalyptic disasters. Localized disasters refer to calamities faced by specific regions or segments of human society. Civilizational disasters pertain to threats that could cause a comprehensive regression or even the extinction of human civilization. Yet humanity as a species would likely retain a sufficient number of survivors to begin the process of recovery or reconstruction. Apocalyptic disasters represent the pinnacle of catastrophe, wherein no one survives, leading to the complete annihilation of humanity as a species. Thus far, the majority of disasters encountered by human society have been localized, encompassing natural calamities such as earthquakes and widespread epidemics, as well as man-made disasters such as wars and terrorist attacks. Though these events are indeed tragic, their impact remains remarkably limited geographically. They typically do not exceed 1/10 of the Earth's landmass, and the affected population rarely surpasses 300 million. Historically, since the dawn of civilization, humanity has scarcely experienced civilizational disasters. The deluge recorded in the Bible, when viewed through a contemporary lens, can be perceived merely as a localized disaster. There are two historically documented events that come closest to being regarded as civilizational disasters: the Black Death in Europe in 1438 and the Second World War in the last century. However, neither truly qualifies as a genuine civilizational disaster. The Black Death claimed the lives of 1/3 of Europe's population at the time, yet it did not affect other parts of the world. As depicted in the science fiction novel The Stories of Rice and Salt, even if the entire population of Europe had perished in the Black Death, civilization would have continued to develop in other regions. The Second World War, while encompassing a global scale and unprecedented casualties, occurred before the advent of the nuclear age, which limited its destructive capacity. The total explosive yield consumed during the war amounted to 5 million tons, merely 1/10 of the largest nuclear bomb developed shortly thereafter. Regardless of the outcome of this conflict, human civilization would have persisted. To date, the only event that could be considered a genuine civilizational disaster was the nuclear standoff between NATO and the Warsaw Pact in the last century. Should a full-scale nuclear war have erupted, its destructive power would have been sufficient to obliterate the fabric of civilization. Fortunately, this harrowing shadow has receded, restoring some faith in humanity's rationality. As for apocalyptic disasters, they have yet to occur, and currently, there are no discernible signs or possibilities of such an event. It is now evident that any potential disasters on Earth do not possess apocalyptic characteristics. The calamities we can conceive of occurring on a global scale, such as environmental degradation, a new ice age, or large-scale natural or man-made epidemics, are likely to result only in a significant reduction of population or a regression of civilization, rather than the complete extinction of humanity as a species. Survivors will rely on the knowledge and technology that existed prior to the disaster to gradually adapt to the post-catastrophe world, thus ensuring the continuity of civilization. Apocalyptic disasters can only originate from outer space. The cosmos is replete with unimaginable forces, some of which we observe yet find difficult to comprehend, while others remain entirely undetected. These forces are capable of birthing stars and can obliterate entire worlds in an instant. Our planet is but a speck of dust in the vast universe, minuscule to the point of being negligible. If the Earth were to vanish in a single second, the impact on the solar system would be limited to adjustments in the orbits of the remaining 7 planets, primarily affecting the smaller terrestrial planets Mercury, Venus, and Mars, while the larger gas giants would experience negligible changes. In the aftermath of what we perceive as a cataclysmic event, For neighbor stars such as Proxima Centauri, it would be akin to a mosquito falling into a candle flame thousands of kilometers away. Barely noticeable, even on Jupiter, it would be difficult to discern any significant changes in the solar system, save for the disappearance of a faint point of light in the direction of the sun. In contrast to terrestrial disasters, celestial calamities are far more challenging to predict. At our current technological level, we find it exceedingly difficult to forecast sudden solar anomalies or nearby supernovae. Moreover, certain cosmic disasters are fundamentally unpredictable due to the nature of physical laws. Should a disaster in space be hurtling toward Earth at the speed of light, the absence of any signals capable of surpassing that speed means that information regarding the impending disaster could not reach Earth in advance. In other words, we exist outside the light cone of such a disaster and are utterly incapable of predicting it. Apocalyptic disasters have been richly explored in science fiction literature. Much like love remains an eternal theme in mainstream literature. Escaping the Mother Universe is a work that vividly portrays an apocalyptic disaster originating from space. Wang Jingkong once remarked that young science fiction authors look to the future from a futuristic perspective, while middle-aged authors like himself view it through the lens of reality, and he himself gazes at the future through the prism of history. This statement accurately encapsulates the characteristics of Wang Jingkang's science fiction works, including escaping the Mother Universe. It is precisely because he looks at the future through a historical lens that this narrative possesses a profound and weighty significance. The author, with deep rationality, gazes into the imagined demise of humanity and paints a picture of human society in the face of apocalyptic disaster. As reflected in the overarching theme of the series, Living, the author's world-building prioritizes the survival and continuation of humanity above all else. To achieve this goal, the apocalyptic society has engendered a value and moral system that aligns with the catastrophic conditions, rendering behaviors and structures such as oviparity, polygamy, and extreme autocracy that would be deemed outrageous in traditional societies as reasonable within the context of escaping the Mother Universe. It is precisely because he looks at the future through the lens of history that Wang Jingkang's works are imbued with a distinctive Chinese cultural essence. Even in the imagined future and apocalyptic scenarios, this essence remains vivid and profound. While escaping the Mother Universe boldly subverts traditional value systems, its underlying philosophy is rooted in Chinese thought, with the primary characters exhibiting distinctly Chinese cultural traits. The recurring motif of the anxious warrior serves as a vivid symbol of this aspect. A poignant question arises from this work. Does the ancient Eastern culture and value system, including Chinese civilization, possess greater advantages in the face of future apocalyptic disasters? Of course, escaping the Mother Universe presents merely one possibility. The allure of science fiction lies in its ability to showcase various futures and choices, and we certainly hope to encounter another genre of apocalyptic narratives that offers a more optimistic perspective, one in which humanity's traditional core values endure. Returning to the topic of celestial disasters, humanity has, both theoretically and practically, made no adequate preparations for these unpredictable calamities. Research on the apocalypse primarily resides within religious contexts and has not ascended to scientific discourse. Philosophers' reflections on human society often focus on tangible realities, even when contemplating the future. They're constrained by linear extrapolations of current realities, rarely considering the transformative nature of apocalyptic disasters. Consequently, from the classic works of Enlightenment thinkers to the myriad theories of contemporary schools of thought, there exists a notable scarcity of research regarding the political, economic, legal, ethical, and cultural implications of apocalyptic disasters on human society, i.e. in the realm of reality. It is evident that scarcely any nation's constitution or legal framework addresses apocalyptic disasters, which undeniably represents a significant deficiency within the human constitutional system. I once engaged in a discourse with a scholar regarding this matter, who asserted that the existing legal system has developed a relatively comprehensive structure for addressing disasters. This scholar, however, failed to recognize the distinction between localized disasters and those of a civilizational or apocalyptic nature. The fundamental difference lies in the fact that during localized disasters, there exists external rescue forces, typically robust, which mobilize societal resources to aid a small affected region or populace. Conversely, in the case of civilizational and apocalyptic disasters, the entirety of humanity finds itself engulfed in catastrophe, devoid of any external assistance. In such circumstances, the extant legal and moral frameworks become inapplicable. The core legal and ethical dilemma surrounding apocalyptic disasters is: what should be done if the concentration of all societal resources enables the survival of only a select few? To date, modern legal and ethical systems have remained nebulous on this issue. It is undeniable that within the prevailing societal values, discussions on this topic are exceedingly challenging, often leading to intense debates and a multitude of choices. One might opt to allow a fraction or minority to survive, or alternatively, adhere to traditional human values, permitting all to face death with tranquility. The morality of these choices is subject to individual interpretation, however. Regardless of the chosen path, it must ultimately be made clear in legal and ethical terms that this represents a responsibility that a civilized world must bear. Otherwise, when the end approaches, the world will descend into a state of fear and confusion, culminating in chaos where humanity loses both dignity and its future. In this context, the profound apocalyptic experience portrayed in Escape from the Mother Universe further underscores the unique value of science fiction literature. Chapter 1. A fortuitous encounter. We are both unfortunate and fortunate to live in such an era, where despair intertwines with hope, disaster collides with struggle, and destruction gives rise to rebirth, all within this intricate tapestry of time and space. A mere casual gesture from the divine could cause the myriad subjects of the robe to scurry about like ants, yet amidst this chaos, the magnificence of life emerges. Now, as the tumultuous waves have receded, the beach is strewn with shells. Let us accompany a centenarian woman to gather a few shells. Even a fragment of a broken shell possesses its inherent iridescence. According to the information gathered, many of the eggs, prior to fossilization, were infertile due to some unknown catastrophic factor. What kind of cataclysm befell the dinosaur lineage? Did the dinosaur mothers, after prolonged incubation without the birth of their offspring, lament towards the setting sun? Why are the dinosaur eggs so densely clustered here? Could this place have served as the final refuge for dinosaurs during the cataclysmic era? The young woman, Uleswi, possessed an innate sense of compassion. While it may seem an exaggeration to say she wept for these perished dinosaurs, the truth is that standing within the confines of a narrow stone cave, gazing up at the nests of primordial dinosaur eggs, she felt a profound sorrow. In that moment, her father, recognizing his daughter's emotional turmoil, chuckled and reassured her that there was no need to mourn for the dinosaurs. After all, they dominated the Earth for an astonishing 170 million years. No other species could rival that. One might argue that, despite their extinction, they remain a symbol of glory. In contrast, how long has humanity held a position of prominence on this planet? Merely a few 100,000 years, and even if we consider the era of Homo erectus, it scarcely amounts to 4 to 5 million years, merely 1/50th of the dinosaur era. Although humans are deemed the pinnacle of creation, whether we can sustain a glorious epic akin to that of the dinosaurs for 170 million years is a question no one dares to answer with certainty. The lament of her father, though she at the time did not fully comprehend it, has lingered in her memory ever since. She intended to weave it into her interview piece. As Uleswi prepared her thoughts for the interview, she navigated the winding mountain roads. This rural route, perhaps due to the proximity of a significant military establishment, boasted an exceptionally high quality, smooth as glass despite its narrowness. The drive was remarkably stable, with only the sound of tires gently rolling over the surface breaking the silence. With minimal traffic and the absence of surveillance cameras, it was indeed a rare delight to accelerate. Uleswi rolled down her window, letting the brisk wind tousle her long hair, and in her exuberance, she couldn't help but shout a few joyful exclamations. At that moment, a sleek black Hongqi sedan arrived at the entrance. A plainclothes officer stepped forward to open the rear door, allowing a diminutive elder with a head of silver hair to alight. His appearance and attire were quite ordinary, and at first glance, Uleswi did not recognize him. However, the subtle yet distinctive demeanor he exuded compelled her to take a second look. Recognition dawned upon her, sending a surge of adrenaline through her. Could fortune truly smile upon her as an aspiring journalist? This was Elder He Guoji, a prominent figure from over a decade ago. Now retired yet seemingly busier than ever. Renowned for his astuteness, decisiveness, and extensive network, he often served as a special envoy for urgent or confidential matters, both domestically and internationally. After his retirement, Uleswi was aware of these details thanks to an anecdote shared by the editor-in-chief, Gu, during a recent banquet. The jovial yet ambitious Gu had advised, if any of you happen to encounter this elder outside the capital, be sure to seize the opportunity. It is likely to yield explosive news. A secretary approached, guiding the elder into the hall and settling him onto a sofa, whispering something to him. Uleswi hesitated at the entrance for a moment, determined not to let this golden opportunity slip away. She planned to stay at a nearby farmhouse inn, pausing her scheduled interviews to keep a close watch here. Given the evident security measures in place, she did not dare presume she could extract information easily. She would leave it to chance. As she exited the hall with her bag in hand, the sound of a helicopter roared overhead, emerging from a valley before descending into the courtyard, stirring up a whirlwind of fallen leaves. This was a 6-seat military AC-311, adorned in camouflage. The cabin door swung open, and 2 armed police officers assisted 2 individuals, both disabled, down from the helicopter. One was a middle-aged man in his 50s, robust yet clearly reliant on a prosthetic left leg, limping noticeably. The other was a young man, perhaps in his early 20s, slender and bearing a more severe disability, his gait reminiscent of a duck-esque waddle, moving with great difficulty. The sight of these 2 immediately evoked memories for Uleswi from over a decade ago, though she struggled to recall their names. Just as she was ruminating, the young man recognized her first, his face lighting up as he exclaimed, "Sister Uleswi." In that instant, she recalled his name, Chu Tian. The other was Uncle Ma, an old friend of her father's who lived in seclusion nearby. While Tianla and his mother had once encountered her in the vicinity, she hurried towards them, but a plainclothes officer, appearing from nowhere, blocked her path with a smile and a wave of his hand. The 2 armed police quickly assisted the pair away from Uleswi, guiding them into the building. Confused by the scene, she found it bizarre that the officers would prevent her from exchanging pleasantries with old acquaintances. Perhaps their current identities were more complex than they appeared? Suddenly, Chu Tian halted, extricating his left arm from the officer's hold. He pointed to the sky, then formed a sphere with both hands, pressing inward a few times. The police officers appeared displeased, whispering for him to stop. Yet, Chu Tian shot her a mischievous grin before following the officers inside. Without delay, Uleswi departed from the inn. In that fleeting moment of Chu Tian's smile, she became convinced that they were not criminals. True offenders would not bear such a radiant expression. They seemed entangled in a significant secret. The enigmatic gesture from Chu Tian undoubtedly indicated that a clandestine operation was underway, orchestrated at the highest levels. What could this monumental secret entail, particularly involving 2 disabled individuals in hiding, alongside the mysterious Elder He? At that moment, she had no time to ponder these intricate details. Her priority was to escape before the security personnel realized her presence, for she had already caught a glimpse of Chu Tian's cryptic gesture, drawing her into the enigma. She hastily drove her BYD out of the gates, unaware that Elder He stood at the entrance of the hall, observing her intently. His keen eyes had noted Chu Tian's gesture directed towards her. He exchanged a glance with his secretary, who nodded and called over an undercover officer to follow Uleswi's vehicle. Meanwhile, the secretary approached the front desk to inquire about the details registered under the guest's name. She intended to inform the newspaper of her situation, but for some inexplicable reason, her phone was unreachable. Instead, she sent a text to the head of the social department, Sister He. Please forward this to the editor-in-chief. I have encountered Elder He here, and there's a huge story that may delay my return for a few days. I will keep you updated on developments. That night, she lay in bed with her arms tucked behind her head, contemplating amidst the sounds of revelry from the adjoining room. The playful and bright smile of Chu Tian lingered vividly in her mind. During their previous encounter in this area, he had been a rather withdrawn boy. It was no wonder he had been withdrawn. Fate had dealt him a cruel hand at the tender age of 7. One summer when she was 10, Uleswi had come to this place with her parents, a trip that combined business with leisure. as her father sought to explore the historical remnants of the Chu Great Wall while enjoying some family time. The father is an erudite and excellent guide under his guidance. The ordinary scenery along the way reveals a profound and weighty historical essence. He asserts that although the Central Plains have lagged in modern times, they remain one of the most significant birthplaces of the Huaxia civilization, ranking among the top in the nation at the provincial level. Spanning over 4 millennia from the Xia to the Qing dynasties, the Central Plains have been at the heart of Chinese politics, economy, and culture for 3,200 years, serving as the capital for over 20 dynasties, including the earliest, the Xia, Shang, and Zhou, Eastern Zhou. On a global scale, the Central Plains constitute one of the most vital centers of ancient human civilization. Due to the late discovery of Xia and Shang cultures, however, their prominence is somewhat diminished. This is the birthplace of the Panga myth, the site of the legendary figures Yin Emperor and Yellow Emperor, the burial ground of oracle bones from the Shang dynasty, and the homeland of Laozi and Zhuangzi. The South Zhao Peking Man, Palagang culture, and Yangshao culture remain significant archaeological sites, while the Chu Great Wall is also among the earliest walls in China. Numerous surnames of the Huaxiao people trace their origins to the Central Plains, with the renowned Hakka people having migrated from the Luo River region. My father humorously remarked that it is precisely due to a respect for history that he refrains from participating when society mocks the rustic people of the Central Plains. The 10-year-old Yushui listened with rapt attention, deeply feeling the weight of history. Of course, at that moment, she could never have imagined that 15 years later, this ancient center of civilization would surge to become the epicenter of the modern world due to a certain event. Enough, Hu Laopai, save your breath, came a voice. Let us not discuss the authenticity of this 3 generations of traditional Chinese medicine claim. I know your family's roots. 3 generations have merely worked the land. And it was only in your 40s that you managed to procure a diploma from who knows where. Those banners you display are probably not gifts from patients, but rather custom-made from the same shop. Such forgery is utterly unprofessional. Don't you think you should at least change your handwriting? Hu Laopai, his face flushed, stammered, unable to respond. If it weren't for patient complaints, we wouldn't be here to shut you down. Our intervention is a rescue. Fortunately, you haven't caused a death yet. Once that happens, you'll find yourself wearing an unadorned silver bracelet. Yushui lost interest and squeezed her way out of the crowd. Though she was innately sympathetic to the weak, the scene before her made it clear that the frail old man was a charlatan unworthy of pity. At that moment, she noticed a mother and son evidently arriving from afar. The mother carried a large, inexpensive striped bag and held onto a boy around 7 years old. Both appeared travel-worn and weary, the hardship of their situation evident on their faces. This was Shushinal and his mother, Rin Dongmei. Young Tianla already displayed signs of illness, waddling as if he were a duck, frequently stumbling for no apparent reason. Upon witnessing the commotion, his mother hastily set the travel bag down, allowing her son to sit atop it while she joined the throng. Moments later, Yushui heard her pleading, "Why must you shut down Dr. Hu's clinic? Please. My child is counting on Dr. Hu for his life." Later, while escorting the mother and son to Uncle Maya's home, Yushui learned all about the boy. As fate guided her directly into the depths of his troubled soul, destiny had been cruel to young Tianla. He suffered from a terminal illness, progressive muscular dystrophy, specifically the most severe form, pseudohypertrophic. Modern medicine remains powerless against it. This malady arises from an abnormality in the dystrophin gene on the X chromosome, preventing the production of anti-atrophy muscle proteins, ultimately leading to the loss of the ability to walk and breathe. It is a sex-linked recessive genetic disorder, afflicting only boys, with an incidence ratio of approximately 1 in 3,000 to 1 in 20,000. Typically, symptoms manifest around the age of 5, with patients unable to walk by 15, and succumbing to heart failure or other causes between 25 and 30. Tianla had traversed the renowned hospitals of the nation with his parents. At such a young age, he had grown accustomed to hiding behind his mother, timidly gazing up at the towering figures in white coats. When those deities glanced down at him, they often bore expressions of indifferent routine. Before each diagnosis, his mother always found an excuse to send him out, leaving him to curl up alone on the foldable chair embedded in the corridor wall, guessing at the conversations within. A sense of unarticulated dread gradually taking root in his innocent heart. Eventually, his father vanished from his life, disappearing forever. When Tianla asked his mother where his father had gone, she burst into tears without uttering a single word. After that, he never dared to ask again. This scene remained vividly etched in Yushui's memory, retaining a painfully sharp clarity. At 10, she was perceptive enough to notice the mother's choice of words. She said she could never allow her child to die before her, rather than promising to save him, revealing her deep-seated despair and her current struggle for breath. This statement also hinted at a foreboding. Perhaps the mother had already resolved to take her son with her in a final act of desperation. Yu Shui's heart ached, her throat tightening as she witnessed her parents' eyes glistening with tears. She turned her gaze toward the small patient outside the crowd. The boy sat alone atop a worn-out blue-striped suitcase, holding a small bottle, the kind of inexpensive bubble-making toy children often play with. He was engrossed in blowing bubbles, utterly unaffected by the din of the crowd or his mother's pleas. This stark contrast weighed heavily on the hearts of onlookers. Only then did Yu Shui comprehend that Tianla's withdrawal was a desperate escape. A cold, catastrophic mountain loomed over his path, one he felt utterly powerless to surmount or circumvent, forcing him to shut his eyes to it, evading it moment by moment. Feeling a deep sympathy, Yu Shui quietly approached, gently patting his head before sitting beside him on the suitcase. The boy glanced at her without uttering a word, continuing to focus on his bubble blowing, merely shifting slightly to make room for her. He had delicate features and bright eyes, and at that moment, seated as he was, it was difficult to perceive his illness. Yet there was something distinctly different about him from other boys. His expression was profoundly indifferent, encasing himself in a frigid shell, isolating his soul from reality. He carefully blew a large bubble, which trembled and expanded, the sunlight dancing upon its delicate membrane, shifting in vibrant hues. The bubble, initially spherical, began to flatten under gravity as it grew. The boy withdrew the straw from his mouth and gently blew upon the large bubble, which burst into several smaller bubbles, each varying in size, yet equally radiant, drifting upwards. He watched the bubbles, observing as their vivid colors gradually dulled until they shattered. Then he would blow another large bubble and repeat the process. After several iterations, the boy finally spoke. "Sister, look. When I blow a breath into the big bubble, it should pop, yet it not only remains intact, but also divides into several smaller ones." Later, Yu Shui learned from Tianla's mother that he had become increasingly withdrawn, speaking little even to her. His willingness to engage in conversation with Yu Shui was quite unusual. Perhaps it was a matter of innate affinity, as his mother suggested. Observing his tragic fate while he immersed himself in childlike play, Yu Shui felt a pang of sorrow and gently replied, "This phenomenon is due to surface tension. The surface tension of bubble solution is quite strong, allowing the film to naturally form bubbles. Little brother, when you grow up and learn to read, you will understand this from books like Fun Physics." Tianla shook his head, stubbornly repeating his earlier statement. "I don't get it. It should break, yet it doesn't." At 7, Shushu could not articulate his thought process to outsiders, and even if he could, 10-year-old Yu Shui would not comprehend it. In the decades that followed, Yu Shui, having fully recognized her husband's remarkable talents and his astonishing intuition regarding the physical world, and after years of subtle influence from the geniuses at the Society of Joyful Friends Academy, finally comprehended the confusion experienced by 7-year-old Chu Tian. She understood where his thought process was focused. Indeed, her explanation of surface tension was correct, yet it constituted merely lifeless book knowledge, devoid of spiritual insight. It was merely a superficial interpretation, lacking depth of understanding. In contrast, the unrefined spirit of Chu Tianla was in direct communion with nature. Although he was yet unaware of the laws of entropy and self-organization, he instinctively felt that the world should gravitate towards disorder. Thus, when he blew a breath, the shattering of the large soap bubble would be the most natural conclusion. However, the bubble did not burst. Instead, it divided into a dozen smaller, yet equally intricate spherical structures. Here, the hand of God intervened, or perhaps the intricate order hidden within nature was at work. The budding of the smaller bubbles subtly encapsulated the profound self-organizing mechanisms that underpin the evolution of the universe. The renowned American physicist John Wheeler once remarked that we must first understand how simple the universe is before we can grasp its wonders. Young Tianla, with his intuition, had already sensed these two concepts, simplicity and wonder. Upon hearing these words, Tianla's mother suddenly found an extraordinary light in her previously dazed eyes. She gazed in astonishment at the two benefactors before her, unable to believe the sudden twist of fate that had befallen mother and son. Words eluded her. She could only nod repeatedly, overwhelmed with emotion. She then stepped aside to quietly share the joyful news with her son. Meanwhile, Yu Shui's father, smiling at his daughter, suggested, Since we are helping, let us drive this mother and child to your Uncle Ma's place. Shuei, do you think that is a good idea? Of course. Dad, Mom, you are the best people in the world. Is that so? Hearing our daughter say that makes us immensely happy. I believe we are indeed good people. However, the best person is your Uncle Ma, who might spend hundreds of thousands for this. Then Uncle Ma is also the best person in the world. You three share the top spot. They warmly invited the mother and son into the car and turned towards the mountains. Yul Shuai originally sat in the front, but insisted on swapping places with her mother in the back, squeezing in with the mother and son. Throughout the journey, she incessantly inquired about little Tianla, asking detailed questions. Tianla's mother answered each one, while little Tianla remained silent, yet a peculiar sparkle of joy shone in his eyes. Yul Shuai felt reassured. It seemed that Tianla's autism was not severe, for as long as he glimpsed hope ahead, he would break free from his cocoon. As the sun began to set, the father stopped the car by the roadside, spoke with Mr. Ma over the phone to clarify the remaining route, and then addressed the mother and son. Please don't be like this. Don't be like this. Young lady, please get up. Think of the child. Goodbye, uncle and aunt. Goodbye, Sister Yul Shuai. The three of them watched as the two figures disappeared into the forest. The father struggled to turn the car around on the narrow mountain road and drove down, and for the duration of the trip, the three remained largely silent, savoring the sweet rush of emotions from deep within their hearts. Afterward, the family maintained contact with Mr. Ma. Unfortunately, despite his efforts, there seemed to be no place in the world capable of treating such a terminal illness. However, Mr. Ma reported that the mother and son were living quite comfortably and happily in the mountains. Later, he even recognized the ailing Chu Tian as his godson, which put their minds at ease. During this time, Mr. Ma once called, exuberantly announcing, "Old you, do you know what you've sent me? A genius. Don't be fooled by the child's frail appearance. His mind is exceptionally sharp. I always considered myself quite clever during my school days, but compared to him, I fall far short. At present, I'm teaching him first-year high school courses." At that time, Chu Tianla was only 11 years old, while Yul Shuai, 3 years a senior, was just beginning her second year of middle school. As Yul Shuai progressed to high school and university, her studies became increasingly demanding, and she developed her own circle of friends, resulting in less frequent communication with Mr. Ma. Occasionally, she gleaned from her parents' casual conversations that Chu Tianla was still learning from his godfather. Additionally, it seemed that Mr. Ma and Tianla's mother had developed feelings for each other. Yet she could not fathom how these two individuals with disabilities could possibly be entangled in any national secrets. The following morning, before dawn, Yul Shuai donned her sports attire and hiking shoes, brought along binoculars, a small mirror, provisions, and water. She only carried a small bottle of water, as she intended to strictly regulate her intake that day. She planned to perch in a tree all day, knowing that it would be quite inconvenient. The innkeeper kindly cautioned as she opened the door, "It's still dark. Be careful climbing the mountain, young lady. Why not bring a companion?" Yul Shuai smiled, replying, "I am quite bold and exceptionally skilled. You need not worry, ma'am." She ventured outside and located the large persimmon tree amidst the dim morning light, climbing it with the agility of her youth, though she soon found herself panting and sitting on a branch, thinking to herself that if her endeavor yielded a significant news story, a lady climbing a tree would indeed make for an engaging anecdote. As the first rays of dawn broke, she used her binoculars to scan the rooms, hoping to catch sight of the two individuals. To her delight, she indeed spotted them. They were residing in a double room on the second floor of the main building, currently bustling in and out of the washroom. Although she could only discern their vague silhouettes from outside, their disabilities were unmistakable identifiers. She retrieved her small mirror, but the sun was still too distant for her to use it to signal to them. She had no choice but to exercise patience, praying that when the sunlight reached her, the two would not leave the room. Just then, her phone rang at the most inopportune moment. It had been malfunctioning the day before, failing to connect, yet it chose this precise moment to ring. Situated not far from the courtyard, and with the morning still quiet, it was highly likely that the guards inside would overhear. Fumbling to retrieve her phone, she saw an unfamiliar number on the screen. Pressing the call button, she lowered her voice and asked, "Hello, who is this? I'm in the middle of something urgent." A calm male voice responded in standard Mandarin, "Miss Yul Shuai, come down. I'm right under the tree." She was taken aback and looked down to indeed see an undercover officer looking up at her while on the phone. In a flurry of panic, she was uncertain how to react. The voice continued, "Hurry down. You don't need to hide in the tree any longer. Old, he is requesting your presence." Yul Shui could only smile bitterly, realizing she had been utterly outmatched. Since the caller knew her name and phone number, there was no chance of evading this situation with sweet words. She climbed down the tree, feeling disheveled as she faced the handsome officer. Thinking that if a reporter were to capture her disheveled appearance and post it online, she would resemble a petty thief. The officer, maintaining his composure, remarked, "You, a young lady, are quite skilled at climbing trees. I admire that. However, your counter-surveillance skills leave much to be desired. I've been tailing you since last night." Yul Shui felt even more embarrassed, recalling how undignified she must have appeared while being observed by him as she clambered up the tree. A sensation akin to being stripped bare. "Come with me. You can directly interview old he and write your huge news piece." The emphasis on the word huge made Yul Shui astutely infer that it referred to the message she had sent the previous day. Momentarily taken aback, her embarrassment dissipated, replaced by a surge of indignation. "You, how dare you violate a citizen's freedom of communication?" The officer replied bluntly, "That depends on whether you, as a citizen, have broken any laws." Fueled by anger, Yul Shui retorted fiercely, "What law have I broken? What law have I broken? Does climbing a tree to collect bird eggs concern you?" She suddenly recalled the telescope swaying at her chest. There was no use for such an instrument when it came to collecting bird eggs. Before the other party could point out this flaw, she raised the telescope herself, insisting that she carried it to identify the birds clearly, lest she inadvertently harm a protected species. "Do you have any authority over me? Are you going to detain me? Show me your detention warrant." This barrage of questions left the plainclothes officer momentarily bewildered. Yet, he was not one to be easily intimidated. He smiled and replied, "Did I say I would detain you? Aren't you ashamed to spread rumors in front of me? I merely mentioned that Mr. He would like to invite you to assist in fulfilling your wish, an interview regarding this monumental news." "Well, I truly appreciate your generosity," she retorted coolly, "but it seems your invitation is more of a coercion. I must go, mustn't I?" "Not at all. However, if Miss Yu does not wish to attend, please do not mind my following behind. You may pretend you did not notice me." Thus, she followed him until the detention warrant arrived. He smiled, remarking, "I believe it won't be necessary. With Miss Yu's temperament, she wouldn't shy away from meeting someone as significant as Mr. He. Does this imply a romantic encounter? I am most honored, but there is no need to leave my name. The host should indeed take the initiative. I possess your phone number and know your esteemed name. That suffices." The plainclothes officer amiably escorted her to the entrance of the Liajiling reception hall, where he handed her over to another officer. The second officer, taciturn, simply stated one word, "Please," and led her directly to a room on the second floor. This was a presidential suite, spacious and elegantly furnished. Mr. He, of modest stature, sat on a single sofa, his silver hair visible only from behind. Across from him were Chu Tian and Uncle Ma. Upon seeing her, Chu Tian joyfully exclaimed, "Sister Leslie." He attempted to rise to greet her, but struggled to do so. Uncle Ma turned to assist him, discontentedly addressing Mr. He. "Mr. He, I understand your caution, but bringing this girl into the fold is a bit excessive." He calmly replied, "Let us not repeat the mistakes made during the SARS outbreak." Ma Shichi, upon hearing this, felt a flush of embarrassment and said, "Mr. He, you are correct. However, we wish to confirm with the observatory before reporting to the higher authorities. It is more prudent to avoid disseminating false information. I appreciate your intentions, but your method may inadvertently lead to leaks." At this moment, Leslie was left dumbfounded. A catastrophic collapse. A disaster unlike any humanity has ever faced. Such terrifying words. She blurted out, "What are you talking about?" "Uncle Ma, what catastrophic collapse?" Mr. He immediately turned his head, casting a sharp glance at her. "You don't know? I saw Xiao Chu signaling to you. Your text mentioned a monumental news item. Of course, by then, your communications had already been blocked." At this point, Leslie completely forgot the infringement on citizens' communication rights and candidly admitted, "I may have misconstrued. I thought Xiao Chu's gestures, where he formed a ball shape with his hands and pressed towards the center, indicated that some great secret was being tightly sealed. His gesture of pointing upwards suggested that the order to seal came from the highest levels. As for what news is being sealed, I have no concept whatsoever." "Mister." He gazed at her for a long time, making her feel somewhat awkward. His expression was complex, oddly tinged with deep compassion. "I see now," he sighed. "I have been overly cautious. I should not have involved you in this. This young lady before me is evidently a ray of sunshine, meant to soar amidst crimson skies, not to have her wings clipped by the weight of calamity. Since you are already involved, We must proceed together. My dear, you must brace yourself for the news you will soon hear. You may be too young for it. We, feeling indignant, turned to glance at Chu Tian, who was 3 years her junior. Mr. He shook his head, choosing not to respond to her remark, merely gesturing vaguely. Let us enter. Today's meeting is a small-scale discussion. All participants are present. Oh, by the way, would you like to remove your telescope? Understanding his good intentions, she blushed and complied. Bringing such an item into the meeting would be rather ostentatious. The meeting room was on the 3rd floor, modest in size. With a dozen individuals seated around an oval table, most appearing to be refined intellectuals. In the back row sat several individuals, exuding a more commanding presence, likely various dignitaries from political and military spheres. A screen on the front wall displayed the words, Report on the Chu-Ma discovery. As the staff drew the curtains, we caught a glimpse of a large persimmon tree outside, prompting her to smile as she quietly remarked to Tianla, See, I was the one caught while spying from that tree. Tianla smiled back, his expression clearly one of admiration. 2 middle-aged men approached Chu and Ma, eager to shake hands. The first, dressed in a suit, was of short stature with a round face, his demeanor calm. He received smiles from the attendees, who had just perused the materials distributed by the meeting's organizers, gaining a general understanding of the Chu-Ma discovery. Yu Lishui's heart raced again. If these two were astronomers, it implied that the matter could be an astronomical catastrophe. Instances of discoveries in astronomical history bearing specific names seem rare, indicating that this must be an extraordinarily significant finding. However, considering Mr. He's earlier words, the more significant it was, the more ominous it appeared. In the front row, 2 seats were reserved for Chu and Ma, and as the staff added another chair, Yu was seated beside Chu Tianla. Mr. He began to speak, succinctly stating, Please turn off your mobile phones. With the exception of Zhang Xiang and Su Yifan, who must maintain contact with observatories around the world, the attendees promptly switched off their devices. We convene here at this mountain lodge for 2 reasons, to ensure confidentiality and to show respect to Chu and Ma. The 2 gentlemen have mobility challenges, so we have chosen a venue close to their residence, which is nearby at Yuhuangding. Now, we shall commence. Mr. He calmly announced, Let us begin. The staff distributed documents to the 3 newcomers. Chu and Ma did not glance at them, while Yu buried her head in the papers, reading intently. Her heart grew heavier with each line. Let us commence the meeting. Today is a small-scale discussion, a preparatory session for the forthcoming high-level meeting, Mr. He stated. I will first introduce the participants. Chu, Ma, Zhan, and Su have already been introduced. The individuals in the back are merely observers today. They are here to listen, not to speak, so no introductions are necessary. I will only introduce those in the front row. He methodically introduced each attendee. Astrophysicist Li Tianxiang, cosmologist Qin Shi, quantum physicist Hong Liping, climatologist Zhu Tianwen, aerospace expert Zhang Mingxian, paleobiologist Wang Qingyin, anthropologist Ji Rohai, mathematician Yin Bolai, psychologist Dong Yuexia, crisis management expert Wu Zhang, and science fiction writer Kong Bumming. Regarding the last writer, Mr. He elaborated, noting that it was the first time a science fiction author had attended such an important meeting in the country. This should not be surprising, as British science fiction writer Arthur C. Clarke was a regular guest at significant NASA meetings. Kong Bumming, over 60, had prematurely grayed hair, yet exuded vitality. His appearance was distinctive, large earlobes and relatively long eyebrows, resembling a figure from folklore. He nodded at Mr. He and cheerfully remarked, The advantage of being a science fiction writer is the freedom to speak nonsense, so if I make any suggestions or observations later, please do not take them too seriously. Of course, among 100 nonsensical remarks, there may be 1 or 2 that hold truth. Zhang Xiang stood up and approached the projection screen. I, along with Chu Ma and Su, have engaged in numerous discussions, so I will be speaking on behalf of the 4 of us. Allow me to provide some necessary background information. In the 1920s, the illustrious American astronomer Hubble discovered that the spectra of distant celestial bodies exhibited redshift, with the degree of redshift being directly proportional to the distance of the star from us. This observation affirmed the hypothesis that the entire universe is undergoing uniform expansion, a notion that has been widely accepted within the scientific community. This phenomenon of spectral redshift associated with the expansion of space is termed cosmological redshift. Generally, we can only observe this phenomenon in celestial bodies located a billion light-years away, as the cosmological redshift of nearby objects is exceedingly small. overshadowed by Doppler redshift and gravitational redshift. Subsequent astronomical research has confirmed that the expansion of the universe is still accelerating, likely due to the repulsive force of dark energy. However, as this acceleration is minimal and not pertinent to our current discussion, I shall refrain from elaborating further. It is crucial to remember that we inhabit a universe characterized by gentle expansion. He reiterated this phrase, gentle expansion. The audience nodded in understanding. He continued, stating that in Hubble's formula, the proportional relationship between redshift and the distance of celestial bodies includes a constant known as the Hubble constant. The currently accepted value is approximately 75, meaning that for a celestial body 2 million parsecs away, equivalent to approximately 3 million light-years, their relative recession speed is 75 kilometers per second. When converted to an annual expansion rate in one-dimensional space, this corresponds to roughly 7.67 by 10⁻10. By extrapolating this expansion rate and taking into account relativistic effects, one can deduce that the universe originated from a cataclysmic event known as the Big Bang approximately 13.7 billion years ago. He turned to the individuals seated at the back, inquiring whether they were familiar with this knowledge. The audience nodded in agreement. Mr. He interjected, asking for clarification on gravitational redshift and Doppler redshift. Allow me to elaborate, he said. There are 3 types of spectral redshift. The first, caused by the relativistic effects of gravity, is known as gravitational redshift, and it is quite minimal. The second, resulting from the motion of celestial bodies through space, is termed Doppler redshift or blue shift, which is contingent upon the star's velocity relative to Earth. In simpler terms, Doppler redshift occurs because the light source either trails behind or advances, thus stretching or compressing the wavelength. The third type, which I previously mentioned, is the cosmological redshift induced by the expansion of space. In this case, the celestial body is not moving relative to its local space, but is moving in relation to distant regions of space. Therefore, it can be intuitively understood that the expansion of space itself elongates the wavelengths of light. Do you all comprehend this information? The audience nodded once more. However, just 9 days prior, we received an astonishing email from Chuma and his colleague, reporting a remarkable discovery. All nearby stars within 35 light-years exhibited a newly detected blue shift after accounting for the existing redshift and blue shift values, creating a distinct anomalous region centered around the solar system. Notable stars exhibiting this anomaly include Sirius, located 8.7 light-years away, Alpha Centauri, 11.4 light-years away, Altair, 16 light-years away, and Vega, 26.5 light-years away, along with several lesser-known dim stars. Among these, Altair displayed the most significant increment in blue shift. Given the universality and consistency of the blue shift detected across these stars pointing toward the Sun, it can be concluded that this phenomenon is not a result of random variations in the individual star's velocities, but rather indicative of the contraction of the entire region of space. Yet, the contraction of space is undoubtedly localized, as beyond Altair, the blue shift values gradually diminish, indicating that the effect is confined to this specific area. At 35 light-years, Alpha Centauri, and at 36.7 light-years, Betelgeuse, no blue shift could be detected. He paused slightly, stating that if our hypothesis is correct and the blue shift is indeed caused by the contraction of this localized space, assuming a uniform rate of contraction, then the magnitude of the blue shift should correlate proportionally with distance. This aligns closely with the observational data gathered from within Altair's vicinity. Space expert Zhang Ming inquired, since these blue shifts are caused by the contraction of space, should they not be classified under the cosmological blue shift you mentioned earlier? Yes, essentially. That is correct, he affirmed. I have been cautious not to use that terminology to avoid misunderstandings, as true cosmological redshift encompasses the entirety of the universe, whereas the blue shift I referenced occurs solely within a limited local space. Thus, a more accurate description would be spectral blue shift caused by the contraction of localized space. Zhang Ming nodded in acknowledgement. Jianxiang continued, as I mentioned earlier, the maximum blue shift is observed in Altair, where a shift of 0.15 angstroms occurs at a spectral wavelength of 5,000 angstroms. Using the following formula, he projected the equation onto the screen, VC1. From this equation, we calculate that Altair has acquired a velocity of 9.21 kilometers per second directed toward Earth. You might consider this figure modest, yet when compared to the cosmological redshift, it is astonishing. According to Hubble's formula, the redshift speed of Altair is merely 0.0 0.00004 kilometers per second, which is 25,000 times smaller than the aforementioned velocity. He emphasized this point. This represents a violent and terrifying collapse of localized space, which can be termed a catastrophic contraction. The room fell into a profound silence. It is challenging to convey the imagery of such a phenomenon. I can only resort to a two-dimensional analogy. He displayed an image of a slowly expanding balloon on the screen. If the surface of this balloon represents a two-dimensional universe, the balloon expands in three-dimensional space, causing the two-dimensional surface to also expand. Suddenly, however, a colossal hand descends, grasping a portion of the balloon's surface and compressing it inward. On the screen, 5 fingers extend from outside the two-dimensional realm, tightly gripping a section of the balloon's surface while drawing inward. This is the imagery I intended to convey. The magnitude of this astonishing collapse is beyond comprehension, yet for the past 9 days, both the National Observatory and the Zhejinshan Observatory have corroborated these findings, with an additional 240 observatories worldwide confirming the same. Su Yifan interjected, I would like to add that among all the observational data regarding the universe, only the velocity data of celestial bodies is exceptionally reliable, free from error. Therefore, there is no basis for doubt regarding this localized contraction. Amidst the audience's astonishment, Jian Xiang continued, the already observed contraction is not particularly alarming. What is concerning is that its rate of contraction is accelerating uniformly. Chuma and his colleague have been monitoring this phenomenon for 5 years. According to their data, the blue shift value of Altair increases by approximately 0.01 angstroms each year, corresponding to an annual increase in blue shift velocity of 0.58 kilometers per second. You may perceive this figure as small, but it is, in fact, extraordinarily significant, equating to 1,000 times the redshift velocity of Altair, calculated using the Hubble constant. Please note that this 0.58 kilometers per second is merely the annual increment for Altair. The observatories have yet to promptly verify this acceleration. However, I have meticulously reviewed the observational records from Chuma and his colleague and am confident in their reliability. By extrapolating from this data, we can infer that the spatial contraction began approximately 30 to 32 years ago. What could have triggered this localized collapse or catastrophic contraction? Mr. He inquired. Jian Xiang sighed, admitting, I have no clue. We have contemplated numerous wild hypotheses, yet nothing seems plausible. The most likely cause is the sudden emergence of a massive black hole near the Sun, drawing in celestial bodies in space within 35 light-years, resulting in this localized collapse. However, this hypothesis is fraught with complications. Firstly, if such a black hole existed, celestial bodies closer to it should experience a greater rate of collapse. Yet, observational data indicates that the contraction rate in this region is relatively uniform. Furthermore, a black hole of such immense size would exhibit a pronounced accretion effect, producing intense X-ray emissions and potentially observable gravitational anomalies. Yet in reality, everything remains tranquil in the vicinity of the solar system. Additionally, the aforementioned blue shift increments are calculated based on a standard solar reference. While the Sun itself orbits the center of the Milky Way at a considerable speed of 220 kilometers per second, if a black hole were present, it would need to possess the same orbital velocity as the Sun to account for the current stable measurements. However, this sudden emergence of a black hole could only be classified as an intruder. After entering the solar system, it coincidentally attained a cruising speed identical to that of the Sun. This seems excessively fortuitous, bordering on the impossible. Su Yifan remarked. He mentioned earlier that we should strive to provide conclusions without detailing the intermediate processes. Yet for the investigation into the cause of the collapse, we can only discuss the intermediate processes for now. It seems the conclusion is still quite distant. He shook his head in bewilderment. Indeed, it is beyond our comprehension to fathom what could induce such a violent local collapse. The absence of a discernible cause evokes a strong sensation, unless the reason lies beyond the three-dimensional realm in a higher dimension. What I imply is that it could be a natural factor from a higher dimension, or perhaps a form of anthropogenic interference from a higher dimension. He self-deprecatingly remarked that if one were to liken different dimensions merely as metaphors, as Jian Xiang did, everyone might accept it. However, if it were to be construed as the genuine cause of the catastrophe, it would likely be met with skepticism, as exemplified by Chu Ma's staunch disagreement. Nevertheless, Sherlock Holmes once stated, once all possible hypotheses have been eliminated, we must consider those that appear entirely improbable. Chu Tian glanced at his godfather, who gestured for him to speak. Chu calmly stated, "Who is responsible for grasping this three-dimensional sphere spanning dozens of light years? A four-dimensional intelligent being? Is it akin to an omnipotent deity? Essentially, this reflects a recurrence of Newton's error in attributing the first cause to God. Neither my godfather nor I subscribe to the notion of a deity who delights in playing with balloons." His ailment had begun to affect his speech, making some words indistinct. Ma Shiqi, in seamless cooperation with him, promptly reiterated any unclear phrases. Once Chu Tian concluded, the assembled scientists remained silent. Yet many instinctively nodded in apparent agreement with his rebuttal of Su. Su Yifan slightly shook his head and refrained from further comment. Yul Shui, recalling his mention of balloons, suddenly thought back to a scene from over a decade ago, where he was engrossed in blowing bubbles, and turned to observe him intently. She contemplated how today's Chu Tianle was far removed from that reclusive boy. His tone now carried a divine tranquility. Oldie had just remarked on his own youth, omitting any mention of Chu Tianle, perhaps already aware of his maturity. Oldie stated, "In simpler terms, this local collapse appears to arise without reason. Yet the collapse itself is indisputable. Is that correct?" Zhanxiang nodded. "Indeed, that is the case. Thus, I must pose the most critical question. Will it lead to the annihilation of human civilization? If so, how much time will it afford humanity? Responsibly. We can only make accurate predictions once the cause of the collapse is clarified. However, the urgency of the situation precludes us from waiting idly for that day. At this moment, we can only make rough predictions based on the existing observational data, and thus, such predictions carry uncertainty. Yet we believe the overarching trend will not be erroneous." He glanced at Oldie, who signaled for him to continue. "I have previously stated that the terrifying aspect is not merely the current rate of contraction, but rather its acceleration. The blue shift speed of Altair is increasing by 0.58 kilometers per second annually, which corresponds to a one-dimensional contraction rate of this space incrementing by 12 millionths each year. If this trend persists, then in several years, the one-dimensional contraction of this space will be calculated using the formula displayed on the screen." He typed out the formula: LT, L0, 1, 1 to 2, 1 to 3, 1 to 4, 1 dash, minus 1, 1, 1, 2. Setting aside distant projections, let us consider merely a few centuries hence. Based on the current acceleration of spatial contraction, in 200 years, the one-dimensional scale of this local space will contract by 3 thousandths, meaning the distance from the Earth to the Sun will decrease by 3 thousandths, resulting in an increase of 6 thousandths in solar irradiation on Earth. Moreover, these figures will escalate exponentially. In 500 years, the increase in sunlight will reach 30 thousandths. In 1,000 years, it will exceed 100 thousandths. As for the consequences of this, perhaps climatologist Mr. Zhu could elaborate. Zhu Tianwen pondered for a moment before stating, "Such changes in sunlight may not pose immediate concerns, but within 200 years, their cumulative effects will likely transform Earth into a veritable hellscape, leading to the complete collapse of existing ecosystems. As for whether a new ecosystem could evolve in such a hell, that seems highly improbable, given the abruptness of the changes. 200 years. This figure prompted the attendees to instinctively shake their heads. Zhanxiang then added, "Following the contraction of space, the gravitational pull of the Sun on Earth will also increase proportionately, akin to sunlight, yet Earth will not spiral into the Sun. According to the law of conservation of momentum, it will orbit the Sun at an accelerated pace, shortening the length of a year, which will also induce unpredictable effects within the biosphere. And this is merely 200 years hence. What of 500 years? What of 1,000 years? In astronomical terms, these are but fleeting moments. Yet by then the collapsed region will undoubtedly have morphed into a realm of heat and gravity. Not to mention, the ultimate outcome of this violent contraction might be..." He paused. A black hole. A profound silence enveloped the room, the air thickening to a palpable extent. Yul Shui found it difficult to breathe, as if a colossal weight were pressing down upon her heart. This catastrophic collapse would obliterate the solar system, erasing humanity as a species. The fate of humankind would be less significant than that of the extinct dinosaurs, leaving behind not even a cluster of sterile eggs. This generation would, like the parents of the dinosaurs, gaze helplessly at the encroaching sun, lamenting their fate. Oldie had chosen a venue for the conference near the remnants of dinosaur eggs. Could it be an unintentional omen? Yul Shui, inherently optimistic and never a delicate woman prone to fainting at the sight of blood, found herself momentarily overwhelmed by the magnitude of such a calamitous event, she thought. Using the term calamity today carries no rhetorical embellishment. Nonetheless, her spirit felt unduly tender. At that moment, she truly comprehended old He's words prior to the meeting, grasping the pity reflected in his gaze. Glancing sideways at Xiao Chu and Uncle Ma, their expressions remained relatively serene, for they had long been aware of these circumstances. Yet, Yul Shui pondered the immense burden they must have borne over the past 5 years, harboring such a secret within. The hall remained silent for an extended period until the science fiction writer Kong Bummings lightly cleared his throat and cautiously remarked, "Science has long confirmed that the solar system will eventually perish, and the universe itself will meet its end, yet the lifespan of the universe is measured in tens of billions of years. Now you are suggesting that this small universe we inhabit has contracted a terminal illness, unable to endure its natural lifespan, potentially perishing within a millennium, or even becoming inhospitable to human life in merely 200 years. Is this the essence of your statement?" Zhang Xiang nodded. "You have beautifully articulated my words. But you are indeed correct. That is precisely the implication." After a prolonged silence, paleontologist Wang Qingyin gestured for the microphone to be passed to her. A petite middle-aged woman dressed in a high-collared Chinese top. She exuded an air of serene composure, her smile gentle, though her words were anything but tranquil. She stated, "The history of biological evolution has invariably been accompanied by astronomical and geological cataclysms. Earth has experienced 6 major extinctions, all of which can be firmly linked to celestial or terrestrial upheavals. Historically, some have doubted the cataclysm hypothesis as overly far-fetched, yet considering the vastness of astronomical or geological time, the cataclysm hypothesis can be regarded as a uniformitarian hypothesis. Cataclysms are, in fact, one of the most ordinary phenomena in the universe. For instance, the craters scattered across the moon serve as compelling evidence, illustrating how random cataclysms accumulate into normal uniformity. If we broaden our scope further, the frequent occurrences of novas, supernovae, gamma-ray bursts, X-ray bursts, the consumption between binary stars, the merger of galaxies, and the devouring of celestial bodies by black holes. All these cosmic-scale cataclysms are utterly unavoidable. Do these cataclysmic regions harbor life or civilization? There is no reason to conclude otherwise. Thus, it is likely that such life or civilization has quietly perished in these disasters. Therefore, humanity's encounter with this small-scale cosmic astronomical disaster is, in essence, a normal occurrence within the universe. Emotionally, we find it difficult to accept that the intervals of peace between disasters, though fleeting in the grand scale of astronomical and geological time, are sufficiently prolonged from the perspective of human lifespan, thereby engendering an illusory sense of security. As she recounted these stark realities, her tone remained remarkably calm, an unsettling calm that chilled her audience to the core. After a brief pause, she added, "As for whether this catastrophe is man-made, I believe it is not worth our time to dwell on. Alien disasters belong to the realm of science fiction, while natural calamities are tangible realities that humanity must confront." She may have felt that her words were somewhat discourteous to the science fiction writers present and offered a nod of apology to Kong Bummings, who merely smiled in response. A protracted silence enveloped the assembly. He Lao sighed deeply and reflected, "I have been pondering a proverb these past few days, the worries of Qi people over the sky falling. Over 2,000 years ago, a Qi man was perpetually anxious that the sky would collapse, rendering him a figure of ridicule throughout history. In truth, he was the only true awakener in history." He waved his hand dismissively, suggesting a shift away from such idle chatter. "Let us discuss what, if Zhangxiang's assertions hold true, humanity can actually do." Kong Bummings promptly replied, "Addressing the increase in sunlight is a manageable issue. Scientists have devised a feasible plan to position massive mirrors at the first Lagrange point of the Earth-Sun gravitational system, approximately 1,500,000 kilometers from Earth, to concentrate sunlight. Initially, this was intended to augment illumination in regions lacking sunlight, such as Siberia. We can now modify it to use reflective mirrors, which are more easily implemented. This could grant humanity several hundred years of reprieve. Another option is to colonize Mars, which is slightly farther from the Sun and could similarly extend humanity's time frame. Of course, these are merely stopgap measures." After a brief pause, he continued, "We could also consider migrating to Uranus and Neptune, which are situated approximately 20 astronomical units from the Sun. When spatial contraction diminishes distances significantly, sunlight there would increase substantially, potentially rendering it habitable for humans. However, upon further reflection, I fear this may not be viable. These ice giants, though termed ice, possess mantles composed of superheated fluids such as water, ammonia, and methane under high pressure. A sudden temperature spike could transform them into hellish realms. Ultimately, this would only provide a temporary solution, as humanity must still. He hesitated. Escape. With the mention of escape, attention naturally shifted to the astronautics expert, Zhang Mingxian. This slight middle-aged man exhibited a demeanor of silence and reticence throughout the meeting. Aware of the collective gaze upon him, he hesitated for an extended moment before articulating. Everyone is waiting for him to elaborate, but he had concluded his remarks and fell silent thereafter. The atmosphere in the room grew somewhat strained. With a hint of dissatisfaction evident even from the moderator, he allowed. Though the caution of technical experts is commendable in such extraordinary circumstances, one might argue that this gentleman was overly cautious. Clearly, his perspective was too narrow and his thinking too rigid. Perhaps this delineates the difference between experts and masters. Once it was confirmed that Zhang had finished speaking, Kong Bummings cleared his throat and gently stated, "Caution is indeed the foremost trait of technical experts, especially in such a significant meeting. Therefore, it is understandable that Mr. Zhang prefers not to discuss any technical proposal that cannot be assuredly implemented. Let me step in. As I mentioned earlier, science fiction writers can afford to speculate." He smiled and proceeded to spend 20 minutes analyzing the aforementioned speculative propulsion methods, detailing their advantages and challenges. From his discourse, it was evident that he possessed extensive knowledge in this field. He concluded, "Based on my estimations, breakthroughs in nuclear fusion technology should be achievable within a century. Therefore, should we wish to embark on interstellar or intergalactic escape within a century, the only viable method would be a variable thrust magnetic plasma rocket powered by nuclear fusion. Its exhaust velocity could reach 1,000 kilometers per second, with a maximum speed of 3,000 kilometers per second, equivalent to 1% of the speed of light." He turned to Zhang, Su, Chu, and Ma, questioning if such a speed would suffice to escape the collapse zone. This conclusion cast a pall over the assembly. Zhang and Su employed varying methodologies for their calculations, yielding similar results. A consensus emerged. To escape the collapse zone, humanity must achieve at least 1/10 the speed of light and must set sail within a century. Otherwise, the velocity of the aforementioned reverse current would only escalate. Chu Tian remarked. The two nodded in agreement with this assessment. Not only did Mr. Zhang shake his head, but even the science fiction writer Kong Bummings expressed his disapproval, declaring that 1/10 the speed of light is excessively ambitious. Humanity's technological advancements over the next few centuries are unlikely to reach such heights. However, perhaps wishing to stave off undue pessimism, he quickly rephrased, "No, no. Stating it is impossible may be an overreach. Throughout the history of technology, numerous inventions have emerged unexpectedly and extraordinarily. For instance, no scientist could have predicted the advent of computers, yet they appeared suddenly, with developments far exceeding expectations. Thus, it is not outside the realm of possibility for a groundbreaking propulsion technology to emerge within this century." Chu Tian continued his line of thought, noting that the aforementioned estimates did not account for other adverse factors. Might the disaster zone expand? It is likely to do so, although this has yet to be confirmed through observation. He pondered whether the boundary between the original gentle expansion and the newly emergent rapid contraction might result in a rupture, creating an insurmountable barrier that would confine humanity. Many might assume that a vacuum is inconsequential. However, a vacuum is not devoid of structure. Otherwise, it would not curve under gravity, nor generate quantum fluctuations. He emphasized that such a drastic transition from gentle expansion to violent contraction is an unprecedented possibility in the cosmos. 13.7 billion-year history. This statement is indeed grandiose. Let us revise it to say that, at the very least, humanity has never encountered such a phenomenon. This occurrence is novel, and we cannot hastily conjecture based solely on assumptions. He paused to allow his godfather to provide necessary translations for his somewhat unclear articulation. In summary, this sudden emergence of localized collapse is profoundly unsettling. Until we grasp its origins, we cannot predict the direction or extent of the fissures it may produce. However, Mr. Zhang was correct. The situation is dire. We cannot afford to sit idly and await our demise. We must proceed while exploring our options. This presents a dilemma. This conclusion nearly extinguished all hope, and the atmosphere in the room became increasingly suffocating. After a prolonged silence, Observing no one was inclined to speak, Chu Tian smiled and remarked, "Earlier, Mr. Kong suggested that our universe is afflicted with a terminal illness. In truth, I have been living with a terminal illness since I was 5, enduring my childhood in a state of fear and torment. Fortunately, my godfather, glancing at Ma Siki beside him, decisively revealed the truth to me when I was 7, severing my retreat and, paradoxically, instilling in me the courage to survive. As the art of war states, put one in a desperate situation to elicit a response. What kind of courage might humanity unleash when faced with existential peril? Perhaps it could transform the impossible into the possible. Hence, our previous assessments may have been overly pessimistic." The atmosphere in the room lightened slightly, with attendees smiling at Chu Tianla. They may not have been fully convinced by his reassurance, yet this brave young man brought a small warmth to their spirits. Beside him, Yu Lesui joyfully linked her arm with his, now viewing this boy, 3 years her junior, with newfound respect. Though his words were gentle, they implicitly cast serious doubt on the predictions of disaster. Zhang, Su, Ma, and Chu exchanged glances, clearly in disagreement with his final statement. Zhang Xiang sighed. "We too hope this is a false alarm. However, spectrographs lack faith and will not forsake objectivity. Today was intended as a conceptual meeting, and we did not anticipate definitive conclusions, so let us conclude here. Experts, I implore you to ponder deeply. The highest echelons are to attend the next meeting, and I sincerely hope you can offer substantial recommendations at that time." The brief address by Xiao Lin earlier was indeed invaluable, encompassing 2 pivotal points. Firstly, is the catastrophic event of the localized cosmic collapse entirely authentic? Secondly, if it is indeed true, how can we persuade the general populace, including decision-makers, to believe it? These 2 aspects require meticulous attention. Furthermore, I urge Xiao Zhan and Xiao Su to continue negotiations with various astronomical observatories, striving to postpone the announcement date as much as possible. Even an additional day would be precious. As Zhang Xiang prepared to voice his thoughts, He Lao anticipated his intention and interjected, cautioning that an excessive delay could lead to unofficial leaks, which would be even more detrimental. "This is a matter for you to weigh carefully. You must also collaborate with the observatories to draft a preliminary announcement that downplays the catastrophe. This is not an act of concealment, but rather a responsibility towards society. It would be prudent to incorporate the sentiments expressed by Mr. Kong and Xiao Chu into this message. On this point, I align with both of them. I simply refuse to believe that humanity has reached an impasse without any conceivable solutions. The heavens would not be so cruel. Additionally, prior to the release, please maintain confidentiality, particularly you, the unwelcome journalist." Yu Lushui confidently assured, "Rest easy, He Lao. I will keep my lips tightly sealed." Yu Lushui then exclaimed, "Uncle Ma, Tian Lo, I want to visit your home too." Uncle Ma and Xiao Chu nodded in delight, and Yu Lushui joyfully linked arms with them. Her exuberance seemed somewhat out of place amidst the prevailing atmosphere, prompting He Lao to instinctively shake his head and murmur, "Xiao Chu's condition has become quite severe." While Yu Lushui failed to notice this during the gathering, it became evident as they traversed the mountain path that he could hardly endure any longer. The armed police offered to carry him, but he declined vehemently. Uncle Ma gently urged, "Lulu, just let the comrade carry you." With that, Chu Tian relented and allowed himself to be carried. A heaviness settled in Yu Lushui's heart as she recalled the scene from 15 years ago when Xiao Tian Lu adamantly refused his mother's assistance. Given his character, he would not have permitted the armed police to carry him unless absolutely necessary. It seemed that his illness had reached a critical stage, and time was no longer on his side. Approaching the Ma residence, she glimpsed a white structure atop a nearby hill, its spherical roof bifurcated, unmistakably a small observatory. Her father had mentioned that Uncle Ma had once studied astronomy before venturing into industry, amassing a fortune exceeding 100 million. Tragically, at the zenith of his life, he suffered a devastating accident that claimed the lives of his wife and daughter, leaving him with the loss of his left leg and a shattered spirit. Subsequently, Uncle Ma entrusted his company to others and retreated to the mountains to revive his youthful passion for astronomy, drawn by the absence of light pollution, which facilitated stargazing. Yet, Yu Lushui was unaware that Uncle Ma had constructed a private observatory here. It was no wonder they had made that discovery. Following suit, Yu Lushui ventured outside, harboring a covert curiosity about Tian Li's mother's pregnancy and her relationship with Uncle Ma, hoping to subtly probe the 2 men for information. However, such inquiry proved unnecessary. After bidding farewell to the armed police, Tian Li's mother caught her gaze, momentarily embarrassed, but then candidly articulated, "Le Shui, do you find me amusing? Approaching 50. And yet I bear such a large belly. Moreover, there is no official standing between Mr. Ma and me. We do wish to obtain a marriage certificate. But we need to resolve his previous marriage, which involves a cumbersome legal process. With 2 disabled individuals to care for, opportunities to descend from the mountain are rare. Hence the delay. In my view, amidst the wilderness, the absence of formal recognition matters little. For the past 2 years, I have been determined to bear a child for Mr. Ma. You see, he has no children, and his only daughter perished alongside her mother in that accident. I wish to leave a lineage for him in this world. He is already 60. If we do not conceive soon, it may be too late. Since the dawn of creation, has not the essence of life been to leave descendants?" Le Shui could not suppress her laughter. This woman, lacking formal education, possessed a remarkably simplistic yet profound perspective on life. Upon reflection, her words distilled the very essence of existence. Biologists assert that the inherent nature of living beings can be summarized in 8 words: self-preservation and propagation. Her articulation of living and leaving descendants encapsulated this principle in its most accessible and succinct form. She recalled a visit 15 years prior with her father, who had introduced this region as the origin of the Panga myth. These ancient tales had intertwined with the very bloodline of the Huaxia people. It flows like an unseen river beneath the surface of society, often overlooked yet immensely powerful and enduring, impervious to the whims of law, politics, or fashion. Tian Li's mother continued, "I expressed my desire to bear a child for him, and Mr. Ma is genuinely pleased." "Why do you laugh, Le Shui? Do you find my sentiments lacking in propriety?" Le Shui chuckled heartily. "Not at all. I simply find your words refreshing. Auntie, you underestimate me. I am not so traditional and rigid. I believe that bearing a child for the man I love is a romantic endeavor, and societal conventions hold no sway over my feelings. Auntie, I greatly admire your resolve. Please, continue." Tian Li's mother beamed. "Tian Lu has also encouraged me to have a child, stating that after he departs, someone must accompany me and his godfather. It was his words that solidified my decision." A tremor ran through Le Shui as she quickly surveyed Tian Li's mother's serene expression. This marked the first instance she had heard her speak of Tian Li's death in such a calm tone. The tranquility astonished her, though she would gradually acclimate to it. Tian Li's mother was the epitome of a devoted parent, having poured a lifetime of love into her son. Yet over the years, she had danced with death, accepting it as an ordinary presence in their home, seamlessly merging life and death. Observing Tian Li's mother, Le Shui could not help but draw a parallel. This woman resembled an old oak tree in the mountains. Though not tall or particularly elegant, it took root in the crevices of stone, exhibiting remarkable resilience. Having just mentioned death, Le Shui hesitantly inquired, "Auntie, do you know what those 2 have been discussing all day?" Tian Li's mother dismissed the question casually. "I do. It pertains to the discovery by Chu Ma. Simply put, the sky is falling. And you?" "I am not overly concerned. It is not that I doubt their expertise. Both are prodigies, sought after by the nation for their lectures, so there must be truth to their claims. Ancient wisdom speaks of calamities every 500 years, and it seems we are living through one. Yet every calamity has an end. Much like how Nuwa once repaired the heavens after half of it collapsed. The heavens will not be so heartless as to block every path. Besides, even if the sky truly collapses in 500 years, it will not hinder my bearing of a child. Generations will continue, and 500 years is ample time for 20 generations. Why do you laugh again, Le Shui?" Unable to contain her mirth, Le Shui laughed heartily, the gloom in her heart dissipating with each chuckle. "Oh, nothing, nothing. Auntie, your words bring me such joy. I must stay here longer to hear more of your thoughts. Would you welcome me?" Tian Li's mother was overjoyed. "What a question. I have longed to meet your family. You are a tremendous blessing to us." Uncle Ma's mountain residence was akin to a sanctuary. The yard was flanked by towering ancient trees, birds chirping melodiously, and squirrels peeking from the branches. The rear yard abutted a sheer cliff, with mountain winds cascading from the valley, carrying the soothing sounds of pine. To the east, a stone wall concealed a mountain spring that flowed through the yard, pooling into a small pond that likely served as their water source. The sky was a crystalline blue, and the air was refreshingly pure. The decor of the home is rather simple, yet the study is adorned with a full wall of bookshelves, brimming with various tomes, particularly hefty volumes in the realms of astronomy and physics, which adds a scientific gravitas to the ethereal ambience of the mountain abode. In such a celestial paradise, especially in the company of the cheerful ant run, the ominous foreboding is momentarily cast aside. I'm currently engaged in interviewing for a significant news story in the mountains and request no contact for the next 10 days, promptly shutting off my phone. Aunt Ren's friend, sister he from the social department of the newspaper, might very well be wide-eyed in astonishment, perhaps even seething with fury at this sudden leave of absence. However, in her current state of mind, the various constraints and regulations of the mundane world have faded into insignificance. This mountain dwelling contains merely 2 bedrooms, and the kind-hearted Aunt Ren offers to vacate the master bedroom for her, but Uleswi firmly declines. Consequently, they set up a folding bed in the living room. Uncle Ma remarks, "Shuair, you should rest early. I must retreat to my observatory." He chuckles, clarifying that he refers to the main focus cage of the telescope. Over the years, as long as the skies were clear, Tianla and I had never missed an observation. He glances at his adopted son and amends his statement, however. For the past year or so, I have been going alone. In our household, we have established new roles. Aunt Ren primarily utilizes her hands. I primarily use my eyes. And Tianla primarily employs his intellect. This implies that Shushanal's condition no longer allows him to enter the cage. Uleswi immediately declares, "Uncle, I will go too." Uncle Ma hesitates slightly. "You too?" The path is treacherous at night. Mainly, there is not enough space for 2 people in the cage. I will need to observe all night without company. That's all right. I can wait at the bottom of the cage by myself. Uleswi jokingly adds, "I must admit, I have a somewhat fanatical obsession with artifacts. If you two make a monumental discovery, I wish to touch the divination tools you use." Shushanal suddenly interjects, "I will go as well. I will accompany Sister Yu at the bottom." Noting the hesitation of the 2 elders, he dismisses their concerns. "It's fine. I can make the climb, just a bit slower." "Uncle, you go ahead. No need to wait for me." Before the 2 elders can respond, Uleswi immediately affirms, "Tianla, it would be wonderful if you could come. There is no need to worry about the walk. I can carry you." "Uncle, Aunt, do not be surprised. I am capable. I have a passion for athletics at school. Climbing and hiking are no challenge for me. Just this morning, I even climbed a large persimmon tree outside the hotel for reconnaissance, but I was caught by an undercover officer. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to enter that venue." Her candid admission of a past misadventure brings a smile to Uncle Maya's face. "Oh, that explains why old he remarked that you climbed in like a monkey. It appears there is truth to that." Shushanal, not wanting a young lady to carry him, vigorously shakes his head, insisting he will not go. Yet, Uleswi is undeterred, pulling him from the lounge chair and onto her back. Once aloft, she feels a twinge of sorrow, sensing the frailness of his form. Shushanal is not very tall, approximately 165 centimeters, and his weight is considerably lighter than what one would expect for his height. "Wow, you're so light. Carrying you is as effortless as the Monkey King carrying the Red Boy. Let's be off." Uncle Ma no longer dissuades them and cheerfully agrees. "All right, let us go. Dongmei, you will be home alone tonight. Sister Yu, now that you have touched the divination tools, are you perhaps a bit disappointed? They are merely an old, defunct piece of equipment, devoid of any mystery." Uleswi lowers her voice. "On the contrary, I feel a profound sense of reverence. It is hard to believe that such man-made, rigid objects can unlock the secrets of the universe. The ultimate secret of the universe must surely be the simplest. Throughout my years of study, I have come to a strong realization. Scientists retain a childlike innocence, and cosmologists are among the most naive. Their task is to unravel the universe's ultimate secrets with the pure, intuitive imagination of a child. Much like a child blowing bubbles." Shushanal astutely guesses her reference, smiling as he replies, "Yes, just as I did when I blew bubbles long ago, having left the somber conference room for the Ma residence." Uleswi feels her spirits lift considerably. However, the specter of despair remains inescapable. She sighs, "Tianla, is that calamity truly unavoidable? Just now, I heard Aunt Ren say something that echoed old He-S words. She mentioned, 'Heaven won't be so heartless.'" She muses that Shushanal had previously expressed optimism during the meeting and should likely concur with this sentiment. To her surprise, Shushanal shakes his head decisively, refuting the statement. "No, such optimism is meaningless. Heaven does not deliberately inflict suffering, nor does it intentionally refrain from doing so. It merely acts according to its own rules, without regard for the implications of those rules on life. If we consider the entirety of biological history, 99.9% of species have gone extinct, indicating that, objectively, Heaven has inflicted suffering more often than not. Uleswi, feeling a chill, draws closer to him, lamenting. You are truly cold-hearted, withholding even a single comforting word. So, your earlier optimism at the meeting was a fade? No, that was not optimism. It was acceptance. Regardless of how bleak the situation may seem, I will strive to live on, doing my part and leaving the rest to fate. He states calmly, after all, this is how I have lived these years. Uleswi is already aware that patients with muscular dystrophy typically do not survive beyond their 20s or 30s. Shushanal is 22 this year. Thus, his remaining time is indeed limited. Earlier, Shushanal's mother had mentioned her son's death in a casual tone. But Uleswi cannot bring herself to do the same. She does not wish to offer empty reassurances, knowing they would be futile for Shushanal. After a moment's thought, she sincerely states, regardless, your life has been fulfilling. Shushanal smiles, you speak truly. I owe this to my mother, my godfather, and to your family for your assistance 15 years ago. Our fates were altered that day. Sister Yu, I have long wished for an opportunity to express my gratitude face to face. Uleswi waves her hand dismissively. Those matters are inconsequential. Let us talk about you. Share the story of your 15 years in the mountains. No, let us begin from your birth. This is a rare opportunity for an in-depth interview with a future world-renowned figure. Once Shushanal's discovery is released, this interview will be published simultaneously, and I, as an intern reporter, am certain it will catapult me to fame. She chuckles at herself. Is it not amusing to be concerned about worldly fame when the sky might fall? Regardless of how ridiculous it may seem, please indulge me. Very well, let us converse. He muses. To be honest, it is not too early for me to reflect on my life. It is merely a couple of years ahead of schedule. He speaks these words, laden with melancholy, which pierces Uleswi's heart. She gently takes Shushanal's hands, offering silent comfort. Their conversation stretches through the night. To avoid disturbing Uncle Ma, they both strive to keep their voices low. Throughout their exchange, her hands remain clasped around Tianla's, hence no notes or recordings are made. However, such records are unnecessary, for every word is indelibly etched in her memory. That night, she experiences a peculiar sensation, as if a calm and indifferent listener looms above them while they whisper together. Of course, Uncle Ma is suspended overhead, but at that height, he cannot hear them. And moreover, he is wholly absorbed in his astronomical observations. Thus, it is as if the starry sky is listening, as if heaven itself is attuned to their conversation. After all the tribulations heaven has wrought, imprisoning a boy in a life of illness, erasing 99.9% of biological species, and subjecting all living beings to the threat of a violent spatial collapse, it remains utterly tranquil, devoid of joy or sorrow, guilt or regret. This is hardly surprising. After all, it is a cold and unfeeling entity. Chapter 2. The heavy cage. Chu Tian was born 2 decades after the passing of Stephen Hawking. A darkly humorous notion suggests that Hawking's soul wandered the afterlife for 20 years before selecting the ideal reincarnation, a brilliant mind ensnared in a body afflicted with a terminal illness. Such a corporeal vessel serves as a sturdy cage, capable of containing the flames of genius, allowing them to burn most brightly. Indeed, Tianla expended his brilliance throughout his life, even extending its reach beyond his corporeal existence, a tale for another time. At the tender age of 7, Chu Tianla accompanied his mother to Yuhuangding in the Beijing mountain range, where Mr. Ma resided. Upon their arrival, the mother and son discovered that Mr. Ma had already employed a housekeeper, a local mountain woman who greeted them at the crossroads. Tianla's mother felt a pang of guilt for inadvertently taking someone else's job. Her face flushed as she struggled to meet the housekeeper's gaze. The housekeeper, a forthright woman, comforted her with a smile, swiftly explaining the use of several kitchen appliances and how to procure daily necessities from the town before making her hasty exit. Tianla's mother set down their belongings, allowing her son to rest on the housekeeper's bed while she hurried to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Mr. Ma, a kind man perpetually adorned with a smile, had retreated to the mountains after experiencing profound hardship, yet his spirit appeared to have healed, at least on the surface. Each night, he would venture to the mountaintop observatory to gaze at the stars, but on this particular evening, he chose to dine with the mother and son, assisting her in arranging a folding bed in the housekeeper's room. You must be tired today, he said, so rest early. Indeed, after trekking several miles up the mountainside, Tianla was exhausted and soon fell into a deep slumber. When he awoke, it was well past midnight, yet his mother remained awake, seated on the folding bed, staring vacantly out the window while murmuring a prayer. May the heavens protect us. May the heavens protect us. At 7 years old, Tianla could not fully grasp his mother's emotions, yet he etched this scene into his memory. At that moment, she was dazzled by a sudden stroke of fortune and terrified of losing it, fearing that upon awakening, it might all dissolve into a fleeting dream. In the initial days at their new home, Tianla remained withdrawn, speaking little, silently observing the mountains by day and the stars by night. Mr. Ma chose not to intrude, but was clearly watching him closely. On the fourth day, Mr. Ma suggested, "Today, let us explore the mountain scenery." Tianla's mother, concerned, inquired, "Is your leg all right?" Mr. Ma reassured her, "It's nothing to worry about. I've grown accustomed to it. Besides, we need not rush. We can rest whenever we tire. Let us just bring some provisions for lunch." Mr. Ma guided them leisurely throughout the day. The scenery was enchanting, with mountain paths alongside a bountiful stream, ancient trees entwined with vines, each adorned with glistening droplets of water. It was said that this pristine forest teemed with various wildlife, such as leopards, golden eagles, red-crowned cranes, pangolins, musk deer, leopard cats, and otters, though they seldom glimpsed any. Occasionally, a golden eagle would glide majestically across the azure sky, or a squirrel would curiously peek from the branches. The opposite side of the stream was often marked by sheer cliffs, where trees thrived in the crevices of the rocks. Mr. Ma pointed to those tenacious trees, lamenting, "Consider how they have survived. A single seed, by a rare stroke of fortune, lands in a rocky crevice, perhaps just as a rain falls, sprouting and anchoring its roots in the thin layer of soil. Thus it survives, growing strong enough to split the very rock with its roots." Such is the resilience of life. There was also a unique spectacle: fine springs trickling down the mountainside, pooling in depressions, then transforming back into slender streams, forming successive pools, much like a vine bearing a string of gourds. The three of them ascended, following this cascade of pools. Each basin, with a stony bottom, held crystal-clear water, chilling to the bone, almost devoid of aquatic plants or algae, yet teeming with small fish. These fish, translucent and resembling miniature willows, floated in the clear water as if suspended in a void. Tianla tossed a few morsels of steamed bun into the water, and the small fish darted forward in a flash to consume them, revealing their apparent hunger. Mr. Ma remarked, "These fish are called willow leaf fish by the locals. I have yet to discover their scientific name. Despite such pristine water, with little food and cold temperatures, how do they survive? Yet, they have endured through countless generations." Climbing higher, nearly reaching the summit, they encountered more springs leading to pools, still alive with lively fish. Yet, overlooking the interconnected pools, many areas were marked by slender, rushing waterfalls. No matter the effort, the fish from the lower pools could not leap upward in stages like carp striving for the dragon's gate. So, how did the willow leaf fish in the mountaintop pool arrive? Did they somehow fly up? Were they carried by birds? Or had they been scattered by divine hands during creation? Mr. Ma confessed he did not know, but affirmed that this was the reality of nature. He lamented once more. Such is the resilience of life. Though 7 years old and reticent, Tianla possessed a keen intellect. He understood that Mr. Ma's repeated praise of life's resilience was directed at him, and the sights they beheld resonated deeply within his long-dormant spirit. That evening, after dinner, Mr. Ma summoned Tianla's mother to his bedroom, closing the door behind them for a lengthy, hushed conversation. When they emerged, they led Tianla to a stone table in the courtyard. Tianla sensed an important discussion was imminent, as his mother appeared markedly anxious, her gaze evasive, unwilling to meet his eyes. In retrospect, he learned that after much persuasion from Mr. Ma, his mother had reluctantly agreed to disclose the truth about her illness to him, deeply worried that he might falter under the weight of such a revelation. Mr. Ma, smiling, offered encouragement to her with his gaze, gently addressing Tianla. "Tianla, you are now 7 years old, quite the little adult. You must have the courage to hear the truth about your mother's condition, yes?" At that moment, Tianla felt a tumult of emotions, fearful yet curious to learn the truth. He nodded, uttering a simple mm. However, Mr. Ma did not immediately broach the topic of illness, instead steering the conversation far afield. "Tianla, every living being, upon entering this world, finds itself ensnared in a series of inescapable prisons. Fish cannot exist without water, which serves as their prison. Land animals and birds are bound to the air, which is their prison. All beings are tethered to the earth, with gravity as their prison. There exists an even greater and more formidable prison that governs all life, one from which none can escape, not even humanity, the most sentient of all creatures. What is it? The prison of lifespan, the prison of death. Every individual must face death, whether they are an emperor or a president, a Buddha or a sage. No method, be it ancient sorcery or modern technology, can liberate one from this fate. Lifespans vary. Some live for years, others for decades, or even over a century. Perhaps tomorrow's science could enable a 1,000-year lifespan, or even 10,000 years, yet ultimately, death is inevitable. Life begets death. This is the immutable decree of the heavens, a rule unbroken by any exception. Not only living beings face demise, even our sun and earth, the Milky Way, and the entire universe are destined for death. It was the first time Tianla heard that the universe could also perish, and he gasped in astonishment. The universe will die? His mother interjected, unable to restrain herself. Mr. Ma, are you saying the sky will collapse? Indeed, he affirmed. Ancient peoples believed the heavens and earth would endure eternally. Even the great Einstein once thought the universe was static and everlasting. However, since American astronomer Edwin Hubble discovered the universe's expansion, the notion of an everlasting cosmos has come to an end. Although the scientific community has yet to reach a consensus on how the heavens might collapse, it is beyond doubt that they will. It is disheartening to acknowledge this reality. Consider this, since every individual is destined to die, and even humanity and the universe are fated to perish. What meaning does it hold for people to endure a lifetime of suffering? Indeed, life devoid of meaning resembles merely taking another step towards the grave. Thus, there exists an exceedingly astute nation that has reached enlightenment, choosing not to endure suffering in this world. Upon the birth of their children, the parents, with their own hands, end their lives. This, I deem, is a wise course of action, and I hold them in profound admiration. These statements were utterly astonishing, leaving both Chu Tianla and his mother wide-eyed in disbelief. However, Tianla soon detected a hidden mirth in Uncle Ma's expression and exclaimed triumphantly, "You're lying. There are no such foolish parents in the world. Furthermore, if that were the case, that nation would have long been extinct, surviving at most a century." His mother gazed at him in delight, for since he had fallen into solitude, he had never expressed so many words, nor had he displayed such fervor. Mr. Ma chuckled and inquired, "Are you certain of that?" "Absolutely," Tianla affirmed. "Haha, that is exactly right." Mr. Ma's laughter resonated powerfully through the night sky. In the days that followed, Chu Tianla often found himself enchanted by Uncle Ma's infectious laughter, which banished any sadness that might linger. In that moment of exclamation, Tianla had released the pent-up frustrations within him, unknowingly emerging from his self-imposed isolation and reclaiming his cheerful disposition. Uncle Ma solemnly remarked, "Tianla, now that you comprehend this principle, why must I continue to elaborate? The essence is this: although one cannot escape death, one must live fully, joyfully, and with richness, ensuring that this life is not lived in vain. Otherwise, one would be the greatest fool in the world. Do you not agree?" Chu Tianla nodded vigorously, affirming, "Yes. Precisely. You must live joyfully, worthy of the name your parents bestowed upon you, Tianla, which signifies joy. Heaven has granted every being the gift of happiness." He outlined a future for the mother and son, suggesting that since no effective treatment had been discovered, they need not wander aimlessly. He would inquire through contacts and search online, and should any medical breakthroughs arise, he would ensure Tianla received treatment, even abroad, with all expenses covered by him. In the interim, the mother and son could remain there, with Tianla's mother managing household chores and Tianla free to play, should he wish to learn. Uncle Ma would tutor him in cultural subjects, providing one-on-one instruction, a luxury that students in schools could hardly imagine enjoying. He added with a smile, "Of course, if you do not wish to study, there is no need to force yourself. To speak candidly, knowing one's impending demise can also be an advantage, allowing one to heed the call of the heart and live more freely. At the very least, you would not be subjected to the torment of a rigid educational system." He further mentioned that he had prepared an enticing activity for Tianla, stargazing. It was a treasure trove of wonders, where once one entered, no one would wish to leave. And even a decade would not suffice to explore its depths. From a young age, he had cherished the vastness of the starry sky. Yet he had been ensnared in the mundane grind of commerce. It was only after losing his family and his left leg that he experienced a profound awakening, resolutely bidding farewell to the material world to reclaim his passion in the mountains. Undoubtedly, his endeavors in the market had provided the means to establish a private observatory, which he acknowledged as no small feat. Thus, the mother and son remained, contentedly embarking on a new chapter of life. The mother dedicated herself to household duties, caring for 2 individuals with disabilities, cultivating land for vegetables, tending to chickens and pigs, foraging for wild delicacies, befriending local women, and learning to search for medical information online. Her life became tranquil, and more importantly, her heart was no longer anxious. Consequently, her weariness faded at an astonishing pace, her lips regained color, and she transformed into a woman in her 30s, full of vitality. After enduring hardships in the preceding years, Chu Tian had matured significantly. Yet now his childlike spirit was rekindled. Though his steps were unsteady, he joyfully played in the mountains, coming and going at will, lost in exuberance. Each day was marked by tumbles, yet none dampened his enthusiasm. He did not forget the looming shadow of death that lay over him years ahead. However, following his confrontation with mortality, he found himself no longer preoccupied by it. As time passed, Mr. Ma became a father figure to him. He expressed a desire to teach Tianla about astronomy, but rather than thrusting him into tedious observations, he began by sharing fascinating astronomical knowledge and stories to ignite a child's curiosity. Eventually, when Chu Tian truly fell in love with astronomy, he came to appreciate the brilliance of Uncle Ma's approach. At night, the household often remained unlit, and the lights of the nearby scenic area were obscured by thick fog, enveloping the surroundings in profound darkness. The stars and moon above shone brightly, seemingly within reach, evoking a sense of reverence that deterred loud speech, lest they disturb the celestial beings. The 3 of them sat in the courtyard, where Uncle Ma pointed out the Milky Way, identified various planets, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and highlighted the prominent winter triangle, the royal star on the ecliptic, the Orion Nebula visible to the naked eye, the Andromeda Galaxy, and the Pleiades star cluster, among others. Thus, almost inadvertently, he planted the foundational knowledge of astronomy in Tianla's mind. Uncle Ma remarked, as I mentioned before, one cannot escape the confines of mortality. However, humanity is also shrouded in many other constraints, such as the gravitational cage and the terrifying distances dictated by the speed of light, among others. In ancient times, humans were akin to prisoners confined within a castle on a deserted island, unable to step outside their cages, ignorant of the world beyond, and even the shape of their own castle. They could only gaze through iron bars, peering longingly at the vast cosmos with their limited eyesight. Later, humanity invented telescopes and rockets, and through generations of effort, they finally glimpsed some secrets of the universe, such as the realization that our Milky Way is a spiral galaxy, with the Sun located on the Orion arm, approximately 27,000 light-years from the galactic center. They discovered that the Sun and its solar system orbit the galactic center, completing a revolution every 250 million years. They came to understand the various levels of cosmic structure, from the Milky Way to the local group and the superclusters. In 1825, the French philosopher Kant asserted that humanity would never gain knowledge of the chemical composition of stars. His reasoning was not unfounded. How could humanity sample the scorching stars? Even if they traveled by spacecraft, they would be incinerated along the way. Yet, nearly 30 years later, humans invented astrophysical spectroscopy, decomposing stellar light through telescopes and spectrographs into continuous spectra, capturing images of the spectra for study, thereby deducing the chemical compositions of stars by comparing various elemental spectral lines. Uncle Ma continued, the discovery of the expanding universe in the 1920s was the most monumental finding in the history of astronomy, ranking among the greatest discoveries in the entire scientific field, comparable to the theory of evolution, Newtonian mechanics, relativity, and quantum mechanics. In 1914, astronomer Slipher was the first to observe the redshift in stellar spectra, noting that many nebulae exhibited spectral lines shifting toward the red end. According to the Doppler effect in physics, this indicated that celestial bodies were receding from us. This revelation left Slipher bewildered. Although planets and stars exhibited slight movements, the universe as a whole remained static. Regrettably, while he astutely recognized the redshift phenomenon, he did not achieve a theoretical breakthrough. Later, Hubble, through studying Cepheid variables, determined the approximate distances of several galaxies. He then combined the galaxy distances with Slipher's spectral redshifts on a coordinate graph, drawing a straight line through the chaotic scatter of dots, thereby formulating the groundbreaking law that the redshift velocity of galaxies is proportional to their distance. This implies that the universe resembles an ever-expanding cake, with the embedded raisins, celestial bodies, receding from one another at high speeds, the greater the distance, the faster the relative recession. Let me tell you, even though I have long surpassed the age of the Hubble fan club, I have remained a steadfast admirer of Hubble. Although only starlight illuminated the courtyard, Chu Tian could still discern the animated expression of his godfather. As the greatest astronomer, Hubble possessed an extraordinary intuition for truth. The spectral plates he captured were not remarkable, nor was he an exceptional observer. Under the conditions of his time, the information at his disposal was far from abundant. Yet, he consistently navigated the labyrinth of chaotic observational data, following the most direct path to the most fundamental truths. In contrast, scientists adept at complex reasoning and fixated on objective attitudes often brushed against the truth without ever grasping it. Hubble was not merely a scientist. He was also a philosopher and a prophetic figure. Consider this. After his discovery, the notion of a static, immortal universe, along with the throne of God, was overturned by him alone, using merely a rough, chaotic coordinate diagram. It can be said that from that day forward, humanity transitioned from childhood to adulthood. With fervor, his godfather spoke, and both Chu Tian and his mother listened intently. Amidst the hazy starlight, Tian observed his mother and godfather seated closely together. The 9-year-old exuberantly declared, "Mom, Godfather, I want to change my name. I shall be called Chu Hubble." Do you know what that means? You both could never guess. The Hein Hubble is a dual reference, representing both Hein Hubble, the Hubble star family. His godfather laughed heartily, while his mother remarked that the name was peculiar. Nevertheless, his godfather insisted it was splendid. Thus, this truly became Chu Tian's informal name. Especially as his godfather grew fond of his clever mind, often affectionately ruffling his hair, asking, "Little Hubble, what curious thoughts do you have today?" From the moment Tian leaned into the eyepiece, he was captivated. He later reflected that he experienced 3 rebirths in his life. The birth of his physical self was the first. The tearing open of his cocoon by his godfather was the second, and his connection with the starry sky was the third. Ever since his initial visit to the observatory, he eagerly awaited the night, hoping for darkness and praying against overcast skies. His godfather's home was adorned with walls of books, and Tian devoured knowledge with insatiable hunger. Guided by his godfather, and bolstered by his own high IQ, he learned with remarkable ease. By the age of 11, while studying high school courses, he was already able to read tomes on astrophysics and cosmology. He discovered that cosmologists were often like big boys. Their hypotheses resembling the fanciful musings of children, concepts such as cosmic inflation, multiverses, and the anthropic principle were all easily grasped by his youthful mind, resonating with him in a delightful sense of familiarity. His godfather was correct. Among all cosmologists, regardless of their school of thought, the idea that the universe would eventually perish was a common understanding. To encapsulate the essence of cosmology in its simplest terms, it is the study of how the universe comes into existence and how it meets its end. This encompasses not only the physical, material, demise, but also the spiritual, informational, extinction. The myriad beings of nature, including the entirety of human civilization, science, emotion, faith, wisdom, consciousness, and so forth, ultimately boil down to the construction, preservation, and transmission of information. Yet, in the event of our universe's demise, all information would dissolve into chaos, leaving not a trace in another universe. Given this, what significance does the study and understanding of the universe hold? Humanity struggles onward, inching closer to ultimate truths. Yet at the moment of cosmic collapse, all would be obliterated in a single, cataclysmic event. Nevertheless, cosmologists remain undeterred, diligently pursuing their research. For instance, there was an eccentric American cosmologist named Wheeler who was fascinated by the simplicity and wonders of the universe, fixating on the various ways the universe might meet its end, almost to the point of obsession. Once Chu Tian's thoughts reached this level, he became increasingly indifferent to his own terminal condition. One winter night, after tiring of peering through the telescope, they leaned out from the rooftops opening to observe the sky with their naked eyes. The winter night sky was particularly brilliant, with renowned bright stars shining in unison, such as Betelgeuse and Rigel in Orion, Sirius in Canis Major, Aldebaran in Taurus, and Castor and Pollux in Gemini. That night, Tian posed the most peculiar questions, as if each inquiry were a bubble surfacing from the depths of the deep blue sky. He asked his godfather, when the universe expands, do celestial bodies expand as well? In other words, if the heavens expand, do the measuring instruments also stretch? They do not, his godfather answered. Celestial bodies bound by gravity do not partake in the expansion. What about gaseous stars and nebulae, which are nearly as rarefied as a vacuum. Does the space sandwich between these sparse particles not expand? Tianla continued. The structure of matter and space is inextricably linked. He leapt to another question. Godfather, when the universe expands, does the speed of light change? From the moment of the Big Bang to 10 to 34 seconds later, the size of the universe expanded by a factor of 1043. It has developed into an isotropic state today. However, according to the principle of locality, no causal relationship can exceed the speed of light. Thus, during that 10 to 34 seconds, light signals must have been able to traverse every region of the nascent universe to establish its isotropy. But this far exceeds the scales that normal light speed could achieve. Can we say that when the universe is expanding, light speeds up, and when it ceases to expand, light returns to its normal pace? Taking time according to the actual distances post-expansion? His godfather chuckled. That perspective is not without merit. Akin to our customary saying that the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, though, in essence, it is the Earth's rotation. Tianla shifted to another query. Godfather, during the Big Bang, the particle soup would become rarer with the expansion of space, but what about space itself? Does space not also become sparser? Space is merely a vacuum. The concept of sparsity does not apply, his godfather replied. Tianla immediately countered, Godfather, that is incorrect. His godfather teased him, how so? Explain. The vacuum is not empty. Quantum fluctuations can continuously generate virtual particle pairs, such as electron-positron pairs, quark-antiquark pairs, which may convert into real particles. The vacuum can bend in a gravitational field, increasing the likelihood of virtual particle pair production. Dirac even suggested that during cosmic expansion, more negative energy electron pairs would emerge. The vacuum possesses vacuum energy, or zero-point energy, which does not change in density with cosmic expansion. Thus, the ultimate fate of the universe may transition from radiation dominance to matter dominance, and finally, to vacuum energy dominance. The vacuum exhibits impedance, intricately linked to the speed of light. In the vacuum, a limited number of fleeting particles exist per unit of space, and the vacuum's impedance correlates with the square of the particle charge, independent of mass. He cited a plethora of examples, concluding, Godfather, these are established facts or compelling hypotheses that all imply a deeper structure of the vacuum. As long as there is a deeper structure, it should indeed become sparser during expansion. However, describing it as sparser is merely an intuitive metaphor. Nevertheless, I assert 3 points. 1. Space, like matter, is a form of physical reality. 2. It possesses a deeper structure. 3. The macroscopic expansion and contraction of space will manifest in its microscopic structure. Some argue that space is merely a property of matter, akin to sharpness being a characteristic of a blade. I do not endorse this view, as I find it far too ethereal. His godfather was somewhat astonished that Tianla could articulate these 3 views on the vacuum so readily. Regardless of their accuracy, it at least indicated that the child had engaged in serious contemplation. After a moment of consideration, his godfather shook his head. Chu Tian fell silent for a moment, the starlight flickering in his eyes, while the breath they exhaled merged into swirling white mist in the frigid night air. All was quiet. The mundane world felt distant. His godfather remarked, You have posed so many questions. I perceive that you are particularly fascinated by the vacuum. Indeed, Tianla replied. Having perused numerous volumes, the essence of the vacuum remains an enigma to me, shrouded in ambiguity. The more I delve, the more perplexed I become. I believe this underscores its complexity, for as you have stated, dear mentor, the truth of the universe is often the simplest. I shall dedicate myself to diligent study and, in due course, propose a theorem pertaining to the vacuum, to be placed alongside Hubble's theorem in future astronomical treatises. The coldness outside is biting, let us descend. During this winter night's idle conversation, my mentor gained a deeper understanding of Tianla's inventive spirit. Although still youthful in thought, his originality sets him apart from the rote-learned students typically churned out by the educational system, who frequently find themselves confined within the rigid boundaries of conventional answers. My mentor also observed another of Tianla's thinking traits, a greater concern for holistic inquiries. Much like his esteemed idol, Hubble, in comparing Hubble with his contemporary, the eminent astronomer Baade, it becomes evident that Baade focused on the detailed analysis of specific galaxies, while Hubble emphasized a comprehensive understanding of the cosmos. Perhaps, given time, Tianla too shall ascend to the stature of a scientific luminary akin to Hubble. However, it is regrettable that this unfortunate child may not have much time left, and this blossoming genius may fade before fully flourishing. My mentor gazed into Tianla's sparkling, crystalline eyes, suppressing his sorrow deep within. From that moment forth, he intensified his teaching efforts, and one might say that both father and son became quite enamored with their pursuits. He did not expect Tianla to formulate any theorems or achieve remarkable feats within his brief existence. Yet he was determined to ensure the child experienced a life rich with meaning. At that time, neither he nor Tianla could foresee that the innocent conjectures of an 11-year-old child would one day evolve into a revolutionary three-state vacuum theory. Days in the mountains passed steadily. Tianla's youth had not been marked by earnest study. Now, he was fervently absorbing knowledge like land parched by drought. The three of them lived fulfilling lives in the mountains, yet illness did not spare him. His condition continued to deteriorate, making movement increasingly difficult, and his speech began to slur. Fortunately, his intellect remained intact. Medical literature indicated that 30% of patients with such conditions suffer cognitive impairment. Thus, Tianla's exemption from this unfortunate statistic was indeed a significant stroke of luck. After my mentor opened the door to wisdom for him, this sense of gratitude intensified. That year, he uncovered the secret affair between his mother and his mentor, a situation that, in hindsight, he had unwittingly instigated. One balmy summer's full moon night. Prior to sleep, his mother tended to the two disabled men, helping them bathe and settling them outside to enjoy the evening breeze. After a while, she emerged. Having bathed herself, wearing homemade shorts and undergarments, standing in the wind to dry her hair. In that era, such self-fashioned attire was rare, but during the years of hardship, she had grown accustomed to frugality, and now residing deep in the mountains, it was not easy for her to venture down. Thus, she typically crafted her own garments. These coarsely made clothes could not conceal the vitality of a 40-year-old woman. That night, bathed in moonlight, her robust figure was illuminated, her bosom full, her back rounded, and her long, dark hair flowing behind her. Both Tianla and his mentor noticed this aesthetically pleasing silhouette, prompting Tianla to exclaim, "Mother, I never realized how beautiful you were. You must have been a great beauty in your youth. You foolish child, how can a son say such things about his mother?" His mentor, now composed, teased gently, "Your mother is right. You are indeed a silly boy for saying she was beautiful in her youth. She is not old now either." "Mr. Ma," his mother confessed, "I have often heard that the passion between men and women is akin to dry kindling igniting a fire. I can certainly attest to that. Ever since our first time, I have been thinking of you incessantly, unable to restrain myself." His mentor chuckled softly, offering comfort. "This is no sin. To exist in this world, living is the most crucial endeavor, and matters between men and women are of secondary importance, just as vital as eating and drinking. In my opinion, the average level of a nation correlates directly with its vitality. The old man from the Ming dynasty once said, 'Preserve the principles of heaven, extinguish human desires.' But that is utter nonsense. Do not believe it." His mother replied, "Yet I cannot shake the feeling of guilt. Our son is so ill, and yet, mother, I am 14 now. I wish to have my own room." Embarrassed, she hesitantly asked, "But there are only 2 bedrooms here. Where should I sleep?" Her face flushed crimson. Utterly mortified, as was his mentor, Tianla chuckled, reassuring them both. "Mother, mentor, you two share love. I am delighted by that. There is no need to hide it from me any longer." Tears welled in his mother's eyes as his mentor joyfully patted the back of his head. From that day forth, his mother moved into his mentor's room, though she still made frequent visits to check on her ailing son, unable to quell her concern for him. Love nourished their bond, and his mother's face radiated with a vibrant glow, a brilliance that could not be concealed. Throughout those years, he spent countless nights alone at the observatory, conversing with the starry expanse. Stargazing was a laborious task. There was no heating, and in the frigid nights, tears could freeze his eyepiece to his eyes, while the prolonged observations left his back and neck aching. As the telescope followed the stars across the sky, the mount often creaked and swayed irregularly. The first skill Tianla mastered was quickly refocusing the lens after the mount jolted, ensuring he could capture sharply defined spots or spectra on the CCD. His mentor quipped that to be a good astronomer, one must possess a bladder of iron. For descending the observation platform for a brief respite could result in missing a once-in-a-lifetime observation, leaving one with regrets for eternity. Such a robust bladder was particularly crucial for 2 disabled individuals. Tianla soon developed a comparable iron bladder, remaining on the observation platform all night, even altering his eating habits to avoid consuming liquids at dinner. Unbeknownst to him, Tianla had reached the age of 16. On his birthday, After enjoying the red egg his mother had prepared as a substitute for a birthday cake, she went to the kitchen to wash dishes, and he said to his mentor, "I believe I have become quite familiar with the stars in the sky. Henceforth, I wish to learn some specific measurement skills, such as measuring the luminosity, proper motion, radial velocity, and distance of stars, among others. To put it simply, I not only wish to observe the stars, but also to grasp them." His mentor smiled and replied, "Very well. I shall teach you how to reach out to them. You are correct. To be an astronomer, one must engage not only the mind and the eyes, but also the hands." This low-dispersion spectrograph was relatively lightweight and could be placed within the focal plane cage. Naturally, it could also be used to observe nearby stars, albeit with slightly lower precision. Once Tianla became adept with these instruments, his mentor temporarily withdrew, leaving him to wander among the stars. Tianla was particularly fascinated by the concept of the Big Bang. In homage to Hubble, he desired to retrace the steps he had taken. Over the ensuing months, he measured the redshifts of numerous distant galaxies and quasars, which appeared dim and crowded in the field of view like flies on a window, making it a challenge to capture their spectra clearly on photographic plates or CCDs. After several failures, Tianla finally mastered the spectrograph, achieving redshift values for dozens of galaxies that closely matched the documented values. His obsession with the cosmological redshift of distant celestial bodies persisted until, a few months later, the first light snowfall graced the dome of the observatory, prompting him to shift his gaze toward the bright stars of the winter night sky. Generally speaking, the brighter stars are relatively close to the sun. He measured the spectral red and blue shifts, radial velocities, of many bright stars, including the stars of Ursa Major, Taurus, Gemini, and Orion, and found that his measurements closely aligned with established values. However, he encountered difficulties for the first time with Sirius, the brightest star in the night sky at -1. For magnitude, he dedicated 2 full months to this endeavor. As the new year approached, the Godfather inquired, "Little Hubble, what have you been up to these past 2 months? You seem quite exhilarated." He handed the Godfather a sheet of paper, which contained a table. After reviewing it, the Godfather asked, "Are all the discrepancies related to nearby stars?" "Indeed. The stars with the greatest discrepancies are those located a mere dozen light-years away. The errors for both closer and more distant stars are relatively minor. Beyond 35 light-years, there are no discrepancies at all. All discrepancies are unidirectional, indicating an increase in the apparent velocity towards Earth. Yes, although the magnitudes of the increases vary, with the maximum occurring around 15 or 16 light-years from the Sun." The Godfather pondered over the table for a long while. He trusted that Tianla was meticulous in his work. The fact that he only presented this table after 2 months of fervent observation suggested that the data had undergone rigorous calibration. There could be no systematic error in Tianla's measurements, as he had previously noted that measurements of celestial bodies beyond 35 light-years closely aligned with reference values. He mused, but how could such a systematic error occur? It is as if this region of space is collapsing towards the Sun. That precisely aligns with my suspicions, Tianla replied. This is utterly implausible. There is no massive black hole near the Sun, and even if one existed, it would not induce such a collapse. After a moment's reflection, he recalled that the Stellar Survey catalog contained several faint stars within 35 light-years. Have you measured their spectra? Not all of them yet. Tianla's mother hesitated, then admitted that over the past couple of years, she had grown accustomed to sleeping in this man's embrace, a feeling of comfort that was truly delightful. However, she quickly added, Go on. This way, you can look out for each other." Following this, the father and son worked energetically for 7 or 8 more months until early autumn the following year. They measured the spectra of all stars within 35 light-years, later extending their observations to 50 light-years. Tianla's table was fundamentally accurate. These nearby stars exhibited an increase in blue shift directed towards Earth. The degree of blue shift varied, with the largest observed in Altair. The anomalous region was confined within 35 light-years, ceasing at 36.5 light-years at Deneb. Notably, the blue shift increments they later measured exceeded Tianla's initial estimates, with the maximum being 0.2 kilometers per second higher. Upon reviewing the records, Tianla remarked, "I have discerned a pattern. For those data points with significant discrepancies from my measurements, the observation times differed greatly. For instance, the last measurement of Beta Centauri was conducted in early winter last year, and it has been over half a year since. Thus, this may suggest that the contraction is progressively increasing year by year. That is not surprising, since they all exhibit blue shift increments. This increase cannot be abrupt. It must be a gradually accelerating process. Subsequently, a continuous autumn rain impeded observations, compelling the father and son to remain at home, engaged in extensive discussions to explore the underlying causes of this phenomenon. Over time, Tianla's mother began to grasp their meaning and cautiously asked one day, "What have you two been discussing? Are you saying the sky is falling?" Tianla replied earnestly, "Based on the observational data, it appears so, not the entire sky, but rather a small segment. However, this small segment is indeed substantial enough to encompass the Earth." Despite this assertion, an unease lingered in the hearts of both father and son. Regardless, this peculiar blue shift region undeniably existed, evoking an indescribable sensation, eerie, tenuous, and nebulous, reminiscent of the embodiment of illness in Tianla's subconscious from his childhood. Yet what mechanism could be responsible for it? In the ensuing 4 years, the father and son conducted extensive observations, confirming the following conclusions. Within a radius of 16 light-years, space is undergoing violent contraction, with the rate of contraction being roughly uniform. As the observational values closely align with Hubble's law, which states that blue shift magnitude is proportional to distance. This localized contraction has impacted an area extending to 35 light-years, where the blue shift diminishes with increasing distance. From a temporal perspective, the contraction is uniformly accelerated. The cause of this violent contraction remains unknown. The two engaged in exhaustive brainstorming, proposing numerous hypotheses, only to discard each one after discussion. They became utterly engrossed, their minds dulled and their mouths bitter. Tianla's mother observed that they were so obsessed they hardly noticed their hunger. Regrettably, they failed to identify a single plausible hypothesis. Although the cause of the anomaly eluded them, its consequences were undeniably foreboding. They could not afford to delay any further, and a month ago, they reported their findings to the National Observatory and the Zhejinshan Observatory. Subsequently, this discovery was designated by the National Observatory as the Chu-Ma discovery. The ensuing events unfolded as experienced by Yul Shui. "Mr. Chu, let us conclude with a final statement. As a terminally ill patient with little time left, you have tragically uncovered the universe's terminal condition. In this unique capacity, what message would you most like to convey to humanity?" Just one sentence? Let me ponder. I shall simply express 2 words, which a renowned author, Yu Hua, articulated decades ago as the title of one of his novels. Wait, I have read most of Mr. Yu Hua's works. Let me guess. Are you referring to the live? Indeed, that is the message I wish to impart to the world. Live. 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 It may be said that Chu Tianla's unfortunate fate has extended to all humanity. The universe in which we reside has also tragically contracted, with little time remaining. No worries. No worries. I fear you may encounter wild creatures, as there are some in the mountains. 5 days later, Yul Shui received a text from Uncle Ma. At 10 o'clock this morning, the world will announce simultaneously. The moment had finally arrived. Yul Shui turned on the television, awaiting the news. At 10 o'clock, CCTV indeed broadcasted the announcement. The following news is jointly released by various astronomical observatories worldwide. 20 days ago, Chinese amateur astronomers Chu Tianla and Ma Shiqi notified the Chinese National Observatory and the Zhejinshan Observatory that after eliminating the original Doppler red and blue shift values, all nearby celestial bodies exhibited a significant new blue shift. The blue shift was greatest for Alpha Aquili, located 16 light-years away, reaching -0.15 angstroms, which corresponds to a newly established velocity towards Earth of 9.21 kilometers per second. The newly added blue shift values gradually decrease to 0 in both inward and outward directions, forming an anomalous region centered around the solar system. Given the universality of the blue shift increment, it is likely caused by the overall contraction of this region of space. Moreover, according to the observations conducted by Chu and Ma over 5 years, this contraction is uniformly accelerated. Taking Alpha Aquili as an example, the annual increase in blue shift is approximately 0.01 angstroms, corresponding to an annual increase in the apparent velocity of 0.58 kilometers per second. Shortly thereafter, a middle school student from Australia, Dennis Green, independently made a roughly similar discovery. This finding has been officially designated as the Chu-Ma Green discovery by astronomical observatories worldwide. I have no time for idle chatter. I have sent you and Sister He an interview piece. Please publish it promptly. Go side lightly, little fish. I hope you're not watching television right now. What are you talking about, an interview? The sky is about to fall. Yul Shui interrupted. I know. I learned about the Chu discovery 7 or 8 days ago. The interview I mentioned is regarding these two. Alright, I will review the manuscript with Xiaohe simultaneously and publish it as quickly as possible. First the online version, then the special edition. Little fish. You have done a tremendous job. After hanging up with he, Yul Shui called his mother. Upon answering, she immediately asked, Shui'er, have you been at Uncle Ma's house these past few days? Yul Shui replied, yes, Mom. You are incredible. A female Sherlock Holmes. How did you deduce that? Just a hunch. I learned of the Chu Ma discovery from the television, and since you were interviewing in that vicinity, your movements these past few days have been quite mysterious. At this point, both paused, contemplating how to phrase their reassurances to one another. Yulesui was the first to speak. Mom, I have an interview with Chu Ma and his companion, which will be published in our newspaper today. You and Dad should take a look. I believe it will bolster your spirits. Her mother readily replied, all right, as soon as the newspaper is out, I'll buy a copy. Mr. Gu, how is the situation outside? I just gathered some information online, and it appears that public sentiment is in disarray. However, you know that the clamor on the internet tends to be several decibels louder than the reality. I wish to discern the true pulse of society. Mr. Gu chuckled bitterly. The actual situation isn't much better. Let us say that human society is akin to a sudden heart attack. The agony has reached the higher echelons of culture, while the common folk are a tad slower to react, though they are not far behind. The average person might not grasp concepts like redshift and blue shift, but they are acutely aware of a more vivid phrase, the sky is falling. I have a feeling that, although society appears to be functioning normally, it is actually in a state of collective somnambulism. Sooner or later, the downfall of just one or two individuals will amplify into chaos for the entire group. Hence, I place great importance on your interview. It may provide some solace to societal emotions and serve as our final contribution to the community. Thank you, Xiaoyu, and express my gratitude to those 3 individuals in the mountains. Farewell. After hanging up, she found herself momentarily dazed, Mr. G's words stirring a melancholic tide within her. Despite her efforts to suppress it with optimism, the gloom was insurmountable. It was indeed infuriating. The heavens seemed indifferent, leading humanity to the brink without even allowing a moment to process their emotions. Although the news had only been out for 2 hours, the online sentiment had reached a boiling point, with some lamenting that the only sage among humanity was the worrywart from Qi, claiming that the value of the phrase the sky is falling outweighed all written words in the history of civilization, which could all be used for wiping. Some even contemplated traveling to the old land of Qi to commit suicide, as a tribute to this sage, and surprisingly, a wave of supporters gathered. Various websites spiraled out of control, unable to promptly block these incitements to suicide. If this trend continues, humanity may not even be able to die with dignity. Suddenly, she noticed Chu Tian sitting silently in a corner, gazing at her. She quickly erased her gloomy expression and approached him with a smile. Tian said, Sister Yu, do you have a moment? Of course, feel free to tell me what you need. I would like you to accompany me on a hike, but let me make it clear that you are not to carry me or assist me. I will walk on my own, as far as I can. He stated calmly. Lately, I haven't been feeling well. Perhaps this will be my last hike. Yulesui felt a pang of sorrow in her heart and softly replied, all right. I want to carry you. I will walk with you, and wherever we reach, that will be it. Let us go. They did not inform the 2 elders and quietly exited. Chu Tian led her toward the back mountain, where there were hardly any paths, making the trek especially arduous. Not only was Tian physically weak, but it seemed his motor skills were also impaired. He walked unsteadily like a drunken man. To help him fulfill his wish, Yulesui steeled herself not to offer support, merely following behind, ready to assist should he stumble. She felt a bittersweet sensation. After walking a short distance, they arrived at a sheer cliff. Here was a small platform with a stack of firewood, neatly arranged in a square pattern with logs the thickness of a calf, about shoulder high, topped with pine branches to shield it from rain. Yulesui puzzled. Is this firewood your family's supply? Why is it placed so far away? Tianla shook his head, focusing intently on the stack of firewood, a shadow of gloom briefly crossing his eyes before dissipating. Tianla, I am not saddened. Your life may be short, but living brilliantly and dying gracefully is worthwhile. Yulesui smiled. In truth, I admire you deeply. No. I revere you as a steadfast member of the Haxing clan. I shall also change my name to Yuhachuhabo from today. What a unique name. Ensuring no one else will share it. Their laughter echoed loudly against the vast, empty mountain gorge. An eagle soared overhead, ascending into the sky. It wasn't he the vulture typically seen at Tibetan sky burial sites, nor a golden eagle as described in local tourism brochures, but rather a common northern hawk. Tianla, are you asleep? If you're awake, can we chat for one last night? Tianla was indeed awake, his dark pupils glimmering in the night, evidently surprised by Yu Leshui's presence. His lips moved slightly, signaling agreement. His speech was unclear, often requiring her to read his lips, a skill she had honed in recent days. As Tianla prepared to rise, Yu Leshui gently pressed him back down, positioning herself face-to-face with him while pulling over a chair. Lowering her voice to avoid disturbing the two elders, she said, Tianla, I don't wish to turn on the light. It makes it difficult to read your lips. How about you just listen to me? I have interviewed your early life. And I would like to share my own early life as well, to keep things fair. Wouldn't you agree? Tianla silently smiled and softly replied, Okay, you speak. I shall listen. Yu Leshui spoke freely, her thoughts meandering wherever they wished. She recounted, Before you fell ill, I was much like you, always cheerful and full of laughter. My name has the character Lu, which my father often claimed was the most accurate name he could give. In middle school, during a break, I laughed uncontrollably for some reason and happened to be caught by the principal. Normally, a laugh during a break isn't a grave offense. But I was so exuberant that I caused all the girls in the class to burst into laughter. The principal was furious and summoned me to his office. My mother teaches at the same school, and someone quickly rushed to inform her. It's serious. Your daughter has been called to the principal's office for a major offense. You must go and intervene. My mother remained calm, sitting as if nothing were amiss, saying, It's nothing serious. What could be such a big deal? She probably just laughed again during class. No one knows their daughter better than a mother. Yu Leshui continued, Not only am I cheerful, but I am also quite daring. I love swimming, climbing trees, and hiking. At amusement parks, I would try everything, even things that some boys were too afraid to attempt, like roller coasters and rock climbing. There was nothing I wouldn't try. I dated a boy in college, but we broke up because of this very trait. He accompanied me on a roller coaster once, and he was so terrified that he turned pale and nearly vomited. It's true that courage varies by nature, and I can't blame him. It was already commendable that he was willing to risk his life with me, but I found him too soft-hearted, always overly sentimental, and ultimately, we parted ways. Even my mother felt sorry for him, saying, With your wild spirit, when will you ever be tamed? I replied, Why should I be tamed? Isn't it better to be free for a lifetime? 15 years ago, when we first met, it was in this very area. Do you remember the scene? I can recall it vividly. You appeared indifferent, ignoring everything around you, sitting atop a large blue-striped suitcase, solely focused on blowing bubbles. In your eyes, I saw something heavy and profound, far beyond what a 7-year-old should possess. Years later, thinking back on it still pains me. Your mother was in an even worse state, nearly on the brink of a mental breakdown. Therefore, seeing you both so cheerful now truly brings me solace. Me too, he replied softly. I was reluctant to part ways with all three of you. I felt gloomy all the way here. Later, I even asked my mother if sister you would come to visit again. I must have asked this for 2 or 3 years, maybe 4 or 5 years. Eventually, I stopped asking as I grew older. Is that so? Yu Leshui felt a mixture of bittersweetness and tenderness. Tianla's words struck the softest part of her heart. In this remote, desolate mountain, a boy afflicted with a terminal illness had longed for a sister he had only met once, yet ultimately never saw again. This thought cut through her heart like a knife. What should not have happened is that during her visit for the interview, she unexpectedly found herself visiting the 3 individuals in the mountains, which filled her with guilt. Tianla, it's my fault. After our breakup, I should have come to see you, especially during the winter and summer breaks. However, I never anticipated that we would encounter each other in such a unique circumstance. It seems we are indeed fated. The term fate was sensitive, and she casually uttered it, while Tianla smiled silently in response. After a moment, Yu Leshui suddenly took Tianla's hand, gazing into his eyes and said, I am very willing. I am so happy, but there is one condition. Yu Leshui, somewhat dissatisfied, exclaimed, Hey, it's usually the girls who set the terms. Why is it reversed with you? Fine, I agree to your terms. Now what is it? Tianla's fingers tightened around her hand slowly, his face glowing with excitement. The two exchanged joyful glances, and Yu Leshui leaned in to give him a passionate kiss, which Tianla eagerly reciprocated. Outside, footsteps approached. It was Tianla's mother, who came every night to remind her son to turn over in bed to prevent bed sores. Seeing Yu Leshui in her son's room surprised her somewhat. Auntie, let me take care of him from now on, Yu Leshui said. We just made a pact. I have decided to stay and accompany him through life. Your son is quite agreeable and has not embarrassed me. Tianla's mother looked at Yul Shui with a hint of disbelief, then at her son. The sparkle in their eyes spoke volumes. She embraced the girl tightly, exclaiming, I am so happy, truly overjoyed. Mr. Ma, come quickly. Yul Shui has decided to stay. Mr. Ma hurriedly donned his prosthetic leg and rushed over to embrace Yul Shui, although his expression was decidedly more complex than that of Tianla's mother, whose joy was pure and unclouded. Mr. Gu, please do not make this difficult for me. I understand your intentions. Let me tell you, I am not content with merely being a lover. I wish to marry him formally. Thank you, boss. I must say, you are the best boss in the world. Yul Shui thought to herself that not only had she encountered the best boss, but also the best parents. Naturally, her parents were taken aback by her decision. They did not wish for their daughter to suffer throughout her life. After 2 days of earnest persuasion, they ultimately accepted her choice, as they understood her stubbornness. Once she made a decision, it was nearly impossible to sway her. Moreover, despite Tianla's physical ailments, the Yule couple held a deep respect for him, which significantly eased their resistance to her decision. Besides, with the world seemingly on the brink of collapse, worldly concerns had become trivial. Without wasting any time, that very night, Yul Shui dismantled the bed in the living room and moved the bedding into Tianla's room. 2 days later, Mr. Ma, avoiding Tianla and his mother, summoned Yul Shui to a secluded spot behind a thick water ash tree, accompanied by the gentle sound of a stream. Shui'er, Mr. Ma said affectionately, your decision to stay fills both me and Dongmei with immense gratitude. However, to take responsibility for you and your parents, I must speak candidly. Marriage is a significant matter. Please consider it carefully and do not act solely on impulse. You know this will be a lifelong commitment, at least for Tianla. Yul Shui laughed lightly. Who says it will be a lifelong burden? Tianla and I have already agreed that if I ever feel tired or unhappy, thinking of it as a burden rather than a joy, I will simply leave without hesitation. Mr. Ma smiled and shook his head. Do not be naive. It is easy to say, but once you are caught in the whirlpool of emotions, extricating yourself is not so simple. What is there to worry about? If I can leave, I will. If I cannot, it means this emotional whirlpool is worth holding on to. Uncle, you elders love to complicate simple matters. Amused yet bemused, Mr. Ma replied, Child, can this really be deemed simple? The following words are difficult to express, yet I must say them. You mentioned marrying Tianla formally, but have you considered that due to his condition, he may not be able to have children, or even, I am uncertain if you will have a normal intimate life. These words cast a shadow on Yul Shui's heart. Her 2 nights with Tianla had indeed not resulted in a successful intimate connection. She had never been a frigid girl, so this would be a significant shortcoming in her life. Yet, the allure of their bond outweighed this deficiency. She buried her sorrow deep within and continued to smile. That is not a problem. Even if Tianla lacks sexual ability, it does not matter. I do not intend to live like a chaste nun. Love and intimacy can be separated. Just close your eyes when the time comes. At this point, Mr. Ma found himself at a loss for words. It appeared that the generational gap between elders and youth was indeed vast. His meticulously prepared speech had been effortlessly dismantled by this girl. He shook his head, casting aside his previous concerns, and cheerfully declared, Very well, I shall say no more. I sincerely wish you both happiness. Shui'er, to be honest, both Dongmei, and I truly hope you will stay. Yul Shui coordinated the wedding date with her parents and informed Mr. Gu and Sister He. Mr. Gu, astonished, exclaimed, 3 days from now? You are indeed swift as lightning. Yul Shui teased, with the world about to collapse, should I not seize the time to enjoy love? Mentioning the impending collapse darkened Mr. G's expression. That demon had now taken residence in the hearts of the people and would not depart. Even this joyful occasion was a result of its machinations, making it all the more disconcerting. He shook his head, casting aside his gloom, and responded, Very well, I, along with the entire team at the newspaper, will attend the wedding. Please, do not. Yul Shui implored. Let me explain my reasoning. I do not wish to trouble 2 disabled individuals with a descent down the mountain, and this mountain dwelling cannot accommodate too many guests. I only plan for my parents to attend. Others will have to be politely declined. This wedding will be simple. I do not even intend to wear a wedding dress. I appreciate your intentions, but please do not come. Mr. Gu pondered briefly. Allow me to arrange this. Wait for my news. Yul Shui suspiciously inquired. What do you mean by you arranging things? I have already made arrangements. But Mr. Ge had already hung up the phone. The following evening, Mr. Ge called, bustling with excitement. Listen, little fish, I took the liberty of arranging a few things. You may blame me later, but for now, you must comply. I contacted Mr. He. He will personally attend your wedding. He has arranged for a helicopter, the very one you rode before, to take your family down the mountain, where the welcoming hotel you once stayed at will host the ceremony. The hotel will be closed that day, exclusively for your service. I have sent out invitations online to all your acquaintances, even to those who admire Tianla and you. I plan to make this the grandest wedding in the world, rivaling that of a British prince and princess. Yul Shui shook her head in disbelief. Mr. Ge, you are usually so prudent in your dealings. She was genuinely astonished. This is not acceptable. Are you engaging in illegal fundraising? I absolutely cannot accept such a large sum. I anticipated you would refuse such a hefty amount, but it certainly cannot be returned. I have just come up with an idea. Let us establish a foundation with these funds. I even have a name in mind, Li's Friends Foundation. After all, both your names contain the character Lu. The foundation's primary purpose will be to ensure the livelihood and work of Tianla, this disabled scientist, allowing him to fully showcase his talents to society. While it is indeed for his personal benefit, it is inherently philanthropic. Furthermore, we can also engage in other charitable endeavors, though I have not yet decided what those will be. Yul Shui sighed. Very well, we will have to proceed this way, and we can finalize the foundation's objectives later. Mr. Ge, your assistance is overwhelmingly forceful. I truly do not know whether to thank you or to resent you. In the days leading up to the wedding, Yul Shui was so preoccupied with preparations that she did not go online. After hanging up the phone, she hurried to check the internet. What she found startled her. It was as if a nuclear explosion had occurred online, with a tidal wave of congratulatory messages flooding in, overwhelming the network. The internet was so slow that she could only skim the headlines. Netizens fervently extend their blessings to this couple, proclaiming them as true heroes, one a hero of thought, the other a hero of emotion. They assert that with such a wedding, even if humanity were to perish tomorrow, it would leave behind a legacy of profound dignity. Observing this, Yuleswi cannot help but feel a weight in her heart. The online atmosphere is highly charged, yet beneath this fervor lies an undercurrent of sorrow, a catharsis of apocalyptic sentiments, albeit manifested through an intense display of compassion. Mr. Ge's intentions are commendable, yet the scale of the event feels somewhat reckless. She conveyed all this to her family. Tianla and Uncle Ma had yet to voice their thoughts, but Tianla's mother was taken aback by the grandeur of it all, exclaiming her reluctance to attend, given her prominent pregnancy. Uncle Ma chuckled at her. Can you really avoid it? You are the mother of the groom and the mother-in-law of the bride. As the saying goes, even an unattractive bride must meet her in-laws. In your case, it's an unattractive mother-in-law must meet her bride. Laughter erupted around the family, leaving Tianla's mother slightly embarrassed. Yuleswi, embracing her mother-in-law, smiled and remarked, "Where's the unattractiveness? I believe pregnant women are the most beautiful." A wave of melancholy washed over her as she contemplated that she might not experience such beauty herself. She quickly dispelled this moment of gloom, laughing and saying, "There's no escaping it. I must comply with Mr. G's arrangements." On the morning of the third day, the AC-311 helicopter arrived. Manned by the same two armed police officers who had assisted them previously, they helped the entire family board the helicopter. The day before, Yuleswi had descended the mountain to purchase wedding candies, which she joyfully distributed to the two officers and the pilot, Xiao Zhu, once aboard. As the helicopter soared over a mountain ridge, the welcoming hotel came into view, but the scene below astonished them. The access road from National Highway 311 to the hotel was congested with cars, a sight typical of mountainous roads. Though well-maintained, they are narrow, and turning around is a challenge. As they flew closer and lower, they could see armed police officers at an intersection 10 kilometers from the hotel, directing and advising cars to turn back. The youthful Xiao Zhu turned back with a smile, but the four merely shook their heads, their hearts filled with sweet warmth. The atmosphere at the hotel was equally vibrant, with the courtyard filled with cars, and many more parked along nearby roads and fields, at least 300 to 400 vehicles. Mr. Ge and the Yu couple welcomed guests at the entrance. As the four disembarked from the helicopter, Mr. Ge playfully silenced Yuleswi. "I'm currently coordinating traffic management inside. We'll meet again at the wedding. By the way, I've prepared wedding attire for you two based on your physiques. It should fit well. So you and Xiaochu should hurry and change." A lively yet chaotic wedding ceremony took place in the hotel lobby at noon. a consequence of the rushed preparations and lack of prior coordination. Dressed in a delicate wedding gown, Uleswi appeared radiant. Elder He presided over the ceremony, with Mr. Gu serving as the witness. Their speeches, along with those from both families and the newlyweds, elicited waves of applause. The bride's father, Yu Zifu, emotionally remarked, "Water is our treasure jewel. We feared she would melt in our mouths. Now she has willingly chosen a rugged path, and we bless her, believing she will find happiness in a simple life." The groom's godfather, Ma Shichi, expressed gratitude to the Yu couple, recalling how 15 years prior, they had brought Tianla and his mother to him when they were in dire straits, thus altering their lives forever. Now, their daughter bravely chose to stay and accompany Tianla, and they could not adequately express their gratitude. Groom Chu Tianla's speech was unexpectedly poignant. "When Water chose to stay with me, I stipulated that she must feel joy, not suffering. If ever she feels weary and wishes to leave, I will smile and let her go. At that time, I hope everyone will applaud her new decision." The guests, taken aback momentarily, erupted into enthusiastic applause, with Uleswi smiling and affirming, "Indeed, that is our agreement, but I believe I will always joyfully remain here." Today's guests numbered nearly 2,000, and the hotel had spared no effort for this banquet. The private rooms and hall were insufficient, so the venue had ingeniously set up tables throughout the courtyard, using borrowed school desks pieced together. Regardless of the humble setup, the guests were in high spirits. According to local custom, the newlyweds must toast each table, but given Chu Tianla's condition, he could not endure it. He managed to make his way to the hall and courtyard with his wife's support to toast everyone collectively. Throughout the wedding, he maintained a calm demeanor, but at this moment, his emotions began to overflow, and he simply uttered a heartfelt thank you before choking up. The applause of the guests filled the silence that followed. By 3 in the afternoon, most guests had departed. Female colleagues from the press, having missed the chance to speak with Uleswi earlier, clustered around her, chattering excitedly for a while before leaving in small groups. Elder He prepared to depart as well, inviting the 6 family members from the Ma and Yu families and Mr. Go into his room. Uleswi eagerly remarked, "Elder He, you mustn't be so ungracious. Since I inadvertently attended the meeting at loud yelling, I should at least receive an invitation for the next high-level meeting." Her mother chastised her for her lack of decorum, but Elder He chuckled, "Today, I shall indulge in a bit of liberalism. To be honest, I did include you in the recommended list for attendees, but the second meeting was not organized by me. The State Council's office balanced the participants and removed you from the list, so you cannot blame me." "Really? Even though I couldn't attend?" "I still wish to thank you." Mr. Gu, blushing, added, "Elder He, your criticism is warranted. I may have been a bit reckless. However, I must also commend you. Your grand wedding has served as a significant outlet for societal emotions." He addressed the group. "You may have noticed that the collective emotions during the wedding were somewhat abnormal, overly exuberant. This stems from that dreadful news, as the public harbors turbulent sentiments. Yet, this wedding has transformed it into a positive outpouring of love and compassion, which has greatly inspired me." "Xiao Gu, I heard you started a foundation?" "Yes, I checked yesterday. The account balance has already exceeded 300 million. Tianla and his father exchanged glances, and Ma Shichi succinctly stated, "We will remain here." "Very well, I respect your decision. Now, allow me to present you with a gift." Elder He smiled, though it is not a personal gift, but rather a state provision. "I have completed the necessary formalities prior to my arrival. Here it is. Your AC-311 helicopter will now serve as your private aircraft, with the armed police officer, the young Xiao Zhu, as your pilot. The transport costs will be borne by the state." Uleswi squealed with delight, while Chu Tianla's eyes sparkled and the others shared in their excitement. Elder He exchanged a few pleasantries with the Yu couple and Tianla's mother before calling out, "Yang Yang, now that the serious matters are concluded, you may come out." At this cue, a boy of about 10 burst into the room, evidently brimming with impatience. He had a round face, thick eyebrows, and bright eyes, dressed in a tank top and shorts. He greeted everyone in the room before beaming at Chu Tianla. Elder He introduced him. "This is my grandson, nicknamed Yang Ang. Full name He Zizhou, a future astronomer. He insisted on coming along this time to meet you too." Uleswi pulled him over, embracing him playfully. "You only admire them? That hurts my feelings." "No, I'm your fan too. Sister Yu, I read that interview you wrote. It was incredibly moving." He continued, "Your fans online are just as numerous as Brother Chu's. Everyone says you are a great and noble woman, rich in spirit of sacrifice. illuminating the remaining days of a genius afflicted by a terminal illness with the light of love. This was evidently borrowed language from the internet, prompting laughter from everyone. Ulesui frowned. No, I cannot endure such flattery. Little Yang Yang, you're just a kid. How can you be so cheesy? He Lao remarked. Yang Yang has always had a passion for astronomy, and recently he has committed to a grand aspiration upon growing up. He wants to join the esteemed Chu Ma duo to thoroughly unravel the mysteries of the Chu Ma discovery. Ma Shichi responded, that sounds splendid. We warmly welcome you. Feel free to visit my home during the holidays. Allow me to boast a little. I have nurtured one Chu Tian, but I yearn to cultivate a second. Uncle Ma. We have an agreement. As soon as the holidays commence, I shall come. It's settled. Our entire family welcomes you. He Lao took Yang Yang and placed his grandson's hands into the hands of the two Chus, calmly stating, very well, old Ma, Xiao Chu. I entrust my grandson to your care. This seemingly casual gesture bore the weight of ceremonial solemnity, and the onlookers understood its profound significance, feeling a sense of reverence. He was, in essence, conveying, I entrust the lineage of the He family to you. I entrust our bloodline to you. Please, strive for breakthroughs in science, enabling Yang Yang and all of humanity to escape this collapsing hell, ensuring the continuation of human civilization and our bloodline. I understand this is a daunting task, and the glimmer of hope appears distant, yet I implore you to exert yourselves 100-fold and never give up. From his expression, the crowd perceived a subtle sorrow. He Lao was a man of few emotions, and this was the only display of feeling during their two encounters. Ma Shichi and Chu Tianla were deeply moved, firmly grasping the child's hands and succinctly assuring, rest assured, He Lao, we shall certainly do our utmost. He Lao, it is our responsibility. Yang Yang chimed in with a smile, it is also my responsibility. As He Lao and Yang Yang prepared to depart, Yang Yang reluctantly bid farewell to everyone. They gathered at the hotel entrance, watching as the long red flag vehicle disappeared along the winding road. The room housing the telescope for stargazing must be devoid of any air conditioning measures to ensure that the telescope's temperature aligns with the external environment, thereby preventing atmospheric disturbances caused by temperature discrepancies. The redshift of distant stars is significant enough that minimal dispersion suffices for accurate measurement. During that clandestine meeting at loud yelling, He Lao seated the scientists in the front row. He may not have anticipated that this would become a metaphor or omen of an era, in a time of catastrophe. Scientists emerged as protagonists, extending beyond the realm of pure academia. Science and politics fused with unprecedented force, birthing a unique stratum known as scientific governance, which began to directly steer the helm of human civilization. My husband, Chu Tianla, my father-in-law, Ma Shichi, and I are among them. However, we are somewhat swept into this position by the tide of events. There is one exception, Ji Renrui, who can be credited for carving a new path in the original riverbed, thus creating a new current. He later became my platonic lover. Excerpted from A Century of Shells. By Yu Lishui. Director Lu Jun of the Qi County Public Security Bureau knocked on County Chief Ji's door, and a voice from within replied, is that you, Director Lu? Please, come in. He pushed the door open and found County Chief Ji reclining in a high-backed chair, contemplatively facing the window, with only his head visible above the backrest. Old Lu took a seat on the sofa, while County Chief Ji maintained his posture, lost in thought. Old Lu grew impatient, clearing his throat, prompting Ji to slowly turn his chair and calmly say, speak. Ji Renrui reproached gently, if the police had detected the signs online sooner, today's situation would have been much better. Director Lu felt a flush rise to his face. The county chief was indeed correct. Old Lu was known for his heavy-handed approach in law enforcement, yet he had undeniably overlooked this matter. Following the announcement of the Chu Ma discovery, a wave of fervor had emerged online, with the public planning to gather in Qi County for a collective suicide to commemorate the melancholy Qi person, deemed humanity's only sage. Although the suicidal rhetoric was later suppressed on websites, the actions were clandestinely organized online. Regrettably, as the local police chief, he had failed to recognize the seriousness of the online uproar, which indeed was a grave oversight. 6 days prior, a large influx of outsiders, including numerous foreigners, had suddenly descended upon Qi County, gathering in a field on the outskirts of the city to commence a collective sit-in. They referred to it as a sit-in rather than a hunger strike, rendering the police unable to take action, as they could not classify them as a cult inciting mass suicide. The identities of the participants remained unclear. County Chief Ji had proposed an idea, to ascertain the identities of these potential suicides and notify their families to come to Qi County to dissuade them. Director Liu felt awkward. Ji Renrui glanced at old Liu without further comment. It was precisely these individuals of higher intellect who possessed the sensitivity to comprehend the implications of the Chu Ma discovery for humanity, compelling them to resolutely pursue this course of action. Old Liu's intellectual caliber evidently fell short of this understanding. At this moment, old Liu was eagerly watching him, hoping he would swiftly arrive at a decision. The robust old Liu had risen through the ranks from grassroots levels, making him a seasoned figure in the political arena, not easily swayed by others. Yet he held deep admiration for this 35-year-old young county chief. Ji, an elite graduate from Peking University, studied international politics and had worked in several embassies before being parachuted in to become county chief. In just 2 years, he had garnered an excellent reputation. What impressed old Liu most was Ji's effortless calmness in his work, whether managing colleague relations or addressing emergencies, displaying remarkable poise. In old Liu's eyes, such individuals were born to be high-ranking officials. At the very least, they were suited for the position of vice premier, while serving as county chief was merely a stepping stone in their inevitable ascent. Additionally, County Chief Ji's appearance and demeanor were commendable. Ever since he arrived in Qi County, the attractive young women in the county government and committee began flocking to the county chief's office, as if infused with newfound vitality. Until Ji's wife was also transferred to Qi County, which gradually quelled this fervor. In recent days, County Chief Ji had devised a few clever strategies, prompting old Liu to make preparations, all the while advising him to remain patient and wait for the right moment to act. However, old Liu found it increasingly difficult to remain composed. Following the announcement of the Chu Ma discovery, the central government had issued multiple directives emphasizing the importance of maintaining social stability, which had become the foremost priority in the political arena. Should Qi County experience a collective suicide involving thousands, old Liu's position as police chief would be irreparably compromised, potentially implicating the county chief as well. County Chief Ji calmly stated, "Then let us proceed. They have been on hunger strike for 5 days, and the time has come." He instructed the personnel on site to prepare a meat pot. Observing old Liu's expression, he reassured him, "Old Liu, there is no need for excessive concern. The organizers of this collective suicide are certainly inexperienced. How could they possibly utilize hunger strikes to orchestrate a mass suicide? Organizing such a collective act of slow suicide is exceedingly challenging. Among such a large group, there would undoubtedly be individuals who could not endure until the end." They arrived at the field on the outskirts of the city, just as old Liu had described. Drawing near elicited a palpable atmosphere of resolute despair. Under the blazing sun, over 10,000 individuals sat in the stubbled field, a dark mass devoid of sound or movement, resembling a foreboding graveyard, a truly unsettling sight. Most had grown weak, unable to maintain their seated positions, collapsing on the ground. Among the crowd were a few children, some even infants, none of whom cried or fussed, all languidly nestled in their mother's arms, clearly lacking the strength to weep. Ji Renrui understood that among the 10,000, some must have already succumbed to fatigue or regret. Yet they remained bound by the collective will. Breaking this oppressive atmosphere was essential for their survival, enabling them to make independent decisions anew. If a few retreated, the others would follow suit. Surrounding the crowd were dozens of large pots, filled with pork and various spices. Following Ji's instructions, the meat pots had long been lit. And at that moment, the broth bubbled, releasing a rich aroma that wafted over the crowd. For those who had been hungry for 5 days, this was undeniably a lethal temptation. Many instinctively sniffed the air, their faces displaying near-dizzy expressions. Yet, no one stirred, for that atmosphere still enveloped them. A construct they themselves had established, referred to in physics as positive feedback. Ji Renrui took a megaphone from his subordinates and made his way directly to the center of the crowd. Before speaking, he took a moment to gather his emotions, transforming his usual stern demeanor into a beaming smile as he exclaimed, "Hello everyone. I am Ji Renrui, the county magistrate of Qi County. I am here to greet you and welcome you to Qi County." The crowd remained unresponsive, with only a few individuals glancing up briefly before lying back down. "I have come specifically to express my gratitude. Why am I thankful? Because your presence in Qi County has facilitated a significant event for us. It is important to note that the ancient Qi state originally resided here, but later relocated to the regions of Zhuqiang and Anxiu in Shandong. That anxious Qi person must now be a treasure, greatly revitalizing tourism. However, Whether he is from Hunan Qi or Shandong Qi is not recorded in historical texts. In our effort to reclaim him, we will inevitably engage in a protracted war of words with Shandong. Fortunately, your stir has made things easier. It is now certain that the Qi prophet is indeed from Hunan. The Shandong people cannot take him away. Therefore, on behalf of the elders of Qi County, I thank you all. Furthermore, I bring you good news. Qi County has decided to construct a gigantic statue of the Qi person, taller than the Great Buddha of Amei and the Great Buddha of Taihu. The statue will be situated right in the center of the gathering where you are all presently seated. To align with this year's peak tourist season, we will hold the groundbreaking ceremony today. I hope the hunger strikers in the center will cooperate and move aside to allow us to commence the groundbreaking. Qi County solemnly assures you that the names of all who have dedicated themselves will be inscribed on the statue's base, commemorating your contributions to Qi County. Of course, this is contingent upon you providing your names. After delivering this speech in both Chinese and English, he waved his hand, and the construction team, already waiting on the periphery, promptly entered the crowd center, either persuading or forcibly carrying the hunger strikers to the outskirts. The hunger strikers being removed were furious, yet their weakness rendered them unable to resist. The resolute atmosphere had undeniably been disrupted. Among those taken away were 5 men, 4 Chinese and 1 foreigner. The police had largely identified them as the organizers of the hunger strike, the core of the suicidal group. They were separated and placed in different locations, preventing them from discussing strategies in a timely manner. He lowered his head, seeking the opinions of the hunger strikers. Director Liu, standing nearby, listened intently, his palms damp with cold sweat. He understood that Ji Renrui intended to play the fool today, attempting to undermine the sacred atmosphere of the hunger strike. Whether his strategy would prove effective remained to be seen. Just then, Ji Renrui seemed to recall something and raised his head, stating, "Oh, by the way, I have another piece of news. One of the discoverers of the Chuma discovery, the astronomer with the surname Ma, is an old friend of my father. I spoke with him over the phone last night, and he mentioned that he has provided an explanation for the cause of the spatial collapse. The explanation itself is quite profound and difficult for the general public to understand, but Mr. Ma offered a simple analogy. God, or heaven, accidentally tossed a stone into this universe, and with a splash, the stone disappeared, creating ripples, which are the blue shifts of the celestial bodies previously discovered. However, these disturbances are temporary and will soon return to calm. To put it crudely, this catastrophe is merely a momentary tremor as God relieves himself. Once finished, everything will return to normal." Mr. Ma stated that this hypothesis will soon be announced after expert discussions. Although these two crude metaphors were somewhat vulgar, they were vivid and reasonable. Hope gleamed in the eyes of many. They had arrived with a resolute intention to die. But if this catastrophe was merely a momentary tremor from God, the county magistrate's words might be false, yet they warranted verification. After all, life and death are no trifles. And once lost, one cannot simply restart the game. A middle-aged man in the crowd raised his head and beckoned Ji Renrui over. Ji Renrui promptly approached and handed the megaphone to him. The man, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "I have no desire for my name to be inscribed on any base, nor do I wish to contribute to your tourism industry." He pulled out a 100 yuan bill and tossed it to the ground, proclaiming, "I won't die here. If I must, I will choose a cleaner place without the stench of money. This is money. Bring me your braised meat and flatbreads." Ji Renrui remained unfazed, still smiling. "You underestimate your host, dear guest. The braised meat and flatbreads are complimentary. I shall bring them to you immediately. However, sir, take it easy. You mustn't eat too hastily after fasting for so long." He called out, "This gentleman has decided to end his hunger strike. Quickly, serve him a bowl of meat soup and a large flatbread." Immediately, someone approached with a bowl of soup, calling out as they walked, "Here it comes. Fragrant meat soup and flatbreads." Ji Renrui loudly inquired, "Who else wishes for some?" A young man raised his head, declaring, "I too will not die here. Bring me a bowl." Others shouted for meat soup and flatbreads to be brought to them. However, after this, no one else requested food, and Director Liu felt a sense of heaviness in his heart. These two individuals were actually his subordinates, strategically placed within the hunger strike group to blend in, and they had been fasting alongside them for 5 days. They had specifically chosen officers with good Mandarin to avoid revealing any local accent. However, given the current situation, could these two false sheep sway this group of stubborn, true sheep? Standing in the midst of the crowd, Ji Renrui surveyed his surroundings and suddenly exclaimed, Quickly. That lady also wants meat soup, the one with the child. The staff hurriedly delivered meat soup and flatbreads to her. The 30-something woman had not explicitly asked for any, but when the soup was offered, she hesitated momentarily, glancing at her child's feeble and yearning gaze, before reaching out to accept it and began feeding her child. Ji Renrui continued to point out individuals, that gentleman in the suit, that beautiful lady in the green dress, that lovely couple. He chuckled. Enough, I can't count them all. Just serve the meat soup and line them up. He repeated these words in English. Bowls of meat soup and flatbreads were distributed throughout the crowd. A few individuals stubbornly refused, yet the vast majority accepted. Ji Renrui felt a weight lift from his heart, knowing that the collective atmosphere had been pierced. And even if a few obstinate individuals remained, solutions could be devised. Outside the circle, Director Liu was in awe of Ji Renrui's quick thinking. Thanks to the county magistrate's ingenuity, the situation had been turned around, and his cleverness was rooted in a profound understanding of human nature. Had the meat soup been rejected by the First Lady and the bowl smashed to the ground in anger, the situation could have easily spiraled in the opposite direction, becoming irreparable. Yet Ji Renrui had discerned that the mother would not refuse. Most of the hunger strikers slowly sipped the meat soup and nibbled on the flatbreads in silence, avoiding eye contact, perhaps feeling shame for their betrayal. Half an hour later, those who had eaten began to quietly depart. Among the crowd were hundreds of foreigners, most of whom also followed suit, silently consuming their meals before leaving. Ji Renrui recognized that the tide had turned, so he exited the crowd. At that moment, the smile on his face had vanished. Director Liu discreetly gave him a thumbs up, avoiding the gaze of others. Ji Renrui smiled faintly and whispered, "There are still about 20 or 30 individuals refusing to eat. After the crowd disperses, we'll separate them and persuade them individually. If that fails, we can take them to the hospital for glucose." "Very well. I estimate we can convince them. We should intercept all the foreigners, find a way to arrange their exit procedures, and expedite their departure. A host is at peace when the guests have left." "Understood. Your two subordinates have endured. Please extend my thanks to them and ensure they are well taken care of." "No need for your reminders." He smiled and quietly asked, "County Magistrate, is there really that hypothesis about God relieving himself?" Ji Renrui shook his head. "Unfortunately, I was merely employing a ruse. I must take my leave. The aftermath here is in your hands." "Very well. But is that statue truly going to be built?" Director Liu pointed towards the workers beginning their tasks in the crowd. "Indeed, it shall be constructed. I did not convene a collective discussion at the county committee. This was purely a personal endeavor. The sculptor is a friend of mine who, out of camaraderie, brought along over a dozen students, treating it as a graduation project. The land acquisition and material costs were sponsored by my efforts. Although it was only sufficient to erect a modest statue, far inferior to the Amei Golden Buddha." He smiled, stating that his earlier remarks about the tourism industry were not mere idle talk. As long as society does not collapse immediately, this statue should invigorate tourism in Qi County. I departed. He cast a heavy gaze over the scene of the hunger strike in recovery. Today, his scheme had triumphed, which should have brought him joy. Yet he felt a profound despondency. After a long pause, he sighed inexplicably and left. Ji Renrui smiled without uttering a word, washed his hands in the restroom, and then checked on his 5-year-old son, who was peacefully asleep. He inquired, "Did Chong Chong cause any trouble at kindergarten today?" Miao Yao replied that he did not. Chong Chong was known as the mischievous child in the kindergarten, often causing headaches for the teachers. Yet Ji Renrui had always been rather unconcerned. He often told his wife not to overly restrain their child's nature. A bit of wildness would serve him well in adulthood. He gently kissed his slumbering son and took a seat at the dining table. His wife had prepared his favorite dish, crab, saying, "I made this special treat for you tonight. By the way, Lao Lu mentioned that statue and urged me to advise you earnestly. Although you did not request funds from the county, this is a sensitive time, and many people are harboring resentment. Introducing a statue to revive tourism might provoke public backlash, leading them to accuse you of exploiting the national crisis for personal gain, which would not end well." Lao Lu, in a later conversation, expressed his emotions, acknowledging that he knew Ji County Chief was no ordinary person and would eventually achieve great heights. He implored him not to stumble over trivial matters. She peeled the crab meat and placed it before her husband, softly stating, "Renrui, I believe Lao Lu is sincere, and his concerns are valid." Ji Renrui, savoring the crab meat, replied leisurely, "Do not worry. I have considered this matter thoroughly. However, it is still too early to divulge everything. Let us discuss it again once the statue is completed. Rest assured, I will not keep anything from you. Thereafter, he shifted the conversation away from the topic. According to the couple's established understanding, as long as the husband remained silent, Miao Yao would not press further. Yet, she could not dispel her unease. For her husband's tone suggested he was on the brink of making a significant decision. Unlike other official wives, Miao Yao was neither avaricious nor fond of luxury. She was discreet and unassuming. Her sole concern, indeed her life's purpose, was to assist her husband in his political ascent, recognizing his talents and ambitions. She had determined this before marrying him. Typically, she spoke cautiously, never gossiping in front of other official wives, yet she remained ever vigilant. Attentive to the subtle shifts in the political landscape, she deemed Lao Lu's admonition to hold merit, pondering what comprehensive considerations her husband might possess. In the months that followed, Ji Renrui prioritized the completion of the statue. He convened meetings to coordinate land acquisitions, collaborated with the sculptor Ji Dake from Beijing on the design concepts, organized construction, and inspected the statue's progress on site. Other officials in the county were somewhat perplexed. Ji County Chief's usual approach was not so unilateral, even in personal matters. He would at least inform his colleagues. However, since Ji remained silent, they chose to maintain a polite discretion. 4 months later, the statue of Qi Ren was completed at an astonishing pace. Its overall composition was rather unconventional, defying norms. A massive hemispherical marble base, entirely black, resembled a starlit night sky. The surface was adorned with shallow relief carvings of the Northern Hemisphere's star map, with celestial bodies inlaid with white quartz, and connected by metal wires according to the ancient Chinese 28 constellations, inscribing the names of the constellations. The upper part of the hemisphere featured an irregular gap, revealing a naked man, his hair styled in an ancient topknot. His expression was melancholic, his gaze desolate, head tilted back, arms raised with palms facing the heavens, as if posing a celestial inquiry, or perhaps foolishly attempting to support the sky. His frail body, with ribs protruding, starkly contrasted the robust beauty of Greek sculptures. The statue's height was proportionate to a real person, appearing diminutive when set against the vast base, subverting the typical scale of statues and their pedestals. This design accentuated human insignificance and fragility, and combined with the dark backdrop of the base, it imparted a heavy sense of oppression to the viewer. Yet, the starry sky, which the statue should gaze upon, lay beneath his feet, lending him an air of grandeur. Ji Renrui presided over a low-key, unofficial ribbon-cutting ceremony, attended solely by himself. He did not extend invitations to others. Once the ceremony concluded and the attendees dispersed, including Ji Dake's students who rushed off to a karaoke venue to relax, only 2 old friends remained before the statue, gazing intently at their 4-month endeavor. The statue embodied gloom, desolation, and confusion, mirroring the sculptor's state of mind. As dusk descended, Ji Renrui took Ji Dake and drove to a familiar upscale restaurant, Shui Yifeng. Addressing the owner, Boss Chu, no need to order, serve the finest available. Mr. Ji has volunteered for Qi County for 4 months, and today, I wish to treat him well. Oh, and please refrain from serving shark fin or seaweed. Mr. Ji is a staunch environmentalist. Ji Dake replied softly, no, serve whatever you like. Today I shall indulge fully. What significance does environmentalism hold now? Well then, let the guests decide. Boss Chu, you choose the menu. We prefer to converse privately. The owner and waitress respectfully exited the room, beginning with several exquisite cold dishes and a bottle of Maotai. Ji Renrui raised his glass, saying, Dake, I shall forego the usual expressions of gratitude. Everything is encompassed in this toast. Cheers. Ji Dake clinked glasses with him and downed the drink. Renrui, in truth, I should be the one expressing gratitude. You provided me with this opportunity to leave behind a lasting work before the sky falls, even if it too cannot escape destruction. Regardless, at least it has afforded me a psychological release. We are far from discussing the end of the world. Come, let us drink again. After several rounds of drinks, Ji Dake remarked, Renrui, I heard that before I arrived in Qi County, you had just resolved a collective suicide. Thank you. At that time, I was compelled by circumstance. You were not present to witness the resolute atmosphere of despair. On a global scale, the Chinese tend to be quite resilient and able to withstand hardships. More importantly, there are many elder figures diligently overseeing and supporting them, leading to a much better situation. Look abroad. There have been at least 20 instances of collective suicides. In several Nordic countries, where citizens are accustomed to high welfare, society has completely crumbled. Will humanity's Ark of Noah truly be destroyed by this damned collapse? All that we have built, the material and spiritual sanctuaries, the delicate children and young women, exquisite poetry, celestial music, breathtaking beauty, fine wine and cuisine, love and familial bonds, ideals and aspirations, will all vanish? These days, I truly regret not being a follower of any religion. Had I been, at least I would know who to hold accountable. And I could vent my frustrations with the universe's sovereign using the most scathing words. Alas, I believe in science and the cold, unyielding laws of physics. Science allows us to foresee tomorrow's calamities but provides no means to save the universe. What use is such science? It would be better to pass away in ignorance. Rinrui, tell me, what is the meaning of life? Is it merely to traverse a path of thorns, painfully awakening wisdom, only to witness eventual destruction? Rinrui patted his shoulder, poured more wine, and smiled, saying, "You must have seen the interview with the reporter from Yulshui about Chu Ma and his companion, right?" "Of course." Dake replied with a wry smile. "In truth, I feel the same way. Venting is one thing, but we must continue to live." After a few rounds of drinks and idle chatter, Dake asked, "Today, let me hear the truth. Why are you so invested in this statue? Surely, it isn't for some trivial tourism." "You are mistaken," he replied. "I genuinely intend to use it to boost the tourism industry in this county. It is my farewell gift to Qi County." "Farewell? Are you being promoted again?" "No. I wish to retire and sail through the rivers and lakes from now on." "Retire? You?" Dake shook his head emphatically. "Do not jest. Let us not mention your lofty ambitions for the higher echelons. You certainly cannot bypass your wife's expectations. She is determined to elevate you to the position of a vice premier's husband. I suspect her lowest aspiration is to be the wife of a vice premier," he mused, slightly intoxicated. "Dake, we are friends who speak from the heart. I will not conceal anything from you, but these words must remain between us for now. I am not joking. I truly wish to resign and immerse myself in the world, but not to retreat from it, rather to engage with it more profoundly. Humanity faces unprecedented calamities. The old social structures have lost their momentum and are merely operating on inertia, which will soon cease. It would be wiser to leap out early." He poured a drink for his guest and suddenly inquired, "Do you know Qinggong, the character from the Three Kingdoms?" "Indeed. He was then the magistrate of Zhongmu County, just as I am now a 7th-rank official." He chuckled, noting that Zhongmu is quite close to Qi County, both within the jurisdiction of Kaifeng Prefecture. To stretch it further, we could consider ourselves contemporaries. This man was astute and, more importantly, had a clear vision, understanding that the world was on the brink of chaos. A prime time for heroes to make their mark, so he resolutely abandoned his official career to follow the wanted criminal, Cao Cao. Unfortunately, he soon discovered that Cao Cao was not the enlightened leader he had hoped for. "Have you found your enlightened leader?" Rinrui burst into laughter. "Dake, you were too rigid. That was merely a metaphor. What enlightened leader remains today? I am my own enlightened leader." He continued, "I am not concerned about Miao Yao's opposition. I believe she will weigh the pros and cons and accept my bold move. Perhaps it is inappropriate for you to pursue this now. Let us discuss more masculine topics." "Humph, masculine topics, such a euphemistic term. My husband," he said earnestly, "do not judge a gentleman's intentions through the lens of a narrow mind. Our conversation today does not involve any color. However, I do wish to indulge in such discussions." Miao Yao scoffed, "With your drunken state. Do you still have the strength for that? Come now, I will support you tonight." She called for her husband to take a shower and checked on their son in the small room before they both retired to bed, entwined for quite some time. Afterward, she praised her husband. "I underestimated you. Although you were drunk, you were quite vigorous tonight." Her husband, weary, did not respond. Miao Yao remained awake, silently observing her husband in his embrace. Based on her intuition and understanding of his mental pulse, she suspected he would reveal his comprehensive considerations tonight. Sure enough, after a while, her husband opened his eyes. Though still under the influence, his gaze was remarkably clear. He pulled her closer and calmly shared his significant decision, causing Miao Yao's brow to furrow with increasing intensity. Finally, her husband stated, "If you agree, I will submit my resignation in the coming days." Miao Yao shook her head. "The risk is too great. Rinrui, I understand your considerations, but the danger is substantial. The path you tread is one you are familiar with, despite its ruggedness. Perseverance will allow you to ascend to considerable heights. However, the new path you have chosen is entirely uncharted. What lies ahead, desert, cliffs, or treacherous swamps, is uncertain. Rinrui, I advise caution. Miao Yao, I acknowledge that the path I am on is familiar, but the mountain itself is about to crumble. I understand. Although the universe may be afflicted, that reality is still distant. The impact on human life is a matter for 2 centuries hence. And discussions of Earth's demise are even more distant, millennia away. Before that, we must survive. She noticed a smile forming at the corner of her husband's lips. What are you laughing at? Nothing. I found humor in the alignment of your thoughts with those of Chu Ma and his companions. They also assert that even knowing one will die tomorrow, one must live today. The distinction lies in your approach. They live merely to survive, while you live for pursuits beyond mere existence. He gazed at the ceiling, pondering for a moment before continuing, Miao Yao. Although the world currently functions normally, my mindset has shifted. I can no longer perform on the old stage. However, this matter cannot be clarified in a single breath. I am tired tonight. We will discuss it further another time. He turned over and quickly fell asleep. Miao Yao remained awake until dawn, her heart tumultuous. She disagreed with her husband's sudden life shift, yet she recognized that persuading him was arduous. His last words resonated with truth. Striving within the bureaucratic realm requires an unwavering spirit, and her husband's spirit seemed to have waned, making success here increasingly difficult. The new path, though perilous, promised achievements commensurate with its risks. She admired his courage to abandon the familiar route for a new, uncertain one. In the morning, she roused her husband, saying, "It is time to rise. Rinrui, I have thought it over all night and support your decision." Her husband looked at her in surprise. "Have you changed your mind so swiftly? I anticipated you would eventually agree, but I initially thought it would take days to convince you." Miao Yao succinctly replied, "Knowing that I cannot sway you, let us take this gamble." That day, Ji Rinrui bid farewell to Ji Dake and his students, spending the following days addressing various matters, including securing compensation for the land where the statue would be placed and introducing promising projects to the companies that sponsored it. 5 days later, he hosted a banquet at the Shui Yifeng restaurant, inviting key figures from the county's 4 major departments: the county committee, the county government, the People's Congress, and the political consultative conference, along with an additional guest, the police chief, Lao Lu. During the banquet, he announced, "I plan to leave here." After years of striving in the bureaucratic arena, relying on this square inch, it is now in disarray. What benefit remains in staying? This is a quote from Su Shu when he bade farewell to Liu Bei. "As for my wife and child, I do not wish to subject them to the upheavals of the rivers and lakes, so they shall remain here for now. I trust you will watch over them." His colleagues were astonished, speculating that this newly appointed county head was likely to ascend to a significant promotion, perhaps even a clandestine position. According to bureaucratic etiquette, the individual in question would not clarify matters, so the others merely exchanged pleasantries, wishing him a prosperous journey ahead. Ji Rinrui smiled, offering no further explanation. Chairman Guo of the Political Consultative Conference, who was closest to him, grinned mischievously and said, "As for your wife and son, rest assured. I will check in on them daily, ensuring they are well cared for." Ji Rinrui replied, "I thank you in advance. You may visit twice a day if you wish, and I will be entirely at ease." He also specifically entrusted Lao Lu, "Since our residences are nearby, I leave them in your capable hands." Lao Lu simply replied, "You can rest easy." The guests departed merrily. Qi County was in close proximity to Beijing, and that afternoon, the Ma family welcomed their guest, who introduced himself as a devoted admirer of Chu Ma, visiting specifically for this occasion. This guest casually made several requests. He wished to stay for a night or two and hoped the host would guide him through the mountains. The Ma family, embodying the hospitality of mountain dwellers, readily agreed and first arranged a meal for the guest. Tian Lu's mother remarked nonchalantly, "It's nothing. How did women give birth before hospitals existed? Generations have managed just fine. Besides, it's not the first child." Though she said this, she was aware of the risks associated with advanced maternal age and advised caution, suggesting it would be best to deliver in a hospital. Ma Shiqi stated, "Little Ji, you need not worry. He Guoji, the elder he, recently provided us with a helicopter for our exclusive use, available at a moment's notice." "Is that so? How reassuring. Then I shall have peace of mind. Have you used this helicopter since it was assigned to you?" "Not yet. We rarely have the need for it." "Then let us take it for a spin. In the afternoon, let us have it come. Together we shall gaze upon the entirety of Beijing from above." The family paused, exchanging glances. This request seemed rather impolite. Having lived a life in the mountains that shunned dependence on others, they were hesitant to impose, even if the helicopter was specifically allocated for them. However, after some contemplation, Chu Tian readily acquiesced. Very well, let the helicopter make an appearance. Firstly, to give our guests a tour, and secondly, to arrange future transportation for my mother to the hospital, treating it as a rehearsal. You all may rest. I would like to ask Xiaoyu to accompany me up the mountain to visit a few locations mentioned in her renowned interview. Since life has always been ephemeral, it would be a blessing for Xiao Chu to find repose in this serene land. Yul Shui smiled at him, remaining silent. Xiaoyu, perhaps you have surmised the true purpose of my invitation? Yul Shui chuckled and shook her head, stating, I only suspect you wish to share certain thoughts with me. She added, my husband, father-in-law, and I discern that you are no ordinary visitor. She carefully chose her words, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. Ji Renrui laughed, expressing gratitude for the compliment. In truth, such praise should be bestowed upon you. Your family embodies an extraordinary simplicity, which is the highest form of the extraordinary. Yul Shui chuckled, are you reciting tongue twisters? Nonetheless, I appreciate your kind words. He revealed his true identity. Xiaoyu, I am Ji Renrui, the former mayor of Qi County. Yul Shui pondered, are you not the one who quelled a mass suicide of thousands, and later erected a statue titled Qi Renyu Tian? I have seen reports online. Indeed, that was I. However, one might say those events belong to a past life. This morning I have cast aside my official duties and ventured into the mountains. He smiled, stating that his purpose for entering the mountains was to seek them out to discuss a significant matter. Yet, I believe it best to converse with you before addressing Chu and Ma. Xiaoyu, I perceive the influence you wield over them. Yul Shui laughed. Is that so? I hardly perceive myself as influential. If anything, they have influenced me. You are correct, yet I maintain my point. Xiaoyu, let us find a place to sit. This conversation may be lengthy. Very well, I am all ears. They found a suitable spot and commenced a tranquil dialogue, which would later be referred to in academic circles as the cremation platform conversation. This discourse essentially laid the groundwork for the trajectory of human civilization in the decades to come, heralding an era of remarkable brilliance known as the helium flash. Faced with dire circumstances, humanity erupted with an energy a millionfold, achieving a millennium's worth of technological advancement in mere decades. Although these endeavors bore no tangible impact on the cataclysm itself, the helium flash era is inscribed in the annals of human history. Of course, it was not solely Ji Renrui's individual efforts that shaped this moment. Such a tide was inevitable, and he merely pulled the trigger ahead of time. Yul Shui nodded gravely. Yet, every situation possesses dual facets. The art of warfare teaches us that one may be thrust into desperation and subsequently rise anew. Humanity has indeed been cornered. Such an extreme predicament may transform into immense energy, propelling scientific and technological leaps by several magnitudes within decades or centuries, ensuring humanity's survival against the odds. Even if the outcome of our struggles remains failure, we can at least release the high-pressure steam within our societal structures in a controlled manner, directing it toward the turbine blades, thereby preventing catastrophic boiler explosions. In my view, this alone warrants our utmost effort, for it grants humanity a dignified exit. Perhaps some individuals would prefer to pass quietly, as a matter of personal volition. That is understandable. However, as a collective, humanity will never acquiesce to such fate. All species exhibit a fervent survival instinct when their groups face extinction, translating this into a passionate collective effort. Yet, this may also devolve into madness and violence, especially given the abrupt nature of this disaster. He articulated with clarity, as the awakened representatives of humanity, we hold the responsibility to channel the collective fervor toward life, rather than allowing it to descend into death. After contemplating, Yul Shui nodded deeply. Ji divided the issue into the collective and individual perspectives, a fresh and compelling viewpoint. Her individual will cannot contend with the collective will. You are right, you have persuaded me. Humanity ought to act thusly. But why have you come here? Surely, you should be seeking or the United Nations. This is undoubtedly a matter for national or even global action. Ji Renrui shook his head. No, this is an entirely new situation requiring almost frenzied effort. The old power structures cannot adapt nor bear the weight. You may not entirely believe me, so allow me to illustrate. Suppose there exists a concept capable of rescuing humanity from disaster, yet achieving a technological breakthrough necessitates an investment of billions, with only a 1% chance of success. If you were a politician, would you dare to make such a decision? Yul Shui pondered and reluctantly admitted, no, I would not. Such recklessness would render that politician utterly irresponsible. You are correct. However, under this unprecedented scenario, the reverse holds true. Only those willing to take such risks are acting responsibly for humanity. Otherwise, one becomes a rich landowner starving amidst their own wealth. Yet, traditional politicians have grown accustomed to notions of responsibility and stability, making it challenging for them to shift their mindset. Furthermore, the state is an immensely large machine. Even if it loses momentum, it can continue to operate for a considerable time due to inertia, obscuring the urgency of the situation. However, waiting until the machine comes to a halt, until politicians truly comprehend the perilous nature of the circumstances, will make it exceedingly difficult, if not impossible, to restart the machine. Moreover, future leaders will encounter numerous challenging decisions, where the scientific literacy and intuition of decision-makers will be paramount. Given this, why not directly entrust decision-making power to astute scientists? What do you propose? I envision this. A defining characteristic of modern society is the immense wealth held privately, rivaling that of nations. I believe the optimal solution lies in harnessing a certain civil organization to consolidate this wealth and orchestrate a concerted effort toward new technological breakthroughs. Smaller vessels can pivot swiftly. Civil organizations can execute this task with remarkable efficiency. If I were to draw a parallel, this civil organization would resemble the field armies during the Liberation War, while today's state institutions would act as the local authorities of that time. The former can advance unencumbered, while the latter focuses on maintaining order and supporting the field armies, alleviating their concerns. Yuval Shui pondered, developing such groundbreaking technology will require astronomical investments, potentially reaching hundreds of billions. No, your estimation is still too conservative. The investment may soar into the trillions, encompassing a substantial portion of humanity's wealth. Yuval Shui reflected for a long moment, stating, I need to contemplate this further. Your vision is grand, magnificent, and momentarily dazzles my senses. I must allow my eyes to adjust. But why? Why have you come to the mountains to seek you out? Because you have inadvertently occupied the position of celestial pivot or celestial authority, standing at the moral high ground of human society. Even if you yourself remain unaware of it. You see, Uncle Ma bears a disability, and Xiao Chu is afflicted with a terminal illness. Yet these two individuals have made the remarkable Chu Ma discovery. They defy death and persist in living, which serves as a tremendous source of spiritual strength for the populace. Moreover, your mother-in-law, Rendongmei, as you mentioned in your interview, is the epitome of a mother, dedicating her life's love to her terminally ill son and bearing children for the man she loves without concern for status, embodying the essence of motherhood. In fact, among the four of you, you possess the greatest charisma. Me? Indeed, you are the embodiment of goodness, beauty, and sacrifice. Your charm, cheerful disposition, and strong affinity for the public render you a beacon of hope. You voluntarily choose to remain in the mountains, accompanying a terminally ill patient, facing death with an optimistic perspective, entirely disregarding the mundane concerns of wealth and future prospects. Your actions are purely a response to an inner calling, and you perceive them as remarkably ordinary, do you not? Uleswi chuckled and said, It is indeed quite ordinary. I do not consider this a sacrifice. Rather, it is profoundly selfish of me at this critical moment to seek only inner peace and personal joy. Jiren Rui gazed deeply at her, recalling an old adage that the girl unaware of her beauty is the truest beauty. Today, I can assert that the one oblivious to her nobility, Uleswi, embodies true nobility. Imagine if the public and entrepreneurs were to donate funds to a group like yours. Would they not feel reassured? Uleswi readily acknowledged. Indeed, they would. Whether we four possess the ability to accomplish anything is beside the point. We would never embezzle even a penny of the donations. So, let us embrace the responsibility history has entrusted to you. I will persuade you first, and then together we shall convince the other three, and subsequently establish a foundation. A foundation? We have just created one called the Friends of Joy Foundation. Both our names contain the character joy. It was initiated by editor Gu of the Beijing Youth Daily for a fundraising campaign originally intended for Tianla's medical expenses. However, the amount raised exceeded expectations, reaching several hundred million. We could not hoard such a fortune, so we established the Foundation for Public Welfare. Oh, I am aware of the fundraising efforts. To be candid, I contributed as well. Yet, I did not anticipate such a substantial sum. Nor did I know you had already founded a foundation. So, it appears you have indeed progressed ahead of me. He pondered briefly. considering that if this significant matter were settled, he would later discuss the foundation with Editor Go. What shall we do next? Ulesui contemplated for a moment and smiled, saying, I am almost convinced. As the Romance of the Three Kingdoms suggests, Zhuge Liang knew the state of the world even before he emerged from the mountains. You have discerned the current of civilization without having ventured into the mountains. Ji Renrui smiled, rising to point towards the southeast, where the setting sun cast a golden hue over the mountains and waters. Look, the remaining ridges of the Funyo Mountains stretch 100 miles in this direction, leading to Wulong Hill, where Zhuge Liang once resided. I hold great admiration for this ancient figure, yet I find some disdain for his waiting at Wulong Hill, expecting Liu Bei to visit him 3 times. A true man born in chaotic times should step forward to achieve greatness, much like Su Shu or Chen Gong. Why be so hesitant? Thus, I boldly present myself, haha. Ulesui pondered. This persuasive Ji was eloquent and compelling, yet she was reluctant to make a hasty promise. She understood that a mere nod from her would irrevocably alter her life. This was different from her previous decision to marry Tianla, which was a steep turning point in her life, largely driven by an instinctive maternal impulse rather than rational deliberation. Today, however, she was fully conscious of the implications of bearing a cross upon her shoulders. Once shouldered, there would be no retreat, only a lifelong ascent. After long contemplation, she sighed softly. However, both my father-in-law and Tianla will bear the burden. Yet the burden is worthwhile. Living this way is meaningful, even if it ultimately amounts to a futile endeavor. She extended her right hand to Ji Renrui, saying, Come, let us shake hands. This shall be our bond. I promise to help you persuade the other 3. The 2 walked briskly down the mountain as twilight descended. After dinner, Ulesui revealed Ji Renrui's true identity to her family with a smile, saying, This former county chief, who has resigned from his post, has come to the mountains intending to persuade us to emerge from our seclusion. He has nearly convinced me. Now let him exercise his rhetorical skills on you. You have convinced us as well. We will do it. Ma Shiqi paused momentarily. From his life experience, he recognized that this modern-day Chen Gong was no ordinary individual. Ji would undoubtedly elevate this endeavor and could very well become the actual leader of the Friends of Joy. In terms of political strategy, he could not compare to Ji. Thus, the future actions and consequences of Friends of Joy would be closely tied to Ji's personal character. However, a mere day's acquaintance was insufficient to fully understand Ji's character. Regardless, Ji's proposal resonated with the current zeitgeist, and such a suggestion was impossible to refuse. After some contemplation, he affirmed, We will do it. Ulesui smiled. How forthright. I was looking forward to assisting Mr. Ji in this endeavor. Tianla interjected, Your attitude is the most effective support. We will do it. However, I may not accompany you for long, perhaps only 2 or 3 years. His tone was calm, but the underlying melancholy struck a chord with everyone present. Ulesui, quick-witted, immediately replied, Let us journey together for as long as we can. That is a matter for the future. Perhaps your endeavors will earn you favor from the King of Hell. After all, if this universe were to collapse, even his realm would not escape such a fate. We are all tethered together like grasshoppers, wishing for our success. Laughter erupted, dissipating the moment's sorrow. Ji Renrui regarded Ulesui with admiration. This young woman radiated brilliance, a genuine reflection of her inner world, devoid of pretense. She was indeed a fitting emblem for the foundation. Ma Shiqi said, Let us continue. You must have thoughts on the basic structure of the Friends of Joy organization. It will essentially be a tripartite system, not for mutual restraint. As the current human predicament does not permit such luxury, we will establish 3 task forces, each with distinct responsibilities. The first task force will be the Friends of Joy Academy of Sciences, tasked with determining the direction of new technologies. The Academy should have an executive committee composed of several of the most insightful scientists. The number should not be too few, as that would lead to bias, nor too many, as that would hinder efficiency. I believe 9 would be ideal. Uncle Ma and Xiao Chu are both suitable candidates. Ma Shiqi replied, Tianla is more suitable. 2 of us occupying a single position suffices. Please continue. The second task force will be the Friends of Joy Foundation, responsible for fundraising, financial management, and other comprehensive affairs, with an executive committee of 9 as well. I believe Xiao Yu is an excellent choice. She will serve as the Foundation's chief goodwill ambassador. Ma Shiqi added, Currently, the Friends of Joy Foundation is overseen by Editor Go. He is also a suitable candidate. And the third task force? We shall name it the Friends of Joy Engineering Institute for now, a name that is rather understated. The Institute's mission will be to realize whatever audacious decisions the Academy makes with relentless effort. The Executive Committee will similarly comprise 9 members. He chuckled. I believe I am a suitable candidate, as I do not shy away from self-nomination. The 3 nodded, affirming, indeed, you are the most fitting. If you all agree, I would like to travel to Beijing tomorrow to potentially integrate the Foundation and Editor Gu into our endeavor. With this funding, our project will officially commence. The 3 nodded in succession. Very well, you may go. At this moment, Tianla's mother began to discern the significance of this gathering. These individuals were truly embarking on a monumental endeavor, and it was set to commence imminently. She hesitantly asked, Are you all leaving soon? She quickly added, It is quite all right if you leave. I can manage on my own. The following day, Ji Renrui, having spent a sleepless night, disregarded the need for rest, summoned a helicopter, and set off for Nanyang Airport, from whence he would fly to Beijing. His persuasive mission was remarkably smooth. That evening, Editor Gu, in high spirits, called Xiaoyu, exclaiming, The envoy you sent is truly eloquent. I was easily persuaded. I have submitted my resignation to the newspaper's board and will head to your location tomorrow to bring my former subordinates with me. Look at this. The tides have turned in 30 days. Yul Shui smiled, acknowledging that you remain my leader, the actual head of the Foundation. My sole task is to serve as a mere emblem at the entrance of the Foundation, much like a flight attendant's poster at an airport terminal, requiring no intellect. Just a sweet smile. These past few days, I have been diligently practicing my toothy grin. By the way, Xiaoyu, what is your impression of that Mr. Ji? That modern-day Chengong or Zhuge. Yul Shui became slightly alert, maintaining her playful demeanor. We only interacted for a day, so I cannot claim to know him well. What do you think? Since you are asking, you must have your own opinion. I have a rather favorable impression of him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so easily persuaded. However, let us consider an analogy. Please forgive me in advance if this analogy seems offensive. If you and your husband, Chu Tian, were stranded in a small boat with only enough food and fresh water for 10 days, but the nearest shore was 20 days away, would you ration the provisions for Tianla alone? I believe I would. But you must consider that Tianla is disabled, even with food and water. He cannot row the boat to the shore. Thus, a calm assessment would suggest that Tianla should conserve the supplies for you. Would you accept this arrangement? Yul Shui paused slightly, complaining, You truly are a perverse examiner, posing such heart-wrenching questions. Let me tell you, I would not. In such a scenario, I would share the provisions equally with my husband and then do my utmost to row the boat. Who knows? Perhaps a vessel will pass by within 10 days. Or it may rain, or we might survive by fishing. Even if none of these happen, we would face death together after exhausting our supplies. After all, death is merely death. It is not something to be overly concerned about. However, if Mr. G were in your position, he would never make such an emotionally driven, foolish decision. No, my assessment is not a denigration of G. It is entirely objective. If he were in Tianla's position, he might willingly relinquish the chance of survival to you. Hence, this is not selfishness, but rather a rational choice made after careful consideration, entirely devoid of emotional influence. Yul Shui pondered for a moment. Perhaps your assessment of him is correct. My thoughts are not yet concluded. Since you call me perverse, allow me to delve deeper into this perversion. Now, suppose the food has run out and the shore is still distant, and Tianla has passed away. Are you psychologically prepared for this? My question is indeed gruesome, but consuming his remains could sustain you until rescue. Would you? Yul Shui paused briefly before smiling. General Gu, you are indeed a leader. Your reasoning is impeccable, analyzing every angle. What more can I say? She then shifted the topic. General Gu, please come quickly. I eagerly await your arrival. Jiren Rui and Chief Editor Gu Qihong had been delayed in reaching the mountain for several days. A few days later, they arrived, bringing with them 3 metal plaques. Academy of Friends of Joy Foundation, though the foundation had been established for several months. It had yet to be officially unveiled, and the Academy of Engineering of Friends of Joy. They also brought along journalists from various media outlets, including Sohu, NetEase, and Sina, notably including a reporter from CCTV, who would broadcast the unveiling ceremony live. It is well known that CCTV seldom covers grassroots activities. But given the extraordinary circumstances and Ji Renrui's eloquence, they ultimately made an exception. Ji Renrui further mentioned that he had purchased the entire Welcome Hotel at Laojialing to serve as a temporary headquarters for the 2 academies. That afternoon, all guests attended the unveiling ceremony, with the media broadcasting it to the world. The ceremony was simple yet fervent. Jiren presided over the event while Yu Shui delivered a speech. She called on all sectors to generously donate and cordially invited top scientists and engineers from around the globe to serve here, urging nations to closely collaborate with this initiative. Her speech was impassioned, objective, and candid, painting a vivid, fervent yet sane vision for the world, striking a chord with billions. Naturally, her sweet, clear, and approachable smile played a significant role, achieving the same effect as her words. Behind her stood the first group of participants in the Salvation Plan, which could only be described as a small assemblage: a man with a prosthetic leg, the frail Chu Tian, the composed and dignified Jiren, and the jovial, portly General Gu. Tianla's mother, visibly pregnant, was not an official participant, yet she stood cheerfully between Chu and Ma. In a modest apartment in Beijing, Yuzi called to his wife, who was watering flowers on the balcony, "Come quickly and see our daughter." Zhang Jun rushed into the living room with the watering can. "What is wrong with her?" "She is speaking at the unveiling ceremony of Friends of Joy for the 2 academies. Our 2 in-laws are up there, along with our poor son-in-law." "Oh, isn't that General Gu from the newspaper? Why is he there?" In another upscale apartment in Beijing, He Lao and his grandson were watching the news, with Yang Yang attentively observing, his eyes sparkling. After watching, he exclaimed, "They have already begun. So soon. Grandpa, you told me to go to them. When can I go?" "Yang Yang, you are too impatient. What can you do there now? You would only create chaos. Wait until you graduate from university." "All right. I will work hard and strive to advance several levels." The phone rang in the living room. It was an international call, spoken in fluent Mandarin. "Hello, Teacher He. This is Abikar." However, some speculate that his disinterest is due to his sights being set on another prominent position. His departure coincides with the transition of the United Nations Secretary-General, which, according to unwritten rules, should be appointed by an African this term. Due to his outstanding performance, the 48-year-old Abikar is the strongest contender. Yet, this is merely the surface situation. In reality, for some rather subtle reasons, his chances are slim. Certain major powers are wary of his authoritative governing style, fearing he may introduce uncontrollable elements to the United Nations. Other nations harbor deeper concerns, as his authoritarian politics do not align with Western universal values. According to whispers He Guoji has heard from old friends in various political circles, Abikar is almost certain to be sidelined. Yet at this moment, Chu and Ma made their announcement. A consensus swiftly formed within the United Nations, faced with impending disaster. They should nominate a decisive new Secretary-General. Thus, Abikar was smoothly elected. What joy is this? It is more appropriate to express condolences. I feel as if I have been strapped to a pyre, and those pushing me onto it include you, Teacher, and the 2 Chus. Abikar chuckled. "Teacher He, did you see the news about the establishment of the Friends of Joy 2 academies? I just saw it. Their actions are impressively swift. Jiren among them is my junior classmate. Indeed, he is also from Peking University, likely a decade your junior. Teacher He, regarding this impending disaster, I know you have chaired and participated in 2 significant meetings in China. Before I assume my role at the United Nations, I wish to seek a word of advice from you. You have seen much of the world, and I have always held you in high esteem." He Guoji pondered for a moment before responding gravely. "You are too kind. I fear I cannot offer any valuable counsel. This situation is unprecedented for humanity, and past experiences have proven ineffective." The other party smiled. "Your words are the best advice. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. Thank you, and goodbye. I will continue to consult you in the future." The call ended. He Guoji surmised that this iron-willed figure would undoubtedly vigorously advance the Salvation Initiative upon taking office. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to make a phone call. In succinct terms, he informed the recipient about the developments concerning Friends of Joy and shared what he knew about its members. He concluded, "In my estimation, this grassroots organization may accomplish significant feats. I would like to make a bold suggestion. It would be best to send a liaison, officially at the ambassadorial level, and provide some financial support." He apologetically remarked that such an act was unprecedented, and thus he had truly overstepped. Kong Bumming had just finished watching the live broadcast of Friends of Music when he heard a knock on the door. It was 2 retired ladies from the same residential complex, Chen Sufang from downstairs, and another woman, Lu something, whom he was less familiar with. She was a Christian who often fervently urged the residents to embrace faith. Upon entering, the guests noticed an array of travel bags piled in the living room and inquired if Kong was going on a business trip. Kong Bumming replied, "No, It's Nyo who is leaving to stay with his maternal grandmother in Tianjin for a few days. After dinner, I will take them to the airport. Chen Sufang teased Nyo, it's about time you left. You can't always linger at your grandmother's house. The 4-year-old Nyo retorted loudly, no way. This is my home. Grandma's house is just a hotel. Laughter erupted among the family, and Kong bumming chuckled. That's a complaint he must have heard from his grandmother. Who knew it would stick with him? My little grandson has truly developed feelings. It's hard for him to leave. Chen Sufang then asked, Kong, did you attend that sky is falling meeting in Beijing? He affirmed, yes, I did. Was the sky really going to fall? She recalled the commotion surrounding the supposed apocalypse in 2012, where Fengqin had incessantly sought his counsel, almost convincing him of its truth. Fortunately, after consulting with him, he learned it was mere nonsense, and time proved him right. Recently, Fengqin had again proclaimed the end of the world, and he suggested they consult Kong, relying on his wisdom. Fengqin appeared somewhat embarrassed. In the past, she had fervently spread the message that the apocalypse was imminent and that only faith could save one's soul. This campaign continued until the evening of December 21st, the so-called end of the world. The following day, many approached her with laughter, asking why the apocalypse hadn't occurred, leaving her quite embarrassed. Kong bumming quickly interjected, I never claimed she was spouting nonsense. I merely pointed out that using the Mayan calendar to predict the end of the world is rather unreliable. This statement left Chen Sufang disheartened, while Fengqin exhibited a clear sense of triumph. The two ladies did not linger and took their leave, continuing their debate as they descended the stairs. The Kong family hastily finished their meal and set off to the airport with Nyo and his mother. After retrieving their tickets and checking in their luggage, the two were ready to enter the departure area. The elderly couple said, Nyo, come give your grandparents one last hug. Having never been away from his grandmother's home for 4 years, this departure for a few months tugged at their hearts. Especially Kong bumming S, who often referred to himself as a castrated rooster, having developed a particular fondness for the child. Nyo had proudly declared, as long as Grandpa is home, I can be naughty, and Mom wouldn't dare scold me. At this moment, Nyo cheerfully ran over to embrace and kiss his grandmother, then his grandfather. However, the little one unexpectedly tightened his grip around his grandfather's neck, burying his head deeply and maintaining a prolonged silence. The eyes of the adults glistened with unshed tears. On their return journey, Kong bumming remained contemplative. His wife understood he was moved and shared in the silence. Nyo's earlier gesture had touched the most tender part of his heart, stirring a tempest of emotions within him. Having surpassed the age of 60, they had grown indifferent to life and death, and the grim tidings of the sky falling had not significantly affected him. Yet, just moments ago, his 4-year-old grandson's embrace had sent waves crashing through his soul. Such a tender child deserved to live fully, to thrive across generations, unscathed by calamities. In that fleeting moment, he made a decision and said to his wife, I have resolved to go to Friends of Music. After attending those 2 meetings, I realized that even an old fellow like me has some utility. The place is filled with exceptionally skilled scientists, but they are too specialized and require a jack of all trades to serve as a unifying force. My dear, I entrust our household to you. His wife contemplated this and offered no objections, saying, all right, if you wish to go, then go and do your best for the children. Just take care of yourself over there. Don't overexert. After all, you are over 60. In the county government compound of Chu Tian, 5-year-old Chang was suffering from a cold and fever, crying uncontrollably. Miao Yao felt both exasperation and sympathy. This little troublemaker had gotten into a fight at kindergarten today, and the principal had scolded him, only for Chang to bite the principal's hand in retaliation. In a fit of anger, the principal had made him stand outside for half the day, resulting in his catching a cold. Chang had always been rather unruly, and his father, Ji Renrui, was somewhat to blame. Although the couple generally maintained a low profile, Ji was particularly indulgent with their son, believing that too much restriction would stifle a child's nature and that mischievous children would grow up to be successful. Well, this had certainly backfired, as he had even bitten the principal. Before leaving, Ji Renrui had asked Miao Yao to hire a family nanny, but considering her husband's uncertain future, she had refrained from doing so, realizing that their family might depend solely on her salary for an extended period. As she was coaxing Chang to take his medicine, the phone rang. Cradling Chang, she answered. It's me, Lao Lu. Hearing the cries on the other end, he inquired, what's wrong? I can hear Chang crying. He has a fever, and I'm trying to feed him medicine. Miao Yu quickly turned on the television. Upon seeing his father on the screen, Cha Chang ceased his crying. Nestling against his mother and fixating his gaze on the television, Lao Lu and his wife soon arrived, with Lu's wife tending to Chan Chang while the two men intently watched the live broadcast. Lao Lu, puzzled, remarked, "So Renrui really has resigned and left the officialdom?" After he left, none of the county officials believed he truly resigned. They all speculated he had some secret appointment. However, upon inquiring with higher-ups, they were unaware of any such arrangement and were quite displeased with his abrupt departure. He chuckled ruefully. "I always said Renrui wasn't he an ordinary person. He would eventually become a dragon. Who would have thought he'd go off to the mountains to become a wild dragon?" The term wild dragon elicited laughter from the group, but the humor was tinged with bitterness, as it implied Ji Renrui had willingly jumped off the powerful ship of officialdom, destined to navigate the tumult of life on his own. Lao Lu asked, somewhat begrudgingly, "Miao Yao, didn't you try to dissuade him?" Miao Yao sighed, "Of course, I did, but honestly, I didn't push too hard. I know his temperament. He wouldn't be swayed. When you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken. You should have tried harder. Now China has lost a vice premier named Ji. What a pity." He disdainfully shook his head, not continuing. Suddenly, Chan Chang in Miao Yao's arms exclaimed, "My dad hasn't been caught. Miao Yao, don't worry. I'll go meet that principal tomorrow." "How could you say such nonsense to a child?" Miao Yao smiled wryly. "Let us just let it be. It's also Chan Chang's fault for being so mischievous." After some thought, she decided she would go. It wasn't appropriate for him to go, so she would handle it herself the next day. They then shifted the conversation to whether Chan Chang needed to go to the hospital for. The Cadillac cruised along the Peninsula Road of Long Island, New York, approaching the renowned Gunnison Beach. Instead of heading to the parking lot, Alex veered into a secluded stretch of beach. The Cadillac slowly drove until it reached the edge of the plateau, where they could overlook the beach below. The view was breathtaking. With white sailboats bobbing on the azure waters, the gentle waves lapping against the shore, creating frothy white splashes, while a flock of gray seagulls flapped their wings, foraging in the surf. Below the plateau lay an expanse of white sand beach, dotted with numerous nude sunbathers. In the distance stood the towering skyline of New York City. The three friends had no objections. They exited the car, spread a picnic blanket on the ground, and arranged the food, cutlery, wine glasses, and French wine. Alex Tonley, a young astrophysicist, had invited three friends, all young scientists and distinguished figures in their respective fields: molecular biologist George Jacobi, mathematician James Gleick, and theoretical physicist Margaret Caneb, who was also Alex's girlfriend. After the four individuals settled on the carpet, Alex retrieved an exquisite square bottle of liquor from his travel backpack. The cobalt blue vessel contained a deep red liquid that exuded a noble, royal aura. With great care, Alex uncorked the bottle and poured the whiskey for everyone. It was a bottle of Balvenie Scotch, aged 30 years, distilled 2 decades ago, thus possessing a remarkable 50-year history, a rare gem from my grandfather's estate cellar. I have refrained from consuming it until now. Let us use it to commemorate my grandfather, who recently passed away. The four raised their glasses in a toast to honor the old man, then sipped the whiskey, savoring its richness. "Alex, this whiskey is indeed exceptional," remarked George. "The lingering notes of oak and gorse are exquisite. Cheers to your grandfather. He must have truly relished life." He smiled, adding, "May he also enjoy such fine spirits in paradise." Nearby, the scene unfolded with a stark contrast, a gathering of individuals engaging in an open-air orgy, reminiscent of a stark, white mass of bodies, including various ethnicities, organized online. Following the revelations by Chumaglin, collective outdoor sex parties had ceased to be a rarity in Western countries. Some assert that such primal urges surge particularly when animal populations face extinction, aligning with evolutionary theory, as dying species make a final stand through heightened reproduction. This may explain the deeper biological motivations behind these hedonistic gatherings. Law enforcement across nations often turns a blind eye, as society grows increasingly steeped in despair, resentment, frenzy, and hostility. If such negative emotions can find release amidst sexual revelry, why intervene? Today's event was particularly notable, as it catered specifically to the LGBTQ community, with the majority of activities occurring between men, though women were also present. The atmosphere on the beach was surprisingly calm, even serene, with sexual encounters primarily one-on-one, devoid of anything vulgar. However, like partners exchanging dance partners at a ball, they quietly and orderly switched sexual companions. occasionally indulging in heterosexual encounters. The four on the cliff savored their drinks, taking turns with a telescope, quietly observing the surreal scene below, an apocalyptic tableau. Theoretical physicist Margaret broke the silence, likening the spectacle to the sacred prostitution in the temple of the androgynous deity Aphrodite in ancient Babylon, or to the debauchery witnessed in the mixed baths of Agrippa in ancient Rome, where aristocrats openly engaged in vice under dim lights. I wonder how history will document our decadent era, she mused. Mathematician James replied, as long as there is historical record, it is not the end of the world. My concern is that future generations may lack the capacity to judge us. Alex nodded in agreement. You are right. You suggest that homosexuality is merely a luxury of affluent times. Indeed, the Western ethos of individualism is also a luxury of prosperity. Should society find itself in dire straits, humanity will inevitably revert to collectivism, uniting to carve a path to survival. He paused. In the East, particularly in China, some have already begun this shift. Everyone understood he was referencing the recently established organization, Friends of Joy, in a remote mountainous region of China. They realized that this was likely Alex's true motive for organizing their picnic, as it extended beyond mere entertainment. The group fell silent for a moment, until Margaret sighed. They are a commendable group, yet I see little hope for success. It feels more like a mass of lemmings rushing toward the sea, a frenzied march toward death. As of now, I too see no avenue for escape. But before the universe collapses, why not allow our intellect to shine once more? Alex proposed. Our minds are a rare gift from the divine, and it would be a shame to let them extinguish amidst the ruins of the cosmos. The others remained silent, mirroring Alex's pride in their own intellect. Let us do our utmost and leave the rest to fate, Alex continued. Who knows? Although we may not see hope at present, just as Magellan embarked on his voyage without knowing whether a strait existed between the Atlantic and the Pacific, we may yet discover our own Magellan Strait to rescue humanity from disaster. He gestured toward the beach, including rescuing those individuals from their descent. What do you think? George raised the telescope again, observing for a while before passing it on. The other two silently gazed for a moment. James remarked, given what these people are doing, I would rather join the lemmings in their march to death. However, Alex, the United Nations Security Council has begun to take action. They are actively recruiting scientists from various nations to form an action committee, abbreviated as SCC, directly reporting to the council. The new Secretary General, Abakar, appears to be a decisive figure. I am aware. That is indeed an alluring option, yet it is rife with politicians and clever minds, steeped in the tradition of political salons. I would prefer to place my hope in those who may lack renown, but are committed to practical endeavors. After all, those unremarkable ants have constructed the most extensive highways, high-speed railways, the Three Gorges Dam, the Cross Sea Bridge, and the South-to-North Water Diversion Project, among others. Frankly, during peacetime, I have often thought them mad, collectively insane, as if they fear the sky might fall if they do not complete their tasks by nightfall. Yet now, it appears the sky is indeed falling. George contemplated for a moment. All right, I will follow your lead. I shall go too. I will join as well. Even if it ultimately proves to be a futile endeavor, Margaret laughed. James added with a smile, if that is the case, we should employ a bit of strategy, act independently, and stagger our journeys. Once we arrive, let us keep our acquaintance a secret. The other three understood his intent, and they ultimately agreed to split into three groups, with Alex and Margaret departing first. They finished the bottle of whiskey, tidied their belongings, cast one last glance at the writhing bodies on the beach, and then departed in their vehicle. Chapter 5. Sending the child on a journey. Chu Maglin discovered the catastrophic revelations that placed humanity in a state of nearly complete despair. This despair ignited a fervent spirit of struggle within humankind, allowing the blossoms of human wisdom to flourish resplendently. In that era, countless prodigies, akin to Tianla, engaged in extraordinary contemplation, envisioning fantastical paths for humanity's escape. It was an age marked by brilliant genius and the divine elevation of human nature. Scientific and technological advancements surged forward, heralding the imminent dawn of a realm of freedom. Yet, when viewed from a higher perspective, these endeavors appeared to be blind and unconscious. Akin to groping in the dark, no one knew which path led to victory. The radiant blooms of wisdom might yield no fruit, or perhaps bear fruit in a distant time and space, but such outcomes remained shrouded in uncertainty. This was reminiscent of the era's pioneering initiative, the Divine Eagle Egg Project. At times, one cannot help but recall a mischievous child's game, drawing a circle on the ground with naphthalene balls to ensnare ants. The ants, terrified of the naphthalene scent, scurried frantically within the confines of the circle, yet found no escape. Stalemates often shatter in this manner. An ant, in utter despair, musters the resolve to cross that sinister white line. It succeeds, but this triumph is not a measure of intellect. Rather, it relies on blind courage. Excerpted from A Century of Treasures by Yul Shui. George Jacob and his team swiftly accomplished the development of oviparous humans. The term development seems inappropriate when applied to life. Yet the lexicon of humanity has yet to furnish a suitable specialized term. Words like creation or genesis prove inadequate, as they are too vague for such precise biological modifications. In essence, the language of humankind has lagged behind technology. George, an extraordinary genius, and his team achieved a monumental leap in genetic technology within a mere 8 years, an endeavor that would typically require centuries under normal circumstances. The swiftness of this advancement unsettled George, prompting him to confide in his friend Alex. Alex, this 8-year progress feels almost miraculous. I can't shake the unease of it being too smooth. Alex chuckled. It must be the dire circumstances that have spurred an excess of adrenaline. George, not jesting, remarked, I too feel my mind sharper than before. When grappling with a chaotic subject that once demanded years to untangle, I now often discern the right thread at a glance. Indeed, it seemed that adrenaline had ignited the flames of wisdom beyond measure. Many years later, they would realize that their speculation was far from the truth. Given that the Divine Eagle Egg Project was not merely a panacea, the hatching of oviparous humans required rigorous experimental validation, a standard procedure for the development of new products. However, the experiments were conducted under strict confidentiality. The absolute secrecy was initially proposed by Jiren, a notion that George and his colleagues could not fully comprehend at the time. They later understood that, in the face of monumental calamity, it was necessary to adopt new reproductive methods to ensure the survival of humanity on a savage planet, something the public could comprehend and psychologically endure. However, if these vigorous oviparous offspring were to emerge on Earth under the scrutiny of the media, it would undoubtedly exceed the public's psychological threshold and incite unnecessary turmoil. Moreover, the experiment bore an intrinsic cruelty, as no artificial assistance would be provided to the oviparous infants. Their survival hinged solely on their own strength. Either they would live or perish. Should this information reach the media, it would provoke vehement opposition from certain factions. Thus, should the experiment be disclosed, the Friends of Joy would find themselves besieged from all sides. Consequently, they maintained stringent confidentiality regarding the experiment, even minimizing the circle of informed individuals within the Friends of Joy. Fortunately, the general public was unaware that the development of new products adhered to such standard procedures, and no inquiries were made regarding preliminary experiments. George devoted considerable thought to the selection of the experimental site. The location had to be utterly isolated from the outside world, yet not excessively desolate or harsh. The oviparous humans, once hatched, would be akin to 2-year-old children. Despite their formidable physical capabilities and the ability to walk upon birth, drawing inspiration from the genes of herbivorous mammals, which possessed this instinct to escape the clutches of carnivorous predators, they could not withstand an excessively harsh environment. Therefore, the environmental parameters for the oviparous humans were defined as a mild climate, sufficient food and water, and the absence of natural enemies. Once thoroughly terraformed, the savage planet should meet these conditions. Ultimately, he chose a desolate island located in the Danjiang Reservoir. The Danjiang Reservoir is the largest artificial lake in Asia, featuring expansive waters. At the turn of the century, large-scale relocation efforts were undertaken to safeguard the water quality of the Southern Water Diversion Project, rendering the area largely uninhabited. The island George selected was even more devoid of human presence. It was composed of rocky and loamy soils, with an undecomposed white clay that supported dense reeds. George acquired this island, enforcing a blockade, and then disseminated an excess of biological seeds comprising microorganisms, insects, wild vegetables, and feral crops via aerial seeding. 2 years later, the vegetation on the island underwent significant transformation. The four stood at the water's edge, awaiting the opening of the subterranean laboratory. To maintain secrecy, the protocol dictated that the door would only open after the speedboat had departed. Engaging in casual conversation, they marveled at the harmonious blend of water and sky. Jiren, having visited this place multiple times, pointed to a stone ledge ahead, saying, "The door is right there, cleverly disguised. one would hardly notice it from the outside. The island retained its desolate appearance, with scant evidence of human intervention. The reeds, half a person's height, swayed in the autumn breeze. There were no sandy beaches. The water's edge was lined with white hard soil shaped by the waves, and in the gentler slopes lay a substance resembling fine sand, but upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be fragments of shells and clay particles. In the shallow waters, live shellfish occasionally appeared, and small fish darted about. Yet, the scenery on the island had changed considerably since Ji Rinrui's last visit. Deep green patches emerged amidst the pale reeds, predominantly consisting of resilient wild vegetables or feral crops such as amaranth, purslane, and broomcorn millet. Low-growing soybeans intertwined with the reeds, their pods transitioning from green to yellow. There were also diminutive oats, sorghum, and millet, most of which had borne fruit. Among the grasses, numerous grasshoppers glided atop the blades, leaping in the sparse areas. Their density quite remarkable. Everyone understood that these were the fruits of multiple rounds of aerial seeding, prepared as sustenance for the new humanity. In the distance, slender stone columns stood out in contrast to the surrounding scenery, their surfaces painted with the hues of the setting sun, while the cameras perched atop them rotated slightly. These 25 stone pillars constituted the only man-made structures on the island. As the door opened, George waved to them from the entrance, and the four hurried inside as the door promptly closed behind them. The underground chamber was not overly spacious, measuring around 200 square meters. Inside were only George and a female assistant. At that moment, the assistant was bent over a massive screen, which was segmented into 25 images, showcasing various views of the island. Most of the images depicted the island's original state, but 5 featured 2 white human eggs each, some located on slopes and others by the water's edge. George gestured, and the assistant switched one segmented view to a comprehensive image, magnifying it for a closer look. The camera revealed 2 human eggs lying on a gently sloping bank by the water, encased in a layer of transparent, flexible material, through which the black shells were visible. George remarked, "What you see now is a 1-to-1 scale image, so the human eggs are of actual size. Once the outer lightweight covering is removed, their true size is comparable to that of an adult human head." He spoke in Chinese, showcasing his linguistic prowess alongside his scientific genius. Having mastered the language over the years, his intonation carrying a hint of old Beijing charm. They are incubated using sunlight, and the black shells are effective for heat absorption. You have arrived at an opportune moment. These 2 are about to hatch. They have been incubating for a year and a half. You see. In order to ensure that they emerge strong enough from their shells, I intentionally extended the incubation period significantly during the design phase. Thus, they should not be referred to as fetuses. I have coined a term for them: embryonic infants. Chu Guifu shook his head. After all, no animal's eggs require a year and a half to hatch. How can you guarantee that these human eggs won't freeze in winter? George looked at him appreciatively, noting that he had struck upon a crucial point. In winter, the sunlight is too weak. Even with a light cloud cover, it cannot maintain the necessary temperature. However, the actual incubation period for the human eggs is merely 28 days, slightly longer than that of birds, and occurs during the summer. The subsequent hatching process is, in fact, a warm-blooded creature nestled within the eggshell, hibernating and relying on the yolk and albumin to grow and maintain its body temperature. "Oh, I see," said Chu Guifu. "You brilliant scientists truly are impressive." Suddenly, we exclaimed, "Look, this human egg is moving." George responded, "It has been moving frequently over the past 2 months. We refer to it as the embryonic infant's somnambulism. It is about to hatch, ladies and gentlemen, and I find myself quite apprehensive. Despite the rigorous and careful design, and the fact that they are indeed undergoing normal incubation as per my specifications, and even though X-ray imaging has revealed a healthy human form within the shell, I still feel uncertain. For instance, will it walk on 2 legs after birth, or will it only crawl? After all, there will be no adults to teach it to walk, and the genetic programming for quadrupedal crawling in animals is far more robust. I cannot even guarantee whether it will drink water after birth." Chu Guifu remarked bluntly, "Any living creature knows to drink when it is thirsty. Otherwise, we might as well let it perish." George smiled wryly. "Indeed, old Chu, you are correct. Every being possesses that instinct. However, to a biologist, all instincts must ultimately be ensured through technological means. They should be embedded within a tightly knit program in the DNA, which includes continuous monitoring of dehydration states, recognition of the physical properties of water, and the interplay between the sensation of thirst and the action of drinking, among other factors. Such biological programs undoubtedly exist, yet modern science has yet to fully decode them. Life is a precious gem, a serendipitous creation of nature, honed over 4 billion years. And science has not yet unraveled all of its mysteries. I am a reckless individual, audaciously altering God's original design. Whether in the process I inadvertently destroyed the inherent drinking program remains an unknown. Ji Renrui chuckled. George is merely being alarmist, a classic case of pre-exam jitters. Unless we could empathize with George's mental state. Fundamentally, his concerns echoed the perplexity of a young Chu Tian who was fixated on why a large soap bubble should burst. Yet it transformed into a smaller one instead. These seemingly absurd questions reflect the deeper contemplations of geniuses, which are often difficult for ordinary people to grasp. She smiled reassuringly. There is no need to worry excessively. Everything will proceed smoothly. Thank you, George replied. However, I must caution you, little you. Assistance is not permitted for these infants. You must harden your heart during the observational experiments. Uleswi replied bitterly. I am aware of this rule, and I will adhere to it. She understood the standards set by George's project team, under the condition of not providing any artificial assistance. If the survival rate of the oviparous infants is not less than 10%, the technology will be deemed successful, allowing for subsequent work to commence. 10%. This means that out of this batch of 10 human eggs, potentially 9 children may perish. It is exceedingly cruel. And she truly feared she could not remain detached as a mere observer. Chu Guifu inquired, what is to be done with the surviving children from the Earth experiment? George shook his head ruefully. Old Chu, you truly possess a shrewd mind beneath that unassuming exterior. Your questions are rather astute. These surviving oviparous beings are indeed challenging to manage. We do not wish to integrate them into normal human society. The reasons have been articulated by Ji Renrui. Yet, we cannot simply extinguish their lives. Fortunately, with the ability to utilize a power source lasting 500,000 years, we can also create a human cryogenic device with a lifespan of 500,000 years. Cryogenic preservation in space consumes no energy. But should we wish to revive the frozen individuals, we cannot rely solely on sunlight. Thus, a long-lasting energy source is required. We plan to equip the Chu spacecraft with a small number of energy-powered cryogenic devices to house the surviving infants from the ground experiment. Upon arrival at the new planet, during the moment of the birth of the new humanity, having a few older siblings among them should aid their survival. Of course, this process of freezing and awakening is purely artificial and cannot compare to God's design. Its reliability is considerably lower. Therefore, whether the frozen individuals can be successfully revived may ultimately depend on divine intervention, assuming the deities of Earth can extend their powers across light years. Chu Guifu expressed keen interest. Oh, so in addition to the human eggs, you also intend to send several frozen individuals? Such a significant change should have been communicated to me sooner. Do not forget. This spacecraft is named Chu. Over the years of interaction, George had grown somewhat fond of this unrefined fellow, yet he could not resist the opportunity to jab at him. Indeed, the name of this ship is Chu, but legally speaking, you are neither the owner nor the captain, so I need not report to you on every matter. Chu Guifu disregarded the barbed remark and pondered for a moment before suddenly asking, what is the survival rate? I mean, after 500,000 years. How many of the frozen individuals are likely to awaken and survive? As I mentioned earlier, if the deities of humanity can extend their powers. Nonsense. Spare me the talk of divine powers. What I seek is a scientific estimate. His tone was serious. George paused his jesting and considered thoughtfully. It should be around 40%. No, I will strive for 50%. Chu Guifu murmured, 50%, then fell silent, no longer inquiring. Suddenly, the female assistant announced, it is beginning to hatch. It's the boy? Did George not say that artificial assistance is prohibited? Uleswi explained, that pertains to 2 different aspects. Assistance cannot be rendered to the oviparous infants in their natural state to verify whether they can survive in the new planetary environment. However, the issues caused by the light clouds represent a correctable technical error. The experiment's purpose is to identify flaws and achieve technical perfection, thereby maximizing their chances of survival 50,000 years hence. Oh, I see. Indeed, despite being oviparous, he is undeniably our human offspring. Listen to that cry. The newly hatched infant already displays a physique akin to that of a near 2-year-old, revealing 2 rows of tiny white teeth as it cries. After a brief moment, it instinctively ceases, attempting to stand on its own. Its legs falter, causing it to tumble, yet within mere minutes, it manages to steady itself and begins to stumble forward. Uleswi chuckled. George, look. He is not a crawling creature. Your earlier worries were unfounded. She sighed softly, yet he is not entirely human. He does not require parents to teach him how to walk. George remained silent, his focus entirely absorbed by the screen. The tiny infant was evidently both hungry and thirsty. It spotted the water's surface, swaying as it approached the shore, gazing at it with confusion. It stared for quite some time, leading George to genuinely doubt whether the instinct to drink water had been compromised. However, the infant eventually leaned down, lapping up the water like a puppy. The group in the basement let out a collective sigh of relief. The magnified image revealed a clam crawling at the water's edge. The infant stared at it curiously for a long time, even reaching out to touch it. Startled, the clam snapped shut, ceasing its movement. Nevertheless, the infant ultimately did not recognize it as food and wandered away from the water's edge. Subsequently, its attention was drawn to another human egg, which was now shaking vigorously. The infant appeared a bit frightened and watched from a distance. The human egg had ceased to tremble. He had conquered his trepidation and approached the egg, gently touching and sniffing it, even extending his tongue to taste, tilting his head in a daze. No one knew what thoughts occupied his mind at that moment. Yet he began to gnaw at the delicate cloud-like shell of the egg. Yu Lishui instinctively tightened her grip on Ji Renrue's arm. Ji Renrue cast a glance her way, discerning her thoughts. She was concerned that the oviparous creature might regard this human egg as its first meal post-birth, fearing that these egg-laying beings might inherit the cannibalistic tendencies exhibited by their creators during primitive times. Over the years, Ji Renrue had come to understand her deeply, able to read her inner thoughts through her body language. Her spirit was transparent, filled with compassion, kindness, and empathy, sacred qualities that naturally repelled evil. Yet, the essence of survival is often bleak. Ji Renrue softly reassured Yu Lishui, "Do not worry, it is unlikely." Though his words seemed disjointed, she understood. Realizing she was still clutching his arm, she chuckled wryly and released her grip. Nearby, the oviparous child, as George had mentioned, the second fetus was female, finally broke through the eggshell, peering out into the world with a bewildered gaze. She soon spotted her kind, and the two stared at each other for an extended moment. This was akin to the gaze exchanged between Adam and Eve, unfolding within a man-made Eden. The deities in the basement held their breath, observing intently. The oviparous child extricated herself from the shell, tumbling to the ground and crying out for a while before clumsily learning to stand. The other creature stood by, seemingly dazed and unresponsive. This was not surprising. Although their bodies resembled 2-year-old toddlers, they were, in truth, freshly born and devoid of any clear consciousness beyond instinct. After a moment, he abandoned the girl and staggered away. Perhaps driven by the instincts of social creatures, the girl cried out and pursued him. Their figures vanished from sight. "Hey, I have a new idea." The Chu spacecraft had been equipped with a human cryogenic device, undoubtedly leading to a significant increase in expenses. "I plan to sell my last villa, which should fetch around $1 billion. I will give you this money as well." Chu Guifu took no offense and chuckled. "Look, spending time with me has made you more straightforward." He whispered a few words into George's ear. George appeared utterly shocked, staring blankly at the elderly Chu for an extended period. At that moment, the female assistant exclaimed, "It's happening. In Zone 4. If you sell your last villa, where will you and your family live?" Chu Guifu replied nonchalantly, "You need not worry about that. I can survive anywhere, even in a doghouse." George shook his head, falling silent as he turned his attention to the screen. There, the two oviparous children had begun instinctively searching for food. Everyone else was too engrossed in the moment to notice George and Chu's conversation. Only Ji Renrue, having half listened and half guessed Chu's new plan, was equally astonished. While nervously watching the screen, he occasionally glanced at Chu, who, in turn, knowingly nodded at him with a smile. The Chu interstellar spacecraft progressed at an astonishing pace, surpassing expectations. The Eagle Egg project was proposed 12 years prior, and the massive interstellar vessel was successfully assembled in synchronous orbit. Subsequently, the Cheetah cargo spacecraft made several flights, transporting 501 giant egg compartments, one more than originally planned, along with fuel for the interstellar ship. On the second day of the second lunar month, a day in Chinese legend when the dragon raises its head, the Cheetah cargo spacecraft made its final ascent, providing the last fuel injection for the Chu spacecraft. The Chu ship was poised to embark on a journey spanning hundreds of thousands of years, carrying the genetic material of 2 million Earth species, including that of humanity. In the realm of the divine, the efforts of humankind appeared minuscule. The third representative was biologist George Jacobi, a pivotal figure in this endeavor. He was responsible for designing the new home's ecosystem, including the creation of the human eggs and the collection of DNA from various organisms. According to the latest estimates from the scientific community, nearly 8 million species existed on Earth. Naturally, it was neither feasible nor necessary to collect the genes of all these species. George focused on gathering DNA from 2 million of the most resilient organisms, predominantly microorganisms and lower life forms, ensuring the establishment of a complete ecosystem on the new planet. He also conducted 10 hatching experiments with oviparous beings, mastering the requisite technology. These experiments were conducted under extreme secrecy, unbeknownst to outsiders. The selection of these 3 representatives was secret for another reason, which Ji Renrui did not intend to keep concealed permanently. It would be revealed after the spacecraft's launch. The 4th representative was an unexpected guest. 6 months prior to the scheduled launch date, the Roman Catholic Church sent a subtly worded letter to the Friends of Joy Foundation, inquiring whether a seat could be reserved for Pope Benedict XVII, as a religious representative could not be absent during such a historic moment. This letter astonished the Friends of Joy. Although the Vatican had become increasingly progressive over the past half-century, embracing various scientific ideas, such as the theory of the Big Bang, they had always maintained a cautious distance from instances where technological prowess was on display. The rationale was straightforward. When a human spacecraft roars into the cosmos, the navigational charts would not indicate the location of Eden. The demonstration of scientific and technological power inevitably challenges faith in God, especially when this launch occurred in an atheistic nation. The 5th representative was Chu Tian, a choice that generated no controversy, yet his physical condition posed a concern. After thorough examinations and space training, the results were encouraging. Despite his frail health, he exhibited an unusual resilience to gravitational changes, indicating a heightened tolerance for space travel. Thus, his candidacy was solidified. The 6th representative was subsequently determined to be Yu Lushui, who would not only represent the Friends of Joy Foundation but also serve as the Pope's healthcare provider, translator, and in-cabin photographer, with external photography managed by a nearby synchronous satellite. The 7th representative was China's representative, Lin Bingzhong, the current head of the He Guoji office. The 8th was the United Nations representative, SCC Secretary-General Abicel. Abicel had served 2 terms as the UN Secretary-General, effectively promoting global humanitarian efforts. He recognized that the SCAC's rotating leadership among military executives was inefficient and insufficient for the challenges at hand, advocating for the establishment of a permanent civilian Secretary-General, unbound by term limits. Critics later claimed these regulations were tailored to suit his interests. After stepping down from the UN position, he humbly accepted the role of SCC Secretary-General, seemingly unconcerned about the demotion. Even in this lesser role, he remained a formidable figure. It was said that during times of crisis, the influence of this minor Secretary-General rivaled that of the major Secretary-General. Now, 6 of the 8 representatives had gathered at Beijing Airport, ready to board a flight to the Wenchang Launch Center in Hainan Island. Upon entering the airport's VIP lounge, amidst the crowd awaiting them, they first spotted a wheelchair occupied by a frail, elderly man, pushed by 23-year-old He Zizhou. Yu Lushui hurriedly accelerated her pace, steering Tian Li's wheelchair towards the other, where Tian Lu leaned forward, firmly grasping the old man's hand. "He Lao, it has been years since we last met. I couldn't attend your 90th birthday celebration. You shouldn't have come in your condition today." The 2 exchanged hurried greetings and brief conversations. Old He remains vigilant regarding current affairs, aware that the hypothesis of localized space contraction proposed by Chu Tian 14 years ago continues to receive observational support. The blue-shifted central annular zone and the blue shift boundary have both migrated outward by several light years, with the nearest stars to Earth exhibiting an increasing blue shift, aligning well with theoretical predictions. He is also cognizant of the breakthroughs made in Project 02 under the United Nations SCAC, where cold fusion has been realized in the laboratory, paving the way for engineering applications within a decade. Furthermore, he knows that after undergoing a new treatment, Tianla's condition has stabilized. Indeed, the fact that Chu Tianla has lived to the age of 36 is a significant victory in itself, though it is regrettable that the Chu couple remains childless. Old he inquires, when will the next seed ship be launched? Naturally, it will be driven by nuclear fusion. Yes, it is propelled by nuclear fusion, with a maximum speed anticipated to reach 1.5% of the speed of light. The ship is expected to ascend within 15 years, with aspirations to achieve this in 10. Then I must strive to live a few more years, he muses. Shall you? Shall Chu, when the next ship departs. I refuse to merely see it off from here. I wish to be aboard in synchronous orbit and celebrate my centenary there. You must reserve a spot for me on the Chidu. Tianla chuckles. It's a promise. He turns to He Zizhou, who is pushing his wheelchair, and asks, Yang, have you finished your doctorate? Almost done. Once I complete it, I will report to you. Welcome. Yang, do you remember those questions you raised years ago, along with the ambitions you expressed? Over the years, I have gradually formed some thoughts regarding the energy of true vacuum you mentioned. When you arrive, we shall discuss this matter in depth. To be candid, this endeavor has been awaiting you. Once you come, we shall commence our research. Wonderful. I have also developed some ideas, which I discussed with Chong Chong. Ji Renrue's son, Ji Jichong, is in the same school but 2 grades below him, preserving the bloodline of the Chu family, sending them beyond the disaster zone. After witnessing the hatching experiment, he indeed fulfilled his promise, auctioning off the last remaining family residence to fund a supplementary secret plan. In his words, his partner has ascended to heaven, and he himself shall soon follow. Thus, there is no need to leave a nest on earth. Ji Renrue remarked with a sense of sorrow that this most selfish and coarse individual was indeed a hero, a martyr. Today, only a few relatives have come to bid him farewell. His eldest son, daughter-in-law, and 2-year-old grandson, who is also his youngest grandson. The child clearly cherishes him, clutching his neck and pressing his tender face against his weathered, wrinkled one. The Chu couple approaches to shake his hand, with Yul Shui cheerfully asking, Mr. Chu, how are you? Where is your whole family today? I still remember the first time we met, your impressive entourage of 4 wives. Chu Guifu candidly replies, you mean my 4 little wives, right? After I made my donation, they could no longer endure hardships, wearing frowns daily, seldom showing a smile. I grew weary of it and told them to take their children and leave, marry whomever they wish. I have treated them well, having purchased each of them an expensive ticket worth 10 billion. Over the years, George has developed a certain respect for this coarse individual, joking in fluent Chinese. It's a pity that after they remarry, your children may no longer carry the Chu surname. Chu Guifu laughs broadly. Even if they don't bear the Chu name, they are still my progeny. I care only for tangible matters, not for hollow fame. Laughter ensues. It is time to board the aircraft. Chu's family bids him farewell at the boarding gate, with the small grandson cheerfully exclaiming, Goodbye, Grandpa. It is said that Chu has kept the secret of the plan even from his family, so his children and grandchildren are unaware that this parting is tantamount to a final farewell. Chu Guifu waves goodbye with a smile and ascends the boarding stairs. The 72-year-old man is in good health, striding with a firm gait and showing no signs of sorrow. Among the crowd, those privy to the secret plan, such as Zhang Mingxian, George, and the Chu couple, exchanged glances filled with admiration. Of course, Chu feels some sorrow during the tower flight to Sanya Airport. He is not as talkative as usual and refrains from sharing his signature risku jokes, instead sitting quietly in first class, his gaze fixed intently out the window. Chu Tianla and the others intentionally refrain from disturbing him. Upon arriving at Sanya Airport, they take a vehicle to Wenchang, where the other 2 representatives and Ji Renrue are already awaiting them at the Wenchang Launch Center. From a distance, they spot the towering Chita cargo spacecraft, adjacent to the grand assembly and testing facilities and the fuel and fairing assembly buildings, resembling 3 columns rising to the heavens. Thousands of journalists have gathered early, cameras and camcorders resembling a dense thicket. The convoy progresses slowly through the throngs until they reach the VIP lounge, where Yul Shui assists her husband from the vehicle in his wheelchair. Ji Renrue awaits at the entrance, accompanied by an elderly man clad in a white hooded cloak and a white brimless hat, his all-white attire strikingly conspicuous amidst the crowd. Yul Shui whispers to her husband, The Pope, let us hurry to greet him. Unfortunately, the journalists are kept at a distance by security, unable to hear their conversation. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly concoct sensational headlines. Pope Benedict XVI smiles and says, It is an honor to meet my longtime friends, Ms. Yu and Mr. Chu. Your Holiness, my wife and I are equally honored. Chu Tianla replies sincerely, We are profoundly grateful for your personal presence here in synchronous orbit to send off the Chu. I ought to be here to express my gratitude to you. You are acting on behalf of the Lord, creating life in the distant realm of the Lord. You are inscribing a new book of Genesis. Chu Tian pauses, taken aback by the weight of the religious connotation in this statement, which momentarily eludes the rational framework he is accustomed to. The Chu spacecraft is not creating life. It merely disseminates existing life to untamed planets. Moreover, the far-off realm, light years away, seems beyond the jurisdiction of Jehovah, as the venerable elder certainly does not possess a spacecraft for travel. Yul Shui, well aware of her husband's frankness and innocence, discreetly touches his back, while Ji Renrui hastily exchanges glances with Chu Tianla. Chu Tianla offers a slight smile, realizing that their concerns are unwarranted, even without their reminders. He would not commit a breach of etiquette in such a setting. Following the Pope's lead, he respectfully responds, "Thank you for your high praise. We shall strive to please the Lord and hope he blesses our success." For someone of his temperament, articulating such diplomatic sentiments is no small feat. Yul and Ji feel relieved, sharing a knowing smile. However, none of the three anticipated the Pope's reaction. He shook his head and candidly stated, "The Lord does not interfere in the world. You will undoubtedly succeed, but success relies solely on science, on your genius and efforts. Nevertheless, you are indeed inscribing a new book of Genesis. The Lord must be immensely pleased, and his spirit will endure in your great accomplishments." This statement astonished Chu Tianla, igniting a sense of respect within him, as he felt an instant connection between their spirits. He recalled the introduction regarding Pope Benedict XVI, noting his long-standing role as the president of the Pontifical Biblical Commission and the International Theological Commission before ascending to the papacy. Yet he never actively engaged in discussions on theological issues. He has repeatedly emphasized that the study and faith in the Bible find value in grasping the greater truths while acknowledging the allegorical nature of the scriptures. Such insights are profoundly insightful and courageous for a pope. Chu Tianla pondered, what substantial difference exists between such an enlightened religious faith? The Lord does not intervene in the world, acknowledging the allegorical nature of the Bible and atheistic beliefs. Essentially, there seems to be no distinction. One could even argue that the Pope's assessment of the God Eagle Egg project, while imbued with religious significance, is in fact more profound than that of the scientific community. Scientists are immersed in concrete matters, perceiving their endeavors merely as a monumental engineering project, oblivious to the profound significance that transcends mere engineering. In truth, they are creating a new world in lieu of divine intervention. Should they succeed in nurturing a new humanity on a desolate planet light years away, the Eagle Egg project might only be interpreted by this nascent humanity as a manifestation of divine power. He now comprehends why the Pope would come to bid farewell. The Pope glanced around and inquired, "Is Mr. Ma not here?" "No," came the reply. "He has not been well lately. My grandmother and sister have also stayed behind in the mountains to accompany him," said Yulu Shui. "Thank you." Yulu Shui replied cheerfully, "I shall convey your words to my father-in-law. He will surely be delighted." In such a setting, there was little time for further conversation. The Pope rose, brushed off the dust from his knees, and bid farewell to both men. The United Nations representative, Abikar, approached and shook hands with everyone, smiling as he said, "First, allow me to congratulate you on your success, especially you, Mr. Ji Renrui, my junior colleague, for transforming the technical success of the Chushi spacecraft into a far more successful public relations campaign, effectively channeling societal sentiments." He fixed his gaze on Chu Tianla and candidly added, "Yet, I fervently hope for the early implementation of true human escape." Chu Tianla glanced at his wife and Ji Renrui. The three exchanged silent nods, tightening their grip on Abakar's hand. They all understood the weight of his words. Although the Eagle Egg initiative is no longer merely a panacea, it remains a source of comfort that outweighs its practical utility. No one dares to guarantee the outcome of events 450,000 years hence. Thus, the prospect of sowing the seeds of earthly life, particularly the human lineage, on another planet largely hinges on divine favor. Even if nuclear fusion spacecraft can ascend into the cosmos, the chances of a collective human exodus remain uncertain. As the disaster zones continue to expand at the speed of light, and regrettably, there are no signs of a significant reduction in intensity thus far. This contradicts the initial estimations of the Friends of Joy. Under such circumstances, even if the spacecraft could reach 1.5% of the speed of light, it would still be unable to escape the disaster zone. With a soft sigh, Chu Tianla murmured, "Mr. Abakar, as you well know, Genuine human escape can only be anticipated through a momentous scientific breakthrough, one that entails a comprehensive understanding of the disaster's essence or a revolutionary leap in spacecraft technology. However, scientific breakthroughs necessitate a gestation period. We cannot solely rely on the injection of oxytocin. Yet the situation compels us to induce labor. With the combined financial, material, and intellectual resources of humanity, we must hasten the delivery of this metaphorical fetus, resorting to a cesarean section if necessary. Otherwise, he shook his head, leaving his thought unfinished. Chu, I place my hopes for breakthroughs more on the friends of joy. I believe that within your wild, mixed forest, the fruits of wisdom are most likely to blossom. Thus, he gently admonished, in occasions like today's, it's sufficient for idle individuals like Ji Renrui and me to attend. You should not be here. Chu Tian felt a jolt within, regarding the black politician with newfound respect. He was entirely correct. The eruption of inspiration requires total immersion, and such social engagements undoubtedly disrupt contemplation. He recalled the night spent with Yu Lushui at the cremation site, where every pore connected with nature, sensing the rhythm of the cosmos. It was in that tranquil mindset that he achieved his breakthrough. He smiled at Ji Renrui, shaking his head in resignation. Look, another whip of God. In truth, he felt grateful for Abikar's reproach, even somewhat embarrassed. Very well, Mr. Abikar, I shall remember your words. I also hope to continue fostering a fruitful collaboration between the Friends of Joy and SCAC. Abikar smiled at Ji Renrui. That is only natural. In recent years, particularly after Abikar assumed the role of Secretary General of SCAC, the collaboration between the two entities has indeed grown remarkably close. Throughout this period, the personal relationship between Ji Renrui and Abikar has played a significant role. These two alumni of Peking University, despite their differing years, share similar temperaments and goals, having developed a bond of mutual trust over a decade of acquaintance. Abikar places immense value on the collaboration with the Friends of Joy. As the rationale is clear, when he seeks to promote a matter at the United Nations as a minor Secretary General, he faces a multitude of obstacles. However, if the Friends of Joy can first advance the initiative, it will facilitate the subsequent actions of SCAC, yielding greater efficiency. Likewise, the Friends of Joy greatly value their collaboration with Abikar, for the power of a grassroots organization is limited. Thus, leveraging their initiative to propel a global implementation would yield the best outcome. The two embraced tightly, the embrace lingering for an extended moment. The Pope and Abikar, unaware of the underlying dynamics, found the solemnity of their farewell somewhat peculiar, as the purpose of their send-off was merely a 2-day short flight. Ji Renrui's speech resonated across the globe. As the public has long known, the Chushi spacecraft carries the genetic material of 2 million Earth species, including 5 million human embryos, representing the genes of 10 million individuals. It is estimated that the spacecraft will escape the disaster zone in 450,000 years, subsequently sowing the seeds of life on a suitable planet. The propagation of life, particularly human life, will be a lengthy journey spanning several 100,000 years. Despite the protracted timeline, we are confident that this life-seeding initiative will ultimately succeed, given the immense dedication and intelligence humanity has invested in this endeavor. Infused with profound emotion and hope, we believe our wishes will resonate with the divine. The gods of humanity shall protect it, whether Jehovah, Allah, Buddha, Brahma, Odin, Zeus, Jupiter, or the Jade Emperor. Within the realms accessible to modern science, earthly life stands as the universe's sole remarkable achievement. It emerged from the primordial toxins of early Earth, enduring cataclysmic eruptions, land subsidence, glacial periods, meteor strikes, and various other colossal disasters, persevering to this day. It shall undoubtedly survive this astronomical calamity as well. Millions of spectators were moved to tears as the Cheetah cargo spacecraft ascended amidst flames. It first entered a circular orbit at an altitude of 200 kilometers above Earth, achieving a velocity of 8,000 meters per second, followed by an hour of unpowered flight. The spacecraft then reignited, entering an elliptical orbit at a speed nearing 11,000 meters per second. As it ascended to the apex of its elliptical trajectory, its speed decreased to approximately 1.6 kilometers per second. A third ignition propelled it into a synchronous circular orbit at 3.1 kilometers per second. Due to the Wenchang Launch Center's location away from the equator, additional adjustments were made, ultimately securing its position in a synchronous orbit above the equator. This procedure was well within its familiarity. Now, in the synchronous orbit above the equator, The Cheetah spacecraft gradually caught up to the Chu spacecraft. Among the 8 individuals in the cabin, only Zhang Ming had previous experience in space travel, serving as the safety supervisor and commentator for the journey. He excitedly exclaimed, "Everyone, unbuckle your seatbelts and float to the windows to gaze outside." At that moment, the Cheetah was beneath the Chu, moving slightly faster than the synchronous speed, making it appear as if it were crawling slowly compared to the stationary ground below and the Chu above. Beyond the Chu, the celestial dome rotated as a whole, with the sun and stars appearing to spin in reverse relative to the observer, resembling a super kaleidoscope in the hands of God. At this moment, dawn was breaking, casting a brilliant blue crescent where sunlight touched the earth, far larger than a true crescent moon. The crescent moon cast a shimmering golden light upon the Pacific Ocean, revealing the proud rooster of China nestled in the easternmost expanse of the Asian continent. The boundary between light and shadow steadily advanced westward as the crescent moon gradually swelled, soon enveloping all of East Asia in the embrace of dawn. Zhang Mingxian prompted everyone to gaze skyward, eliciting a chorus of astonished gasps. At that moment, the Chu spacecraft loomed ominously above the Cheetah, appearing extraordinarily colossal and imposing. While several passengers had previously marveled at the grandeur of the Cheetah during its launch, if the Cheetah was a colossal beast, then the Chu was akin to a towering mountain. Against the backdrop of the darkened sky, the Chu reflected sunlight, radiating with a dazzling brilliance. Zhang Mingxian explained that the surface of the Chu boasted an exceptionally high reflectivity, as the genetic resources it carried necessitated preservation in a cryogenic state. The frigid conditions of space would naturally maintain the low temperature of the Chu, yet during the journey, proximity to a star would require its reflective exterior to prevent the internal temperature from rising. The overall design of the spacecraft was quite unique. Zhang Mingxian elaborated that it could be classified as a bundled spacecraft, though its configuration was the opposite of conventional designs. With the propulsion system at its center and the cargo hold secured around its periphery, a slender tail nozzle extended from the center of the rear end, disproportionately small compared to the immense size of the spacecraft. This was due to the fact that the Chu would not need to overcome Earth's gravity at launch. The gravitational pull at synchronous orbit is already minimal. And during the prolonged journey in zero gravity and frictionless space, it would require only a minuscule amount of power for sustained propulsion. Throughout the 450,000-year voyage, variations in acceleration would be inconsequential. The maximum speed of 40 kilometers per second would ultimately be achieved. The spacecraft's docking interface was located at the front. It was an open design, lacking an airlock, followed by the command module. The Cheetah gradually surpassed the Chu, causing the latter to diminish slightly in scale, yet its luminosity intensified as the angle of sunlight reflection became more favorable. It transformed into a magnificent, transparent giant diamond. Set against the vast celestial expanse and the shimmering blue waves of Earth, creating an awe-inspiring cosmic panorama, as enchanting as a myth. It left observers mesmerized and awestruck, stirring profound spiritual sentiments within their hearts. Silence enveloped the cabin for a moment. Yul Shui, fulfilling her role as a photojournalist, captured images of the scenery outside as well as the individuals within the cabin. These visuals were transmitted in real time to the ground. She smiled and remarked that the television host requested each of the 8 human representatives to say a few words. "Please, let us begin with Mr. Chu." The previously silent Chu Guifu chuckled and declared, "Having witnessed this spacecraft, my investments have not been in vain." He quickly added, "I have not lived in vain. Your Holiness, please speak." The Pope, with emotion, replied, "I am fortunate to have experienced the divine perspective of God gazing upon the mortal realm during my lifetime." Yul Shui, smiling, inquired, "Should I also say something? Then I shall utter something even shorter than George's. To live." After a brief pause, a voice from the ground, that of Ji Renrue, resonated. "Thank you to the 8 human representatives for your profound words. Now, the Cheetah will commence docking with the Chu." The attitude adjustment thrusters of the Cheetah ignited, and the backdrop of space outside the window began to rotate slowly. The Cheetah traced a semicircle in the void, ascending to the precise front of the Chu, aligning its rear with the front. The tail nozzle directed its thrust forward, decelerating the spacecraft until it synchronized perfectly with the Chu. Following a gentle impact, the docking was completed. The crew began connecting the fuel lines in preparation for refueling. Zhang Mingxian meticulously checked each individual spacesuit, ensuring helmets were donned and communication devices activated. Due to the unique nature of the Chu Tian, which exclusively transported biological cells in a frozen state, the interior was not sealed, and there was no ambient temperature. Visitors relied entirely on the life support systems within their spacesuits. The double-sealed doors of the Chitu opened, and Zhang Mingxian guided everyone into the Chu Tian, which was essentially an open space environment. The Chu Tian primarily comprised a large cylindrical framework, within which 10 fan-shaped fuel tanks were affixed, forming a massive cylinder. Surrounding the outer perimeter of the fuel tanks were 10 colossal cargo holds, similarly fan-shaped, containing 500 large egg compartments. The outer layer was adorned with a scale-like reflective surface, totaling over 10,000 segments. These scales were hollow, encasing the DNA of lower organisms. At the center of the Chu Tian lay a circular corridor, delineated by the inner walls of the 10 fuel tanks. A longitudinal cylindrical handrail extended the full length of the corridor, allowing individuals to pull themselves forward. The corridor was not sealed. Glimpses of the dark cosmic backdrop could be seen through the gaps between the fuel tanks, revealing stars and the blue crescent of Earth, which continued to rotate in reverse. To everyone's astonishment, the materials used in the spacecraft were remarkably thin and lightweight. Even though they were high-performance titanium alloys or carbon fiber, they appeared excessively delicate. In stark contrast to the spacecraft's colossal size, they resembled a framework woven from straw, with cabins affixed that were as thin as aluminum cans. Noticing the wonder in everyone's expressions, Zhang Mingxian smiled and remarked, "The chances of colliding with a meteorite in space are minimal. Do you know? From a macroscopic perspective, space is a web with vast voids. The route we have chosen traverses these voids, thereby significantly reducing the likelihood of meteorite impacts. However, the journey spans hundreds of thousands of years. Even the smallest probability, when multiplied over such an extensive time frame, could indeed manifest." Zhang Mingxian nodded. "You are absolutely correct. Yet, if we were to design the spacecraft to withstand meteorite impacts, its overall weight would increase by several orders of magnitude, which is entirely impractical. Thus, we have opted for an unarmored design, employing a dispersed structure to mitigate potential losses. As I mentioned earlier, the spacecraft's compartments do not require sealing. Even if a breach occurs, it would not lead to catastrophe, and the 500 large egg compartments are independent. Only those directly impacted would sustain damage. This ensures that after 450,000 years of travel, the majority of the human eggs remain safe." He sighed softly. Of course, this represents an inherently unsafe design, with its intrinsic brutality. However, given the technological level of chemical spacecraft, this is the best we can do. With nuclear fusion spacecraft, we could implement numerous protective measures. Abakel inquired, "Why not place the cargo holds in the inner layer? At least they could be shielded by the fuel tanks." Zhang Mingxian regarded him. "No, the damage from hitting a fuel tank would be far more severe. It is not a matter of fearing explosions. The fuel and oxidizer are stored separately. Even if struck by a meteorite, there would be no explosion, but the loss of even a single cargo hold's fuel would be untenable for the spacecraft." Everyone fell silent, finally grasping the inherent brutality of Zhang Mingxian's words. Essentially, he was suggesting that the design philosophy of the spacecraft was to utilize the passengers, the armored enclosures of biological cells, and the large egg compartments, as dual layers of human shields to protect the fuel tanks. A stark contrast to conventional spacecraft design principles, yet entirely rational within this particular context. Yul Shui had been attending to him, as well as the elderly Pope. They had already drifted 200 to 300 meters, with a similar distance ahead, illustrating the vastness of the spacecraft. Suddenly, the Pope recalled something and asked, "Mr. Zhang, you mentioned that the spacecraft experiences minimal stress, but what about during descent? When it finds a planet with suitable conditions, it may have gravity similar to or even greater than that of Earth. How could such a fragile giant spacecraft land safely?" "No, it does not require a safe landing," Zhang Mingxian replied. "Does not need to land." "Correct." As the spacecraft entered the gravitational field, the outermost layer of hollow scales, encapsulating the DNA of primitive organisms, first detached due to gravity. During its descent, the shell heated up from atmospheric friction. When the temperature exceeded 500 degrees Celsius, small orifices on the shell expelled a substance we refer to as light cloud, which rapidly solidified into a vast bubble, encasing the scales within. This immense bubble regulated both the descent speed and temperature within safe parameters. The scales, being brittle, shattered upon impact with the ground, dispersing the seeds of the primitive organisms contained within, thus initiating the cycle of life. I mentioned that since the seeds were mature biological templates, it was estimated that the terraformation process of the new planet could be completed within tens of thousands of years. And what follows? Throughout these tens of thousands of years, the Chu Tian spacecraft would continue to orbit the new planet, with air resistance gradually lowering its trajectory and increasing gravitational forces. Eventually, the fragile structure of the spacecraft would disintegrate, causing 500 enormous egg modules to scatter during their descent, still protected by the light cloud substance. Upon reaching the surface, the similarly fragile egg modules would rupture, releasing the 10,000 human eggs encased within, which would subsequently hatch under suitable sunlight conditions. "Oh, such an ingenious design," remarked the Pope. Zhang Mingxian responded with a wry smile. "It was all born out of necessity. An effort to extract every last drop of oil from the chemical propulsion capabilities of the spacecraft. In Chinese terms, this is the poor man's desperate solution." They approached the spherical command module, which was distinctly different from the other sections. The command module was small, entirely sealed, and enveloped in thick metallic armor. A walkway circled around the exterior of the command module, leading to the rear of the spacecraft. Zhang Mingxian opened the sealed door of the command module, revealing a cramped space filled with oddly shaped instruments. However, unlike a conventional command module, there were no instruments or indicator lights present. The Chu Tian spacecraft was devoid of human pilots. Thus, the coordination and control of the ship did not require external displays, all hidden within the cables and integrated circuits, manifesting as the flow of electricity. This design rendered it more akin to an enlarged human brain rather than a typical command module. Zhang Mingxian stated, "This is the brain of the spacecraft, hence it is afforded the utmost protection. It operates on isotope batteries, capable of functioning for 500,000 years. Once the spacecraft has escaped the disaster zone, it will autonomously assess the external environment, select a suitable planet, and further determine the optimal latitude for hatching based on temperature, guiding the spacecraft accordingly. When the spacecraft disintegrates within the gravitational field, its mission will be complete, yet it will continue to exist. After detaching from the original spacecraft framework, it will gradually elevate its orbit through its own propulsion, ultimately becoming a satellite of the new planet. It will forever revolve, watching over the fate of the new humanity on that planet, much like the eye of God," the Pope stated calmly. The group exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. Indeed, the Pope's words were profoundly insightful. The preservation of this command module held no practical significance, as it could not interact with the primitive new humanity. In the meticulously rigorous weight reduction design of the Chu Tian spacecraft, any functionality deemed of low practical value was ruthlessly eliminated, with the sole exception of the command module's preservation, which was psychologically motivated to provide a wise presence silently accompanying those human descendants as they struggled in their primitive minds and harsh environments. The men fell silent, while Yulushue's eyes turned red. Zhang Mingxian cleared his throat. "Regrettably, all the giant egg-shaped landing modules are sealed, and I cannot allow you to see the human eggs inside. However, there is a smaller egg module, constructed with an additional 1 billion donation from Mr. Chu, which contains thousands of human eggs. Allow me to show you." He led them to the smaller egg module, approximately half the size of the other giant egg modules. It lay horizontally, with an unsealed hatch in the middle. Zhang Mingxian ushered them inside. Within, the human eggs were densely stacked, isolated, and secured with soft materials. These eggs were in deep freeze, yet the visitors, clad in space suits, felt no chill, and the eggs exhibited no signs of frost or freezing. Yulushui gently touched her husband. "Tianla, do you know what I'm thinking right now? I am reminded of the nests of dinosaur eggs I saw at the Xixia Dinosaur Museum, preserved in their original state." Zhang Mingxian led them to the rear of the chamber, where 14 devices lay side by side, also egg-shaped, but larger than the human eggs. The outer shells of these devices were metallic. The moment these metal devices came into view, the 6 individuals, Chu, Zhang, George, Chu, Yu, and Lin, fixed their gazes upon them, their expressions turning grave and solemn. Even the Pope and Abacle, who were unaware of the situation, sensed the unusual atmosphere and looked at them with curiosity. Zhang Mingxian cleared his throat, his voice solemn as he addressed the two. "These are 14 human cryogenic devices. The primary purpose of constructing this smaller egg module was to accommodate them. At this moment, Mr. Jirenrue is publicly announcing information regarding them, and I will share it with you as well." He paused. Inside, There are 13 oviparous human infants. Infants? The Pope exclaimed in shock. Previous announcements had indicated that the spacecraft contained only human eggs, which would remain frozen for 450,000 years before hatching on a designated planet. How could there suddenly be 13 infants? Zhang Mingxian explained. To ensure the reliability of the oviparous technology, it was necessary to conduct hatching experiments in a simulated environment on Earth. We carried out 10 trials, and these 13 infants are the survivors of those experiments. However, for obvious reasons, these experiments were kept strictly confidential. This group of infants will travel in a frozen state and will also descend to the target planet using the light cloud protection method. The device will automatically thaw them and awaken them. Thus, the subsequent hatching oviparous humans will have 13 older siblings to guide them. The Pope and Abacle gradually calmed down from their shock. The Pope murmured, "May God bless them, and may they fulfill their responsibilities as older siblings." Abacle even joked, "They certainly will. I believe 13 will be a fortuitous number on the new planet." Just as the Pope and Abacle had begun to regain their composure, they were once again overwhelmed by a wave of astonishment, staring blankly at Chu Guifu, unable to utter a single word for a long while. One need not possess much imagination to envision Chu's future, a desolate, solitary existence in a completely unfamiliar environment, where the loneliness of the spirit would far exceed the physical hardships, as his roots would be irrevocably severed. At this moment, Chu Guifu appeared calm, yet his heart must have been tumultuous. The Pope, with tears in his eyes, floated over and embraced Chu tightly through the confines of their space suits. His voice, hoarse with emotion, conveyed his heartfelt admiration. "Chu, you are a brave and compassionate soul, with a heart of great mercy. I cannot express the depth of my respect." He sighed lightly. "I have always advocated for the allegorical nature of the Bible, yet you have made the allegorical Bible a reality." The profound significance of these words left the others in shock, as the Pope nearly implied that this selfless individual, willing to venture to a savage planet to protect the oviparous humans, was a corporeal embodiment of God, fulfilling divine deeds. The Pope's exaltation of Chu Guifu struck the others as somewhat absurd, for while their perception of Chu had greatly improved in recent years, they were still aware of the blemished past he bore. Yet perhaps the Pope's assessment was the most accurate. Perhaps only an outsider could recognize a great man, for distance can obscure minor flaws. Ulesui smiled as she translated the Pope's words for Chu, who grinned back. "Nonsense, don't try to sugarcoat it for me. You inform the Pope that I am not as exalted as one might think. To put it plainly, I have invested $1 billion in acquiring a quaint burial site, orchestrating my own space funeral in advance. If I awaken on a new planet and live a few more years, it will be a gain. If not, I harbor no regrets. Throughout my life, I have endured enough suffering and relished all the joys. I have earned substantial wealth, which I have also squandered. I have experienced romance, and my lineage has been sufficiently established, not only left on Earth, but also sent to the heavens. What then is there left for me to cling to in this world? I might as well wager the remaining years of my life and venture into the celestial realm." Yul Shui faithfully translated his words for a few foreigners. Laughter erupted, dispelling the earlier melancholy, and one by one, they bid farewell to Chu. Uncle Chu remarked, "By the way, I must clarify a few matters to prevent anyone from harboring ill thoughts about me. My journey to the new planet is not to tend to my descendants. It would be impossible for me to identify which of the human eggs carry the Chu family genes." George interjected, stating that he would certainly not share a cabin with them, and the chances of encountering one another on the new planet were slim. Even if they did meet, one could not ascertain lineage solely based on appearance. Cursed be this George, who preemptively severed my selfish intentions. I shall instead adopt a more noble stance and become a selfless godfather, treating all 5 million human eggs equally. The crowd chuckled. "Well, let us speak of something else. Uncle Chu, I entrust these individuals to you. I have previously stated my intention to be a good godfather. Little Chu, let me reveal a secret. There is a trace of your and Yul Shui's lineage within this. But do not inquire how I accomplished this." He declared proudly, "Little Chu, I have heard that you resolutely refuse to bear offspring to avoid the transmission of flawed genes. Do not fault me for my bluntness. But such a notion is indeed misguided, clouded by confusion. In my opinion, as long as one can produce a brilliant mind such as yours, even amidst terminal illness, it is worthwhile. I need not enumerate your contributions. I believe, on the new planet, a mind like yours will be essential in guiding others." Yul Shui understood how Chu had acquired the 2 genetic lineages with her assistance. However, at that time, Chu Guifu merely expressed the desire to help Chu Tian leave descendants, without specifying that they would be sent into space. He had persuaded himself using the reasoning that genius outweighs terminal illness. She too believed her husband's decision was misguided, thinking that his overly rational choice, in stark contrast to instinct, was perhaps less reasonable than yielding to instinct. Chu Tianle glanced at his wife and readily said, "Let us not dwell on it. What is done is done. Uncle Chu, I wish you good fortune." Time was pressing, and the group could not linger in farewells. Zhang Ming had already adjusted the cryogenic apparatus, and Chu Guifu waved goodbye to everyone as he stepped inside, closing the transparent door. Inside, he removed the helmet of his spacesuit, reclined, and smiled serenely, once more waving to the crowd, declaring, "I am ready. Let us begin. I am about to initiate. Farewell, Mr. Chu. Farewell." He pressed the button, and the invisible cold instantly filled the chamber, freezing Chu's smile, which solidified into eternity on his weathered face, etched with scars, an eternity of at least 450,000 years. A monumental moment in history arrived. The Chu spacecraft, carrying the essence of life from Earth, including that of humanity, alongside a brave guardian and his 13 young charges, was poised to embark on a journey lasting 450,000 years. 7 billion pairs of eyes were upon them. 7 billion hearts beat in support. I now declare the launch of the Chu spacecraft. The slender tail nozzle of the Chu emitted a blue flame against the vast celestial backdrop and the imposing Chu vessel. This flame appeared diminutive and faint, akin to a firefly propelling an aircraft. Nonetheless, the Chu gradually gained speed, slowly departing, until it eventually vanished into the dark firmament. Cheers erupted from billions below, though laced with a haunting melancholy. The Chu vessel was not equipped with high-powered communication devices, ensuring that every ounce of energy was devoted to acceleration. More importantly, humanity could not control the Chu spacecraft, which would traverse light years and millennia. The bond between mother and son would inevitably sever, and thus, a few days earlier separation mattered little. 3 years later, the radio signals from the Chu vessel ceased. The spacecraft had completely liberated itself from Earth's confines, guided by an inscrutable fate for its ensuing journey. Aside from praying for the success of the Chu vessel, the populace began to shift their focus towards a second spacecraft, powered by nuclear fusion. Unbeknownst to them, the brilliant minds of the Liziu Academy had already set their sights beyond the nuclear fusion vessel, fixating on an entirely new propulsion method founded on a groundbreaking theoretical framework. Chapter 6. The void of vacuum. It is widely acknowledged that there exists a theory likening a frog in gradually heated water to a perilous situation. The frog is doomed to perish if the temperature increases slowly. Yet if cast into boiling water, it instinctively reacts with fervor, possibly leaping to safety. Fortunately, the localized cosmic collapse that humanity faces resembles that boiling water, compelling mankind to respond with unparalleled urgency. As a result, humanity unearthed the void of vacuum, stepping boldly into the epoch of light speed. While the once promising variable specific impulse magnetic plasma rocket was swiftly relegated to oblivion before it even materialized. Thus, the technology concerning oviparous beings can be viewed as a fleeting blossom, akin to a night-blooming cereus, which withers immediately after its brief display of beauty. Presently, only George Jacobi remains on this desolate isle, expressing his desire to meticulously organize and refine this technology, intent on preserving it for future generations with an archaeological inclination. He spoke with a sense of desolation. A medium-sized speedboat skimmed across the vast expanse of water, leaving a triangular wake in its path. Aboard were nearly 20 passengers of diverse ethnicities, most clad in casual attire. At this moment, the passengers were engrossed in the breathtaking scenery of the expansive lake, observing waterfowl soaring gracefully above. Gu Qihong, the vice president of the Friends of Music Foundation, sat at the stern, cheerfully advising the captain, "Do not accelerate too quickly. We must prioritize safety today. Do you understand? These 18 individuals are astrophysicists, cosmologists, experts in quantum mechanics and relativity, the CRME de la CRME of physics. Should we capsize, it would set physics back a century." The captain retorted playfully, "You're quite the jinx, Gu. As an official, you ought to embody a bit more decorum." Gu Qihong, still smiling, replied, "Why should I learn? I was quite the dignified figure when I served as the editor-in-chief of a newspaper. However, these past years with the Friends of Music have led me astray. Everyone here loves to jest and does not shy away from uttering the word death." Unbeknownst to Gu, some foreign guests understood Chinese, prompting him to shrug and cease his light-hearted banter. He retrieved his electronic notepad to examine the guests' profiles and recognized one as the esteemed British astrophysicist, Roger. This individual had just corrected Gu's exaggeration, yet his relatively modest assessment that physics would regress by 20 years revealed his underlying arrogance. Roger's companion was a tall Caucasian exhibiting signs of albinism, his skin a stark white tinged with pink, and his pale blue eyes framed by wisps of almost golden hair. He glanced at Roger, clearly inquiring about the conversation with the Chinese. Roger provided a brief explanation, to which the man smiled slightly and succinctly remarked, "Subtract 5 years. I am a proficient swimmer." Gu quietly translated this for the captain, who paused momentarily before comprehending the implication, exclaiming under his breath about the audacity of these foreigners. Roger, aware of their silent exchange, chuckled and explained, "Are you jesting about his boasting? Nevertheless, this Mr. Pauly is indeed remarkable, a renowned quantum physicist, recognized as one of the brightest minds in the scientific community and a top member of Mensa." The captain discreetly inquired about the Mensa Association, to which Gu elaborated that it was a society for individuals with exceptionally high IQs, essentially a club for supergeniuses. The captain regarded the two men with admiration, gently nudging Gu's arm, and whispered, "What brings them here?" Gu responded quietly, "They were invited by Chu Tian and He Zizhou, as they need to conduct an important vote. As for the specifics of the voting, I must keep that confidential. I am afraid it is classified up to my level." The island arrived. The captain secured the mooring line and assisted the guests ashore. Mr. Ma awaited them at the dock, a 77-year-old man marked by age spots. Frail and with loose skin. 16-year-old Lu Yi and 66-year-old Tian Ma attended to him, along with George. Lu Yi had blossomed into a young woman, her skin a warm hue, her eyes clear and bright, crowned by a cascade of thick black hair. Mr. Ma apologized to the guests, to which George replied, "In truth, it is more fitting to refer to this as the graveyard of oviparous beings." He guided the 18 physicists on a tour, first to observe the 2 earliest hatched eggs. The shattered shells remained in their original positions, casually lying on the ground beneath a transparent hemispherical glass dome. Scattered upon the sandy surface within were a few disordered tiny footprints, distinctly visible, yet abruptly ceasing at the dome's wall, while the external tracks had been erased by 3 years of the elements. George explained that a total of 10 hatchings had occurred on this isle, involving 100 human eggs, resulting in the survival of 13 individuals. Regrettably, only this site bore footprints, as the other 11 successfully hatched eggs were situated on a grassy slope. The physicists gazed in silence for an extended period. The remnants of the broken eggs, and particularly the interrupted tiny footprints, stirring a profound emotional response among the group. Could such footprints ever grace another planet? No one dared to make a definitive claim. Progressing further, other fragmented eggshells were similarly covered by hemispherical transparent domes, with a few human eggs remaining intact, unhatched. George, with a tone of melancholy, remarked, "As you know, the Chu vessel set sail 3 years ago, and signals from the spacecraft have since been lost. The 13 oviparous infants aboard, along with 5 million human embryos and the elderly Chu Guifu, who volunteered to care for them, remain uncertain in their fate, left to the whims of an unknowable destiny." He sighed, adding, "Had I foreseen the idleness I would face after the Chu vessel departed, I would have gladly taken Mr. Chu's place." After a short pause, he continued, "Mr. Chu was a great man. I am deeply ashamed for the disrespectful words I once uttered upon our first meeting." Roger placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, smiling as he reassured him, "Mr. Jacoby, you are equally a great man. Let me tell you, as a physicist, I harbor envy towards biologists, for I believe you are closer to the divine. Do you comprehend the magnitude of your accomplishments? You have, in essence, replicated the work of God, and with remarkable finesse. You have produced 11 complete beings, 11 and a half, since Eve was fashioned from Adam's rib, and thus counts as only half. With such illustrious achievements, what further discontent could you possibly harbor?" A helicopter had just breached the horizon. George suggested, "Let us all retreat to the basement and await their arrival. We must be expeditious. After the voting, He Zizhou must immediately depart for the Fermi National Laboratory in the United States, where preparations for the experiment await, assuming the vote passes." Of course, they congregated in the basement, which was not a formal meeting hall. There were insufficient chairs, and the floor was adorned with 25 grass mats, hastily fashioned by Tian Ma and Lu Yi into his circular arrangement. Mr. Ma invited everyone to take their seats and served tea, which was placed on the floor. Outside, the whir of the helicopter's rotor blades echoed, and soon, Yul Shui wheeled in Chu Tian, followed closely by Ji Renrui, Alex, He Zizhou, and Kong Bumming, who hurriedly entered. Lu Yi awaited at the basement entrance, rushing to embrace He Zizhou warmly, exclaiming, "Don't be too sorrowful, brother Yang Yang. My mother says that Grandpa He's passing should be viewed as a celebration of life." He Zizhou calmly patted her back, replying, "I am not sorrowful. My grandfather remained lucid and tranquil until the end. He even smiled, asking me to convey his regrets for not being able to see you all off at the synchronous orbit for the next spacecraft. Nonetheless, he assured me he would bid farewell to the voyagers from a higher plane in paradise." Everyone smiled and embraced him once more before resuming their seats. Tian Lama and Li proceeded to the kitchen to prepare lunch for the group of over 20 individuals. The meeting commenced, with Ji Renrui presiding over the proceedings. Chu Tian commenced with a brief address, his voice synthesizer remarkably lifelike, sounding indistinguishable from that of a real person. This conference is led by He Zizhou, who first proposed the theory of dense vacuum energy. Yang Yang, please take the floor. He Zizhou stood before the screen and began with an explanation. Mr. Chu's remarks are but a display of modesty. Indeed, I mentioned over a decade ago that compressed space may harbor accumulated energy, though it was merely the fanciful musings of a child. The true theoretical foundation was established by Mr. Chu and Alex, though I too contributed to some extent. The audience, showing a gentle shake of their heads, signaled for him to continue. Very well, I shall proceed. Just as matter annihilation occurs, so too will the annihilation of space convert into energy. Precise calculations indicate that the energy released will slightly exceed the excitation energy. That is to say, the stimulated annihilation of dense vacuum is fundamentally a process of energy release into the external environment. Undoubtedly, this is monumental news. For in his prior discourse, he maintained a serious demeanor, yet now he blossomed with childlike glee, reminiscent of my youthful declarations that interstellar vessels would navigate an ocean of energy, and merely scooping a ladle from beneath the ship would suffice to fuel a month's journey. Of course, such youthful exaggeration is far from the truth. In reality, the energy released from vacuum annihilation is minuscule. Nevertheless, it is acknowledged that even the slightest forces, like stellar light pressure, can theoretically propel a vessel toward the speed of light if sustained. The light pressure generated from vacuum annihilation surpasses that of stellar light pressure, for it is perpetually in close proximity to the vessel's rear. Thus, should this theory prove valid, the dream of light-speed travel, a divine gift long yearned for by humanity, may suddenly become part of our annual agenda. The once-cherished variable thrust magnetic plasma rocket could be relegated to the annals of history. He paused momentarily, calming his excitement as his gaze swept over the equally exhilarated attendees. He continued, in summary, verifying the hypothesis of supercritical dense vacuum stimulated annihilation is relatively straightforward. It merely requires a conventional particle collision experiment. Allow me to clarify. Our local universe has transitioned from gentle expansion to rapid contraction over the past 4 decades. During this period, Europe and America have conducted 3 particle collision experiments, none of which revealed anomalies. However, these experiments occurred in the first decade, when space contraction had not yet reached the critical threshold predicted by the 3-state vacuum theory. In the subsequent 30-plus years, all financial resources were redirected toward humanity's escape plan, leading to the cessation of particle collision experiments. Currently, our calculations suggest that space contraction has reached a level capable of excitation. The LESIU Foundation has also provided funding to the Fermi National Accelerator Laboratory in the United States, which is fully prepared to resume experiments at the mere press of a button. Yet, a specter has haunted the realm of physics for half a century. A hypothesis posited that if the annihilation of microspace is triggered, even a second-order vacuum smaller than a needle tip, it could sweep across the universe at the speed of light, causing sequential collapse throughout the cosmos. What a terrifying prospect. Could this indeed happen? According to calculations by Mr. Chu, Alex, and myself, it will not. Yet, with such a novel theory, no one dares assert with absolute certainty. This presents a dilemma. We require experimentation to validate the new theory's accuracy, yet we fear it might instigate irreversible cosmic destruction. However, without conducting the experiment, we cannot ascertain whether a second-order vacuum will be triggered, nor can we know if it would lead to cosmic annihilation. It is truly a predicament. Thus, today I have invited 18 world-class physicists, along with Mr. Chu, Alex, Mr. Ma, Mr. G, Mr. Kong, and myself from Lesu, to engage in an open discussion and subsequently vote on whether to proceed with this experiment. The atmosphere in the conference room grew exceedingly tense. Ji Renrui attempted to lighten the mood, smiling as he said, "Let me clarify. I am an outsider to physics. I am merely presiding over the meeting today without participating in the vote. Thus there will be 23 voters, an odd number." Rex from Canada calmly inquired, "The voting outcome is binding, correct?" Chu Tian replied gravely, "Of course. If the vote results in a negative, we shall cease the experiment. Should we later determine that the experiment should proceed, subsequent votes will still be binding." Nakamura Tomo from Japan remarked, "I have thoroughly examined the full theory you sent and find it self-sufficient. However, from where does the energy accumulated during cosmic contraction originate? In other words, what causes the universe to contract? This aspect remains unexplained in your theory." Alex candidly responded, "You are entirely correct. This is indeed the Achilles heel of the theory. Yet, I do not advocate for today's focus to be on this point, regardless of the underlying cause. Local contraction is an existing fact. Therefore, the cause of contraction can be studied at a later date. The more pressing issue at hand is, can we utilize this contracting universe to achieve lightspeed escape?" Rog immediately concurred, "Alex is right. Given humanity's current predicament, scholarly exploration can afford to be postponed." Rog continued, "Allow me to share my perspective. I have meticulously studied the theory of dense vacuum energy and believe the probability of a cosmic catastrophe resulting from particle collisions is minimal. Certainly, under ordinary circumstances, even a 1 in 100,000 chance of catastrophe would dissuade me from endorsing the experiment, for we possess but a single universe. This is the true, irreplaceable Noah's Ark. Yet, in this era of calamity, I believe that a measured risk is warranted. After all, as Mr. G once remarked, humanity's greatest geographical expansions have relied on the spirit of adventure rather than a cautious scientific mindset." He paused and added with a smile, "I propose that during the vote, we avoid an absolute yes or no choice. For instance, my stance is 90% in favor of commencing the experiment, 10% against." Ji Renrui promptly expressed his agreement. "That is a fine suggestion. It will more accurately reflect the voters' sentiments. Let it be so. During the vote, each ballot will be out of 100. It can be 100 in favor, or 100 against, or 70 in favor and 30 against. Abstentions will count as 50-50. Chun Guangdi from vociferously opposed, "Incredible. If you believe there is a possibility of annihilating this universe, how can you still support it with 90%? This is not a video game where a crash can simply be restarted. I am 200% opposed." His words were excessively fervent, prompting Ji Renrui to cleverly diffuse the tension with humor. "Ah, that one do. You only have the right to cast one full opposing vote. You cannot go for 200%. Otherwise, when I tally the votes later, I shall have to discard the highest score." Despite the gravity of the moment, this just elicited laughter from the assembly. The ensuing remarks were notably more composed, with even Chun Guangdi maintaining his composure. Valdura from South Africa calmly articulated his dissent. Mr. G's example of great geographical discoveries is perhaps inappropriate. It bears no comparison to the current situation. Indeed, several of humanity's historical geographical discoveries stemmed from adventurous spirit rather than the caution of scientists. However, let us not forget that each success may have been preceded by 1,000 failures. Today, people remember only successes and victors while overlooking the multitude of failures and those who perished in the quest. Fortunately, such deaths were confined to small groups, and from a collective perspective, humanity can endure such losses. However, if today's experiment were to culminate in disaster, it could spell the end for all humanity in the universe. He shook his head and said with a heavy heart, in the face of such prospects, "I personally would never dare to press that button." His concerns were entirely valid, and his analysis was remarkably persuasive, garnering agreement from many. The subsequent remarks predominantly reflected dissent. Rex articulated his perspective. "Valdura's analysis is compelling, yet it is predicated on the hypothesis that vacuum decay could lead to the annihilation of the universe. I conducted a thorough study of this hypothesis half a century ago, and frankly, it is not a hypothesis at all. It is merely conjecture, lacking a robust theoretical foundation. I do not support the idea of constraining scientific progress based on a hasty conjecture." Sicards from Spain concurred, stating, "I share Rex's viewpoint. Of course, the three-state vacuum theory proposed by Chu is also merely a hypothesis or conjecture at this time, but we can consider it from a certain angle. If it is correct, meaning that it predicts vacuum decay could occur. We must also trust in its predicted safety. If it is incorrect and vacuum decay cannot occur, then there is no need to consider its safety. The elderly Kong Bumming, who had remained silent, raised his hand to speak. I would like to propose a hypothesis. What if Mr. Chu had passed away due to illness, thereby delaying the establishment of the three-state vacuum theory by a decade? Now, let us assume that the scientific community, without the three-state vacuum theory, and thus without any warning, has just initiated a particle collision experiment. Valdura calmly countered. That is merely a hypothetical situation. It is meaningless to base our discussion on pure conjecture. No, quite the opposite. My two hypotheses are easily realizable in reality and are highly probable events. Nature harbors an obscure law. The more potent the disaster, the higher the threshold required to trigger it. Why is this so? There is no reason. It is simply an evident fact. Otherwise, our universe would have perished long ago. Moreover, when it comes to the utter destruction of the universe, the activation threshold must be exceedingly high. God would not wager on the health of an individual from some insignificant planet, even if that individual were a super genius. Thus, we may be overly presumptuous, thinking we can alter the course of the universe through a discussion fraught with inherent uncertainties. That is quite laughable. Ji Renrue inquired, your opinion is to proceed with the experiment? If it truly could provoke the annihilation of the universe, it is ultimately inevitable. Even if we abstain, we cannot guarantee that other civilizations within the universe will not undertake it. However, if even a single civilization conducts the experiment, even one located 100 million light-years away, we would all face destruction. Even two beams of high-energy cosmic rays colliding by chance could yield the same result. Our discussion resembles that of an ant king convening a court meeting to seriously deliberate on how to alter the sun's orbit. Ji Renrue and Kong Bumming shared a close friendship despite a 25-year age gap, humorously referring to each other as peers due to their coinciding birthdays. This camaraderie allowed for light-hearted banter, and Ji jested, "You irreverent old fellow, you should not have attended the meeting today. You wasted a voting right." After a moment's contemplation, he added, "However, from my perspective as an outsider, I believe the old gentleman's words hold merit. There is a saying, when humanity contemplates, God laughs," which aligns with old Kang's viewpoint. The fair-skinned Polly, typically reticent, succinctly remarked, "I support Kong. In the quantum realm, nothing is absolutely impossible. It is merely a matter of probability. If second-order vacuum bubbles cannot emerge in the universe, that is another matter, but if they can be artificially stimulated, they will undoubtedly arise spontaneously." He shrugged. Yet, for 14 billion years, the universe has not been annihilated. Chu Tian turned to look at Kong Bumming and Polly, subtly nodding at them. He Zizhou added playfully, "Thank you, Uncle Kong and Mr. Polly. You have alleviated my guilt about pressing the start button." The discussion continued until noon. With everyone expressing their opinions thoroughly, Ji Renrue declared, "The discussion has reached its conclusion. I believe we can proceed to vote." Ulesui and George, having listened for a while, departed to the kitchen, as today was a special performance for physicists. They opted not to participate in the vote, preferring to assist Tianla's mother. She was busily occupied, as her helper, Lu Yi, was restless and frequently rushed to the doorway to listen. Upon seeing Ulesui enter, Lu Yi exclaimed, "Hey, sister-in-law. Yang has changed. I hardly recognize him. Did you see how he spoke earlier? He absolutely exuded the aura of a major star. Yet, to me, he usually appears as just a slightly older kid." Her childlike remark stirred memories in Ulesui, recalling how she felt the same way during Chu Tianla's speech at the conference in Liajiling years ago. Upon reflection, this was not surprising. An individual's mindset is positively correlated with their sense of responsibility. When placed in a position of guiding humanity's fate, one has no choice but to mature quickly. Was she not the same? In her younger days, she had been far more vivacious and carefree, but circumstances had necessitated a more grounded demeanor. Furthermore, Yang was already 26, 4 years older than the Tianla of that time. She teased Lu Yi with a smile. "Are you smitten with him, hoping to turn your brother into a lover? Don't be shy. I too fell for your Tianla brother at a similar conference, and I was the one who made the first move." Liu chuckled. "Thank you, sister-in-law, for imparting your invaluable experience. However, for now, let us keep him as a brother. Even if I wish to change the relationship, I must find a way to make him pursue me, or else it would be difficult to manage later." Ulesui laughed, praising her foresight and cunning. Although Tianla's mother was busy preparing meals, she was also attentively listening to the discussions outside. She quietly asked Ulesui, Shuair, if Tianla's theory is correct. Could we really create a spacecraft capable of traveling at light speed? Indeed. To be precise, it would be a near-light-speed spacecraft, capable of achieving over 90% of the speed of light. According to relativity, no object with mass can reach light speed, as the closer one approaches light speed. The heavier it becomes, attaining light speed would result in infinite mass, which is unattainable. Then could people escape? Absolutely. A near-light-speed spacecraft would certainly allow for escape. Shuair, I find it hard to believe that such a beautiful dream could suddenly become reality. George interjected, I feel the same way. It's like someone who has been trapped in a mine for ages and suddenly sees dazzling sunlight. It's blinding. Yet, looking through history, technological breakthroughs often occur abruptly. Before the Wright brothers' airplane took flight, the public did not believe that wings made of wood could soar. Prior to the advent of cloning technology, people doubted that manipulating a single cell could produce a living infant. My own research into ovoviviparous technology was also met with incredulity. So, Aunt, you might as well believe. Tianla's mother instinctively paused her work, gazing upward in contemplation, then wistfully said, Mr. Ma, and I likely won't make it. Shuair, you and Tianla may yet catch up. And certainly Lu Yi too. That would suffice. As long as you can escape, your father and I would be content. Even if we were to fall into a black hole. Ulesui felt a pang of sadness. Tianla's mother was right. The two elders would likely miss this opportunity. Glancing at Lu Yi, she noticed her eyes were red. Ulesui forced a smile and reassured her mother-in-law. Mom, let Tianla and the others hasten their efforts. You and Dad should strive to live a few more years. There is still a chance to board a lightspeed spacecraft. Zizhou, having finished his farewells, approached the kitchen to bid farewell to the group. Tianla's mother urged him to eat before leaving, but he replied, I don't have time. I'll grab lunch on the airplane. Lu Yi, once again, enveloped him in a warm embrace, standing on her toes to plant a gentle kiss upon his cheek. She whispered something softly into his ear. He visibly froze for a moment, then smiled, affectionately patting her back. Hastily, Zizhou exited, boarding the helicopter. As the helicopter faded into the depths of the azure sky, Ulesui, smiling, inquired of her sister-in-law what she had just whispered to Yang Yang. Liu cheerfully responded, and Ulesui teased her. Did you not say you would find a way to make him pursue you? Why the sudden impatience? After the attendees had their working lunch, they emerged from the basement to explore the island. Ji Renrui asked them to wait, assuring them that their ferry would soon arrive. The island was exceedingly tranquil, the only sound being the rhythmic crashing of waves against the shore. The water was crystal clear, revealing the white lakebed and delicate aquatic plants beneath. Many took off their shoes and socks, venturing into the water to frolic. Polly approached Ji Renrui and stated plainly, Ji, I wish to join the Friends of Joy. Ji Renrui was certainly pleased, fully aware of Polly's esteemed reputation in the global scientific community. That is wonderful, welcome, he exclaimed. After a brief moment of contemplation, he added, the executive committee of the Academy of Friends of Joy will be re-elected at the end of this year. I believe Mr. Polly should qualify for. Polly interrupted him with a shake of his finger, showing disinterest. He smiled slightly and gestured to the island. But I wish to reside here. Ji Renrui paused, glancing at George beside him, and promptly replied, no problem, I will make the necessary arrangements. Mr. Polly had just expressed his desire to join the Academy of Friends of Joy and to live on this island. I agreed to facilitate his request, not anticipating his eagerness. All right, we can proceed. I will dispatch someone immediately to make living arrangements for him. This individual had always preferred solitude, so it was good that he had found a satisfactory abode. Behind them, the white figure in the azure water gradually diminished, and soon the deserted island was obscured by the surface of the sea. At the Fermi National Accelerator Laboratory, the liaison, Alan Ditch, turned in his seat at the front of the helicopter, saying, Mr. He, ahead lies the evacuation zone. This location was Weston, situated 30 miles west of Chicago, Illinois. Zizhou gazed downward, observing the countryside and towns below, resembling a still life painting. No cars on the roads, no pedestrians, no wandering livestock. Only the treetops swaying gently in the breeze. It was eerily quiet, as silent as a grand graveyard. Despite the bright daylight, an air of death loomed heavily, Ditch remarked. According to the Academy of Friends of Joy, the evacuation zone spans a diameter of 100 kilometers. I wonder if this range is sufficiently safe? Zizhou candidly replied, based on our three-state vacuum theory, it should be adequate, though I cannot guarantee the actual conditions. This is precisely why we held yesterday's vote. Ditch's curiosity was piqued. May I inquire about the voting results? Of course, it passed decisively, He Zhizhou replied, but I am curious about the specific tally, he smiled. If it is not confidential. There is nothing confidential. The vote was 1,700 to 600. Ditch exchanged glances with the pilot. The margin was indeed significant. With such a score, we feel considerably safer, he jested. Is there anything else you could share? I wish to know why you selected this site over the more advanced European nuclear center. Is it because Americans are braver? He added, by the way, to ensure the accelerator operates normally, 25 individuals have remained behind, fully aware of the dangers. He included, along with the three of us, that makes 28. Indeed. I have always held great admiration for the courage of American cowboys. Ahead lay the Fermi accelerator. From the helicopter's vantage point, the fields were adorned with two perfect circles, one large and one small, forming a colossal 8 figure, punctuated by smaller protrusions. This immense 8 carried an air of profound mystery, akin to a signal from humanity to deities or extraterrestrial beings. Yet, within the eyes of scientists, its function was far from enigmatic. According to operational procedures, the accelerator's process commenced at the waist of the 8 with the pre-injector. The negative hydrogen ion beam, drawn from the ion source, began its acceleration. Reaching an energy level of 750 kiloelectronvolts, it was then introduced into the 500 feet. Subsequently, the proton beam was extracted and fed into the main injector. This formed the primary body of the 8, the slightly smaller upper circle. The main injector's functions were quite intricate, ultimately generating 15 billion electron volts of protons and antiprotons. Then, the lower large circle of the 8 came into play, the trillion electron volt accelerator, Tevatron. It received the high-energy protons and antiprotons from earlier, accelerating them to over 1 trillion electron volts. The protons and antiprotons traversed the circular vacuum tunnel in opposite directions, moving at a speed only 320 kilometers per hour slower than the speed of light. They would eventually collide at the core of the CDF and DO detectors within the tunnel, explosively creating new particles. CDF and DO were two detectors the size of 3-story buildings, each equipped with numerous subsystems designed to identify and analyze the various particles produced post-collision. Today, the particle collisions would still occur here, but all identification systems would be rendered unnecessary. The verification of the new theory was exceedingly straightforward. If, with a resounding crash, CDF and DO were to explode, the theory would be validated. If they remained intact, the theory would be deemed a failure. Under normal experimental conditions, the two detectors' cores would experience over 2 million collisions per second, but today, should the second-order vacuum be successfully excited, there would only be one collision, after which the Fermi accelerator would cease to function, and at least 2 detectors would be completely destroyed. The helicopter hovered steadily about 500 meters above the CDF. Below, the accelerator had completed its preheating, and the 25 remaining staff were on high alert. However, from the helicopter, none of this could be seen. Only a tranquil 8 was visible. Ditch instructed He Zhizhou to fasten his safety harness, open the cabin door, and handed over a high-powered telescope, asking, Mr. He, shall we commence now? Let us begin. Start with 1 trillion electron volts, then increase by 1 billion electron volts every 10 seconds, gradually intensifying without needing to consult me until. He intended to say until the accelerator reached the maximum particle energy, but Ditch preemptively concluded, until the bang. He gestured in a circle, encompassing the equipment below and the helicopter. He Zhizhou chuckled. Indeed, your expression is more vivid. However, the circle you drew is a bit too large. It should not include the three of us. His gaze drifted towards the distance, his expression turning serious. I firmly believe that annihilation should be localized, not extending to the entirety of. He refrained from uttering the word universe. Alan Ditch gazed intently at him, and even the pilot turned to cast a swift glance. After a long silence, Ditch cleared his throat and said, very well, I believe the same. I will inform them to initiate the experiment. He Zhizhou softly uttered the weighty words. Let it begin. And what would follow? No one could predict. In laboratories on Earth, the creation and annihilation of material particles had occurred countless times, yet the annihilation of space was humanity's first. Indeed, the universe's first. For, as humanity understood, the universe, with its lifespan of 13.7 billion years, had always gently expanded, except for a brief moment of rapid inflation at the inception. At present, This localized space was undergoing its first violent contraction, reaching a theoretically predicted critical state. Thus, how the scene of spatial annihilation would unfold remained unpredictable. Perhaps there would not even be a resounding bang. And indeed, there was no resounding bang. Beneath the wing, a soft white light flickered quietly, causing Hizizhou to experience a peculiar tremor within his body. This sensation was unlike ordinary vibrations. It felt as though his body had suddenly expanded and then returned to its original state. Yet, this description falls short. For the expansion did not occur in three-dimensional space, but seemed to transpire within the particles themselves, akin to the expansion and contraction of three-dimensional particles in the fourth dimension. His mind, too, appeared to flash with a white light, momentarily interrupting his normal thought processes. Once the light passed, his clarity of thought swiftly returned. Leaning down to peer beneath the aircraft, he was immediately struck dumb. The other two occupants of the helicopter were equally astonished. Below, the detectors had vanished, and in their place, a colossal hemispherical structure abruptly emerged, towering approximately 7 stories high. Its exterior a cacophony of chaotic colors, resembling a frenzied abstract painting. At the center of this hemisphere was a jagged opening, aligned roughly perpendicular to the ground, reminiscent of the slotted observation windows atop an astronomical observatory's dome. Though the edges of the opening were irregular and serrated, the walls of this immense sphere appeared to be extraordinarily thin, evoking a sense of imminent collapse at the slightest touch. Gazing through the opening revealed that the inner wall was not hemispherical, but rather a perfectly spherical shape. Although the lower hemisphere remained hidden beneath the ground, the sphere as a whole exceeded 14 stories in height, with a diameter surpassing 40 meters. The colors of the inner wall were similarly chaotic, yet the surface was remarkably smooth, reflecting the surrounding scenery like a mirror. Undoubtedly, these two hemispheres were once the detectors and vacuum tubes, but how had this transformation occurred silently? Such a monumental change should have been accompanied by earthquakes and thunderous roars. Yet the three observers, engrossed in their scrutiny, remained oblivious to any disturbance. Hizizhou steadied himself and asked the astonished pilot, "Can we fly through the opening? Let us venture inside, but do exercise extreme caution." The helicopter cautiously maneuvered through the jagged gap, coming to a halt within the sphere, where the enormity of the structure became even more palpable. Looking upward, the serrated opening framed a jagged blue sky, sunlight streaming in to illuminate the inner wall. Looking downward, beyond the serrated edge lay brown earth and rock, but below ground level, the opening disappeared, and the lower hemisphere appeared as a cohesive whole. The impression was that this had originally been a perfect cosmic egg, with the upper portion left incomplete due to material constraints. Gazing at the hemispherical mirror, the helicopter's reflection appeared from every angle, upright, inverted, magnified, or diminished. The scenes were reflected in layers upon layers in the spherical mirror, seemingly extending deep into the fabric of spacetime. The helicopter's roar echoed repeatedly off the inner walls of the sphere, creating a unique reverberation. The pilot suspended the helicopter at the center of the sphere, where the body's reflection shrank to a mere point. As the body rotated slowly, the point-like image elongated into horizontal bands, rushing past the mirror's surface. The three men were captivated by the extraordinary sights around them, deeply entranced. However, when the helicopter was at the sphere's heart, the cacophony of sound intensified exponentially, becoming unbearable. Hizizhou was overwhelmed by a sense of dread. Their trivalent vacuum theory had utterly failed to predict this vast hollow sphere, leading to a logical extrapolation that the theory's predictions regarding vacuum annihilation being confined to localized areas were equally unreliable. While they had been correct, it was merely a fortunate coincidence. Certainly, the opposing views from yesterday's meeting had not hit the mark either. They had not anticipated this outcome. It could be said that only the hidden cosmic principle mentioned by Uncle Kong was accurate. The more powerful the disaster, the higher the threshold for its activation, rendering the universe inherently safe. The more humanity ponders, the more the divine chuckles. Yesterday, while 23 leading scientists were deeply engrossed in contemplation, perhaps God was stifling laughter. Clutching his sides, amidst the thunderous roar, Tai Chi called out, "Mr. He, did you foresee this spectacle?" Hizizhou candidly replied, "No. We only anticipated that annihilation would occur in localized spaces, but we never expected such a scene." Tai Chi's question was indeed compelling. However, Hizizhou adeptly derived an explanation from the new phenomenon, shaking his head. "No, this spherical mirror should be unrelated to temperature and energy. It is merely a natural accumulation following the recession of space. Imagine if he struggled to articulate his thoughts, carefully selecting his words. If a lake were filled with ping-pong balls, no, that analogy is inadequate. A more accurate comparison would be if there were many weakly magnetic hollow iron spheres in the lake, all having the same density as water, thus able to remain at any depth. Due to their weak magnetic attraction, the small spheres would gradually connect, forming some random three-dimensional structure. This structure, on the surface, seems solely related to magnetism, yet it is also influenced by both gravity and buoyancy, with the two forces counteracting one another, rendering their effects negligible. Now, if we assume the lake's water were to vanish instantaneously, buoyancy would disappear at the same time, causing all the iron spheres to sink to the lakebed. The assembly of spheres would transition from a three-dimensional shape to a two-dimensional one, naturally conforming to the shape of the lakebed. Yes, that is precisely the mechanism at play. Mr. Dai, he gestured around. The inner wall of this sphere is akin to the lakebed after spatial annihilation. It is merely the natural settling and fitting that occurs after a recession of space, devoid of high energy and temperature. In nature, the shapes of all things, aside from their connections to electromagnetic, strong, weak, and gravitational forces, also rely on the support of deep spatial structures, which we previously failed to recognize. However, here, at the moment of spatial annihilation, this invisible supportive force, on the order of Planck time, suddenly vanished. Tai Chi pondered this, nodding. I believe you are correct. There is indeed no residual heat here. It should be a case of cold deformation. But you suggest that the process of spatial annihilation occurs within Planck time? That seems implausible, otherwise. These materials would have had to travel from their original positions to their current locations at speeds far exceeding the speed of light. Zizhou smiled. You are mistaken. This pertains to the disappearance of space itself, not the movement of matter within space. It requires no time at all. Tai Chi, a quick-witted individual, suddenly grasped the concept. Yet he was also profoundly shaken. For at that moment, the very fabric of time and space as conceived by Newton and Einstein, indeed, the lifelong beliefs of all physicists, had been shattered. He looked around, his expression one of bewilderment. At that moment, figures began to appear at the lower part of the jagged opening, at the height of the original ground level. These were the personnel spoken of by Tai Chi, emerging to witness nature's astonishing handiwork. More and more people gathered, their astonished exclamations echoing. They evidently wished to enter the sphere, but found themselves unable to do so. For peering down from that point revealed a smooth, mirror-like spherical cavity, descending 7 stories deep. Some were anxiously waving at the helicopter, hoping to be flown inside the cavity. At that moment, a reckless individual devised a daring plan. He jumped forcefully from the edge toward the inner wall, tracing a distorted conical curve on the smooth surface as he slid toward the bottom. However, this impulsive individual misjudged the smoothness of the sphere's wall, which had almost no friction. Thus, he did not glide down a slide, but rather fell from the air, plummeting to the bottom of the cavity at breakneck speed, akin to a race car. After skimming the bottom of the cavity, he rapidly ascended along another distorted conical curve. He continued this oscillation, rising and falling without decay, much like an acrobat performing on a vertical wall. His face paled in terror as he shouted towards the opening. I can't stop. I can't stop. Someone, grab me. The onlookers at the gap were a callous bunch, aware that the current scene, though thrilling, posed no real danger. Hence, none offered assistance. Instead, they erupted into cheers and laughter. The individual soon overcame his initial panic, relaxed, and savored the exhilarating experience of bungee jumping without ropes, screaming at the lowest point and waving to the crowd at the highest. As he swung from side to side in the southern hemisphere, a giant-like reflection rapidly flowed across the opposite mirror, resembling a grand cinematic display. The spectators on the ground, envious, wished to replicate the feat, but wisely recognized the inherent risks. One person could safely navigate the walls, but collisions were likely with multiple participants. If a collision occurred at the apex of the curve, it would be harmless, as both parties would be nearly at rest. However, a collision at the bottom would surely spell disaster. Eventually, someone threw down a rope to hoist the individual back up. Subsequently, the crowd formed a line, taking turns to leap down, relishing the brief thrill before reluctantly departing at the insistence of those on the ground. During this time, Tai Chi received a phone call. After hanging up, he solemnly informed that 4 of the 25 personnel on duty were missing, the very 4 who had been operating the detector. Thus, they had perished in this spatial annihilation. Their remains utterly obliterated, or rather, their particles now mingled within the sphere's walls, which would eternally preserve them. This sphere marked a significant milestone in the advancement of human science. The three aboard the vessel observed a moment of silence for the deceased. Meanwhile, the crowd below seemed oblivious to the grim news, likely already aware, yet their excitement remained undiminished, cheers resounding in waves. They had devised a new game, linking arms in a human chain of 7 or 8 individuals to slide down the massive spherical slide, igniting even more fervent applause. Hizizhou followed the direction of Daichi's gaze and beheld a startling sight. A person, or rather, a flattened and magnified figure, adhered to the smooth surface of the sphere. Its edges blurred, merging with the surrounding material. Undoubtedly, this was one of the 4 missing individuals. The 3 aboard searched the entire surface of the sphere, but found no trace of the other 3. Upon closer inspection, the inner surface of the sphere was transparent, only a few millimeters thick, gradually transitioning to an opaque reflective layer. The human figure was precisely at the boundary between the transparent and reflective layers, making it visible from the outside. The other 3 must reside within the opaque inner layer, rendering them invisible, or they could be within the transparent layer, their bodies fully rendered transparent and thus unseen. Hizizhou instructed the pilot to align the craft with the flat figure, and the trio observed a prolonged moment of silence. The expert meeting had been prearranged, so by 4 o'clock, attendees were present. The participants were all experts in particle accelerators, including 2 elderly gentlemen in their 80s or 90s, who had contributed to the construction of the Fermilab particle accelerator. Upon entering the meeting room, the attendees were in high spirits, shaking hands vigorously and embracing Daichi and Hizizhou, who awaited them at the entrance. Although the destruction of Fermilab was disheartening and the loss of the 4 was tragic, the technological advancements it spurred invigorated them. The meeting commenced with a moment of silence for the deceased, followed by Hizizhou beginning his presentation. He excitedly stated, after a brief silence in the meeting room, a middle-aged man stood, a smile concealed within his beard, in my opinion. Your most pressing task is to elucidate the driving principle of the space annihilation spacecraft, which serves as the foundation for our discussion. Hizizhou hesitated, embarrassed. It was my oversight. No wonder there's a Chinese saying, those without facial hair are unreliable in their tasks. I had assumed you were all well informed. The bearded man interrupted, we certainly have our understanding. But does it align with your perspective? Allow me to explain the driving principle, and you can serve as the judge. Hizizhou felt delighted. Excellent. Please proceed. The principle and structure of the spacecraft's propulsion are as follows. The particle accelerator is openly installed on the spacecraft. Particles are accelerated in a vacuum by 1,000 magnetic rings, and then collide at the rear of the spacecraft, triggering localized spatial annihilation that converts into minute energy, specifically light. A parabolic reflector is installed at the rear of the spacecraft to reflect and transform the scattered light from the spherical light source into parallel beams, thereby converting light pressure into thrust. Theoretically, each light pulse lasts for a mere 10 millionths of a second, yet particle collisions can occur millions of times per second, allowing the intermittent light pulses to accumulate into continuous propulsion. Indeed, furthermore, the vacuum bubbles resulting from annihilation must remain sufficiently distanced from the reflector to avoid damage. Correct. A portion of this light energy can also be harnessed to power the spacecraft's internal devices, including the particle accelerator. If energy levels are insufficient, fusion energy can serve as a supplementary source. Absolutely accurate. The principles I outlined were relatively straightforward. The following concepts are more intricate, and I am uncertain if my understanding is correct. Please feel free to elaborate. I trust your comprehension is sound, Hizizhou replied with a smile. Following localized spatial annihilation, it is akin to forming a navel in the ocean, where the surrounding elastic space will instantaneously flow toward the navel, resulting in a rarefied region. However, according to Mr. Chu's theory of steady-state growth in spatial units, this sparse vacuum will revert to standard vacuum within Planck time, subsequently restoring to dense vacuum under the pressure of the surrounding dense vacuum, thus preparing for the next excitation. This elastic deformation of space will induce tidal forces on the spacecraft. However, this force is minuscule and insufficient to overcome electromagnetic forces, resulting in only a brief, minor elastic deformation without damage. Observations from the experimental site indicate that all equipment outside the annihilation space remains intact, providing robust evidence Very accurate. Please continue. The following is the most convoluted aspect of the driving principle, and I genuinely hesitate to assert my understanding is correct, yet I shall boldly proceed. During localized spatial annihilation, while the flow toward the vacuum navel does not damage the spacecraft, its resultant effect manifests as a drag force pulling the spacecraft backward. He fixed his keen gaze on He. When calculating the forward thrust of the light pulses, have you accounted for this opposing drag effect? He Zizhou sincerely praised. This gentleman with the beard is exceptionally astute. May I inquire your name? I am John Barrow, specializing in theoretical physics. Mr. Barrow, your understanding is entirely correct. You have delved into the very core of the three-state vacuum theory. Thus, he jested, my earlier omission of the driving principle was not an oversight, but rather because I anticipated that each of you present are experts in the field. He then continued, we have considered this drag effect. Since the time of spatial growth is Planck time, meaning the sparse space normalizes within 10 to 43 seconds, the duration of the drag force will not exceed this level. Compared to the 10 to 8 seconds of the light pulse, it is merely 1/trillionth of that, truly negligible. Therefore, it can be entirely disregarded in engineering calculations. Barrow nodded. I see. I have no further questions. I am pleased that my understanding of the three-state vacuum theory is fundamentally accurate. He Zizhou smiled. One might say, great minds think alike. He hurried toward the hollow sphere. A helicopter descended nearby, and Alex and Ji Jicheng jumped out, excitedly embracing him. The third to disembark was Liu Yi. He Zizhou attempted to embrace her, but Liu Yi broke free, her small fists playfully punching him as she scolded, you rascal. After all this time, why haven't you checked in on me? She was genuinely furious, her face contorted with anger and tears glistening in her eyes. He Zizhou could only admit his fault, saying he had been negligent, too caught up in joy and the urgency of work, to remember the exceedingly important Liu Yi. However, in such a jubilant moment, Liu Yi's anger could not sustain for long. She quickly transformed her ire into laughter and leapt into a warm embrace with Yang Yang. They reboarded the aircraft, passing through an opening to soar into the sphere, hovering in awe as they savored the breathtaking artistry of nature. With a mix of melancholy and grandeur, they gazed at the flattened human form embedded in the cave wall. The sun had nearly set, perfectly nestled within the sphere's opening, reflecting countless sunsets, helicopters, and silhouettes, creating a dreamlike golden realm, a magnificent kaleidoscope. Liu Yi's eyes shimmered with emotion as she murmured, it's so beautiful, so astonishing, so incredible. Yang Yang, it feels as if we've entered the gaze of God, witnessing a divine world. In contrast to her enchantment, Ji Jicheng was filled with reverence. Looking at the wondrous spectacle with near dizziness, casting a respectful glance at He Zizhou in the front row, he murmured, Yang Yang, you are so fortunate to be the first to witness such a miracle. A new era begins with you. I truly regret not seizing this opportunity earlier. Alex smiled at Liu Yi, saying, it's a pity your brother Tianla couldn't make it. I heard he has been fascinated with bubble blowing since childhood. Look, what a peculiar giant bubble we have here. He Zizhou replied, this bubble will not burst. Preliminary tests have already been conducted, revealing that the bubble wall's transparent layer consists of a novel material. It possesses the hardness of diamond, clarity, and the strength of carbon fiber, independent of the original materials, reliant solely on the rearrangement of protons, neutrons, and electrons, a unique form of degenerate matter. He cast a meaningful glance at Alex, who perceptively responded, are you suggesting it could lead to the development of an entirely new processing method? The two were elated, as this discovery had not been anticipated by the three-state vacuum theory. It seemed Ji Renrui's assertion was indeed correct. Embark first, and then seek the path. Their exploration of the dense vacuum mirrored Magellan's expedition, commencing with a somewhat blind plan, inadvertently stumbling upon a strait leading to a new continent, beyond which lay a land of abundant treasures and countless unforeseen opportunities. Before departing, Alex murmured to the figure embedded in the cave wall, rest in peace. You may close your eyes. Humanity's era of light speed has begun. The helicopter began its ascent, but the mischievous Ji Jicheng was reluctant to let this historic moment conclude so blandly. Having just heard He Zizhou describe the American cowboys while riding antics, he was envious. As the helicopter neared the opening, he suddenly flung open the cabin door and shouted to the pilot with a grin, steady now. I'm jumping out. Amidst Liu Yi's gasps of disbelief, he leapt, his head forward and arms stretched out, akin to a swimmer diving into water. The others on board were shocked. leaning forward to look down, quickly reassured. This audacious fellow was, in fact, far from reckless. He had carefully calculated his angle while jumping, essentially descending along the tangent of the sphere's wall. His hands touched the wall first, providing a cushioning effect, allowing him to glide down smoothly. He launched from a greater height than the American cowboys earlier, thus achieving a faster descent, reaching a speed of 80 kilometers per hour. He then swung upward, reaching a peak 3 to 4 meters above the ground, level with the helicopter. He relished this wall-riding, unroped bungee experience, exuberantly shouting as he swung within the sphere, his giant image flowing swiftly across the opposite wall. The passengers on board relaxed, watching with amusement. Liu Ye felt a pang of envy, wishing to replicate his daring feat, but ultimately lacked sufficient courage. Zizhou called out, "Cha Chong, enough of the antics. The folks at the venue are still waiting." They faced a dilemma about how to retrieve him. Although the helicopter was equipped with a rope, it could not approach the sphere's wall too closely for safety reasons. If they hovered near the center and lowered a rope, Ji Chong could only align with it at his lowest point, where his horizontal speed would be too high to grasp the rope. Even if he did, such speed posed a risk to the helicopter's safety. They decided to exit the sphere, land the helicopter, and then lower the rope manually through the opening. However, before they could enact this plan, Ji Chong resolved the issue himself. While swinging up and down, he used his hands to push against the sphere's wall to change directions. Although the wall's friction was minimal, the trajectory showed a slight, visible alteration, gradually approaching the opening. Moments later, he suddenly seemed to have an epiphany, ceasing to push with his hands. Yet his swinging path continued to draw nearer to the gap. He shouted something, but his voice was drowned out by the helicopter's roar. At his highest point, he gestured broadly in a clockwise motion, signaling something. Zizhou suddenly comprehended his cryptic message, a Foucault pendulum. Due to the zero friction of the sphere's wall, his vertical movements constituted a frictionless Foucault pendulum, with the Coriolis force from the Earth's rotation causing the pendulum plane to rotate slowly clockwise. Zizhou nodded at him and mimicked the broad clockwise motion with his hand. They both understood, exchanging distant laughter. Ji Chong had leaped precisely to the left of the opening, so this Foucault pendulum needed only a small angle of rotation to align with the gap. The helicopter exited the sphere to land, patiently awaiting his return. Half an hour later, Ji Chong soared up through the opening, his demeanor graceful and fluid. Then he landed heavily, his elegance turning into a comical tumble. Although he landed awkwardly, he was overall unharmed, and the passengers aboard felt relieved. He scrambled to his feet, joyfully running towards them, as the helicopter picked him up and headed toward the venue. Liu Ye laughed. "Changchanggu, look over there. There's a fan of yours." Indeed, near the opening on the opposite side of the sphere stood a blonde girl, around 16 or 17 years old, fervently waving her hands to the departing helicopter. Clearly having been watching intently, Liu Ye teased, "Changchanggu, should we have the helicopter stop so you can get her number?" Ji Chong self-deprecatingly replied, "Unfortunately, that last tumble ruined my image. I won't embarrass myself further." He leaned out of the cabin, waving vigorously at the girl. Her figure quickly diminished, and soon, the immense sphere faded into the dim evening mist. The construction of a near-light-speed interstellar spacecraft commenced with great urgency. Alex was responsible for designing and manufacturing the prototype experimental spacecraft. As he put it, he had chosen an easier task, leaving the more challenging practical interstellar vessel to the younger Zizhou. There were two significant challenges. The first was radiation protection, as, for a near-light-speed spacecraft, stationary particles in space would transform into lethal radiation. However, this issue was relatively easier to resolve, as a spacecraft with unlimited fuel could be equipped with sufficient radiation shielding. The second challenge lay in the responsiveness of the spacecraft's control systems. During the voyage, some emergency adjustments would be unavoidable, such as deviations from the planned course or encounters with sizable meteoroids. These unexpected situations would not be frequent, and ordinary spacecraft could generally respond adequately. However, for a near-light-speed spacecraft, the vessel's speed was exceedingly high, while the passage of time within the craft was nearly negligible. This led to a peculiar situation. Inside the near-light-speed spacecraft, people, along with machines and computers, lived and worked at a normal pace. Yet, if a stationary observer outside could see inside the spacecraft, which, according to relativity, is impossible, he would anxiously discover that it would take a century for the computer screens within to display the warning, and the pilot would require 10 millennia to comprehend it. In essence, spacecraft traveling at the speed of light are fundamentally incapable of responding swiftly to the normal universe, as the automated computer control proves equally ineffective. The computer's operation also slows down. This seemingly simple dilemma is, in reality, utterly unsolvable. It is impossible to reserve a special space within the spacecraft's time system where time flows at a normal rate for the pilot and the onboard computer. This is absolutely unfeasible unless the principles of relativity are entirely overturned. Moreover, once light-speed spacecraft are realized, humanity will undoubtedly not be content with mere escape, but will inevitably cast its gaze toward the further reaches of the cosmos. Consequently, the spacecraft may collide not only with small meteoroids, but, one day, directly with a star. For a vessel unable to react promptly, this certainly spells destruction. Of course, there exist methods to limit the spacecraft's speed. For instance, restricting the velocity to within half the speed of light results in a time flow rate of 0.861 times the normal rate. At such a pace, the pilot would still possess sufficient reaction time. Yet, is this feasible? Would humanity willingly inflict self-harm when it has attained the long-desired light-speed travel? Furthermore, imposing speed limits would entail relinquishing the myriad benefits brought about by time dilation, such as the prolongation of crew members' lifespans, and would require readdressing issues like the leakage of sealed doors. This is a dilemma fraught with challenges. It cannot be resolved through minor adjustments or superficial fixes. A breakthrough of the current theoretical framework is essential for any resolution. Thus, this potentially lifelong conundrum has been entrusted to the young Hijisho, Alex remarked with a smile, though his tone was grave. The vertical projection diameter of the reflective mirror surface is approximately 1,000 meters, covering an area of 790,000 square meters, capable of generating a light pressure thrust of 3,800 newtons. The spacecraft's design mass is 1,600 tons, which results in a light pressure yielding an acceleration of 0.0002 g. For light pressure propulsion, this achievement is indeed remarkable. The forepart of the spherical cabin features a horizontally oriented pilot observation window, resembling the eyes of the spacecraft, yet aesthetically akin to the mouth of a goldfish. But how could a goldfish exist without eyes? Thus, the youthful and whimsical Alex slightly contravened his design principle of simplicity and practicality by adorning the fish head with two large eyes. He jokingly stated that such aesthetic luxury is a privilege only experimental principal vessels can afford, for in practical spacecraft, the hull must rotate around its central axis to simulate gravity. The accelerator and reflective surface also rotate without affecting particle collisions. And the bow must be equipped with a thick layer of heavy water shielding, making it impossible to maintain the goldfish's shape. At both ends of the spacecraft, 16 variable vector nozzles are installed for attitude adjustment, powered by conventional plasma drives. The primary function of the attitude control system is to execute a 180-degree turn as the spacecraft nears its destination, transforming its orientation from tail to head, thereby converting propulsion into deceleration. Under the relentless whip of divine providence, the design and manufacturing processes are interwoven. Following the completion of the overall design, certain identifiable components with longer manufacturing lead times are prioritized for design and immediate production. Other components follow suit in a staggered manner. This approach inevitably leads to some errors and reworks, yet in times of war, time takes precedence over cost. The innovative processing method known as implosion molding may not be employed in the first experimental spacecraft, but could be utilized in the second. By that time, the manufacturing costs of the spacecraft will significantly decrease, while its strength will increase tremendously, with improvements potentially reaching 2 orders of magnitude. Tian Li's mother glanced at her husband and smiled, saying, "He found this place too noisy and retreated to that deserted island to incubate human eggs, spending time with Polly. Refusing companionship from anyone else, only allowing service personnel to deliver meals weekly." Alex keenly observed a hint of bitterness concealed within her smile, which seemed to portend an ominous sign. After all, the test flight of the goldfish is an immensely significant experiment. And as the principal violinist of the 3-person team on the 3-state vacuum theory, Chu had remained out of sight prior to the experiment, which was undoubtedly abnormal. Alex refrained from revealing his worries, wishing not to exacerbate a mother's psychological burden, and cheerfully remarked, "Based on my understanding of Chu Tian, such solitary seclusion often signifies that he is on the verge of a significant theoretical breakthrough. Let us patiently await his return." With that, He bid farewell to the elderly couple and took a helicopter to the headquarters of Lijiyu, where all personnel gathered to see him off. After exchanging farewells, he called Ji Ren-Rui and Yu Lushui aside and inquired succinctly, "Has Chu Tian been secluded on the Egg Island?" The two discerned the unspoken implications in his question, and Yu Lushui smiled. "Yes, he doesn't even allow me to accompany him. But worry not. I plan to visit him tomorrow." "Is he with Polly?" "Yes, Polly has been residing there. However, although their interactions are limited, they respect one another." Chu has often expressed admiration for Polly's extensive knowledge, especially in mathematics, as well as his remarkable insight and intuition. Due to fate's design, his early educational disruption, he feels he cannot compare with Polly's mathematical prowess. If Polly represents Maxwell, Chu Tian can only aspire to be Faraday. Alex pondered. The two most brilliant minds converging might not solely be for seclusion. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing this thought and instead remarked, "Very well. I shall take my leave. Go ahead. Wishing you every success in your experiment." After Alex departed, Ji and Yu exchanged glances. After years of companionship, they had developed a profound understanding of one another, capable of perceiving the deepest sentiments within each other's hearts. Ji Ren-Rui asked, "Are you somewhat concerned about him?" Yu Lushui nodded yes. Tianla's recent mental state has been poor. He appears to have regressed to his youth's introversion. I am unsure of the cause, perhaps. She did not finish her thought, but Ji Ren-Rui comprehended, gravely nodding. I share your unease. I have a persistent feeling that he may have discovered a disaster. An even greater calamity. Yu Lushui countered with a smile. That sounds alarmist. The disaster has already reached its zenith. How could there be a greater calamity? Perhaps he has uncovered a fatal flaw in the three-state vacuum theory and has preemptively concluded that the goldfish's test flight will not succeed. After some contemplation, Yu Lushui acknowledged that while this possibility could not be dismissed, it was unlikely. Otherwise, he would have decisively called for a halt to the goldfish's experiment. She remained silent for a moment before self-deprecatingly stating, "Ren-Rui, do you think having a genius husband is a form of suffering? As a wife, one cannot grasp her husband's psychological pulse, which I find quite humbling." Ji Ren-Rui smiled. "Do not indulge in self-pity. You are already a commendable wife." They exchanged a few casual remarks. Yu Lushui mentioned her plan to visit Egg Island the following day, both to comfort her husband and to inform him of her decision to have a child through artificial insemination using Tianla's sperm, even if it carries pathogenic genes. Uncle Chu is right. If this pathogenic gene accompanies genius, it is worth preserving. She is now 43. If she does not conceive soon, it will be too late. Speaking of Uncle Chu, both felt a twinge of melancholy. Where could the Chu spacecraft be now? Is it flying smoothly? That resilient fellow in hibernation, along with 13 hibernating children, will they be able to awaken successfully in the future? Yet, contemplating these matters now is futile. They tacitly chose not to discuss it. Ji Ren-Rui nodded. Yes, it is crucial to conceive soon. This is precisely what Miao Yao and I have been urging you to do. I heard that old Kong has also advised you several times. Indeed, Uncle Kong has been the most fervent, even elevating it to a philosophical level, claiming that refusing to reproduce is an unnatural and selfish act. If I do not make this decision soon, I shall feel too ashamed to face him. Indeed, I, an old comrade, am a person of warm-hearted disposition. In that fervent era, humanity zealously explored the path of existence, inevitably accompanied by errors and oversights. The Fish Dragon spacecraft's tail-first orientation stands as one of the most dramatic episodes, fortunately concluding without tragedy. Alex is correct. His experimental spacecraft carries immense hope and scrutiny. The global media launched a small news vessel positioned above the Fish Dragon, deploying 5 camera satellites, remotely adjustable by the mother ship, ensuring that every aspect of the Fish Dragon is under the watchful gaze of billions. Additionally, the interior of the Fish Dragon is equipped with numerous cameras to capture close-ups of the crew. At this moment, the Fish Dragon orbits in synchronous altitude, 36,000 kilometers above the Earth, rotating at a velocity of 3.1 kilometers per second. Relative to the synchronously rotating surface of the Earth, it remains stationary above the equatorial Hamahila Island launch site, on the ground and aboard synchronous satellites, for laser speedometers are trained upon it. When the spacecraft ignites, an increase in both speed and altitude would signify success. At this moment of dawn, the sun has yet to reveal itself beyond the Earth's horizon, but its gentle light spills across this expanse, casting a golden hue upon the curved Earth. From the vantage of the camera beneath the spacecraft, The backdrop is a deep blue cosmic canvas, speckled with countless stars, quietly rotating. The fish dragon is set to traverse this dark blue sky, akin to a whale gliding through the cerulean ocean. As a principal experimental vessel, the fish dragon's design is deliberately simplistic, with many devices to be installed later. Thus, apart from the engine room, the vast spherical cabin is largely vacant, save for a solitary control console positioned at the fore. In the live broadcast, two individuals enter the cabin, sealing the door, removing their spacesuits, and activating the safety locks on the control panel, preparing for ignition. This global live broadcast is co-hosted by renowned Chinese male presenter Yi Zhiqiu and prominent American female anchor Judy Turner, delivering their commentary in English, Chinese, and Spanish. At this moment, Yi Zhiqiu's resonant baritone narrates, "The trillion electron-volt accelerator aboard the spacecraft has been activated, and in approximately 10 minutes, the first pair of protons and antiprotons will collide at the center of the tail, converting space into a light pulse lasting 1/10,000,000th of a second. Each second will witness millions of collisions, producing a continuous surge of powerful light to propel the ship forward. At this juncture, I implore you, as entrusted by Mr. Alex, to approach this experiment with a tranquil mindset. According to theoretical calculations, the propulsion the ship receives is minimal, as it relies solely on light pressure rather than propellant ejection. Substantial effects may not manifest for weeks, and it is even possible that the endeavor may entirely fail. Yet, any failure will not deter humanity's progress. It may only slightly delay it. Here, we sincerely wish for the experiment's success, and should the results fall short of expectations, we ask you to regard it with equanimity." Judy immediately interjects, "But we believe it will succeed." The spacecraft is on the verge of ignition, entering a 1-minute countdown. Far away in the command center in Sanya, China, the chief commander He Zizhou issues the 1-minute countdown order. As the computer counts evenly, hundreds of staff fixate on the screen, while 70 billion pairs of eyes across the Earth observe the fish dragon suspended in space through various screens and cameras. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. A gentle white light suddenly emanates from the tail of the spacecraft, composed of light pulses lasting 1/10,000,000th of a second, but at a frequency of millions per second. It appears continuous to the naked eye. The light reflects off the concave parabolic surface at the ship's stern, forming a strong column of light directed horizontally backward. Before countless television screens worldwide, 70 billion viewers erupt in applause, for they are well versed in the significance of the persistent glow behind the spacecraft, a harbinger of success. "Look, the spacecraft is moving!" Yi Zhiqiu and Judy exclaim in unison, their passionate announcement reverberating across the globe. Indeed, the spacecraft has begun to move. A shift in perspective reveals the backdrop captured by the camera beneath the spacecraft, clearly indicating that it has gained a sliding velocity relative to the rotating sky. The audience erupts into thunderous applause, for it seems Alex's cautious declaration was overly conservative. While he suggested it might take weeks for noticeable acceleration, in reality, mere seconds later, the spacecraft's acceleration is already evident. Inside the fish dragon, as the vessel experiences its first gentle tremors, Alex shares the surprise of the ordinary populace. They feel a slight backward tilt, barely perceptible, as the acceleration from light pressure is minuscule. He glances at the accelerometer, which displays the current acceleration, 0.0002 g, consistent with the current excitation intensity. However, he quickly perceives an anomaly. Relative to the ground, the spacecraft is evidently moving not forward, but backward, precisely opposite to the direction of acceleration. This is surely an illusion. The spacecraft cannot be moving backward under tail propulsion. There are no reverse gears on a spacecraft. He checks the accelerometer again, which still reads positively. He uses the internal intercom to inquire with the ground assistant responsible for monitoring. "Report the spacecraft parameters. Is it indeed moving backward?" "Yes." The spacecraft is clearly retreating. At this moment, the speed has decreased by 0.4%. Ji Jichong interjects urgently. "Is there an anomaly with the bow's attitude control thrusters?" The only possible cause for negative acceleration is an inadvertent ignition of the bow's thrusters, propelling it forward. "No, they have not unexpectedly activated," the ground assistant reports. Alex curses under his breath. This is utterly absurd. After a moment's contemplation, he informs the ground command, "Commander, I will increase the intensity of the spatial excitation. Please monitor the movement parameters closely." "Understood. I will notify you immediately if any anomalies arise," He Zizhou replies. Alex gradually increases the power of the particle collider to its maximum, significantly enhancing the brightness at the spacecraft's tail, extending the light column against the dark blue sky, exerting greater force to accelerate the vessel forward. The accelerometer's reading increases tenfold, and the two individuals aboard the fish dragon can now distinctly perceive the inertial tilt backward, yet the outcome remains perplexing. Ground observers report anxiously. The spacecraft's deceleration trend is intensifying. The speed has decreased by 1.6%. Caution: due to the reduction in speed, the spacecraft's altitude has begun to lower. We recommend the captain immediately cease the experiment. The state following the spacecraft's speed reduction is unstable. It will gradually spiral downward, with the descent rate exacerbating as altitude decreases. Alex halts the excitation, and before the watchful gaze of 70 billion eyes, the white light behind the spacecraft abruptly extinguishes. At this juncture, the spacecraft has drifted backward past SUSI-MANHUA Island, now positioned to the west, with a slight decrease in altitude. Subsequently, both the bow and stern of the spacecraft illuminate in blue, indicating the activation of the attitude control thrusters. With the propulsion of 16 thrusters, the spacecraft gradually increases its speed, climbing forward and upward, returning to its original state, suspended quietly above the rotating surface of the Earth. The entire planet falls silent as 70 billion viewers anxiously observe the motionless spacecraft on their screens, fixating on the slowly rotating sky in the background. Alex aboard the spacecraft, and Zizhou on the ground were anxiously deliberating strategies through the internal communicator. The command center staff diligently scrutinized all observational data, confirming everything was normal. Yet, it felt as if an invisible hand had imposed a negative force on the spacecraft, reversing what should have been forward motion into a retreat. At that moment, the ground command center received a brief call from the desolate Egg Island. "Commander He, it might be prudent to let the spacecraft attempt a retrograde flight." This contingency plan was evidently the only viable course of action, yet the situation was so surreal. Forward thrust seemed to be pulling the spacecraft backward. Under the inertia of their thoughts, Zizhou and Alex were unable to make an immediate decision, but Chu Tian Li's words provided the clarity they needed to overcome their hesitation. Alex and Jichang promptly began adjusting their posture. The bow and stern of the Golden Fish spacecraft emitted blue flame jets, both perpendicular to the vessel's longitudinal axis. Yet the forward and backward jets were in opposition. Consequently, the Golden Fish began to slowly pivot in space around its center of gravity. Once it had turned a full 180 degrees and stabilized in a horizontal position, Alex stated, "In a retrograde state, the spacecraft cannot observe what lies ahead. Please. Ground observation station, be vigilant." "Understood. I now request ignition." "Ignition approved. Wishing you success." The spacecraft ignited once more. Thus, an extraordinary scene unfolded across countless television screens on Earth. The Golden Fish, with its head directed backward and its tail facing forward, propelled a beam of intense light ahead. This beam, which was intended to drive the spacecraft forward, now resembled the headlights of a train in motion. The light illuminated the path ahead. Yet the crew was entirely blind to it. The spacecraft lacked rear-view mirrors. Defying the opposing light pressure, the spacecraft advanced, gradually departing from the airspace above SUSI-MANHUA Island, heading towards the sun. From the visuals, the spacecraft's acceleration appeared remarkably swift, as it quickly distanced itself from the relentless pursuit of the news vessel, which was limited in its propulsion, vanishing into the solar radiance. Only the internal cameras of the Golden Fish continued to transmit live images. The captain and his assistant had completely overcome their confusion, celebrating jubilantly with high fives. The ground command center erupted in joy, with people laughing and embracing one another. Except for the young commander Zizhou, who remained seated, motionless. As the commander, he had meticulously prepared for various unforeseen circumstances that might arise during the experiment. Yet the developments had far exceeded his expectations. Fortunately, it concluded on a comedic note rather than a tragic one. As for why the Golden Fish behaved in such a manner, he had already begun to grasp the reasons, as the possibility had been subtly hinted at during Barrow's speech at the meeting in the United States. The general public was utterly bewildered, unaware of how the Golden Fish had suddenly begun to swim with its tail leading, and at such a rapid pace. The phenomenon was indeed peculiar, echoing the Chinese saying, "If you cannot lead, you may as well retreat." Nevertheless, as long as it could swim, that was sufficient, at most. They could install some large rear-view mirrors on the spacecraft, and the captain would have to adapt to navigating in reverse. An hour later, Alex informed the command center. At the current surplus speed, if the golden fish aims to orbit the Earth and reposition itself above HaMaHira Island, it will require approximately a week. We cannot afford to wait. I would like to convene a remote virtual meeting to expeditiously discuss certain theoretical and technical issues. In my opinion, before the golden fish proceeds with further experiments, significant structural modifications are imperative, as its operational principles have entirely transformed. Please ensure that the Academy of Leziu prepares for the meeting promptly, and that attendees include Mr. Barrow from the Fermi National Accelerator Laboratory in the United States, as well as the two recluses from Egg Island. At this critical juncture, their wisdom is essential. I apologize for interrupting Chu's retreat and Polly's celestial indulgence. The host, Ji Renrue, announced the commencement of the meeting, and Alex spoke. First, I wish to extend my respects to Mr. Barrow. Chu and I had long foreseen that the driving effect of local space annihilation on the spacecraft manifests in two forms, which are, in fact, opposing forces. One is the forward driving force of light pulses. The other is the drag force exerted on the spacecraft due to the flow of surrounding space into the spatial void. At the time, we deemed the latter negligible. Mr. Barrow from the United States identified the drag effect of the second force and raised it at the expert meeting. Regrettably, it seems our young being overly persuasive, easily convinced Mr. Barrow. Otherwise, the golden fish's experiment would not have encountered such a monumental blunder today. The virtual Alex chuckled, pointing at the virtual images of Hizijo and Barrow, who smiled sheepishly, while Barrow self-deprecatingly remarked, "Please don't prod at my sore spot." I readily forfeited an opportunity to make my mark in the annals of scientific history. Alex continued, "The retrograde motion of the golden fish represents an unprecedented mode of movement in the cosmos. I even question whether our current human language can adequately dissect it, but I will attempt to elucidate. The spacecraft's progress is, in fact, entirely independent of force, and there exists no relative motion between it and its local space. Does that sound convoluted? I will endeavor to clarify this through metaphor, though even that proves challenging. The closest analogy I can conceive is a special mode of transportation once discussed in the scientific community, the saturated steam pipeline. He briefly introduced the fundamental principles of such a pipeline. Vehicles traveling within a vacuum tube can eliminate wind resistance, thereby achieving supersonic speeds with relatively low energy consumption. However, constructing massive vacuum tubes is prohibitively expensive. The solution is to utilize saturated steam in place of a vacuum. When this steam surpasses the condensation critical point, it remains gaseous. As the vehicle moves forward in the pipeline, the steam in front is compressed and immediately liquefies, akin to our spatial annihilation. Thus, the vehicle progresses without wind resistance. After the vehicle passes, the steam becomes diluted, and the liquefied steam rapidly vaporizes, restoring the pipeline steam to its original state. Alex raised his index finger, urging attention. In such a mode of motion, the vehicle is stationary relative to the steam behind it, or rather, the local space behind it. We refer to this as local space. However, relative to the external space, such as the pipeline walls, it is in motion, which we designate as non-local space. The reason the golden fish can move retrogressively is that the local space at its tail is continuously being annihilated, creating an enduring void through which the flowing space drags the spacecraft along. Therefore, let me reiterate, this is not a motion of an object relative to space, nor is it associated with force. Rather, it is the movement of local space relative to static space, with the spacecraft merely being carried along by the local space. He chuckled, saying, "In the past, science fiction often depicted wormholes as connections between warped spaces. That was always mere fantasy. But today we have achieved a genuine wormhole, artificially excavated in straight space. It just collapses as it is dug. Once the spacecraft passes, the wormhole vanishes without a trace." He posed a question to all. As Mr. Barrow pointed out at the last meeting, this principle is rather intricate. I wonder if my explanation has been clear? Chu Tian smiled, stating, "I have also found a metaphor. Years ago, I used the example of Sun Wukong's shrinking Earth technique, asserting that there are two methods for shrinking space. One involves excavating a large portion of the road ahead, while the other involves uniformly compressing the road ahead. Does everyone remember?" The crowd nodded in laughter. One person remarked, "I remember. You derive the argument from uniformly compressing space, demonstrating that the local contraction of the universe's edge lacks reverse turbulence. But now we have employed the first method," Chu Tian concluded. "The flight of the goldfish relies on the principle of creating a tunnel in the space ahead, not by excavating a large section, but by making continuous, incremental digs. This method allows the space behind to shift forward, thus propelling the stationary spacecraft along with it. This is also a form of spatial contraction. The audience nodded in understanding, including some humanities experts present, such as crisis management specialist Wu Zheng, paleontologist Ms. Wang Qingyin, anthropologist Ji Ruhai, psychologist Ms. Dong Yuexia, and the meeting's host, Ji Renrue, who all perceptively grasped these intricate theories. This surprised and pleased Alex. Since everyone comprehended the concept, he proceeded further. Although the drag force experienced by the spacecraft was momentary, merely at the level of Planck time, a principle he had used to convince Barrow, it was not a displacement caused by force, but rather a pure geometric displacement, which are two entirely different types of movement. Displacement caused by force is proportional to the duration of that force, while pure geometric displacement occurs instantaneously and is completely independent of force and time. Thus, the spacecraft ultimately appears to be retreating. Retreating isn't an issue. We merely need to invert the goldfish as we are doing now. He chuckled wryly. But the problem lies in the fact that our meticulously crafted parabolic reflector has now become a hindrance to progress. As the spacecraft moves forward through the local space, the light pressure thrust simultaneously causes it to accelerate backward within that space. Otherwise, it would advance even quicker. The participants unanimously glanced at the spacecraft displayed on the large screen, which at that moment was positioned on the far side of the Earth, its fish-shaped tail focusing a brilliant beam of light, slicing through the darkness and illuminating the silhouette of the goldfish against the black canvas of the sky. This intense light was expected to represent the spacecraft's exhaust flame, aligning with common intuition, yet the attendees couldn't help but gently shake their heads. How could this issue be resolved? What modifications should be made to the spacecraft's design? Alex's expression turned grave. It wouldn't be easy, as theoretical aspects needed first to be addressed. Therefore, I convened this meeting and specifically invited the deity Shushanal to untangle a clear thread of reasoning at the earliest opportunity. Shushanal calmly interjected, "Enough with the nonsense about deities. Please articulate your thoughts so we can discuss them." "Very well," Alex replied. "I believe there are two primary points to consider. Firstly, is there a speed limit imposed by light for this type of motion? Secondly, if it is possible to approach, reach, or even exceed the speed of light, what relativistic effects would be present aboard the spacecraft?" The room fell silent, as all participants felt the weight of these two inquiries. Essentially, they were questioning whether the theory of relativity still applied to a spatial journey conducted purely through displacement, as exemplified by the goldfish. Shushanal smiled and directly asked, "What is your perspective?" "I contend that the motion of the goldfish should not be constrained by the speed of light. Any limitations are purely technical in nature." Shushanal nodded in agreement, prompting, "Please elaborate." Alex's eyes sparkled with insight. "We can draw an analogy. In the originally gently expanding universe, there exist celestial bodies that move at superluminal speeds, as their redshift velocities exceed that of light relative to Earth. However, this is merely an illusion. Those celestial bodies remain stationary relative to their local space, and their superluminal speeds are a result of cosmic expansion. Likewise, the goldfish can achieve or even exceed the speed of light relative to non-local space. This does not contravene relativity, as it is stationary relative to local space. The ultimate conclusion bears a paradoxical resemblance. The goldfish, which is at rest relative to local space, could escape the disaster zone at or beyond the speed of light." Shushanal nodded, affirming, "Correct. To rephrase, under the conditions of supercritical dense vacuum, we can excavate a wormhole from space to escape." Continuing with the previous analogy, those distant celestial bodies with redshift velocities exceeding the speed of light, being stationary relative to local space, naturally exhibit no relativistic effects. Therefore, even if the goldfish travels at light speed or beyond, note that this speed is relative to non-local space. There would be no relativistic effects, such as time dilation, mass increase, or length contraction. When the spacecraft was activated, we only sensed the backward acceleration produced by light pressure, which serves as a compelling proof. Shushanal nodded again. "I believe you are correct. This implies that astronauts cannot hope to outlive their terrestrial counterparts, which is indeed a significant disappointment. However, there are advantages for the journey. For instance, due to the absence of relativistic effects, the passage of time aboard the spacecraft remains at a normal rate, alleviating concerns about the speed of emergency responses. Furthermore, mass does not increase with velocity, ensuring that even as the spacecraft approaches light speed, Its acceleration remains unaffected. Alex suddenly realized, blushing with embarrassment, indeed, I was mistaken. There is fundamentally no acceleration process, and thus no need to worry about the astronauts experiencing overload due to acceleration. After 30 minutes of silence, the attendees signaled to the speaker that they had digested the information and were ready to proceed. Alex and Shushil conferred for a few more minutes, then Alex inquired, "Do any of you have objections to these two theoretical hypotheses?" The audience shook their heads. "Very well, let us commence our discussion of the technical aspects. From a technical standpoint, there are two significant challenges, which I will address individually. Firstly, the second-order vacuum generated by the particle collisions of the goldfish is a sphere with a diameter of 300 meters. Continuous excitation forms a wormhole of the same diameter. The space within the wormhole constitutes the spacecraft's local space, where movement is purely geometric and instantaneous. However, outside the wormhole, everything remains subject to the constraints of relativity and Newton's laws. Therefore, the size of the spacecraft must be confined within the wormhole, otherwise, the external portion would impede the spacecraft's movement. Yet, this is not the resistance described in Newtonian mechanics. We might refer to it as impedance. He pointed to the goldfish on the screen. Its scale is evidently too large. Currently, due to low speed, the impedance is not significant, but during high-speed travel, it would become problematic. There are two potential solutions. One is to slim down the spacecraft, which would increase the curvature of the circular accelerator. The other is to find a way to enlarge the wormhole's diameter, such as through multi-point synchronous excitation. It appears that both methods will need to be utilized in conjunction. The attendees listened attentively. The second point concerns how the spacecraft can reach and exceed the speed of light, again, relative to non-local space. This depends on three factors. First, the radius of the second-order vacuum sphere, as the distance the spacecraft moves forward after each excitation should equal this radius. Second, the frequency at which it is excited. Specifically, the frequency of particle collisions, which can currently be increased to billions per second with existing technology. This frequency is sufficient. Third, the premise for space undergoing stimulated annihilation is that it must be a supercritical dense vacuum. Our established three-state vacuum theory has already elucidated the related processes. After a spherical volume of space undergoes annihilation, the rapid influx of surrounding space transforms it into a rarefied vacuum. Subsequently, due to the mechanism of steady-state growth of space units, it restores to standard vacuum within Planck time. Then, under the pressure of the surrounding supercritical dense vacuum, it is restored to supercritical dense vacuum. The first two processes occur in extremely short time frames and can be disregarded. The third point will limit the excitation frequency of the spacecraft. Preliminary calculations indicate that achieving near-light speed is feasible, and there is even a possibility of surpassing it. He thought for a moment and added, "However, it is also possible that we may not exceed it. Perhaps the curse of the speed of light limitation will persist through some mechanism." Shushil nodded. "You are right. That possibility does exist. The technological constraints we perceive may indeed be limitations of principle. But let us move forward and allow practice to provide the final proof." The room fell silent for a moment before the bearded Barrow stood up and asked Alex, "Is that all for these 2 points?" "At present, these are the only 2 points that Shushil and I have considered." "Then allow me to add a challenge for you," Barrow said, looking at Alex with interest. "Thank you. I wish to express my gratitude preemptively before your difficulties arise. Please proceed." Just now, after the spacecraft changed its orientation to fly with its tail facing forward, were you able to see the scenery ahead along the flight path? Of course not. According to the original design, the tail was meant to face backward. Now that it faces forward, it completely obstructs our forward view. We are currently playing the role of a backward runner, relying on ground observation stations for navigational guidance. However, if we were to install an observation window, we should be able to see, given we possess such a bright flashlight, Alex jested. Barrow replied calmly, "I'm afraid it's not solely due to the tail's obstruction. We already know that the spacecraft's forward motion is a result of the continuous annihilation of space ahead. Therefore, can light emanating from the opposite direction traverse the annihilated space? I fear not. A space that rapidly restores after annihilation would certainly interfere with the normal propagation of light, much like turbulence in water disrupts a swimmer's visibility." Barrow continued, "So, could we install a few forward-facing mirrors on the sides of the spacecraft, allowing them to look beyond the annihilated space? Figuratively speaking, they would resemble several reversed rear-view mirrors of a car. The conclusion remains the same. It is impossible. As you mentioned earlier, the physical structure of the spacecraft cannot extend beyond the wormhole's range. This implies that any observational device's line of sight cannot surpass the annihilated space. The audience was taken aback by this conclusion, yet after a moment's contemplation, many nodded in agreement. Chu Tian also nodded to Barrow, his admiration evident. At this moment, Polly, who had been seated by the window, waved his hand, and someone nearby handed him the wireless microphone. This typically taciturn individual uttered only a few words. Barrow is correct. But not entirely. The audience was once again stirred, pondering seriously. Barrow considered for a moment and said, Polly is absolutely right. I had not fully contemplated this. In this wormhole flight, even lateral and backward observations are impossible. He elaborated, as Alex mentioned earlier, the spacecraft is relatively stationary concerning the local space, which is cylindrical. Or more precisely, trumpet-shaped. It trails behind the spacecraft, not too long, estimated to be about 10 times the length of the ship, as non-local space will quickly erode it. All boundaries would exhibit turbulence, preventing light from passing through. Polly shook his head, not turbulence, but rather an interface. Barrow pondered for a moment and exclaimed, Indeed. It should be the interface. He lamented, Polly, you reticent fellow, couldn't you articulate your thoughts more clearly? The attendees chuckled, directing their gaze toward Polly, who nonchalantly returned his attention to the window. Barrow continued, Yes, this should be the essential reason. The local and non-local spaces are different phases, inevitably forming an interface, through which not only light but any information cannot traverse. Hence, those inside the ship cannot see outside, and vice versa. To illustrate, this trumpet-shaped space resembles a chaotic fish that neither emits nor reflects light and possesses no vision, silently gliding through the dark depths of space. Thus, he looked at Alex with pity. My captain, if you utilize this mode of spatial drive, you can only proceed with your eyes closed. You will never know whether there lies an obstructing star ahead, a wandering meteor in space, or an interstellar vessel of extraterrestrial beings awaiting your arrival. Communication with the outside world would also be impossible. Radio waves and even neutrino waves cannot penetrate the barriers of the space. Alex hesitated. Is that so? If your assertion holds true, then at this moment, as the goldfish navigates using spatial drive, observers on Earth would be unable to see the goldfish, and those aboard the goldfish would also be blind to Earth. This contradicts reality. The room fell silent. No one had anticipated that this innovative spacecraft would encounter such a dilemma. However, this issue must be resolved. The spacecraft cannot proceed blindly, even when flying within familiar territories, as it must continuously monitor for potential dangers ahead. After a prolonged silence, Chu Tian remarked, after a moment of silence, the conference erupted into a clamor. Indeed, this is a completely viable solution, both simple and ingenious. Yet, such a straightforward and clever approach is exceedingly difficult to conceive. The discoverer must entirely transcend the confines of Newtonian mechanics and relativity, discarding the concept of inertia. That framework is overwhelmingly powerful, having almost become a rigid program in the minds of every scientific believer. Each participant possesses first-rate intellect. Given some time, many could likely devise this solution, but Chu Tian, this wheelchair-bound individual, consistently thinks one step ahead of others. Barrow was immensely excited and deeply respectful, virtually embracing Chu Tian in virtual form. I greatly admire you. You have decisively resolved this conundrum. Chu Tian grasped the virtual hand and smiled. I must thank you for initially identifying this dilemma. Goodness, are you a fool? The more fools like you, the better. However, let's not celebrate just yet. Consider whether this solution has any critical flaws. Subsequently, a thorough discussion ensued, uncovering no significant flaws. The crux of this proposal lies in the ratio of the spacecraft's travel time to the stationary observation time. Even with the most conservative estimates, the spacecraft's speed could approach that of light. Zijo suddenly interjected. Polly and Barrow, inspired, simultaneously reached for the wireless microphone, then began to concede to one another. Barrow chuckled. Polly, you go first. I know your remarks will be brief. Polly ceased his modesty and simply stated 3 words, anti-gravity. Barrow laughed. Indeed, that's precisely what I was going to say. This spacecraft likely possesses another function that all scientists eagerly anticipate, anti-gravity. For, since there exists a barrier of space, the gravitational pull from non-local space cannot act upon the spacecraft, akin to the spacecraft being equipped with an anti-gravity device. The attendees nodded in agreement. The atmosphere in the room grew exceedingly exuberant. This new mode of spacecraft travel has opened up entirely new vistas and realms, before it has even transformed into practical navigation. It has already allowed participants to savor the exhilaration of intellectual brainstorming. The host, Ji Rinrui, remarked, "I believe we have sufficiently addressed the theoretical aspects, and we can now proceed to the next topic regarding the modifications to the goldfish." The meeting soon reached a conclusion. The goldfish was to be repositioned above Halmahera Island after circling the Earth for renovations. The particle accelerator aboard the spacecraft would be transformed into a multi-point synchronous collider, expanding the diameter of the wormhole to 800 meters. The circular trajectory of the particle collider would be reduced to ensure that the physical diameter of the spacecraft remains within the bounds of the wormhole. At the front of the spacecraft, the former inward parabolic tail would be replaced by a convex fish head, serving only to collect light energy. The previously allocated position for the radiation-shielding heavy water tank at the bow was now eliminated. An observation window would be installed on the convex fish head, providing the pilot with a forward view, which would practically be a discontinuous view. These alterations entail considerable work. However, the structure of the goldfish is inherently modular, making implementation challenging yet feasible. The goldfish will advance from an experimental principal spacecraft to an industrial experimental spacecraft, outfitted with the appropriate equipment, before departing Earth to navigate within the solar system to test its maximum attainable speed. This voyage is estimated to take several months, requiring a crew of 100, and the modifications to the spacecraft will be based on the aforementioned estimates. Izijo's work was put on hold to assist Alex with the modifications to the goldfish. Despite the initial experiment resulting in a blunder of having the head as the tail, this serendipitous mishap has nonetheless propelled humanity's escaped spacecraft forward, marking a historic leap. At least theoretically, it has shattered the limitations of light speed. This is akin to the example Ji Rinrui previously cited, where the ancestors of the Native Americans intended to track prey on the ice surface, inadvertently leading to the discovery of a continent. The atmosphere in the conference room was splendid, excitement replacing shock and confusion. Yul Shui shared the same exhilaration, often self-deprecatingly labeling herself as a liberal arts mind, struggling to keep pace with the rapid cognition of her scientific counterparts. Yet today, she felt her intellect remarkably acute, grasping the intricate technical discussions of the meeting, even able to transform them into vivid imagery with the imagination of a journalist. Tomorrow, the Golden Fish spacecraft would glide swiftly through the vastness of space. Invisible to the outside world, like an invisible, chaotic fish quietly swimming through the ocean. Should an observer possess the discerning eyes to perceive the profound structure of spacetime, they would witness an extraordinary sight, particles colliding ahead of the spacecraft triggering an immense vacuum void, accompanied by a gentle white light. As the surrounding space cascaded into the hollow, the flowing space propelled the spacecraft forward as the vacuum void was continuously stimulated, carving an unending wormhole through space. The spacecraft followed closely behind the vacuum void, advancing due to its forward thrust. After the spacecraft passed, the wormhole swiftly vanished, reverting to a linear expanse. This imagery upended all theoretical predictions, yet it remained logically autonomous and convincing. The attending science fiction writer, Kong Bumming, murmured, "Heavens, I feel ashamed as a science fiction writer. Your discoveries transcend even the boldest fantasies of our genre." Yul Shui's excitement stemmed from another source. Her husband had completely emerged from his withdrawn state. He was a natural prodigy in the intellectual realm, thriving amidst intense mental challenges. In such a stimulating atmosphere, Yul Shui felt it appropriate to broach a rather sensitive subject with her husband. She gently touched him and whispered, "Tianla, what do you think?" He calmly replied, "No, I did not anticipate that." "Then you." Yul Shui quickly fell silent, perceiving a darkness deep within her husband's eyes. These two deep pools of darkness appeared tranquil. Yet Yul Shui knew her husband too well. The surface calm was deceiving. Recognizing the inappropriateness of the topic at this moment, she effortlessly redirected the conversation. Upon arriving home and settling the two disabled individuals, Mishiki stated, "Shuier, Luer, I shall no longer attend such meetings." He spoke calmly, yet beneath that calm lay profound sorrow. Tianla and his wife felt equally pained. However, the elder's words rang true. He had not offered any opinions during the meeting, merely serving as a passive listener. He was once a sharp-minded sage, but time inevitably ages all, and with the decline of the body, the flame of wisdom dims as well. a fate that cannot be evaded. For someone like him, who had long grasped the essence of life, there was no need for hollow reassurances. The couple readily agreed. Sister Shui, how is Liuya's mood? He asked, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. She understood that it weighed heavily on him, yet she wished to dispel any lingering misunderstandings. You mean? Sister Shui, you know, over the years, I have become quite familiar with little Liuya. To me, she is an adorable, innocent little treasure, a small angel with white wings. A flower bud adorned with dew in the mountains. I have grown accustomed to this image and cannot alter it. Especially since, Sister Shui, let me be candid. The mere thought of adding a sexual dimension to my relationship with Liuya fills me with moral horror. Do you have someone you fancy? Not at all. Just think, with Uncle G's whip cracking down every day, I hardly have the leisure. Thank you, Sister Shui. She went to the kitchen to assist Liuya, taking the opportunity to clarify her thoughts. Liuya remained silent, yet her emotions clearly radiated strong frustration and resentment. Yul Shui smiled, although Yang Yang's thoughts may seem odd. They are understandable, as he has grown accustomed to the role of an older brother. In fact, I have a good idea. Liuya did not speak, but perked up her ears. It's quite simple, yet perhaps effective. Do not see him for 3 years. Then let him suddenly encounter a mature woman who has become a stranger. This statement startled Liuya. She remained silent, but was evidently lost in thought. And soon her spirits returned to normal, as she began to chat and laugh again. Yul Shui, with a hint of mischief, mused that this 18-year-old young lady had evidently resolved to conquer this fortress in 3 years' time. During dinner, Mashiki smiled and asked his wife, "You two have attended a full day of meetings. Did you comprehend what was discussed?" "I understood about 80 to 90%. Tianla's mother truly astounded everyone when she revealed that she had indeed grasped the concepts. Although her understanding was not absolutely precise, she had captured the basic framework correctly, even articulating the intricate principles of navigation that Barrow had deemed convoluted. After she finished speaking, she nervously inquired, "Did I follow the right path?" The family unanimously praised her, declaring her insights to be remarkably astute, extolling her intelligence. In her excitement, Tianla's mother boasted, "Indeed, I feel that I am becoming wiser as I grow older." Yul Shui swiftly glanced at her father-in-law, fearing that her words might inadvertently cause him sorrow. She noticed her husband also cast a quick glance at his father, though at that moment, she was unaware that his reaction stemmed from an entirely different thought, a new inspiration. That night, as she embraced her frail husband, Yul Shui calmly stated, "Tianla, we have deliberated over whether or not to have children for many years. I have now made up my mind, this year. I shall conceive through in vitro fertilization using your sperm. I shall not reiterate my reasoning. As Uncle Chu said, if such genes can produce a genius like you, even if they carry deleterious factors, they are worth preserving." This time, her husband did not object. "Since your decision is firm, I shall not impede you. It would be best to have a daughter, as she would not inherit this condition. No, I do not wish to make a deliberate choice. Let fate decide." "That is acceptable." "Tianla, during dinner, when Mother spoke about the new principles of wormholes, I sensed it had a profound impact on you." Tianla's gaze pierced the darkness, looking into the distance. Indeed, given Mother's intellect and knowledge, she should not have comprehended it so thoroughly. Yul Shui detected the underlying tone in his words. "You mean?" "I possess a strong feeling, one that has been growing for quite some time. After hearing Mother today, it feels particularly compelling. Over the past decade or so, it seems that people's IQs have significantly increased, including those of highly intelligent scientists as well as ordinary citizens. Do you not feel the same?" "Yes, I have sensed it for a while. However, I always believed it might be due to my prolonged exposure to you brilliant scientists, subconsciously sharpening my own intellect." Tianla shook his head. "It cannot be that simple. I have a strong conviction that, compared to the past, our minds are far more effective now. Furthermore, George has long told me that he succeeded in researching human reproductive technology in an exceedingly short period, finding it almost unbelievable, like divine assistance. Perhaps. Let us not rush to conclusions. I wish to organize a large-scale IQ survey starting tomorrow to derive an objective conclusion." Yul Shui preemptively articulated his conclusion. "You mean, the vacuum has accelerated human cognitive speed?" Tianla remained noncommittal. "And as the vacuum continues to contract, human IQ will further increase? Let us refrain from premature conclusions. We shall see after the survey." The two fell into silence for a moment. Yul Shui could hardly contain her inner joy, knowing intuitively that this conclusion must be accurate. for she had unwittingly learned irrational thinking. Particularly, she had begun to savor the delight of intellectual engagement. It is worth noting that while my science grades were acceptable back in school, I had always harbored an emotional aversion to rational thought, never relishing its pleasures. Now, it seemed, I had transformed. She added with a smile, I feel closer to my husband than ever. Chu Tian joyfully patted her on the back, and I too felt a surge of happiness. Yul Shui, lost in thought, mused. What a wondrous world it would be if the enhancement of intelligence were to give rise to a million Einsteins, Bohrs, Hawkings, and Chu Tian less. After all, God is benevolent. While he has brought humanity to the brink of catastrophe, he has also bestowed upon us the most precious of gifts. Indeed, you speak wisely, I replied. Yul Shui perceptively noted that her husband seemed somewhat distracted at that moment. Otherwise, given his usual modesty and tranquility, he would not have accepted being placed in the same league as those three towering figures of science. Clearly, he bore a heavy burden in his heart. Although they were discussing a joyful occasion, the shadow within her husband remained undiminished. They chose not to delve further into this topic. And it was only many years later that Yul Shui learned what weighed upon her husband's mind that night. At this moment, the spaceship continued to advance. Yet if its speed fell below the designated synchronous velocity, it would appear to be retreating relative to the ground. This was calculated as the vessel's speed minus the theoretical synchronous speed. Chapter 8. Space Surfing in an Era Where Miracles Abound, Dazzling Beyond Comprehension. Shortly after the monumental blunder of reversing tail and head, humanity achieved the magnificent feat of space surfing, albeit accompanied by a trail of destruction. Excerpt from A Century of Treasures by Yul Shui. Renrue swiftly organized a large-scale intelligence survey proposed by Chu Tian. On the third day of this initiative, 50 eminent psychologists, specialists in Wechsler IQ testing, and neurophysiologists convened in the conference room of the Friends of Music headquarters. Among them, only one was a quantum physicist, Polly, who was reclusive on Human Egg Island, was also invited by Chu Tian. Chu Tian directly addressed the assembly. Welcome, everyone. The Friends of Music Academy wishes to commission you to conduct a large-scale intelligence survey. I confess I have never conducted an IQ test and am entirely inexperienced in this field, so I would like to present two questions I have, which are directly related to the objectives of this survey. The renowned British psychologist, Prutz, smiled and said, please proceed. I am delighted to have a super genius as my student. Very well, then. First, the Wechsler IQ test measures the deviation IQ of a population rather than the absolute IQ. In other words, for adults, children, and toddlers alike. Those with an IQ ranging from 90 to 109 comprise 50% of the sample. This eliminates certain uncertainties and allows for comparability in the measurements. Am I correct? Indeed, replied Prutz. To ensure accuracy, this intelligence survey also hopes to employ the deviation IQ, but the average sample used will not be from today, but from 50 years ago. Is this feasible? Prutz, with keen insight, remarked, 50 years ago, before the contraction of space occurred. Are you aiming to measure the impact of space contraction on human intelligence? Precisely. After a brief consultation with a few acquaintances, Prutz stated, then we will need to utilize the original scores from the IQ tests conducted 50 years ago, rather than the final computed IQ values. There has never been such a large-scale intelligence survey conducted. However, we can gather and organize the scattered data, which should be achievable. Thank you. My second question is, I understand that the Wechsler IQ test has been systematized, employing rigorous procedures to ensure the objectivity of the measurements. I hope this survey maintains that objectivity. Yet, to be frank, I fear you may become ensnared in intricate procedures and numeric mazes, blurring the clarity of the results. What I seek is a very straightforward answer. Does space contraction enhance human intelligence? And if so, by what approximate percentage? Prutz chuckled, shaking his head. That is not a question, but rather a rigorous demand. Nonetheless, it is both demanding and straightforward. In fact, if you desire a rough intuitive answer, I already have one in mind. Over the years, I have observed numerous intuitive indicators, such as the tenfold increase in sales of intellectual toys over the past 2 decades. Additionally, in the realm of chess, humans have once again matched computers evenly, among other instances. He bent down to swiftly jot down a few words on a scrap of paper, folding it into a paper crane, and approached Chu Tian, saying, let us make a wager. This is my answer. Please open it after the survey concludes to see if our findings align. If the discrepancy is within 5%, I win, otherwise I lose. Tianla smiled as he tucked the paper crane into his jacket pocket and inquired, "What are the stakes? If I lose, I shall never again read Playboy magazine." "That is indeed a unique wager." "Very well, I accept. And if I lose?" "Let me clarify. I have never read Playboy. If you lose, you must abide by my standards for living and ensure you live at least to 100 years. After a moment, he added, "Your life is not solely for yourself, but for others." The atmosphere in the room was somewhat tense, but Prutz soon dispelled the gravity with a smile. "All right. I shall be lenient and consider this your commitment." At that moment, Polly, silently, wrote a few words on a piece of paper, folded it into a crane, and handed it to Chu Tianla, briefly stating, "I wish to participate as well, with the same stakes." Chu Tianla chuckled and tucked it into his pocket. Prutz remarked, "Now our wager is even more intriguing. Mr. Polly has an astonishing intuition, winning every bet, renowned within the scientific community." Then, adopting a serious tone, he continued, "Now, I must address two technical matters. First, past IQ testing has been horizontal, measuring an individual's deviation IQ relative to their demographic. Your request, however, seeks a vertical assessment, comparing today's population SIQ against that of 50 years ago. This is, in fact, an entirely new endeavor, but we shall strive to execute it well." "Excellent. The second point is more challenging. As is well known in a certain fable, a frog thrown into boiling water can escape because the sudden intense stimulus accelerates the release of adrenaline. 19 years ago, humanity was similarly thrown into boiling water, resulting in extraordinary advancements across various fields. Should we measure a significant increase in human IQ, it would imply not only a rise in baseline intelligence, but also the influence of adrenaline. However, these two factors cannot be disentangled. The percentage I provided earlier incorporates both elements." Chu Tianla paused. "Nevertheless, we must separate them. I wish to ascertain the precise impact of space contraction on human intelligence, excluding the influence of adrenaline. Given this, may I propose a suggestion? Why not include an investigation of animal intelligence? Animals, especially certain primates, possess considerable intelligence and have been extensively studied, providing ample comparative data. The most advantageous condition is that their intelligence is insufficient to perceive the existence of that boiling water, thus completely eliminating the adrenaline factor, rendering the results more objective and offering valuable insights for the Human Intelligence Survey." He added, "Of course, this suggestion carries an implicit premise that there is no essential difference between the brains of humans and primates. Any factor that enhances human intelligence will similarly affect primates." Chu Tianla immediately laughed. "That premise poses no issue. I believe everyone present would not adhere to a stance of human chauvinism." "Very well. I shall share some information that underpins my suggestion. A friend of mine has been studying chimpanzees in Senegal for 20 years. He recently informed me of some fascinating developments there." Although he did not elaborate further, Chu Tianla fully grasped the significance of this information. "Your suggestion is excellent. Let us include an animal group in addition to the routine adult, child, and toddler groups. Mr. Prutz, I entrust this survey entirely to you. Please provide a list of the required personnel and funding directly to Dean G. The UN's SCAC has established a comprehensive cooperative relationship with us. Therefore, you may freely utilize resources from both Friends of Music and SCAC." Prutz glanced at Ji Renrui, chuckling. "I often hear it said that SCAC has been absorbed by Friends of Music." Prutz looked at Ji Renrui and remarked, "I initially intended to suggest a year, but even from afar, I have heard of the formidable reputation of God's whip. Therefore, let us say 6 months." Ji Renrui remained expressionless. 3 months. 3 months? Prutz turned to Chu Tianla. Chu smiled and spoke a few words to Ji, advocating for their guest. Ji Renrui then emerged with 3 words. 100 days. Prutz wore a wry smile, "Mr. God's whip, you are truly generous." "Very well, 100 days it is. Henceforth, we shall not waste a single minute. Let us immediately commence our roles. I will first establish the project team." He contemplated briefly, naming 6 individuals from the group, and we, 7 in total, remained to deliberate on the specifics of our plan. The others were free to leave. They could stay to listen if they wished. Notably absent from the 6 was the quantum physicist Polly. He turned to Chu Tianla and said, "Proceed with your task." Chu Tianla responded, "This assignment is solitary, possibly of greater significance. Hence it is entrusted to the most astute mind among us. We have established that the deep structure of vacuum corresponds to the 4th dimension of space. If spatial contraction indeed affects intellect, through what means does this occur? This presents a novel subject, and I hope you can elucidate it." Polly glanced at Ji Rinrue and affirmed, I shall take it on. As for time, he looked towards Ji Rinrue. Chu Tian chuckled, remarking, our god of whips is quite reasonable. He understands this task cannot be completed within 100 days. You two may finalize the details later. Chu Tian gazed curiously at the taciturn figure, whose demeanor was calm and self-assured. Chu Tian mused that Polly's confidence indicated he had likely begun his research long ago. He joyfully exclaimed, that is indeed splendid. It appears I have made the right choice. Let us proceed without disrupting the work of the Prutz group. 2 days later, Prutz, accompanied by psychologist Dong Yuexia and neurophysiologist Sterling, ventured into the dense jungles of Senegal, Africa. Polly was also present, attending to absorb some vivid imagery for his mind. Alongside them was Gachihong, the vice president of the Leziu Foundation, who, having some leisure time, sought to compare intellect with the chimpanzees. Residing in this secluded jungle, I had nearly forgotten the matter of spatial contraction, and whether it was the cause of their intellectual explosion had not yet crossed my mind. However, there had undeniably been a remarkable increase in the intelligence of these chimpanzees in recent years, a fact that had filled me with delight. I can now show you some fascinating scenes. We shall discuss afterward. Follow me, I beckoned, leading them quietly. Although I was already a part of the chimpanzee community, the presence of so many strangers today made me wary of startling them. Upon reaching a certain spot, I instructed everyone to halt. 20 meters ahead lay a small clearing in the woods, where over 20 chimpanzees had gathered in a circle, engaged in some activity. They noticed our unfamiliar presence but seemed unperturbed, likely recognizing us as visitors brought by Brewa. I whispered, before I left. They had just captured 3 pygmy marmosets and were preparing to share the meal. Do you see? Some chimpanzees are holding sharpened sticks, which they use as spears for hunting. Their ability to wield weapons is not surprising. Zoologists had known this for decades. But observe closely. I smiled at everyone, indicating that they need not be shocked by what was to follow. Both Mula and I had long since acclimatized to such sights. I ceased speaking, and a hush fell over us as we observed in silence. The chimpanzees were, in fact, preparing a campfire, skillfully gathering branches and stacking them into a hollow pile. While they worked, a robust male chimp stood calmly to one side, watching over the proceedings. That is their leader. I have named him AZ, Brewa explained. Once the pile was complete, all the chimpanzees turned their gaze towards AZ, who approached with an air of authority, raising his left hand. At Brewa's prompting, Prutz lifted his binoculars, focusing on AZ's hand. To our astonishment, he was holding a silver lighter. Did you see clearly? It's a lighter stolen from me, Brewa remarked. You know, I have lived among them, trying to share similar foods. However, my stomach is not quite like theirs. And occasionally, I discreetly prepare some cooked food on a simple stove to ease my digestion. I have taken great care to ensure they never discover my secret. Yet I suspect they may have discovered it through covert observation. 5 years ago, I lost a lighter, and later found out that AZ had taken it. Subsequently, he learned to make fire just like I do, roasting meat over it. Eventually, AZ ousted the old leader and claimed the position for himself. Brewa chuckled, shaking his head. No, there is no religious connotation here. The thumb of a chimpanzee is far less dexterous than a human's. AZ often burns his fingers while igniting the fire. And even now, he cannot entirely avoid it. Thus, he is exceptionally cautious when striking the flame. To this day, the act of igniting fire remains solely AZ's prerogative. Of course, if one were to view their reverence for fire as the nascent stages of religion, it would not be entirely inaccurate. Over the past 2 years, this group has become reliant on fire. However, they have not learned how to maintain a flame, as they lack the objective necessity to discover my secret stash of lighters. Whenever one fails to ignite, they simply come here to pilfer another. This has become an unspoken understanding between us. As the meat cooked to perfection, its aroma wafted towards us. The chimpanzees first offered the food to AZ, who tore off a piece and allowed the rest to be shared among the group. At that moment, a female chimp suddenly broke away from the group and approached us, and Brewa quickly introduced, do you see that female chimp? Her name is Maru, and she is my partner. He glanced at us. I am not joking, at least not entirely. Observe her grass skirt around her waist. As she drew near, it was evident that she wore a grass skirt, fashioned similarly to Brewa's. Maru is one of AZ's consorts, yet she has been showing me kindness for the past 2 years. She is quite attentive, always reserving the best food for me, and during migrations, she ensures I remain within her sight. Even though I reside among the chimpanzees, one would expect me to be unclothed. However, I have retained civilized habits, Thus I have continued to wear a grass skirt for modesty. What I did not anticipate was that this year, Maru has developed a strong admiration for my grass skirt, often coming close to me and touching it with eager eyes. Perhaps her, Brua chuckled self-deprecatingly. Sometimes I truly do not know which pronoun to use. Perhaps her intellect has grasped the concept of modesty. Eventually, I crafted a grass skirt for her, which she adored and wore incessantly. Maru hesitated midway, possibly wary of the unfamiliar faces beside her partner. Gucci Hong joked, "Is AZ jealous of Maru's affections towards you?" "No, not at all. I believe it is because both he and Maru hold a deep respect for the wisdom I represent. At the very least, they are aware that the lighter, this treasure from beyond their world, is a gift from me." "Hush, look, they are communicating using sign language. I taught it to them, and now the entire group is proficient. It is not surprising that the chimpanzees can use sign language, back in the 1980s. The Gorilla Foundation taught a lowland gorilla named Coco over 1,000 sign language words and 2,000 spoken English words, allowing for relatively smooth communication with humans. As he spoke, he made an effort to decipher the signs exchanged between the two chimpanzees. AZ is instructing Maru, send over 5 pieces of meat. As our esteemed Brua has brought 5 guests, Gucci Hong regarded Brua with suspicion, unsure if he was jesting or speaking the truth. To his astonishment, it was indeed true. 5 chimpanzees approached, led by Maru. They quickly drew near, each holding a piece of cooked meat, which they respectfully presented to the 5 guests. At Brua's suggestion, the 5 promptly accepted the gift, mirroring Brua's gesture of patting their heads in appreciation. The 5 chimpanzees departed joyfully. The 5 of us diligently tore into the half-cooked monkey meat, our gazes fixed upon the chimpanzee community, lost in contemplation. Sterling remarked, "Truly astonishing." Dong Yuexiao added, "It is indeed shocking." Now, this population of chimpanzees can be considered as having transcended the realm of mere animals, akin to primitive humans on the cusp of enlightenment. They have appointed a leader who is generous, esteemed, and remarkably intelligent, and they have even begun to experience the early stirrings of romantic affection between the sexes. Given time, who could argue that a new civilization might not emerge from this very place? Plutarch inquired of Brua, "My old friend, I have recently gathered a wealth of information and discovered that animals across the globe have exhibited significant intellectual advancements. Yet yours is the most astonishing. What accounts for this?" The answer is simple. I believe it is because the intelligence quotient of chimpanzees was already hovering near the threshold of enlightenment, thus, under similar stimuli. Only here did a mutation occur. Perhaps another reason is that this community exists in a largely free state, wherein such a social structure fosters a positive feedback loop for cognitive enhancement. Paulie, unable to contain his excitement, urged, "I wish to live there. Are they amenable to this?" Brua, observing his fair complexion, jested, "That should pose no problem. The only issue is the stark contrast in your skin tones. However, I trust they will not perceive you as an inferior race. Are you all planning to go?" "Indeed, we shall all go," others responded. "But first, you must resolve to be as naked as I am." He laughed and added, "Wait a moment, I shall inquire with AZ. Go ahead. They are quite pleased to invite you to visit their community." "I was merely jesting. You need not disrobe. They are sufficiently enlightened not to be concerned with a few hairless oddities." I felt a pang of pity for Maru. Just look at his earnest affection. Yet, his unrequited love is bound to be futile. Brua chuckled, remaining silent. After a moment, he remarked, "If the rate of intellectual enhancement persists as it has over the past 2 years, they will soon transcend barbarism, becoming the 5th skin color among humanity, following black, white, yellow, and brown. Or we might refer to them as the hairy race. If that comes to pass, would you care about your wife's skin color?" Gucci Hong scratched his head, reluctantly conceding, "Though I cannot imagine marrying a hairy wife, I believe you are correct. The essence lies not in appearance, but in the wisdom housed within the mind." 3 months later, the Plutarch group unveiled the findings of their extensive intelligence survey. Simultaneously, Paulie submitted a separate research report containing a formula. According to the Plutarch Group's findings, the average intelligence quotient of humans, encompassing adults, youths, toddlers, and all measurable animals, has risen by approximately 45% over the past 50 years, with adrenaline exerting no significant influence. The progress of the chimpanzees was particularly remarkable, with their average intelligence quotient increasing by 65%, indicative of a unique critical explosion phenomenon. Given that the rise in chimpanzee intelligence is certainly unrelated to adrenaline, This data serves as compelling corroboration for the aforementioned conclusion. The wager between the two was won by Chu Tian. As the note from Plutarch stated, an estimated increase of 35% in human intelligence. This figure deviated from the actual measured value by more than the 5% standard set during the bet. However, Plutarch argued that his mention of 5% referred solely to negative deviation, meaning he would lose only if the measured data fell below his figure by 5%. As he had already anticipated surpassing that number, Chu Tian conceded to his argument, laughing, "I would rather lose." Eager to fulfill that wager and live to see 100 years. Upon opening Pauli's triangular note, it revealed no wagered figures, but rather a formula, identical to that listed in Pauli's formal report. Pauli stated in his report that he had embarked on this research 5 years prior. Naturally, this is a monumental subject, impossible to thoroughly investigate in a short span. Currently, he could only draw a preliminary conclusion. Dense vacuum effects at the quantum level have influenced human intelligence. Much like how an increase in ion concentration within a solution can enhance current density, or how improved soil fertility accelerates plant growth. Pauli crafted an empirical formula from measured data and theoretical deductions, allowing for the calculation of various intelligence enhancement values based on different vacuum contraction rates. By inputting the current contraction rate, he arrived at precisely the figure reported by Plutarch, 45%. In comparison to Plutarch's conclusion, the applicability of Pauli's formula is broader. Within the formula, the intelligence enhancement value is positively correlated with contraction rate, meaning that if spatial contraction continues, human intelligence may further improve, gradually approaching a limit value of E23, or 1.95. Presently, intelligence has increased by 45%, with potential for further enhancement. The scientific community generally accepted the reports from Plutarch and Pauli. The survey report also included another conclusion. Within a dense vacuum, the computational speed of computers showed no increase. This was anticipated, as the computational speed of computers is based on the speed of light currents, more accurately, the electric field transmitted at light speed, which is already the highest speed in the universe. Nonetheless, this self-evident conclusion sparked a small wave of excitement. Mischievous Souls Online remarked, "Humans need not feel inferior before the omnipotent computers, for we have, relatively speaking, become smarter." Once settled, Hiji Zhou, slightly embarrassed, asked, "Is Lu Yi still angry with me? She went abroad to study and didn't even inform me of such a significant event, treating Yang Yang as a stranger." Yu Lushui replied truthfully, "She left after heeding my advice. What I said was, if you wish for Yang Yang to accept you and transform from a little sister into a romantic partner, you must resolve to distance yourself from him for 3 years. Then allow him to unexpectedly encounter a mature woman transformed into a stranger." Hiji Zhou shook his head helplessly and refrained from pursuing the topic of Lu Yi. Afrahaza attentively observed Yu Lushui, clearly discerning the implications of her words, yet made no outward display. Hiji Zhou first inquired about the well-being of his family and embraced Uncle Ma. In a wheelchair, Ma Shichi remarked, "I am but a flickering candle in the wind. My body has fundamentally rejected external nourishment, slowly consuming itself, starting with muscle cells and then bones." He gestured to his frail limbs, noting that the most vital brain will be the last to be consumed, though that day is not far off. Therefore, while my mind remains clear, I wish to bid farewell to everyone in advance. The atmosphere grew somber, and behind him, 68-year-old Tian Lu Ma's eyes glistened. Mr. Ma spoke the truth. He suffered from systemic failure due to aging, a condition untreatable. Mr. Ma cheerfully stated, "I have always said that aging, illness, and death are the most unyielding decrees of nature, inescapable by anyone, so there is no need to dwell on it. However, before I concede to death, I wish to achieve a small victory by witnessing the birth of my grandchild." Yu Lushui concealed her sorrow and jokingly remarked to her husband, "That's no problem, Dad. You must persevere, and I shall hasten as well. If space has contracted, surely the gestation period can be compressed too?" She deliberately looped her arm through her husband's. Over the past year, her husband remained burdened with deep concerns, and even the joy of impending fatherhood could not dispel them. She had privately discussed her worries with the two elders and Ji Renrui, all three advising her to be patient, asserting that when the time was right, Tian Lu would express himself. At this moment, Ji Renrui glanced at the reticent Tian Lu and said to Hiji Zhou, "Yang Yang, you mentioned an important matter? Please proceed." Chu Tian Lu nodded yes. "Over this past year, we have finally discerned that the curse has indeed been lifted. The speed of wormhole-style spacecraft relative to non-native spatial domains can reach the speed of light, even attaining Mach 1.7 or higher. I borrow an aviation term here. 1 Mach is equivalent to the speed of light. Of course, the prerequisite is. He paused to look at Chu Tian, who perceptively interjected. The prerequisite is that the spacecraft must maintain continuous flight, abandoning my designed intermittent travel method, which means relinquishing observation of what lies ahead. Indeed, Brother Tian, as we observe the most rigid law of light's speed being shattered, how could we resist the allure of the siren? Jiren Rue struggled to comprehend He Zhizhou's line of thought and inquired with confusion. This isn't a problem at all. You can entirely confirm it through experimentation. A brief period of blind flight poses no danger. Chu Tian gently shook his head, silencing Jiren Rue's words. The purpose of He Zhizhou's visit today was not to discuss a single experiment of superluminal flight. No, he was addressing the era of superluminal travel, harboring within his heart a grand plan based on this technology. Chu Tian succinctly remarked, "You must have developed a mature method for blind flight." Indeed, I have a method, though I cannot confidently attest to its maturity. However, let me first outline the framework of a significant plan on which I diverge from Uncle Alex. This is precisely why I have come today, to seek the support of you, Uncle Ma, Sister Le Shui, and Uncle Ji. Very well, do share, came the reply. The primary mission of the new spacecraft is to ascertain the scope of the disaster and identify the boundaries of the contraction area. This is self-evident. In this regard, there is no disagreement between me and Uncle Alex. However, you are aware that recent observations have revealed the disaster zone is perpetually expanding at the speed of light, with no notable decrease in intensity. These two signs are exceedingly ominous and must be clarified promptly. Yet, if the exploratory vessel travels at a speed below that of light, it will merely lag behind the edge of the tsunami, growing increasingly distant from it. Such exploration would be utterly futile. I believe it is imperative to pursue the tsunami's leading edge with a superluminal spacecraft, observe it closely, and elucidate its mechanisms, particularly whether the intensity of spatial contraction diminishes at the edge. A somber expression fell over the attendees. He Zhizhou spoke wisely. The light speed expansion of the disaster zone and the lack of a significant decrease in intensity are indeed two profoundly troubling pieces of news, a topic shrouded in secrecy within the media. Should this trend persist, it would signify that no human endeavor could avert calamity. The weakened Ma Si-Chi's gaze burned with intensity as he urged, "Please, continue." 2 years prior, he had initiated discussions regarding the Noah's Ark Human Covenant, during which a group of youthful scientists gradually coalesced around him, forming the Noah Covenant faction, with Ji Chong as a staunch member. Jiren Rue and Miao Yao exchanged glances with Chong, their hearts heavy. Chong would undoubtedly ascend with this spacecraft, marking the day of parting from their parents. Though the farewell was sorrowful, they were embarking on a quest for survival, and thus, their parents found solace in this notion. Jiren Rue brushed aside his melancholy and inquired, "What is Alex's opinion?" He believes that the focus of technology should be on near-light speed travel, asserting that crossing the light speed threshold poses significant safety concerns. He is correct. Of course, safety must come first, Jiren Rue replied. Chu Tian waved his hand, indicating that Jiren's remarks had missed the crux of the matter. He Zhizhou would certainly not neglect the safety of the spacecraft. The divergence between him and Alex must run deeper. Please, share your methods for overcoming blind flight, Chu Tian urged. He Zhizhou shook his head. No, during superluminal flight, blind flight is unavoidable. It is even less favorable than a submarine. While a submarine cannot rely on star charts or GPS for navigation, it at least can utilize a gyroscope for inertial navigation, albeit with slightly reduced accuracy. However, in wormhole travel, the spacecraft remains stationary relative to the local space, rendering inertial navigators, accelerometers, and speedometers theoretically ineffective due to the absence of measurable parameters. Chu Tian nodded thoughtfully. Yang was correct. Navigation for wormhole vessels relies solely on star charts, which can only be utilized once the craft has exited the wormhole state. He Zhizhou continued. Moreover, for superluminal vessels, maintaining observation holds little practical value, as the craft cannot react swiftly enough to dynamic obstacles, akin to a ground-based anti-aircraft gun that cannot counter a supersonic jet by the time one hears the sonic boom. The aircraft has already surpassed you. You are indeed correct. But please, continue. I feel like a sluggish sloth, struggling to keep pace with your thoughts. Is there truly a sloth as quick-witted as you? He Zhizhou chuckled. Allow me to first present a brief video. He prefaced. The mechanics of a bullet passing through glass depicted in this video differ entirely from our wormhole travel mechanism, yet it may provide a visual impression. Ofura Haja and Ji Chang were prepared, commencing the display of a video captured through high-speed photography, illustrating a bullet traversing glass. The bullet soared through the transparent air, and due to its velocity, it generated a shockwave in front of it, distorting the propagation of light and rendering the bullet's edges indistinct. As the bullet approached the glass, it did not shatter it, but rather caused a small round hole to form as the compressed air ahead of the bullet collided with the glass. The bullet passed through this aperture, and the air burst forth violently, creating a fierce turbulence, yet the shape of the bullet's head remained unchanged. The video froze at this moment. He Zhizhou remarked, Tianlo, I vividly recall the shock I felt when I first witnessed spatial annihilation at the Fermi National Accelerator Laboratory in the United States. The energy produced by spatial annihilation is minimal, yet the solid and heavy accelerator pipes were instantaneously ejected, creating a vast, smooth inner sphere. This phenomenon is unrelated to energy, force, or temperature. Rather, it is the natural accumulation of matter following spatial annihilation, akin to the sedimentation that occurs when a lake suddenly drains. It is this mechanism that ultimately facilitated wormhole travel. Chu Tian looked queried. Are you suggesting that the wormhole naturally provides protection for the spacecraft? Precisely. Even if a solid iron meteorite lies ahead on the trajectory, a collision will not occur. For the spatial annihilation prior to impact will have already ejected the meteorite beyond the wormhole, creating a natural accumulation outside the annihilated space. Consequently, as the spacecraft passes through the meteorite, it will leave behind a seamless tunnel. The spacecraft need not fear encountering a star either. The wormhole will traverse directly through it. Furthermore, if its velocity exceeds that of light, even the extreme temperatures found at the core of a star will inflict no harm upon the vessel. For at the interface of two spaces, light, heat, and even gravitational forces cannot penetrate. Of course, once the wormhole's leading edge has passed, the space will rapidly return to normal within a Planck time, restoring the typical propagation of light, heat, and gravity. However, this restoration requires time, and by then, the superluminal craft will have already traversed that region. I can draw a parallel. There exists a type of weapon known as a high-speed cavitation projectile, which uses continuous bubbling to push the surrounding water, significantly enhancing its speed, sharing a conceptual similarity with wormhole travel. After a brief pause, he added, although the acceleration and excitation of particles in our spacecraft can only occur in a vacuum, as long as there is continuous flight, the vessel can maintain a self-created vacuum in its forefront, allowing for ongoing excitation even while traversing through a star. The scene he painted was astonishing, leaving everyone in the room momentarily spellbound. All were silent, captivated by the still image on the television. Chu Tian Lu remained quiet as well, but gazed intently into the distance, his thoughts soaring even further. He Zhizhou and his two assistants waited patiently, though unrest brewed within their hearts. After a lengthy silence, Tian Li's mother was the first to exclaim, Goodness, if that spacecraft were to collide with the sun, wouldn't it shatter the sun as well? He Zhizhou shook his head and pointed to the still image on the screen. Generally, that would not occur. Observe the glass. It was not shattered but rather punctured with a small round hole. Due to the bullet's rapid speed, its force does not have time to dissipate before it has already departed. I believe the sun would respond similarly, merely creating a small round hole, and would swiftly return to its normal state thereafter. However, I cannot make a definitive statement. Stars are gaseous, and perhaps the gaseous material flowing into the hole would amplify into a turbulence of astronomical proportions. Yul Shui remarked, in other words, such a spacecraft resembles a harbinger of doom, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. He Zhizhou immediately glanced at her, feeling a pang of bitterness. Sister Yu had always possessed a gentle demeanor, and her words unmistakably conveyed her strong opposition to this mode of travel. He endeavored to explain. The cosmos is vast and exceedingly empty. The probability of collisions during flight is remarkably low. Furthermore, let us not forget that traveling through wormholes occurs in disaster zones, within a vacuum that has contracted beyond critical thresholds. Even if some destruction occurs, it merely hastens the inevitable. Yet, what if the spacecraft were to collide with a civilization like our Earth, one that has not yet perished? He Zhizhou quickly cast a glance at Sister Yu, rendered speechless. She employed an extreme method, laying forth the most brutal scenarios, and such possibilities were not entirely unfounded. At that moment, Chu Tian spoke in a calm tone. The likelihood of colliding with a planet harboring an advanced civilization is virtually nil. There is no need for concern. Yul Shui turned to her husband and replied evenly, "Then, what of the chances of colliding with the Chusher vessel, should the new spacecraft traverse the same route?" "Equally negligible," he responded. "Lu Shui, we cannot halt our progress for a possibility that is nearly zero." Yul Shui shook her head despondently, surveying those present. Her father-in-law, mother-in-law, Ji Ren Rue, Afra Haza, Ji Chong, and others. Her father-in-law remained silent, his expression betraying no inclination. Her mother-in-law appeared shocked, clearly disapproving of her son's perspective, but unable to articulate a compelling counterargument. At that juncture, Ji Ren Rue spoke gently. Yul Shui felt a shiver run down her spine. Realizing she could not sway these men, they resembled boys anticipating a Christmas gift, overwhelmed with uncontainable excitement. They had finally grasped the opportunity for faster-than-light travel. A chance to challenge the laws of God, to explore uncharted territories, an opportunity they would not relinquish lightly, even if it heralded destruction. This innate desire for conquest coursed through the veins of men, as potent as the instinct for survival. Yet, she thought with irony, this statement was not entirely accurate. At least in Afra Haza's case, a similar yearning for conquest resided within her. Finally, Ma Siqi spoke, "Shuai, this matter, specifically regarding faster-than-light vessels or the era they herald, is unavoidable. Let us pause this discussion. Su Sa is calling us to dinner." During the meal, the women took center stage. Miao Yao pulled Yul Shui beside her, inquiring about her pregnancy with the wisdom of experience and offering numerous suggestions. She discerned that Yul Shui bore concerns, and indeed, all those present harbored their own anxieties, including Tian Li's mother and Uncle Ma. The younger generation was exhilarated by the prospect of achieving faster-than-light travel, a dream deeply embedded in the human psyche, while the elders were laden with trepidation over the accompanying destruction. Miao Yao encouraged Yul Shui, "This is wonderful. I've been too busy these past few years. I should have come sooner." Across the table, Afra Haza sat with Tian Li's mother, candidly inquiring, "Auntie," from Sister Yu's tone, "it seems Lu Yi has affections for Zizhou?" Both Tian Li's mother and Su Sa were taken aback. Even in the realm of Western directness and sexual freedom, such candor felt excessive. Yul Shui suddenly realized and hastily clarified, "Mother, she meant within the context of the spacecraft society. In the Noah Covenant, a man with 3 wives is normal and must be implemented as the marital structure. This has nothing to do with patriarchy. It primarily considers reproductive efficiency while also ensuring genetic diversity." As she elaborated on these circumstances, Yul Shui couldn't help but reflect when highly civilized humans migrated to untamed lands. It seemed the civilizational rules that had been sacrosanct were swiftly diluted, even before departure, while the primal instincts buried deep within their genes resurfaced overnight. The singular goal of these instincts is survival and reproduction. Anything contrary, even if once regarded as a sacred moral code, must be sidelined. Afra Haza nodded, "Yes. I did not express myself clearly earlier. I meant if Lu Yi is willing to become a member of this spacecraft." Building on this thread, Zizhou introduced the background and fundamental content of the Noah Covenant to everyone. The backdrop was this: humanity must psychologically sever its ties to Earth, transitioning from terrestrial to maritime peoples, embracing the vastness of space as their new spiritual home. The spacecraft should not merely serve as a tool for escape, but as a new terrestrial realm for humanity. Against this backdrop, a group led by him had preemptively formulated the detailed Noah Covenant. The covenant essentially served as a civil charter for the new society, akin to the Bible of a space religion. Encompassing a wide array of topics, Zizhou highlighted several key points. Firstly, the methods of human reproduction and the associated ethical frameworks constituted the most critical aspect of the covenant, as reproduction is foundational to survival. The spacecraft society could only sustain a small population of around 1,000, necessitating the most efficient reproductive strategies. Balancing reproductive efficiency with genetic diversity, particularly the diversity of the Y chromosome, the marital structure was defined as one man with 3 wives. This also sought to accommodate the marriage ethics of the preceding civilized society, such as excluding group marriage systems. Yul Shui had previously mentioned that this was not rooted in patriarchy. There was a hint of feminism in the belief that during catastrophic times, the role of women is more significant than that of men. Given the small population size, it was challenging to entirely avoid consanguinity, especially in the face of unexpected disasters leading to significant societal attrition. Thus, the ethical restrictions on consanguineous reproduction were considerably relaxed. The spacecraft prohibited all customs or personal freedoms detrimental to reproduction, such as child-free lifestyles, homosexuality, late marriage and childbirth, and sexual apathy. A family of 1 man and 3 wives was required to have at least 4 children to ensure slight positive growth of the population. However, once the population reached the maximum capacity permissible aboard the spacecraft, reproduction must cease. From this perspective, the 1 man and 3 wives structure was practically redundant aboard the vessel. It merely prepared for planetary society. Should the spacecraft escape the disaster zone and settle on a habitable planet, immediate and efficient reproduction would be imperative. Next was the political structure, which would implement absolute democracy coupled with absolute authority. The captain would be elected every 2 years by simple majority. Every member possessing civil capacity must participate in voting, with only affirmative and negative votes allowed. Abstentions were not permitted. During non-election periods, if over 50 individuals co-signed, an early election could be called. However, once elected, the captain would wield absolute power, appointing and dismissing subordinates without the checks and balances characteristic of earthly governance. All decisions aboard the vessel would be made solely by the captain, facilitating swift responses to the rapidly changing environment of space. Only decisions regarding capital punishment, which would be retained on board, required approval from the Citizens' Assembly after the captain's decree. Amendments to the Covenant's terms necessitated a 2/3 majority and 3 separate votes, with intervals of no less than 1 month between each. In urgent situations where a provision of the Covenant must be violated, the captain was authorized to take immediate action. But such actions must be ratified by the Citizens' Assembly within 3 months, requiring a 2/3 majority. Otherwise, the captain would bear the consequences. After hearing He Zizhou's presentation, Tian Li's mother and Su Sa accepted the information with ease. After all, we live in an era of intellectual explosion. Even individuals like them, with lower educational backgrounds, could effortlessly engage in rational thought. Many aspects of the Noah Covenant, such as polygamy, consanguinity, and practical monarchy, were emotionally challenging to accept, but posed no issues when viewed through a rational lens. By the end, Tian Li's mother could even jest about the matter. I must quickly let Li know the news I received today. If she cannot bear to part with Yang, she needs to make haste. Yet, that would mean she would have to board the spacecraft, forever bidding farewell to her parents. It is truly hard to bear. But if we must, we must. The spacecraft seeks a path to survival. At the dining table, Chu Tian spoke little. He maintained a gentle smile, listening to the lively chatter of everyone, occasionally whispering a few words to his wife. After finishing lunch, he said, Chong, don't you all want to visit those attractions? Go ahead, let Su Sa guide you. Godfather, Yang, brother Renrue, unless you 4 stay behind. I have matters to discuss. The others, aware that he intended to deliberate on something significant, quickly departed, chatting excitedly as they ascended the mountain. Tianla's mother, though worried about her husband, followed his silent cue and left. The room fell silent, leaving the 4 who remained to quietly await Tianla's words. He smiled and said, in truth, there is nothing of great consequence. Yang, I truly admire the Noah's Covenant you all are working on. You young people have surpassed us. He glanced at his godfather and self-deprecatingly remarked, am I perhaps leaning too much on age? I am 41, yet I feel as though my mentality has weathered much. Masiki chuckled, you are not old, but Yang and the others are indeed younger. They represent the new generation of space explorers. Yang, what you just articulated was spot on. Humanity must sever its psychological ties to Earth, transforming from terrestrial nations into a spacefaring civilization, making the cosmos our true home. Spaceships should not merely serve as instruments of escape, but should become the new terrestrial domain for humankind. My roots on Earth have grown too deep, yet I am prepared to learn from you and resolutely sever them. Are you saying you wish to board a spaceship? He Zizhou inquired with surprise. Oh, whether or not to embark on a spaceship is a matter for the future, he smiled as he glanced at his wife. However, Yul Shui felt a heaviness in her heart. She had sensed her husband's underlying thoughts. He likely wished to leave Earth. His experience aboard the Chu ship during a moment of weightlessness had subtly planted this notion within him, for on Earth, his frail body felt like a burdensome shackle. What I wish to discuss today is something else. Yang, your description of the faster-than-light spacecraft is accurate, and I believe it can be realized. However, your proposed journey spans only a century, which seems rather conservative. This ought to be an exploration of deep space, akin to Columbus's voyages. He added, when I speak of deep space exploration, I refer to distances measured in light years. He Zizhou looked at Chu Tianla with confusion. Chu Tianla had always been a figure of reverence in his heart, admired for his clarity of thought and wisdom. Yet today he seemed to have made a significant logical error. He Zizhou gently replied, Tianla, forgive me for not clarifying earlier. Faster-than-light travel relies on a dense vacuum, one that contracts beyond a critical threshold. Thus, the spacecraft cannot surpass the leading edge of the dense vacuum tsunami. My repeated mention of catching up to the leading edge rather than surpassing it was based on this principle. Therefore, the spacecraft cannot undertake deep space exploration. The other three realized that Yang Yang's assertion was correct and that Chu Tianla had indeed erred in logic, prompting them to fix their gazes upon him. After a moment of silence, Tianla smiled and said, this is precisely why I wanted the others to leave. What follows is merely my conjecture. So I implore you four to keep it confidential to avoid unnecessary societal unrest. Yul Shui felt a sudden jolt of alarm. Recalling Renrue's previous speculation that Chu Tianla's aloofness might stem from foreseeing a greater catastrophe, she glanced at Renrue, who clearly understood her implication and responded nonchalantly. No words will escape us. We shall maintain absolute confidentiality. Please, continue. The pivotal rationale behind our planning for humanity's exodus was, although we have observed the disaster zone expanding outward at the speed of light, we believe that the rate of spatial contraction would rapidly diminish. Theoretically, this is indeed correct, as the intensity of a disturbance diminishes in proportion to the square of its radius as it propagates outward. If this holds true, a faster-than-light escape vessel would soon reach a safe zone. In other words, when the ship's propulsion can no longer be sustained and it cannot advance, it indicates that the area has ceased to be a dense vacuum and has exited the collapse zone, thus becoming safe. Am I correct? He Zizhou nodded, indeed. Chu Tianla paused again before continuing. However, based on observations over the years, there has been no significant reduction. The distant starlight's blue shift approaches zero, but this merely indicates the onset of contraction, not that it is further from the disturbance center. Therefore, I estimate that the disaster zone will sweep through the entirety of the universe with unyielding intensity. As to why this is so, I am unsure. The greatest shortcoming of the three-state vacuum theory is its failure to explain the cause of local universe contraction, a gap that remains unaddressed even today. A tremor of realization coursed through the group. Yul Shui quickly exchanged a glance with Renrue, silently conveying, you have unwittingly spoken the truth. There had been murmurs in the scientific community about this, but it had never coalesced into a mainstream opinion, as it wholly defied common sense. Now, Chu Tianla had boldly stepped beyond the confines of conventional wisdom, articulating a viewpoint that gave form to the specter of catastrophe. Chu Tianla smiled and reassured. This does not mean humanity is utterly hopeless. No, it is not thus. Although the disaster zone expands at the speed of light, the duration of its sweep across the universe is measured in tens of billions of years. Our faster-than-light spacecraft, while unable to surpass the disaster wavefront, can at least synchronize with it, remaining perpetually at the very edge of critical dense vacuum. There, both the capacity for propulsion exists alongside a safe zone. Can you envision such a scenario? He inquired with a smile. It resembles surfing by the seaside. The four nodded in agreement. Yes, this is akin to surfing by the ocean, surfing at the edge of a dense vacuum expansion. Chu Tianla continued. Of course, this cosmic surfing differs from seaside surfing. The shore remains stationary, yet the edge of the dense vacuum expands at the speed of light, thus enabling us to embark on deep space exploration at the speed of light, validating that this leading edge will not cease at any point. Renrue interjected, Tianla, there is no need for secrecy. Given the current psychological resilience of the populace, they would likely embrace such a prospect, perhaps even invigorating their resolve to expedite the endeavor. What say you, Uncle Ma, lest we Yang? Before the three could respond, Chu Tianla firmly declared, no, it must remain confidential. He did not elaborate on his reasoning, but his conviction was palpable. This unusual steadfastness cast a shadow in Yul Shui's heart once more. She glanced at Renrue. Their long-standing collaboration had forged an understanding between them. And at this moment, Renrue too was undoubtedly engulfed in similar shadows of thought, yet he maintained a calm exterior, simply stating, all right, we shall keep it from the public. However, The spacecraft must be constructed according to your vision, and it should indeed be a vessel capable of accommodating 1,000 people, correct? Precisely, Chu Tian affirmed. This will no longer be a test flight, but rather humanity's maiden voyage into the era of faster-than-light travel, venturing into deep space. He turned to He Zijo. You need not worry about Alex. I will handle the communication. He Zijo suppressed the tumult of emotions surging within him, nodding vigorously. Yes, this is no longer a trial or an expedition, but the dawn of a new era. After a moment of contemplation, he added, Tianla, I have an idea. I wish to include the chimpanzees ACI and Maru among the crew of this spacecraft. Unfortunately, the dimensions of the wormhole ship preclude the replication of a complete Earth ecosystem. Flora, fauna, and microorganisms can only be transported in gametes or cellular forms. Yet, I believe we should at least accommodate 1 or 2 non-human members aboard, for this is not solely a human endeavor, but rather the exodus of Earth's life. Chu Tianla exchanged a glance with his godfather, both nodding in agreement. Your idea is commendable and grand. Yul Shui hesitated. Only ACI and Maru? But you would not be able to ensure the continuation of this non-human species. Their offspring would lack mates, and inbreeding would not yield robust descendants. Their perspectives, which seemed to outpace her own, were accompanied by a sharp peril, particularly in their serene acceptance of impending devastation. Afterward, as Yul Shui reflects on her life in a century of collecting shells, she realizes that the divergence in worldviews between her and her husband began at this point. Although these differences may not be profoundly significant, they remain irreconcilable throughout their lives. Xiao Luiyue, have you finally remembered your brother Yang Yang? It is quite unacceptable to pursue such a significant endeavor as studying abroad without informing me beforehand. Luiyue interrupted him. You know the reason. So spare me the theatrics. A woman tormented by both disappointment and hope matures rapidly. I am very grateful to my mother for informing me of the situation. It appears I still have hope, don't I, Mr. Hizijo? I am willing. I am willing to wander the universe with my beloved. Even if that means sharing a husband with 2 other women due to that detestable Noah's covenant. Luiyue, I cannot make you any promises, as the selection of crew members is quite stringent. It doesn't matter. I will strive with 100-fold effort to earn that qualification. There is only one question. I am studying literature, majoring in the 3 histories, the history of literature, philosophy, and religious studies. Will this hinder my chances of becoming a crew member? No, it will not. The society of the spacecraft requires various talents, including your specialization. Perhaps, he resumed his jest. When we lose our spiritual direction during the long voyage, we will need you to serve as the chaplain. Lu Wei calmly replied, perhaps. But before I can play the role of chaplain, I must first learn to be the spiritual guide for my husband. Is Uffula nearby? Please pass the phone to her. All right. I wish you success in your studies. I will register for you in advance. Goodbye. Zijo, Luiyue has more to say. Zijo took the phone, and the tone within changed significantly, joy replacing calmness. Yang, the serious matters are done. Let us indulge in some lightheartedness. Do you know where I am right now? You wouldn't guess that I am at the Fermi National Accelerator Laboratory in the United States, in that magnificent hollow sphere. I came here during the holiday to relive the awe of that time. Have you tried that super slide? I've already tried it. Right now, I am on an observation deck inside the sphere, which has been developed into a tourist attraction. Really? What a pity I am not there. I would love to see it again. I truly do not regret this trip. Besides reliving the awe of those days, I fortuitously encountered a beautiful blonde girl whom we had seen from afar back then. She is right beside me now. Uffula just mentioned that Chong Chong is also there. Let him answer the phone. Ji Chong picked up the phone. Xiao Luiyue, it's your Cha Chong. Huh, is this not Luiyue? Ji Chong chuckled. Indeed. It is I. However, let us not use nicknames. Let us refer to it as a given name. That performance had a bit of a regret, didn't it? You fell from the air to the ground, landing quite solidly on your backside, am I right? That is true. That was akin to a gymnast's unstable landing. At most a deduction of 0.5 points. Laughter erupted on the other end. Yes, such minor flaws do not detract from my perception of perfection. Chong Chong, now that I know your name today, I will not miss this opportunity. I am heading to Friends of Joy right away to catch you. By the way, my major is high-energy physics. Ji Chong lowered his voice, not wanting his mother to overhear, smiling. Then do come. You are very welcome. However, whether you can catch me or I catch you is a matter for the future. All right, it's settled. Ji Chong hung up the phone, and facing his mother's expectant gaze, he gravely declared, An 80-year-old high-energy physics expert from America wishes to apply to the Academy of Friends of Joy. Miao Yo, knowing her son's temperament, smiled and refrained from questioning further. I must leave now. I need to reunite with the wives and daughters of that world. They have waited for me too long. Dongmei, I will wait for you over there. Once you arrive, our two families will come together, and we will be a joyful family again. Tianla's mother suppressed her sobs. Yes, let them take care of you first. I will follow shortly. He struggled to raise his hand, pointing to his wife. No crying allowed. Don't disrupt our family's rules. Yes, we shall not cry. After I pass, I will be cremated. Tianla, I must first occupy your cremation site. It's all right. Dad, you can use it first. Dad, you leave a marker on the way to heaven, so I can find you later. The old man smiled again. Good. As long as I haven't drunk the Mingpa soup, I will remember this. Shui, I fear I may not wait for your parents. Please thank them on my behalf. They brought Dongmei, Tianla, and you to my side, changing the course of my later life. Dad, they should also thank you. You altered our lives as well. What a pity I cannot see my little grandson. It is truly regrettable, the only regret of my life. Dad, when the little one can speak, I will often take him to the cremation site to call out to you. You will surely hear him. Yes, I will definitely hear him. Give him many kisses for me. What a pity I could not meet Liyue even once. Tell her she must not cry. She must not disrupt the old horse family's rules. If she boards the spacecraft in the future, she must inform me at the cremation site beforehand. Tianla's mother assured. Certainly, she will. What about Rinrui? Rinrui from the back squeezed to the front. Uncle Ma, I am here. Do you remember how you came to persuade us after abandoning your official post? It has been 22 years in the blink of an eye. Uncle Ma, I remember it all. I have a favor to ask of you. Please take care of someone. Tianla. The crowd paused momentarily, not expecting him to make such a request. The old man's mind was quite agile, perceiving the puzzled expressions, and explained, Tianla's thoughts are very sharp, yet sharp things are often fragile. You three, Dongmei, Leshui, and Rinrui, please take care of him. Rinrui understood the implication. It was not merely about physical care, but also emotional and intellectual support. He smiled for me. Chu Tian is a giant of thought. How can I take care of him? But Uncle Ma, do not worry. If we cannot reach his height, the three of us will form a human ladder to support him. The old man was fatigued and closed his eyes to rest for a moment. Then he opened his eyes and looked at Chu Tianla. I have nothing left to say. You all may leave. I wish to speak with Tianla alone for a while. Do you remember what I once said? I mentioned that when the body is severely deprived of nourishment, it first consumes muscle and bone, and only then the brain. I am quite fortunate that my brain cells were not consumed in the end. I can still maintain clarity as the candle of life is about to extinguish. Tianla nodded. Yes, you still retain clear thoughts. Then, perhaps I can help you a bit to untangle your emotional knots. Speak up. I know you have harbored concerns for years, bearing a certain secret alone. Tianla hesitated. Dad, I do not wish to agitate you. Foolish. Even if my agitation shortens my life by a few hours, what does it matter? What is light and what is heavy? He spoke solemnly. Tianla, you are a genius. I know being a genius is difficult. It bears many burdens, loses much joy, and increases torment. Speak up, saying it will lighten your heart. All right, then I shall speak. A wave of sorrow surged within Chu Tianla, and he struggled to hold back tears. Godfather, I truly do not want you to leave. He choked, reverting to the affectionate term from his youth in his emotional turmoil, even though his godfather could no longer keep pace with the tide of science due to age. As long as he was there, Chu Tianla felt a spiritual anchor. When he delved deep into the ocean of thought, reaching the barren and desolate seabed, he knew someone was watching over the safety line above water. The old man understood his sorrow and said little, merely patting his shoulder, waiting for this emotional tide to subside. Chu Tian gradually calmed himself and began to unveil the secrets that lay buried in his heart to his godfather. This secret, however, was not solely his burden to bear. It was a weight shared by another, Polly, whose pallid complexion and taciturn demeanor rendered him a man of few words. The others in the living room engaged in casual conversation, yet their thoughts remained fixated on the room with the firmly closed door. What discussions transpired between the two within? Occasionally, Yule and Rinrui would exchange glances, both equally unaware of the dialogue's content, yet an ominous premonition lingered in their minds. Chu Tianlu had harbored concerns ever since his retreat to Human Egg Island, and he hoped that this final conversation with the elder might unravel the knots in his heart. Very well, as you say, let us await the ascension of the spaceship. After this, no one dared to broach the subject again. The mountain eagle eventually soared away, while the onlookers watched as the small black dissolved into the azure sky. Chapter 9. Long Farewell excerpt from A Century of Treasures. By Yoshue, 3 years have elapsed. Even within the brevity of a human life, 3 years may not seem excessively long. However, these 3 years have witnessed an explosion of intellect and technology. A new spacecraft, designed for surfing the waves of the ocean, has been constructed at an astonishing pace and has been designated as the NOAA Ark following a global vote. Although the name feels somewhat antiquated, it is the only one that bears the weight of historical and religious significance, thus rendering it suitable. The Goldfish spacecraft, having fulfilled its historical mission, accumulated a considerable amount of data during its 3-year orbit around the Earth to free up valuable synchronous orbit space. Its trajectory has been elevated to become an eternal satellite positioned 50,000 kilometers above the surface. The NOAA Ark has a circular cross-section with a diameter of 500 meters, constrained by the dimensions of the wormhole. After transitioning to a multi-point synchronous excitation mode, the wormhole diameter can approach 600 meters. Any further expansion would pose significant technical challenges. The longitudinal profile of the vessel consists of a rectangular center flanked by 2 semicircular ends, extending 1,000 meters in total length. This design aims to minimize the curvature of the particle acceleration path within the limitations of the wormhole diameter. Numerous magnetic accelerators remain installed externally on the spacecraft. To achieve sufficiently long acceleration paths on this relatively compact vessel, the trajectory loops around the hull multiple times, resembling the lines of longitude on a globe. However, unlike the convergence of these lines at the poles, the front and rear of the spacecraft, they cross at varying altitudes. The antenna frame is adorned with 8 small bees, an affectionate moniker bestowed by the crew. These miniaturized spacecraft are designed to accommodate 20 individuals and are equipped with compact fusion devices, providing significant power. They serve dual purposes. They can be docked to the mothership for conventional propulsion and attitude adjustment, or they can detach and operate independently on planetary surfaces. Although wormhole spacecraft can negate gravity, facilitating easier landings and takeoffs on celestial bodies, they possess a significant limitation. They cannot accelerate and excite particles in non-vacuum environments unless they are in continuous flight. Consequently, while the mothership can land on atmospheric planets, it cannot utilize wormhole flight for takeoff, a clear impediment. To replenish energy during the journey, frequent stops at liquid hydrogen planets are necessary, as these planets possess dense atmospheres rich in hydrogen. For this purpose, the spacecraft is equipped with 8 agile bees that will descend to the surface to harvest hydrogen. The selection of crew members was as monumental as the construction of the spacecraft itself. After a rigorous application process, 1,000 crew members were chosen and immediately began arduous training. The construction costs were split evenly between funding from the United Nations and private donations. Following the precedent set by the Chu spacecraft, Jailbreak reserved 100 tickets for those who contributed the most. Surprisingly, these tickets all went unused for various reasons. Some donors, now elderly, preferred to enjoy their twilight years on Earth, as the impending disaster was still centuries away. Many others, despite their desire to become crew members, opted not to commodify the sacred status of crew membership, choosing instead to participate in the selection process alongside ordinary citizens. This decision brought much solace to their friends, including Jailbreak, Yoshue, and Chu Tian. They couldn't help but recall Chu Guifu, a great man marked by the heavy imprints of an older era. Today, however, the spirit of the people has undergone a significant transformation. During the 3 years of intensive training, 1,000 crew members of the NOAA were paired into 250 polygamous families, adhering to a practice that, while not formally documented, was effectively enforced. Individuals from diverse ethnicities, nationalities, and backgrounds were to be evenly mixed to enhance the homogeneity of NOAA's society, which also benefited genetic optimization. For instance, within He Zhizhou's family, there was a yellow husband, a Caucasian wife named Afra, a black wife named Kendra, and another yellow wife named Lu Yi. After 3 years of hard work, Lu Yi finally passed the stringent selection process. Her success was solely attributed to her own efforts, but she received assistance from He during the final stage of becoming his wife. Throughout these 3 years, although several women expressed interest in marrying He deliberately kept one position open, awaiting Lu Ye's successful examination. At that moment, He Zhizhou felt immense joy, shared by both Afra and Kendra. Gigi Chang and Emma were unable to join the crew of the NOAA, and Alex and He Zhou intended to keep Ji as a candidate for captain of the next spacecraft. The ship's course was also set, with the Great Horn Star serving as a guiding beacon, much like the Chu spacecraft, to facilitate the discovery of the Chu vessel and make new arrangements for it. As the launch approached, the crew gathered for a solemn collective oath. The ceremony was attended by the Secretary-General of the United Nations, heads of state, representatives of the Roman Pontiff, and friends of the arts. This ceremony was deemed significant for another reason. Insiders were aware that one of the discoverers of the discovery, Mr. Maskey, had engaged in a profound conversation with Chu Tian before his passing, during which they made a pact. Prior to the ascent of the NOAA, Chu Tian would announce a crucial discovery. It was rumored that this discovery might portend misfortune, as Chu Tian had sequestered himself on Egg Island for several months over it. Yet, what could be more catastrophic than a collapse of the heavens? Humanity has developed sufficient psychological resilience. Moreover, amid the exhilaration, joy, and celebratory atmosphere preceding the spacecraft's launch, darkness found it difficult to conceal itself. After lunch, Lu Yi did not linger at home, but proceeded directly to the cremation site to pay tribute to her father. Soon, Tianla's mother and Yule Shui, who remained at home, heard her voice rising from the direction of the cremation site, high-pitched and mournful. The two women inside listened silently to her cries. When her mother sighed softly, "Why is this child behaving this way?" Lu Yi's abrupt withdrawal left her family bewildered. They understood it was not due to petty squabbles among the three wives, as crew members of the NOAA possessed a far more transcendent perspective. But what could be the reason? A mother naturally wishes for her daughter to remain, yet she also hopes for her daughter to marry successfully, even if it means traveling to the ends of the earth, a phrase that is not at all exaggerated in this context, and perhaps never to see her again, as that is life. Moreover, despite the thorny path of the NOAA's journey, its ultimate goal is to escape the disaster zone. Only by fleeing can there be a chance for survival. Before dinner, He Zhou called, and Yule Shui answered. He inquired, "Sister Shui, where is Lu Yi?" He had previously built a modest mountain retreat near the Ma family estate during his tenure as the first director of the Higuiji office. During vacations, Yang Yang often visited, and he had reserved a room specifically for him. Whenever Yang Yang was there, Liu spent more time playing than she did at her own home. Yule Shui deduced that Lu Yi was likely there, quietly licking her wounds in the atmosphere left behind by Yang Yang. On the other end of the line, He Zhou sighed and briefly asked, "What is the reason behind this?" "Of course, I will tell you. I hope you and Aunt can help her resolve her inner turmoil. Her sudden withdrawal is not related to worldly matters. It is because of you, Sister Shui. Do you remember an incident from when Lu Yi was about 5 or 6 years old? We were watching a documentary on the animal world about a pair of African cheetah mother and daughter. After watching it, she suddenly burst into tears. Do you recall? Indeed. It left a profound impression on me. In essence, that is the reason for her sudden withdrawal. Sister Shui, do you understand what I mean?" As the fish lamented with a sigh, there was no need for further words. Understanding dawned upon me. I decided to offer her some counsel. Lu Yi settled cross-legged before her childhood doodles, memories flooding back like the tide. The pride of lions might not have strayed far, yet the mother leopard, heedless of danger, anxiously called out for her daughter, another little female leopard. At last, the small creature joyfully emerged from the dense grass, and the mother and daughter rolled on the ground, lost in ecstatic embraces. In that moment, the 5 or 6-year-old Lu Yi genuinely grasped the joy of the leopard mother and daughter, clapping her hands in delight. Brother Yang Yang, look, the leopard mother has found her daughter. See how happy they are. At that time, she remained oblivious to the impending tragedy that loomed over the cheetah family. Soon, the young female leopard matured, and the once inseparable mother and daughter became estranged. The daughter still held affection for her mother, but whenever she approached, the mother leopard would snarl fiercely, driving her away. This oscillation between coldness and warmth did not last long, and ultimately, the young female leopard realized she had to depart. With a drooping tail, she left, her solitary figure fading into the wilderness of the night, a sight that pierced the heart with sorrow. Fortuitously, the young leopard survived the trials of life and claimed her own territory. One fateful day, the two encountered each other outside their respective domains, their expressions dark as they glared and roared at one another. It was no longer merely the mother leopard's hostility. The daughter had grown stronger, displaying a fiercer demeanor that compelled her mother to retreat under the weight of intimidation. Why must it be this way? Why must it be like this? The subject of her inquiries remained unspoken. Perhaps her innocent heart had intuited that the true reason for the rift between the cheetah mother and daughter lay beyond their immediate circumstances. In a higher order governed by divine or evolutionary forces, an inscrutable decree that destined them to transform love into enmity, forever parting ways along the path of life. Yang, bewildered by the inexplicable sorrow, could not comprehend the tears of little Lu Yi, who herself lacked understanding. She merely sensed that the separation of the cheetah mother and daughter was a profoundly painful and unalterable fate, a bond of blood, familial joy, and deep affection poisoned by the harsh edicts of survival, never to be reclaimed. At that time, Lu Shui, who shared a similarly sensitive spirit, understood her grief most profoundly. She embraced Lu Yi, offering patient comfort. Later, she remarked to her family, "Little Lu Ye's heart is made of dew." During that period, the Chushi spacecraft was on the verge of launch, and boys like Yang had already become part of the spacefaring race. Even while in the mountains during holidays, he often engaged in discussions about space travel online or organized them in person. Lu Yi, being 8 or 9 years younger than Yang, was not yet fully immersed in that future world. However, Yang's fervor undoubtedly influenced her subtly. After all, such a passionate vision resonated deeply with the child's heart. Once Lu Yi turned 8, she could partake in these technical discussions. They would often converse day and night about the same topics, designing and refining their envisioned plans, technological solutions, and even the societal covenants of their imagined space tribes. Thus, the nascent form of what would later become the Noah Covenant was already taking shape within that youthful society. Later, at the age of 21, during a selection exam, an examiner posed a question to Ma Lu Yi. Despite the formidable technology backing this expedition, you will be venturing into uncharted wilderness where extreme situations may arise. If one day, survival conflicts with human morality, what will you choose first? In that fleeting moment, a phrase often uttered by Yang echoed in her mind. She shrugged, nonchalantly replying, "Of course, survival. This is a matter of common sense." The examiners smiled, concluding her interview, when a significant accident befell the spaceship. Leaving only the two siblings, Lu Yi as the younger sister, there emerged a necessity for consanguineous unions to sustain the tribe's propagation. The formulation of such scenarios was not a reflection of the instructor's perversion, but rather a recognition of their potential occurrence in space life, necessitating the fortification of the astronaut spirits. Through these rigorous trainings, Ma Lu Yi endured one emotional trial after another, ultimately emerging resilient. In the final training, a relatively mild question was posed. This time set not in a space environment, but in Earth's past, specifically in the African jungles 100,000 years ago. This scene unfolded near the Great Rift Valley, where, due to climatic shifts, dense forests had transformed into savanna. A recent bloody conflict between tribes had left the Mata tribe decimated, with only 50 or 60 individuals escaping to the jungle. Exhausted, they were deep in slumber when the victorious Om tribe stealthily approached, armed with stone axes and bone knives. Leading them was a formidable black female chieftain named Lucy, a figure who could be regarded as the common matriarch of all future races. Lucy was tall and robust, clad in a skirt of leaves, her full breasts exposed. Resembling modern Africans, albeit with some body hair still intact, she signaled her followers to halt and stealthily approached the Mata people, trailed by a single youth. This boy, named Sai-Ban, bore a significantly lighter complexion, likely due to a genetic mutation. With a huff, Lucy startled the Mata man, who could be seen as the ancestral male of the subsequent brown, white, and yellow races, awakening him from his slumber. He let out a frantic roar and sprang to his feet, rousing his tribesmen, who quickly grasped their weapons upon realizing the encirclement, their faces betraying a desperate ferocity. Yet, Lucy refrained from ordering an attack. Instead, she delivered a stern admonition to the man, her speech laced with the cadence of ancient African tongues, punctuated by the clicks of her tongue. As the training progressed, the participant truly immersed herself in her role. The 22-year-old Asian girl, Ma Lu Yi, transformed into the 40-year-old wild woman Lucy, beginning to think as Lucy would. "I know that at my command, chaos will ensue. My tribe holds the numerical advantage. Soon, we will prevail and slaughter these individuals, feasting on their flesh around the campfire." This notion caused Lu Yi to writhe in discomfort in her training seat. However, she hesitated to act on such thoughts. After all, this man had once been her partner, leaving behind a son of lighter skin. She fiercely instructed him to leave immediately with his tribe, to go far away and not to cross her path again. Otherwise, she would ensure none would survive. Then, she pushed the boy forward, saying to the Mata man, "Go, take your son with you. He is undoubtedly your son, no doubt about it." The Mata man, taken aback, along with the boy Saiban, stood in shock, unable to fathom her decision to offer him, her own son, to a foreign tribe. Resolutely, she ignored the boy's gaze. She could not keep him. His lighter skin set him apart, and being the offspring of an outsider, he was always regarded as an anomaly within the OM tribe. The shamans whispered that this child, bearing an ill-fated complexion, would spell disaster for the OM people, destined to bring forth rivers of blood. Due to this ominous prophecy, the tribe harbored deep-seated animosity towards Saiban, yet they dared not act against him, fearing her authority. But what would happen once she was gone? He had only one path to survival, to depart from the OM tribe and follow his father. This was precisely why she sought out the man. Saiban understood that her decision was irrevocable and resolutely approached his father, now regarding her with equal hostility. The Mata man complied with her directive, rallying his people as they prepared to leave with the unexpectedly acquired light-skinned son. She parted the crowd to create an exit, silently observing them. At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated from deep within her mind. It was the voice of God. "Lucy, I have opened your divine eye. You can now see the events of 100,000 years hence. Now behold." In an instant, she was granted this vision, truly witnessing the future unfold before her. I observed the man Mata, followed by Saipan, leading a small group of individuals along the shoreline heading north. They first halted at a place known as the Middle East, where they established a substantial tribe. Subsequently, some ventured southeast to a region called South Asia, also nurturing a large tribe. Eventually, they diverged again. One group surged towards the islands, ultimately evolving into the brown-skinned populace, while another settled in East Asia, giving rise to the Mongoloid race. A smaller faction traversed Siberia, crossing the Bering Strait into the Americas, transforming into Eskimos and Native Americans. A larger contingent journeyed northwest to Europe, culminating in the emergence of the Caucasians. Their appearances underwent significant transformations, yet their skin remained considerably lighter than that of the black race. This was followed by millennia of relentless slaughter. Before their dispersal across continents, various upright apes had already existed, such as the Neanderthals in Europe and the Peking man in Asia, who had also migrated from Africa approximately 200,000 years prior. The newcomers, armed with stone and bone weapons and endowed with linguistic capabilities, proved to be more formidable than the indigenous hominids, obliterating them across continents. These arrivals took root in various regions, establishing their tribes and nations, which ultimately led to a cycle of mutual hatred and violent conflict among different ethnicities and nations. Until one fateful day, the ominous prophecy of the shaman from the OM tribe came to fruition. A faction of Saipan's descendants, those with sinister complexions, set sail on ships, armed with rifles and cannons, returning to their ancestral homeland to massacre the slow-evolving, uncivilized blacks, declaring them to be kin to the invaders and asserting their status as the legitimate children of God. I witnessed my descendants shackled in long wooden yokes or adorned with the metallic fetters of civilization, crammed into the dark, filthy holds of ships, succumbing to illness and being cast overboard to feed the sharks. In North America and Central and South America, men and women of African descent stood naked in the slave markets, while traffickers boasted to buyers about the slaves' teeth and reproductive capabilities, extolling the breeding potential of the female slaves. During the 4 centuries of the slave era, 10 million Africans were sold into the Americas, with another 10 million perishing in the wars or transit of the slave trade. I comprehended all of this. A late-stage Homo sapiens from 100,000 years ago, an uncivilized black matriarch, grasped this reality through divine revelation. Then the deity spoke. "Lucy, will you let them go? Will you allow the lighter-skinned Saipan to escape? He is destined to be a calamity for the blacks. Allowing him to depart Africa means your descendants must endure such suffering. Yet, if you kill them, humanity may remain confined to Africa indefinitely. You must decide. Your choice will shape the course of humanity 100,000 years hence, and you will bear the consequences of your decision." The weight of the truth I beheld, along with the divine insight and wisdom that enabled me to comprehend it, coalesced into an unbearable nightmare, suffocating me. I was at a loss as to how to proceed. For the sake of my descendants, I should annihilate the Mata tribe. Yet I found myself paralyzed by indecision. This involved not only the child named Saipan, but also my understanding that this future was preordained, and should not be altered. For humanity to survive and propagate on this planet, it must bear these original sins. In my anguish, I writhed, seeking an escape with no resolution. The consciousness of the 22-year-old Ma Lui could not bear such a burden and ultimately shattered. She tore off her helmet and fled from the narrative, tears streaming down her face. In that moment, she echoed a childhood sentiment in her heart. Why must it be this way? Why must it inevitably be so? Later, Louis came to realize that such interactive training was a painful experience even for seasoned leaders like Hizizhou, confronted with the piercing moral dilemmas of the hypothetical scenarios. Even the most numb could not remain indifferent. Yet, all participants in the narrative, after enduring extreme torment, made the same choice to allow the Mada people and Saipan to escape. Subsequently, Hizizhou sighed and comforted Louis. Louis, this is unavoidable. Such is the nature of survival. The course of civilization is never determined by the choices of a singular sage or moral constraints, but rather by the impulses of the collective. Just as in the society of wild geese, their migratory behavior is ignited by the collective excitement of the flock. The lead goose merely guides them along the path of fate. If a goose endowed with free will refuses to migrate, can it thwart the flock's impulse? Impossible. The flock will inevitably abandon it and select another leader. Humanity is currently in a phase of ecstatic flight, which cannot be restrained. The trajectory of human history must unfold this way. It cannot be altered. Let us entertain a hypothesis. Had Africans not expanded 10,000 years ago, remaining rooted in their homeland, killing captives and consuming human flesh, would history have been any cleaner? Certainly not. Your spirit is extraordinarily perceptive and empathetic, yet overly idealistic. Yang Yang's words rendered Louis speechless. He seemed to have placed before her a colossal mirror, revealing an alternative yet entirely rational structure. She felt profound admiration for individuals like Alex, Hizizhou, and Gigi Chang. These seemingly fervent and callous beings of the cosmos were, in fact, more profound, wise, and optimistic than herself. However, following that training, Ma Lui resolutely decided to withdraw, even if it meant sacrificing her love. That evening, Yulshui gently lulled the grass to sleep, entrusting it to Sister Su and her mother-in-law. While she took Louis outside the courtyard, Louis had grown up before her eyes, sharing many similar traits, and they had always been quite close, existing in a relationship that was half sister-in-law and half mother-daughter. They settled beneath a pine tree, with Louis nestled tightly in her sister-in-law's embrace, quietly gazing at the moon rising in the valley and listening to the sounds of the pines and water in the wilderness. Yulshui reflected on how much Louis had matured over the past 3 years. At that moment, her heart must have felt as if it were being sliced open. Yet her expression remained calm. Yulshui understood that Louis's decision was likely immutable, yet she still wished to try to persuade her. With a smile, she said, "Louis, Yang will arrive tomorrow." Louis replied serenely, "Let him come. I wish to see him one last time." "Indeed, sister-in-law, I cannot bear to part with Yang. Even now, the thought of our impending separation rends my heart. My decision does not stem from personal reasons. I have a general idea of your motivations, but do share. Speak to your sister-in-law." "It is difficult to articulate." Louis spoke in a calm tone, recounting her internal journey. "Sister-in-law, perhaps from a collective perspective, this is unavoidable. Yet, on a personal level, I wish to make my own choice. I have decided to remain a global citizen, awaiting the destiny that approaches, unwilling to become an outlier merely to escape." Her voice remained tranquil, yet beneath that calm lay a profound sorrow. Similar sentiments surged within Yulshui's heart, reminding her of 2 others who had recently faced the prospect of annihilation with indifference. She refrained from further urging Louis, instead holding the poor girl tightly in her embrace, sitting in the cold moonlight for a long time. The following morning, Hizizhou arrived by helicopter. After hastily greeting the Ma family, Yulshui informed him, "You should head to the observatory. Louis is waiting for you there." Hizizhou glanced at Sister Shui inquiringly, wondering if her persuasion had borne fruit. But Yulshui simply said, "You should go." Hizizhou hurried to the observatory. Since Chu Tian, an old man Ma had fallen gravely ill, it had remained unused for some time, and the equipment inside was covered in the dust of time. However, the observatory was currently operational, its telescope angled southward. With Louis inside the focal cage, observing the Noah's Arkansas, Hizizhou climbed up, and the two appeared rather cramped within the enclosure. Louis remained silent, turning to allow him to take her place at the observation point. The 1,000-meter-long Noah's Ark appeared merely as a small dot in the field of view, requiring effort to discern its simple outline. It lay quietly above the vast sky, its silvery hull reflecting the morning sunlight, appearing resplendent. Behind the vessel was the desolate backdrop of space. Although it was early morning, one could still faintly see 1 or 2 planets nestled against the celestial canvas. The brilliance of the Noah was flickering, a result of its gentle rotation, serving as the final test of the artificial gravity system before takeoff. It would maintain this rotational velocity during flight to generate artificial gravity. "Willow Leaf, come with me," I implored. It is only in the face of loss that one truly appreciates what is precious. When you suddenly resolve to depart, it felt as if my heart had been abruptly hollowed out. That was when I realized how profoundly important you are to me. My departure signifies an eternal farewell to Earth, to my parents, to the graves of my grandparents. How comforting it would be to have you by my side. Brother Yang Yang, you know my refusal is not due to personal reasons. I genuinely wish to be your wife. Even if it means sharing your love with 2 other women due to that damned optimal reproduction rate. Yet, I cannot bear to part with Earth, with my parents. Especially not with this humanity, its myriad loves and hates, its beautiful garments and delectable foods, its arts and melodies, its moral customs, and so forth. I am acutely aware that should I choose to accompany you, I would swiftly lose all these treasures. Perhaps it is my overly sensitive nature. The weight of my emotions holds me back from boldly advancing forward. I envy you. Men seem to effortlessly identify a singular goal and discard all burdens without hesitation. Zizhou recognized the gravity of her words, his gaze darkening as he could not bear to see the sorrow in Willow Leaf's eyes. However, he soon composed himself and calmly replied, "Since your mind is made up, let us bid each other farewell with respect. I honor your decision." His tone was flat, but the anguish within him was undeniable. Willow Leaf sought to prevent their final encounter from being steeped in such melancholy, and she was determined to fulfill a promise made the night prior. With a lively smile, she added, "Yet, I must ask you to remember me. And do not forget your children." Zizhou chuckled softly. "I certainly will not forget, as long as I remember myself." His expression turned cold as he looked at me, stating, "It is impossible for you to bear my offspring. I have quietly collected your cells and conducted a DNA test. Our genetic lines have diverged. Even our chromosomal counts differ. We are no longer of the same species. Willow Leaf, I am truly sorry. If it were not for this reproductive isolation, we would still wish to coexist amicably with humanity. But now, I regret to say that we are no longer one kind. Continuing this futile debate holds no merit." He turned away, issuing a command, and countless spacecraft aimed their cannons at Earth. Suddenly, Willow Leaf awoke with a start, cold sweat trickling down her brow. The man remained peacefully asleep in the sunlight, his brow furrowed, revealing that he was still ensnared in the weighty thoughts from before slumber. Guilt washed over her. This man was deeply attached to her, yet she had relegated him to the status of other in her dreams. Despite the guilt, the dream had thoroughly shattered her spirits. She quietly rose, dressed, and stepped onto the balcony, basking in the sunlight. Contemplating their friendship and love, her heart ached. A certain book once posited that the African Americans during the era of slavery were fortunate, while they were captured as slaves by those who had been separated from them for thousands of years. The white oppressors did not regard them as human, as one Supreme Court justice of that time remarked. All men are created equal in the eyes of God, but clearly, this does not include Africans. However, physiologically, blacks and whites had not yet experienced reproductive isolation. The geographical separation of thousands of years was still too brief to result in significant genetic divergence, allowing white plantation owners to sire mixed-race offspring with black slaves. Historians often overlook this fact. When blacks were eventually re-acknowledged as human, this foundation proved crucial. Yet, what if the separation lasted longer? What if blacks, browns, yellows, and whites evolved into distinct species? This is not mere conjecture, but rather an inevitable outcome of species evolution. In fact, if we consider certain species with rapid generational turnover, a mere 100,000 years could suffice for divergence to occur. The book concluded ominously. If that were the case, it would spell disaster for blacks. Just look at our earlier relatives, the chimpanzees. Zizhou nodded, refraining from further questions. He dressed and summoned a helicopter. They did not share a kiss of farewell, instead traveling together to bid adieu to Ma Jia, Tianla's mother, Yul Shui, Chow'er, and Su Sa. Willow Leaf remained uncertain whether his seed had already taken root within her, but she knew that joy between them could never again be rekindled, whatever fate awaited them. They would leave it to destiny. Chapter 10. The Ultimate Catastrophe. It was only many years later that I came to understand what my husband was contemplating on that evening when I spoke of the intellectual exhilaration. He was pondering that only those who can savor the joys of intellect while simultaneously experiencing its agonies are truly wise. During that era of intellectual explosion, the populace indulged in the pleasures derived from cognitive enhancement, yet only Tianla could fathom the prophet's anguish. Human society was engulfed in an overwhelming fervor, akin to a flock of geese in the throes of migration. Since humanity had been thrust into a cauldron of boiling water, its latent potential had been fully unleashed. It has been a mere 22 years since the discovery and announcement of Chuma, and only 8 years since the launch of the Chu Tian spacecraft. Yet humanity's technological prowess had leaped forward by millennia, achieving a monumental explosion of advancements exemplified by faster-than-light travel, including theories of tri-state vacuum, cold fusion technology, shading technology, human egg technology, genetic modification, and transparent interfaces between the human brain and computers, alongside technologies designed to enhance human intelligence through embedded chips. The brilliant scientific minds, such as Chu Tian, Polly, Maskey, Alex, George, Barrow, He Zizhou, and Ji Jichong, shone like a constellation of stars. The playful vice president of the Friends of Music Foundation, Gu Qihong, once lamented, with the brilliance of these past 2 or 3 decades, even if humanity were to perish, it would be worth it. Of course, his ominous remark drew laughter and scorn, as no one realized he had made a prophecy even before Chu Tianla. The farewell ceremony was initially intended to take place in synchronous orbit, akin to the send-off of the Chu Tian spacecraft. However, due to the overwhelming number of attendees, it was deemed impractical, and the location was shifted to the ground. For the farewell site, Ji Renrui chose the historically significant Human Egg Island in the Danjiang Reservoir of central China, a place that once served as the birthplace of oviparous humanity, still preserving relics such as eggshells and footprints. Although oviparous humans might have faded into the annals of history, with the advent of faster-than-light spacecraft rendering such impoverished technologies obsolete, and the survival prospects for 500,000 oviparous infants being exceedingly bleak, they nonetheless stood as pioneers of the space race, deserving of remembrance and reverence. Moreover, Human Egg Island, devoid of human presence and harmonizing with the serene expanse of water and sky, possessed a unique ambience reminiscent of a melancholic wind, rendering it an ideal locale for a farewell. 1,002 NOAA individuals, including the chimpanzees AZ and Maru, lined up at the heart of Human Egg Island. They donned identical white garments, emblazoned on the back with a black and white yin-yang symbol, the emblem of the NOAA tribe. Each held a copy of the Space Tribe's Holy Bible and NOAA Covenant. Regardless of gender, they were all bald and barefoot. The baldness stemmed from the closed environment of the spacecraft, where hair loss could lead to contamination, while being barefoot was due to the impracticality of shoes in the spacecraft. More importantly, the NOAA people intentionally adopted customs distinct from Earthlings to remind themselves of their new identity as a space race. They formed their ranks by family units. Leading the procession was Captain Alex, accompanied by his wife, Margaret Canop, and their 2 children, along with 2 newly acquired young wives. Following them were He Zizhou and his 3 wives, the third of whom had just married 2 days prior. Behind them stood physicist Barrow, mathematician James, and their respective families. The crew of the NOAA primarily consisted of hard science specialists, complemented by a modest representation of individuals from the humanities, arts, and philosophy. One of the key figures of the NOAA faction, Ji Jichong, was not among this crew. He was earmarked as the captain of the next spacecraft. The 1,000-strong formation stood in solemn silence, resembling a tableau of stone statues. Only AZ and Maru, positioned at the center, fidgeted restlessly, glancing around. However, their intellect had matured sufficiently to comprehend the gravity of the atmosphere surrounding them. Thus they restrained themselves from further antics. All attendees had arrived by ship, and now various vessels encircled the deserted island, akin to a multitude of black swans gathering upon a vast lake. The oath-taking commenced. The NOAA people placed the NOAA covenant against their left chests with their right hands and recited the oath in unison. The oath was remarkably simple. I pledge to uphold the NOAA covenant. Life supersedes all. The collective prevails over the individual to perpetuate the human lineage, to carry forth Earth's civilization. Listening to the NOAA people's vow, Yul Shui was reminded of a statement made by Tianla's mother during her interview with the Ma family 22 years prior. Isn't the purpose of life to leave a legacy? At that moment, she had marveled at how this woman of modest education had encapsulated the essence of existence in the simplest, most familiar terms. Indeed, the Noa people's vow could be distilled into 4 words, echoing Tianla's mother, live on, leave behind. As the oath concluded, the families of the crew members had long since identified their loved ones, surging forward to break the circle of white-clad figures. They embraced their departing kin with tears, offering final delicacies and libations. Francine Brouard, who had traveled from Africa, squeezed into the throng and found the 2 chimpanzees. Embracing them tenderly and communicating through sign language, she felt more comfortable conversing with them than using English. With 3 years of intensive training, AZ and Maru had enhanced their intellect, now aware that they were about to embark on a space adventure to the stars. AZ joyfully sighed. I love going to the sky, seeing the stars, and gazing at the Milky Way. Yes, you will certainly see stars, the Milky Way, and many more wonders unseen from the ground. I truly envy you both, Maru remarked. I wish you could come too, she added. Brouard replied with a hint of sorrow. Sadly, I cannot go. I wish to remain on Earth. However, I shall always remember you too, my 2 cleverest chimpanzees. I will remember you too. I remember liking you. Maru responded, her innocent words eliciting laughter from Brouard. Yes, I will remember liking Maru, and I will remember liking AZ. Farewell. Farewell. As captain and first mate, Alex and Hizizho first mingled with representatives from the United Nations, various countries, the Pope's envoy, and the Friends of Music Foundation, bidding them all farewell, including Gigi Chong, the captain of the next spacecraft. After half an hour, Hizizho finally found the time to lead his 3 wives to Liuye. Liuye was acquainted with Ophelia and Kimdala, and Hizizho introduced another woman named Chi Guichen, of East Asian descent. Liuye noted the striking resemblance between this woman and herself, realizing Hizizho's thoughtful intent in selecting his final wife. Ancient Chinese traditions often included the custom of presenting willow branches as a farewell gesture. Allow me to gift you a willow crown. I perceive it as a regal diadem, wishing you to be a commendable chieftain after Alex. Hizizho replied earnestly. Thank you for your gift. I shall employ genetic technology to ensure it endures eternally, accompanying the spacecraft on its journey. Chi Guichen stepped forward to embrace Liuye, exclaiming, Sister Liuye, I have long known about you. It is a pity you chose not to participate in the migration, but it is fortunate for me. Otherwise, I would not have had the opportunity to step in. Her laughter resonated, drawing chuckles from those nearby. Liuye envied her cheerful disposition. As she prepared to part from Earth and her loved ones, she did not exhibit the customary sorrow. As the 2 women embraced, Liuye caught Yang Yang's gaze over Chi's shoulder, and they exchanged a knowing nod and smile before parting ways. The 1,002 crew members reformed their ranks before Chuyu and Yushui. The island was eerily quiet, with a gentle breeze rustling the half-meter-high reeds, while the eggshells and small footprints beneath the glass dome remained silently sealed within the annals of time. Chu Tian smiled faintly at his wife. We may begin. Yul Shui retrieved a wireless microphone and a sheet of paper, speaking in a soothing tone. I have been entrusted by my husband, Chu Tianla, and Mr. Hawking Polly to read this letter. The discoveries mentioned within were collaboratively achieved by the 2 of them 4 years ago, but have remained undisclosed until now. She nodded towards Polly in the distance, adding, My father-in-law, Mr. Maskey, had a profound conversation with Chu Tianla before his passing, urging him to make this public. Subsequently, Chu Tianla and Polly reached an agreement to first announce the grim news to the crew aboard the spaceship before revealing it to the public. Mr. Ma asserted that humanity in this era had matured sufficiently to confront any dreadful tidings. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence as Yul Shui commenced her reading, her voice resonating with a haunting intensity. Dear kin, children, please understand this address, as we represent our maternal lineage in bidding farewell to our progeny. We shall refrain from uttering blessings today. Instead, we aim to remind you of the tempests that lie ahead and to elucidate the stark reality that the spaceship is poised to encounter. Regrettably, this reality is rather merciless. 22 years ago, the scientific community discovered a rapid contraction of the localized space centered around the Sun, which would ultimately lead to the obliteration of the solar system and Earth. Since that moment, humanity's potential has been fully unleashed, striving tirelessly to seek a path to survival. Subsequently, scientists found that the region of collapse was expanding at the speed of light. However, according to the principles of physics, the intensity of space contraction must diminish with the square of the distance. thus allowing the fleeing spaceship to discover a sanctuary. For years ago, further research revealed that while the collapsing area expanded outward at light speed, its intensity remained unabated. Fortunately, by then humanity had developed faster-than-light spacecraft, enabling them to ride the crest of the tsunami in safety until the wave engulfed the entire universe. While the ultimate outcome is unfortunate, it is a matter that lies billions of years in the future. This reality is already distressing enough, yet we have uncovered an even grimmer truth. In fact, there is no such thing as a localized cosmic collapse. The phenomenon discovered by humanity 22 years ago is a synchronous contraction of the entire universe. The contraction commenced 30 years prior, and due to the delay in light propagation, only the blue shift of celestial bodies within 30 light-years could be observed at that time, creating the illusion of localized space contraction. 22 years have elapsed, and the observable region has now expanded to 52 light-years. Children, this implies that the entire universe is afflicted with a terminal illness, destined to collapse over the course of millennia, leaving no safe oasis, even for the faster-than-light Noah ship. Perhaps, at this very moment, intelligent races from light-years away are desperately attempting to flee toward us. Although the crew had mentally prepared themselves, this devastating news still struck like icy water poured over 1,000 individuals, casting a chilling atmosphere over the island. Yul Shui cast her gaze towards her husband in the wheelchair. He sat upright, his eyes fixed ahead, resembling a stone statue, devoid of expression. She then turned to the edge of the crowd to see Paulie standing with his hands clasped behind his back, wearing a similar countenance. What thoughts occupied their minds at this moment? Over the past 4 years, as they bore this secret alone, what had crossed their minds? When her husband handed her this speech yesterday, he bore that same expression, and Yul Shui recalled that throughout these 4 years, he had consistently worn that demeanor in solitude. In truth, the scientist should have arrived at this conclusion long ago. He stated calmly, the conclusion is that the entire universe began its contraction simultaneously, resulting in a synchronous blue shift. However, since light requires time to travel, during the initial T-years of change, Earth could only observe the blue shift of starlight within a radius of T light-years, thus creating the illusion of localized collapse. Given the uniformity of the contraction rate, the apparent velocity or blue shift of celestial bodies correlates with distance. The farther away, the greater the blue shift. However, since the contraction is uniformly accelerated, the blue shift values of distant starlight, being in the early stages of contraction, are smaller. The interplay of these two opposing factors results in a peak blue shift occurring at 0.5 T light-years. This conclusion aligns perfectly with the observations made over the past 22 years, requiring no strained explanations. Moreover, it dispels the last lingering doubt that plagued my father, who worried that if the contraction were to occur precisely within the space-time of human civilization, it would resemble a revival of the geocentric theory. This should have been anticipated. He sighed, recalling another of his father's sayings, humanity is ensnared by numerous cages, including those of perception, which are often sturdier than physical confines. There exists a golden rule within the realm of physics that no one has ever doubted. No matter the nature of changes in the universe, their propagation speed cannot exceed that of light. This has always been corroborated by observation. For instance, if a distant nebula brightens uniformly over 10 years, its scale cannot exceed 10 light-years. Due to this ironclad principle, no one, including myself, believed that the universe could suddenly shift to a state of contraction overnight. Thus, we failed to perceive an evident truth over the course of 22 years. Yul Shui softly remarked, yet, this golden rule is indeed correct. Her husband shook his head. It is correct, but there exists a mechanism that can circumvent it. Paulie and I only recognized this 4 years ago. In fact, there have been individuals who have unintentionally breached this rule. Cosmologists have long debated a hypothesis. When the critical density of the universe exceeds 1, an expanding universe will ultimately transition to a state of contraction. This hypothesis inherently posits that the universe must contract as a whole, synchronously, rather than having one half expand while the other contracts. The scientific community's understanding of cosmic isotropy also implicitly suggests this synchronous nature of the universe. So, what mechanism could bypass this golden rule? Allow me to use a two-dimensional analogy, he said, smiling gently at Yul Shui. Let us consider the act of blowing bubbles, a pastime I cherished as a child. In an instant, Yul Shui was reminded of the terminally ill boy who had sat on a suitcase blowing bubbles 38 years ago, instinctively tightening her grip on her husband's hand. He continued, imagine a deity with a vast lung capacity. standing at the center of an enormous balloon billions of light years in size, blowing air into it. We are akin to two-dimensional beings living on the surface of that balloon. The expansion of the balloon occurs synchronously, dictated by the pressure exerted by the deity's breath from beyond 2 dimensions, independent of the light speed limitations of our two-dimensional world. Now, suppose this deity suddenly sneezes forcefully, sending a shock wave traveling at light speed to the surface of the balloon. Since the explosion originates from the center, it will reach all points on the surface simultaneously, causing the surface universe to experience rapid inflation at that very moment. Chu Tian gestured emphatically, noting, "Bear in mind that the shockwave's transmission to the surface takes time, still adhering to the speed of light, but that pertains to a higher dimension. On the two-dimensional surface, however, the inflation occurs instantaneously and synchronously, seemingly transcending the light speed limitation. Polly and I have termed this mechanism intrinsic synchrony." He paused to gauge his wife's reaction. "This example mirrors the events occurring in our universe. We need only replace two-dimensional with three-dimensional and inflation with contraction. In essence, the reason for our universe's synchronous contraction lies in the fourth dimension, which is the profound depth of the vacuum." The two remained silent for an extended period. Outside, the sound of children's laughter echoed, as if a willow leaf had captured a butterfly. After a long while, Yul Shui inquired, "But what about the cause? What is the impetus behind the universe's abrupt contraction?" Which deity sneezed negatively? Chu Tian shook his head. "You pose an excellent question. This remains a conundrum of the three-state vacuum theory, and no explanation has yet been found. If it indeed transpires in a higher dimension, it may be difficult for humanity to comprehend." He shook his head again, recalling a statement made by astronomer Su Yifan at the inaugural meeting of the old conference. He had expressed a strong intuition that the cause of our localized universe's contraction likely occurs in a higher dimension. At that time, youthful arrogance led me to dismiss it, proclaiming, "I do not acknowledge the existence of a deity who enjoys playing with balloons. Now, I feel a sense of shame." He added, however, despite the cause remaining unclear, the resultant reality of the universe contracting as a whole, synchronously and rapidly, is undeniable. This truth is so harrowing that Polly and I have kept it strictly confidential until our conversation with my father. Yul Shui fell silent once more, pondering. "Did my father encourage you to make this discovery public?" Father did not express his stance, only asking, "When I severed your escape route at the age of 7, do you regret it?" Lu Shui replied, "I have never regretted knowing the truth about my condition." A silence enveloped them. After a moment, Tian Lu spoke. "I do not regret it. I am grateful for what my godfather did. He once said, 'Everyone must face death, but that does not prevent one from living joyfully.' Now, we merely need to substitute person with humanity or universe in that statement. We live to live, not to evade death, for the finality of death is inescapable, theoretically unalterable. Humans can utilize science to modify their immediate environment, yet none would naively believe that humanity can transform the entire universe or that, as the universe inevitably approaches annihilation, the flower of humanity could bloom alone amidst the ruins. Thus, perhaps it is wise to sever humanity's retreat as well, so that maybe, in its twilight, humanity could still experience a radiant bloom." Lu Shui sighed, reluctantly acknowledging her husband's decision, yet her heart remained heavy. For over 2 decades, Li's friends had relentlessly urged humanity to seek a path to survival, only to find, after all their searching, that the way ahead was still a dead end, a complete cul-de-sac. She inquired, "Does Polly agree to the announcement?" "He is indifferent. He is a philosopher detached from worldly matters, absorbed in exploring the profound mechanics of the universe, paying little heed to the trivial disturbances of the earthly realm. We should discuss this with Ji Rinrue and the others before making it public. I fear it may incite great turmoil." Chu Tian smiled wryly. "I know him. He will not consent to the announcement. He will undoubtedly say that this conclusion exceeds the public's capacity to bear." What her husband meant was that even if Ji Rinrue disagreed, he would still reveal the truth to the public, especially to the crew of the Noah, ensuring they did not embark without knowing the reality. Lu Shui pondered painfully. Unable to escape this dilemma, if announced, it would likely lead to significant unrest. If not announced, should humanity blindly march towards death? Finally, she asked, "Are you willing to share this news with Mom and Lu Yi?" This question was a test of Chu Tian Li's resolve. Before informing the public, "Do you have the courage to tell a few loved ones this dreadful news?" Chu Tian looked at her, said nothing further, and directly called the 3 women inside. The three females, engrossed in play, radiated the warmth of sunlight and spring breeze. Chow'er's cheeks were flushed, her forehead glistening with fine sweat. As she cradled a large black butterfly in her hands, Chu Tian handed the paper to Lu Yi, who, upon reading it, stared at her brother in shock. He gestured for her to pass it to their mother. After a long silence, Tian Li's mother sighed. I suspected as much. Watching Tian Lu suffer alone over the years, I had already guessed most of it. At my age, I have come to regard life and death with detachment. But thinking of a tender child like Chow'er is truly... Her eyes reddened, and she fell silent. Lu Yi, after a moment of silence, suddenly exclaimed, Let Yang Yang and the others go. Since the universe, let them fly. Chow'er looked at the adults quizzically, asking, Aunt, what is wrong with you? Grandma, why are you crying? Did Daddy make you angry? She gently stroked her grandmother's face. Tian Li's mother could no longer hold back her tears. On the overgrown hillside of Rindan Island, Lu Shui finished reading the letter, and 1,000 bald, barefoot NOAA crew members stood in profound silence. After a long pause, Alex stepped forward, turned to face his subordinates, and smiled. Thank you, Mr. Chu Tian Lu and Mr. Polly, for revealing the truth to us before our departure, resolutely severing our escape route, just as Mr. Ma did when Tian Lu was 7. I understand the difficulty of your decision, so once again, thank you for your trust in the 1,000 NOAA crew members. He asked everyone, what should we do now? This is a significant unexpected event, a force majeure. Therefore, if any crew member wishes to reconsider and not partake in this hopeless expedition, I completely understand. Please take 10 minutes to contemplate. Those wishing to change their minds may step outside the circle, while others will proceed as planned. He fell silent, quietly gazing at the formation before him. 1,000 people unmoving and silent, like 1,000 frozen statues. The wind swept through the dense reeds, and the distant sound of waves lapping against the shore echoed monotonously. 10 minutes passed. Alex said, If there are no changes, I will notify the helicopters to come. Still, no one moved, so he made the announcement. In a moment, dozens of helicopters, already prepared, flew in, obscuring the sky as they descended around the formation, churning the air with their rotor blades, flattening the tall grass beneath. At that moment, standing in the front row, Afra suddenly shouted, Wait a few minutes for me. She dashed towards the nearest helicopter, flung open the door, and jumped inside, quickly speaking a few words to the pilot. The helicopter ascended sharply, flying towards a large ship on the outer lake. It hovered above the vessel as Afra descended by rope, locating Lu Yi amidst the crowd. Amidst the roar of the helicopter, Afra spoke loudly and gestured. Lu Yi stood stunned for about 10 seconds before suddenly leaping up to embrace her mother and young niece, as well as Uncle Ji, tears streaming down her face as she choked out, Farewell, Mom, Chow'er, Uncle Ji, remember me. I will always remember you. The fleet of helicopters took off simultaneously, soaring southward like a flock of birds. Only Chu Tian Lu in his wheelchair remained on the island, flanked by his wife and Polly by the water's edge. The three gazed silently at the southern sky, accompanied by the quiet presence of those encased in glass shells. 36,000 kilometers above the Earth, the NOAA quietly hovered in synchronous orbit, much like the goldfish vessel years prior. Externally, it lacked the grandeur of the goldfish, as its dimensions were inferior, and its geometric design lacked individuality. The multiple intertwined magnetic acceleration tracks made it resemble a cantaloupe with longitudinal stripes. Its head was a convex paraboloid, with the two ends of a trillion electron-volt accelerator affixed to it, where particles would collide. The tail of the goldfish was still retained, but had ceased to function as a reflective mirror for light, serving instead as a rear antenna. News spacecraft and onboard cameras broadcast the distant, close-up, and interior views of the NOAA to the global audience. The narrators remained the same as last time. Yi Zhiqiu and Judy Turner. The camera shifted to the interior of the cabin. Adhering closely to the inner side of the elliptical hull were over 1,000 hexagonal crew quarters, resembling a beehive, occupying half the cabin's space. The rear housed the engine room and liquid hydrogen storage tanks, while the bow contained the command room. Alex and He Zhiqiu stood at the captain and first mate positions, awaiting orders from the command center in Sanya. At the center of the ship was a large activity hall, filled with 1,003 crew members. They were currently without specific tasks, engaging in conversation, embracing one another, gesturing, patting each other's shoulders, and frequently changing positions, as if they were at a grand party. 3 individuals stood out among the crowd, the heavily bearded Az, Maru, and Malu Yi. dressed casually with flowing black hair. Afra and Chi Guochen approached with a set of clothes, squeezing through to find Lu Yi, who was currently changing her outerwear. The outerwear was quickly donned, yet her shiny long hair remained conspicuous among the bald heads, allowing her mother, brother, sister-in-law, and Chao heir, thousands of kilometers away, to easily recognize her on the screen. The ultimate dreadful news announced by Chu Tian seemed to have little impact on the NOAA crew. They were in a state of collective exhilaration before departure. The relatives on the ground joyfully noted that Lu Yi also bore a bright expression, seemingly having shed the heavy thoughts of alienation that once burdened her. After all, if the entire universe were to possess a lifespan of merely a few hundred years, then those ethical contemplations would be rather convoluted, akin to worrying about the labor pains of a newborn girl. Tianla's mother and others felt a sense of relief regarding Lu Yi, yet their hearts were inevitably heavy with sorrow. Lu Yi's departure was too abrupt, leaving a profound impact on her mother. Judy continued narrating. The spacecraft's first destination is Jupiter, where it will conduct experiments on high-speed emergency stops and simulate hydrogen extraction conditions. The newly launched Chuma telescope is now aimed at Jupiter. Let us hold our breath and await the good news from there. The public, including the two narrators, were blissfully unaware of the ominous news that awaited them, resulting in an atmosphere of eager anticipation before their expedition. The countdown to launch commenced, enveloped in a profound silence, the monotonous ticking marking time in the still air. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. A sudden flash of white light erupted in front of the spacecraft. Unlike the Jianyu spacecraft, which reflected light through its parabolic mirror, this white light did not coalesce into a single beam but instead scattered outward, creating a burst of illumination. In an instant, the spacecraft vanished, disappearing completely. An opaque band appeared in the sky, momentarily obscuring a narrow strip of the starry expanse behind it. However, this moment was fleeting, only perceptible to those with keen eyesight. The obscured stretch of stars quickly returned to normal, while the chaotic entity swiftly darted away, soon disappearing from view. This is the NOAA spacecraft. We have arrived at Jupiter. Taking just 24 minutes. The NOAA is now in a stationary state, communicating with Earth. We have yet to receive a call from Earth. This oversight was not meant to occur. As the NOAA set sail, Earth had simultaneously initiated a continuous call to it. This call would persist until the end of days for Earth. The signal was powerful, and with the robust rear antenna of the NOAA, it could ensure communication with its home planet within 100,000 light-years, provided the spacecraft remained stationary and Earth's voice had not yet been engulfed by disaster. However, the call should have commenced 15 minutes earlier. With the departure of the NOAA as the temporal reference, traveling at 1.6 Mach, it reached Jupiter in 24 minutes, while the call from Earth would only arrive after 39 minutes. The superluminal NOAA, akin to the mischievous sun Wukong intruding upon celestial affairs, disrupted all established protocols. And the wise scientific deities had yet to adapt to this new order. The NOAA was now close to Jupiter, outside its gravitational influence. It ceased propulsion, entering a state of hover. Alex adjusted the ship's angle, aligning the observation window with Jupiter. The largest planet in the solar system dominated the view, occupying the entire window and even the sky itself. The spacecraft hovered at the edge of Jupiter's night side, gazing at the sprawling auroras on the planet's far side, which ebbed and flowed in the vacuum of space, appearing dreamlike and ethereal. Under this enchanting glow, the outline of Jupiter's dark hemisphere became vividly apparent. The polar auroras shone brighter, resembling immense violet nightcaps adorning the giant planet. Jupiter's rapid rotation propelled its atmospheric clouds at approximately 35,000 kilometers per hour, forming alternating bands of light and shadow parallel to the equator. The structure of these cloud bands was intricate, swirling violently like the fires of perdition. The infamous Great Red Spot of Jupiter loomed ominously, resembling a demonic eye, its hue a blend of deep crimson with a hint of rose. As tumultuous clouds whirled in powerful vortices, through the observation window, the faint rings of Jupiter and numerous moons came into view. The tempestuous Io, Jupiter I, glowed a vivid red, almost otherworldly. It is the most volcanically active body in the solar system, currently experiencing a volcanic eruption, with ash clouds soaring hundreds of kilometers high, trailing over rugged mountains and vast canyons. There was also the renowned Europa, Jupiter II. Its surface cloaked in thick ice several kilometers deep, with its bright icy exterior marred by a network of intricate cracks, some even piercing through the 5,000-meter thick ice layer. The crew gazed in awe at the untamed majesty of Jupiter. This was not meant to be Jupiter's palace. Shall we commence hydrogen extraction? Let us begin. You take the controls. According to the predetermined plan, the NOAA had already tested emergency stops during high-speed flight and established communication with Earth while stationary. Now it was time to simulate hydrogen extraction under high-gravity conditions, with Jupiter's equatorial gravity at 252 g. This simulation was crucial, as the replenishment of hydrogen would be paramount for future voyages. For a chemical propulsion spacecraft, landing even in Earth's relatively low gravity is a perilous operation. The spacecraft must descend at a very narrow angle into the atmosphere. Any deviation, whether too steep or too shallow, could result in disaster. However, for the agile little bee aboard the NOAA, the descent was effortlessly manageable. Equipped with powerful propulsion and 2 pairs of large wings capable of adjusting their angles to withstand Jupiter's formidable gravity. Subsequently, the airship maintained a steady descent, now subject to 252 g of gravity. The trio awaited the craft splash down on the ocean's surface but felt nothing at all. Both Jupiter's atmosphere and ocean were composed of hydrogen, with their gaseous and liquid states gradually transitioning, lacking a distinct ocean surface. However, there was a noticeable difference. The airship's descent speed gradually decreased due to the buoyancy of liquid hydrogen being greater than that of gaseous hydrogen. He Zhizhou turned to crew member Xiao Chun and said, "We have entered the liquid hydrogen layer. Begin extraction." Understood. The spacecraft powered down, gravity causing it to plummet swiftly into the liquid hydrogen. Xiao Chun activated the automatic intake valve, hearing the hissing sound of hydrogen entering. Yet, this sound ceased after a few seconds, as the liquid hydrogen tank on the airship was nearly full. The simulation of hydrogen extraction was thus completed successfully, and the crew felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. The little bee's exceptional performance rendered the perilous activities of space travel akin to child's play, devoid of excitement. The little bee reactivated its engines, ascending with an acceleration of 39. 6 hours later, it emerged from Jupiter's atmosphere, spotting the mothership hovering above. He Zhizhou reported the hydrogen extraction simulation process to the captain. The NOAA would take a brief respite before embarking on the next phase of its journey. Alex stated, "I will take the controls. You check on the crew's morale, especially considering they learned that grim news just 2 hours ago." He added with a smile, particularly for Louis. His observation was astute, for Louis faced the additional challenge of her sudden boarding. This decision had been made in a mere 10 seconds, inevitably accompanied by profound psychological turmoil. She had cruelly abandoned her beloved, only to find him again, while her mother, siblings, niece, and the cherished old Earth were suddenly lost to her. Such a steep and violent turn of events could easily induce a state of emotional shock in any woman. He Zhizhou nodded gratefully to the captain, donning the willow crown gifted by Louis, and left the cockpit for the activity hall. The spacecraft had just ceased its rotation, entering a state of weightlessness, allowing the crew to float freely in the hall, laughter and shouts echoing around them. As He Zhizhou drifted through the crowd, he observed 3 wives gathered together, having just used electric clippers to style Louis's hair. The long locks that fell were meticulously collected to avoid contamination in the weightless environment. Louis beamed as she touched her newly shorn head, while Chi Guichen held a mirror for her to admire her reflection. He Zhizhou squeezed through to place the willow crown he had removed atop Louis's gleaming head. With a smile, he inquired of the 4, "How are you all doing?" He intended to ask how the grim news announced before departure had affected them, but it seemed that the thrill of their superluminal journey far outweighed the weight of that news, as everyone responded with unrelated remarks. Kinmadora replied, "All is well. When the speed exceeds 1 Mach, there is a peculiar sensation that seems to originate deep within the cells, perhaps even deeper. I cannot accurately describe what it is." The other 3 also reported experiencing the same feeling. This is caused by spatial turbulence, which, although occurring in the 4th dimension, in the deeper structure of space, still affects human perception. It cannot be precisely articulated, as beings evolved in the 3-dimensional world have never encountered it. He Zhizhou smiled and asked Afra, in that moment of boarding, "What made you suddenly think to pull Liuya onto the ship?" Afra calmly replied, "There was no explicit thought. I simply felt that since the entire universe." But she did not finish her sentence. He Zhizhou glanced at his 3 wives, pondering the conundrum she presented. How should he accommodate her? Afra replied placidly, "It's all right. In special circumstances, the captain will be accommodating." Liuya listened quietly to their conversation. He Zhizhou looked at her. A mix of sentiment and just in his heart, Liuya had once promised to leave a lineage for her beloved on Earth. but now she had brought it aboard the ship. What thoughts had crossed Liu Ye's mind at the sudden decision to board? Had her deep-seated worries about the alienation been shattered by that grim news? Regardless, Liu Ye's arrival at the last moment filled He Zizhou with great joy. Subsequently, Alex, as the enforcer, recognized the marriage between Liu Ye and He Zizhou, completing the formalities and holding a simple wedding ceremony. The first day of the Noah's journey was spent in the joy of the wedding, after which it began its next mission, searching for the Chu Tian. The Chu Tian was already quite close. The white light from the front of the Noah reflected off its mirrored shell, instantly making it gleam with vitality. The Noah easily caught up, and when the distance between them was about 10 kilometers, it exited the wormhole-like intermittent flight state. For if they got any closer, spatial annihilation would damage the Chu Tian. The Noah switched to using its attitude adjustment thrusters to match the speed of the Chu Tian and slowly approached the larger vessel. He Zizhou and the 5 crew members donned their spacesuits, preparing to board, with Liu Ye among them. Although Liu Ye was a newcomer to the Noah, she had actually undergone comprehensive training, so He Zizhou activated this novice during his first spacewalk to help her quickly reintegrate. The 6 of them held hands and floated down the central corridor of the Chu Tian, surrounded by 10 half-empty fuel tanks, with 10 cargo holds beyond that. The gaps in the framework were embedded with a dim canopy of stars. They floated several hundred meters down the corridor, passing the sealed command chamber, the brain of the ship, and turned down a side passage. They then arrived at a massive fan-shaped cargo hold, one of the 10 holds. Following the methods outlined in the data, they opened the door from the outside. What met their eyes were towering, egg-shaped chambers, for stories high, each containing 10,000 human eggs. The 6 gazed up at them, a blend of reverence and pity. Although the Chu Tian had been manufactured and launched merely 8 years prior, it now felt like a relic of history. With the Chu Tian's relatively primitive technology, the chances of these human eggs successfully hatching and surviving on any planet were exceedingly slim. It was a desperate gamble made under the technological standards of that time. The superluminal Noah, in comparison to the Chu Tian, was in a league of its own. Yet they too faced a dire predicament. Amidst the universe's overall rapid contraction, the Noah represented humanity's desperate efforts, and thus far, no glimmer of hope was in sight. They closed the hatch of the giant egg chamber, as the revival of the frozen beings required an oxygen-rich atmosphere. Liu Ye softly said, "Deputy He, allow me to initiate the process." The rigid consciousness gradually resumed its flow, and Chu Guifu gathered his scattered gaze, first spotting a peculiar figure clad in a white spacesuit, but without a helmet. She was clearly a woman, yet her head was bald, and her striking appearance seemed somewhat familiar. Then, as his cochlea regained function, he heard her gently say, "Uncle Chu, are you awake? It's little Liu Ye, but I've grown 8 years older." 8 years had passed since they ascended. They were aboard the second ship that had caught up. "It's a long story. Let me help you out, have some soft food, and then we'll go to our ship where I can slowly explain everything." Alex led 1,000 crew members in a warm welcome for this astronaut's elder. However, he was aware that old Chu's body had yet to fully recover, so he did not let him linger in the activity hall, directly escorting him to the small dining area. For acquaintances, Alex, James, He Zizhou, and Liu Ye joined him for his first proper meal. By this time, Chu Guifu's body had completely recuperated, and his renowned appetite returned. As he devoured his meal, he listened to He Zizhou recount the events of the past 8 years. Gradually, his expression darkened as he exclaimed, "We've toiled to the bone, squandering our family fortune, only to find a glimmer of hope, and now you've blocked it off. Tianlu, what about the 5 million human eggs aboard the Chu Tian?" Alex sighed. "To be frank, hope is not in sight at the moment. The Noah is about to accelerate towards the edge of the disaster zone to verify or refute Chu Tian's discovery. Hopefully, we can disprove it." Half a day, Chu Guifu was deeply shaken. After dinner, Liu Ye took him on a tour of the Noah. The Noah was smaller than the Chu Tian, but far more exquisite. They visited the activity hall, over 1,000 crew quarters resembling pigeon coops, as well as the command chamber and engine room, where the nuclear fusion device provided energy and conventional propulsion for the entire ship. All crew members they encountered greeted Chu Guifu with admiration, including 2 chimpanzees dressed in similar attire. Liu Ye informed Uncle Chu that these 2 chimpanzees possessed the intelligence of 10-year-old children, a result of cognitive explosion. They could speak simple English and Chinese through a voice converter. Liu Ye said, "Az, Maru, greet Grandpa Chu." The 2 chimpanzees respectfully bowed. "Hello, Grandpa." Chu Guifu smiled broadly. Good. I've gained 2 furry grandsons. Unfortunately, I come empty-handed and have no gifts for our meeting." Liu Ye teased him, "No need for gifts. A kiss will do. These two children love it when adults kiss them." Chu Guifu looked at the two furry faces, feeling a bit awkward, but he still leaned down and gave each a kiss. The chimpanzees beamed with joy, and Liu Ye couldn't help but laugh. Liu Ye also briefly introduced the contents of the Noah Accord. When Chu learned that Liu Ye was merely one of He Zizhou's 4 wives, he regarded her with a peculiar gaze for quite some time. Despite having his own harem, he still viewed such matters as morally dubious. Something only a rogue like him could engage in, not a pure girl like Liu Ye. Now this had become the norm in their ship society, and he found it hard to accept. Liu Ye, having experienced a psychological resurrection herself, felt deep sympathy for the elder. Uncle Chu had undergone not only physical rebirth, but a psychological one as well. Consider this. He had exhausted his family fortune, sacrificing the latter half of his life to create the Chushi, intending to preserve his family's lineage, which later expanded to humanity, only to suddenly learn that he was walking down a dead-end path. He resolutely left Earth, preparing to sleep for 450,000 years alongside those human eggs, enduring that maddeningly long journey, only to be awakened within 10 years. A psychologically fragile person might go insane from such a revelation, but Uncle Chu did not. This elder, forged in the crucible of hardship, must possess nerves of steel. She did her utmost to persuade Uncle Chu to stay aboard the Noah. "I've left my mother and family. From now on, you will be my father." She remarked that for the superluminal vessel Noah, an infinite world of discoveries awaited ahead, ensuring that life aboard the spacecraft would never be dull. The Noah was soon to traverse a star, aiming to validate the protective properties of the wormhole for the ship, a feat far more exhilarating than a circus tiger leaping through flaming hoops. Yet, Uncle Chu remained unmoved by her words. He inquired, "How will you pass your days in the future? You mentioned that during superluminal travel, one cannot even behold the scenery outside." He pondered further and added, "Moreover, the prospect of having more offspring seems unfeasible. Otherwise, the vessel may burst from the pressure." "You are correct," she replied, "but we can engage in contemplation and reflection." "Contemplation and reflection?" Uncle Chu questioned. "In a society devoid of existential pressures and disturbances, we shall devote our energies entirely to the pursuit of science, philosophy, and the arts. Perhaps, a century hence, we will elevate humanity's scientific and technological advancements by 5 millennia. It is conceivable that among the 1,000 crew members, 500 great philosophers, 600 eminent writers, and 700 illustrious scientists may emerge." "Uncle Chu, I assure you, I am not exaggerating," she asserted. Liu Ye paused momentarily before dutifully responding. No problem at all. Please, uncle, do not hesitate. I shall inform the captain at once." Upon hearing this, Alex, He Zizhou, and Barrow exchanged glances, choosing not to elaborate further, but readily agreeing. Liu Ye proceeded to assist the elder in donning the spacesuit once more, as the 6 newcomers escorted him aboard. They circled the Chu vessel, observing its shimmering, hollow armor and the 10 cargo holds, before drifting along the hollow corridor to the small egg-shaped chamber where Uncle Chu had once resided. Chu Guifu stood before the chamber, his expression somber as he gazed for a prolonged moment, and then requested, "Please open it. I wish to enter and take a look." Liu Ye exclaimed, "Uncle Chu," with tears shimmering in her eyes, helplessly glancing at her husband. He Zizhou contemplated for a moment before using his spacesuit communicator to confer with Alex and Barrow. He finally said, "Very well, we shall respect Uncle's decision." Liu Ye refrained from persuading him further, recalling her sister-in-law's words when marrying Tian Lu, "Regardless of the life one leads, as long as one's heart is at peace and one lives joyfully, that constitutes a good life." Uncle Chu's decision to accompany these egg inhabitants for a lifetime also signified a joyful existence. Thus, they would honor his wish. "Let us proceed." Liu solemnly pressed the button. They watched in silence as Uncle Chu's smile gradually froze, solidifying once more into eternity. How many millennia would this eternity encompass? At that moment, they could not foresee that this connection would later remain unbroken. The Noah bid farewell to the Chu vessel and the solar system, transforming into a brilliant flash of white light. Jupiter's Western name is Jupiter, the king of gods in Roman mythology. Chapter 11. Bubbles of Hope in the Most Despondent Moments. Polly conjured a bubble of hope for humanity, a mere bubble that might shatter in the next instant. Alas, during that extraordinary time, humanity exerted tremendous effort to realize this fragile vision. After Chu Tian revealed Polly's discovery to the crew of the Noah, he intended to inform Ji Renrui, and others first before making it public. However, the news spread like wildfire. Tracing back to a conversation overheard when Afra persuaded Lu Yi to accompany the NOAA. The grassroots dissemination of this discovery quickly garnered recognition from numerous scientists. For the new explanation was compelling. The reason it had eluded past thinkers was the inertia of thought, trapped within the confines of outdated concepts. History is replete with similar instances. Ancient sages proposed the earth was round, an ocean harmonious with various signs, yet for a long time, people rejected it, unable to explain why those beneath the earth did not fall off. Similarly, Wegener's theory of continental drift aligned with numerous facts. Yet it faced prolonged dismissal due to the absence of a driving force for such movement. Now, with Chu Tian and Pauli positing that the intrinsic synchronization of our three-dimensional world is caused by higher dimensional factors leading to the overall contraction of the universe, their conclusion stood unchallenged. On that day, Ji Renrui visited the Ma family, his demeanor stern as he reprimanded Chu Tian for handling the matter too rashly. Even if disclosure was necessary, he argued, it should have been done gradually to avoid an explosive reaction. He recounted that the Secretary-General of the United Nations, heads of state from SCC, and nations including China, the United States, India, Russia, Japan, France, and the United Kingdom had all expressed their intense dissatisfaction, even threatening to suspend cooperation and funding with Liziu. Both Yu Leshui and Tianla's mother felt a pang of guilt, acknowledging Ji's criticism as valid. Chu Tianla sighed, Brother Ji, I apologize for not consulting you beforehand. I feared, Brother Ji, none of you have experienced the severing of paths in youth as I did. Thrust into despair by my godfather's betrayal, which only ignited my determination to survive. I believe humanity will respond similarly. Moreover, this news is bound to come to light. Other scientists will make similar discoveries sooner or later, perhaps only delaying it by a year or so. I refuse to conceal it. Ji Renrui fell silent, his expression dark. As for the potential suspension of cooperation by the UN and other nations, he waved his hand, interrupting, do not worry about that. It is merely an impulsive reaction that won't be executed. The real concern is whether they will fall into utter despair, truly disheartened. If that occurs, it will not just be a cessation of collaboration, but a complete abandonment of effort. Tianla, he called out, directing his gaze towards Yu Leshui, even I, as the divine whip, feel despair. I am weary. A bitter sensation enveloped Yu Leshui. This divine whip had always spurred others on, never revealing a hint of discouragement until this moment. She smiled, you cannot afford to despair. We cannot do without you, our divine whip. Renrui, I refuse to lose hope. We need genuine optimism, not the cheap variety. I do not believe the universe has truly reached a dead end, even if Tianla and Pauli are geniuses. Can two small brains encapsulate the ultimate secrets of the cosmos? Surely, there must be more to uncover. Tianla's mother added, Leshui speaks wisely. Renrui, she is right. If Mr. Ma were alive, he would echo this sentiment. Ji Renrui sighed deeply, saying little more as he rose to take his leave. I must arrange for Tianla's protection. The Chu couple exchanged glances, and Tianla chuckled, protection for me? Is it necessary? Ji Renrui's voice was firm, absolutely necessary. You have severed the hopes of many. Among 7 billion people, some will inevitably succumb to despair and target you as a scapegoat. Pauli requires protection too, though he is comparatively safer as public attention is primarily on you. I plan to have an old colleague from Qixian, Police Chief Lu Jun, stay with you for your safety. Leshui, you must remain vigilant as well. With that, he departed heavily. That morning, the Chu couple visited Liziu to assuage everyone's emotions. As for the future, even Tianla and Yu Leshui were uncertain, so they could only offer vague words of encouragement. They completed their rounds without encountering Ji Renrui. Concerned, Yu Leshui urged her husband to wait in the office while she went directly to Ji Renrui's home. Miao Yao opened the door and, upon seeing her, exhaled in relief. Whispering, he's in the study drinking. I couldn't dissuade him. Perhaps you can. He listens to you better. You two talk. Lunch will be ready here soon. I'll go buy some prepared food. She hurried out, and Yu Leshui pushed open the study door, immediately detecting the strong scent of alcohol. Ji Renrui was not drinking at that moment. He reclined in a swivel chair, his legs resting on the desk. Yu Leshui approached and pulled up a chair to sit across from him. Upon noticing her, Ji Renrui adjusted his posture, his eyes showing signs of fatigue. Yu Leshui remained silent, simply observing him. After a while, Ji Renrui broke the silence. Leshui, I am quite disappointed in Tianla. In the end, he is merely a scholar. unfit for politics. His expressions about spiritual needs, inner fulfillment, and living for the sake of existence, in light of the inevitable demise of the universe and life, are both truths and nonsense. They are indeed truths, but they are luxuries reserved for sages, who alone can gaze upon the horizon of time's end. They are also nonsense, for the vast majority of people, 99%, only wish to see their own lives, perhaps extending to their descendants. Even in this age of intellectual explosion, this remains the fundamental reality. Ultimately, profound contemplation cannot surpass the present state of humanity, whether we live or die. Ulesui gently replied, "You are right. I owe him an apology for not standing my ground. Rinrui, you must rally. Lezin, indeed the entire world cannot do without you, our divine whip." Rinrui remained silent for a long while, before hoarsely responding, "But perhaps there truly is no road ahead." He looked up at Ulesui, his eyes glistening. In that moment, she felt the vulnerability of this strong man. She recalled how, 22 years prior, he had stepped away from power, willingly shouldering burdens, placing them upon her father-in-law, Tianla, and herself. Over the years, Rinrui had nominally served as the president of the Engineering Academy, but in reality, he was the steward of Leziu, and he was undeniably weary. She longed to embrace him, to comfort him. Ulesui met his gaze, saying, "Rinrui, Tianla is not infallible, neither in politics nor in academia. I was serious when I said that his and Polly's new discovery cannot possibly be the ultimate secret of God. We must continue to forge ahead. We must seek a path to survival." She smiled, reiterating, "We must move forward, and we certainly need you, our divine whip." Rinrui exhaled deeply. "All right, you needn't comfort me. This is merely a fleeting emotional low. I can navigate through it myself. I will undoubtedly press on. Even if it must be through despair, even if I must, as before, utilize false hope to soothe the populace." At that moment, Rinrui's phone rang. He exchanged a few words in English before hanging up, somewhat bewildered. "It's Abical, that SCAC deputy secretary, my esteemed classmate. He has just arrived at Nanyang Airport." Such a sudden occurrence. He stated that this was purely a personal journey, marking the 5th anniversary of the late Mr. He's passing. He wished to visit Mr. He's former residence to pay tribute to his mentor, mentioning that he only needed my company. Observing the glimmer of excitement in his eyes, it was clear that this was likely a pretense. I suspected he bore unwelcome news. Was he here to deliver a letter of severance from SCAC? Was the United Nations truly poised to suspend collaboration? Rinrui slowly shook his head, sensing that such matters would not be conveyed through a visit of this personal nature. Nevertheless, I decided to accompany him. Over the years, I had become enmeshed in the murky waters of power. Yet I believed I still harbored a patch of purity within my heart. I know you two cherish that same sanctum. Of course, you and I are distinct. Your external self is far cleaner than mine." Rinrui felt grateful for his understanding and eschewed formalities. "Indeed, perhaps my external self is somewhat purer. But that is merely due to the fact that Friends of Joy does not quite constitute a center of power. It is at most a semi-virtual power hub. Thus my surroundings remain considerably cleaner. In truth, to maintain such purity within your environment is the true challenge. My esteemed senior, if there is anything you require of me, please do not hesitate to speak." A smile emerged on Abikar's dark countenance, for this was indeed the purpose of his visit. "I heard that Lu Yi was already pregnant before boarding the ship, so the child should have been born by now." Ulesui chuckled and shook his head. "Your information is not accurate. When Lu Yi decided to remain on Earth, she indeed intended to leave a legacy for Hizizhou. However, whether that encounter resulted in conception remains unknown, as she departed abruptly 3 days later. We shall have to await news from that side. What of Changchong and Emma? Which of the two captured the other? Who knows? Those two children are far too playful, unlike Yang Yang and Lu Yi, who are more composed. Their courtship resembles a video game, with you attacking and me defending, you pursuing and I evading. You two ought to find an opportunity to speak with them. Your words carry more weight than those of their mothers." Tianla laughed. "There is no need for us to intervene. You should know Changchong well. That child may appear carefree, but he possesses a strong sense of self. Emma is quite similar." Ulesui harbored some doubts regarding his caution, playfully teasing. A second conversation at the cremation platform? Rinrui responded to this jest. "Indeed, a second conversation at the cremation platform. Should I await you there?" "No need. Just wait for me at the He residence. I will be there shortly." She instructed her husband to wait for her as she hurriedly departed for the He residence in a helicopter, traversing the mountains. Ji Runrui awaited at the entrance and observed as Yul Shui descended from the helicopter, hastily approaching. This 47-year-old woman retained a youthful vitality. Her slender form moved with a spring in her step, and her long, lustrous hair flowed behind her. Upon entering the house, Yul Shui appeared slightly breathless. To Ji Runrui's astonishment, upon their meeting, she launched herself towards him without a word, enveloping him in a tight embrace, burying her head in his shoulder. Ji Runrui hesitated for a moment before gently wrapping his arms around her. The silent embrace lingered for an extended period, and both could hear each other as heartbeats. Yul Shui lifted her head, smiling at him before burying it once more. She had never been overly concerned with the intricacies of romantic affairs. She believed in the notion that the average strength of a community correlates with its vitality, just as the instincts for survival and appetite are paramount for living beings. If these instincts wither under moral pressure, the community's vigor would inevitably diminish. When Uncle Ma had advised her to consider her marriage to Tian Lu carefully, she had confidently asserted that she could separate love from desire, believing such a stance to be entirely normal at that time. Coincidentally, it was then that Ji Runrui had appeared, embodying all the qualities of an exceptional lover. Yet, it was this very man who inadvertently shackled her with moral constraints. He claimed that the Ma family had established the Friends of Joy organization, asserting that the Ma quartet had unintentionally secured the moral high ground, thus elevating her to a pedestal. From that moment onward, she transformed, not out of a desire to suppress her nature, but because, positioned atop that moral summit, in the fervor of her love for her husband. And within the lofty realm of the Friends of Joy Foundation, she no longer perceived love and desire as separable, nor considered extramarital affairs as normal. Since that conversation at the cremation platform, she and Ji Runrui had become deeply acquainted friends, never to be lovers again. Until this morning, when she witnessed the usually strong man display a fleeting moment of vulnerability, awakening feelings buried deep within her. She raised her head, smiling, and said, "Runrui, kiss me," as a means to settle an old debt. Though Yul Shui's actions were unexpectedly bold today, Ji Runrui could discern her psychological undercurrents. After more than 2 decades of knowing her well, he smiled and leaned down to kiss her deeply. It was a passionate kiss, electrifying both of them. Yul Shui pushed him away, gazing intently into his eyes. Ji Runrui nodded. "I shall forever remember this moment." "Please, sit down," he continued. "This is a lengthy discussion." Once settled, Ji Runrui reiterated Abikar's words. Reflections on Mr. He's legacy, self-assessments concerning power, murkiness, and purity. Abikar had remarked that the existing political framework remained effective in responding to calamities, with the grassroots organization Friends of Joy at the forefront, followed by SCAC, ultimately galvanizing the world through the United Nations. However, 2 significant changes threatened to undermine this efficacy. First, the grim tidings of the universe's contraction had given rise to widespread pessimism. The Security Council would likely tighten its purse strings and cease lavish funding for salvation efforts. Secondly, the Council, particularly the permanent members, had grown weary of their assertive young Secretary General. Despite his stature among the public, media, and lower-tier UN officials, the Council had hinted at his impending retirement as he approached 70. Abikar candidly expressed that once he retired, SCAC would struggle to maintain its previous influence and efficiency. Yet the current situation demanded more robust action. He did not believe humanity had reached a dead end. If they pressed forward, they might yet discover a Magellan Strait. Yes, it should be so. He must have proposed specific ideas. Indeed, he has proposed a significant idea, Ji Runrui stated, locking eyes with Yul Shui. The merger of Friends of Joy and SCAC. This idea had been broached by General Hailey 2 decades prior, yet at that time, Friends of Joy was too feeble. The notion of a merger was essentially SCAC subsuming Friends of Joy, which was inappropriate. Today, however, the merger would certainly place Friends of Joy at the forefront. He suggested that I assume the role of Secretary General of the new SCC, with him willing to assist temporarily before retiring. Yul Shui. His true intent was clear. With the strength and prestige accrued over 22 years by Friends of Joy and SCAC, if they merged, they could potentially bypass the Security Council and become the de facto world authority. At that juncture, salvation efforts would usher in a wholly new era. Even if that proved unattainable, at the very least, a new SCC centered around Friends of Joy would emerge as a formidable force. Otherwise, Abikar warned, we might be left to fight alone. Yul Shui listened quietly, nodding gently at intervals. I find Abikar's analysis and vision credible. Yet I estimate that the leadership of Friends of Joy is unlikely to agree to a merger with SEC. Thus, I wish to have a thorough discussion with you first. If I cannot persuade you, there is no need to proceed further. Yul Shui smiled. This change feels rather abrupt. Allow me some time to ponder. She reclined on the sofa, lost in thought, while Ji Renrui patiently awaited her response. 22 years ago, the conversation at the pyre between the two individuals effectively laid the foundation for the subsequent geopolitical landscape, heralding an era of helium flashes, where human creativity and intellect surged with unprecedented vigor. Should this dialogue secure the consent of you, and subsequently the leadership of the Friends of Music, it would similarly usher in a new epoch, transforming the salvation efforts from a prestigious advance to one propelled by power, enabling the wheels of time to glide with greater ease. Ji Renrui ardently wished to witness this outcome, yet given his understanding of Yu Leshui and Chu Tian, he held little hope. Minutes later, Yu Leshui opened his eyes, smiling as he spoke. Very well, let me share my thoughts. Renrui, I am not particularly inclined to support the merger. Allow me to present my reasoning. First, the members of Friends of Music, aside from yourself, are primarily academic types. Though each is a rare genius, they are ill-suited for the operations of SCC, and a merger would likely hinder our efficiency. We are better positioned to fulfill our current roles as moral beacons and vanguards of action. Second, while a merger could potentially bypass the Security Council, it is more likely to ensnare us in a sordid power struggle, ultimately jeopardizing our salvation efforts. Of course, should we indeed seize control of the world as power, our salvation initiatives would be more vigorous and effective. Yet, is this endeavor truly worth the risk, or do the dangers outweigh the rewards? I tend to believe the latter. Thirdly, I do not wish for you, she glanced directly at Ji, to become wholly ensnared in the realm of power. Her third point, though briefly articulated, profoundly impacted Ji Renrui. This statement effectively dismissed the alternative proposal put forth by A, who had suggested that if the merger were rejected, Ji Renrui could assume the role of Secretary General at SCAC. Ji Renrui had previously asserted he would not part ways with Friends of Music. Yet now Yu Leshui's opinion further negated his aspirations. Aware of the weight of her words, Yu Leshui quickly lightened the mood. As you've mentioned before, my nature is too naive for political scheming. This is merely my personal view, and I believe we should submit A's proposal for discussion among the leadership of Friends of Music. The two accompanied him via helicopter to the Friends of Music headquarters. Abakar did not linger, promptly boarding a helicopter bound for Nanyang Airport, where he would transfer to a commercial flight. The two watched with a sense of guilt as the helicopter vanished into the evening glow, unaware that this would be their farewell to Abakar. Ji Renrui, with a sense of caution, inquired, "A long-lost relative wishes to meet Tianla? Who is it?" "Rest assured, my mother-in-law mentioned it is an acquaintance," replied Yu Leshui, nudging her husband. Yet, she recalled her mother-in-law's recent phone call, stirring a sense of doubt within her. Her mother-in-law had mentioned a relative coming to see Tianla. Yet her tone had been somewhat hesitant. Were there deeper reasons? In fact, she had referred to a relative rather than kin. Who could this long-lost relative be? She posed the question to her husband, yet he too was at a loss. "Stop." Yu Leshui froze in astonishment. Her first thought being, is this the so-called relative her mother-in-law mentioned? Why is he acting like this? The stranger extended his right hand, gripping something menacingly, and declared, "Chu Tianla, I shall kill you." At that moment, Tianla's mother gasped, followed by a scream from Cao Cao. Instinctively, Yu Leshui reacted, swiftly turning the wheelchair to shield herself. She endeavored to calm herself, forcing a smile as she addressed the intruder. "Sir." The intruder abruptly interrupted her. "Sister Yushur, I respect you and do not wish to harm you. Please, take the elder and the child away quickly. But do not think to dissuade me. I must kill this scoundrel named Chu. Leave at once. The controller in my hand will detonate if I release it. Do not compel me to commit an act I would regret." She realized that Ji Renrui's foreboding had indeed materialized. In this perilous moment, she fought to maintain her composure, resolutely stating, "All right, let me make arrangements." She pushed her husband 2 hurried steps forward, yet did not stray far from the assailant. Wary of provoking an overreaction, she urged her mother-in-law, "Mother, quickly take Cao Cao and Su Sa away. Hurry." Her mother-in-law seemed torn, reluctant to abandon her son while wishing to safeguard her granddaughter. Yu Leshui's voice turned sharp. "Mother, do not be foolish. Move quickly. We can still save 3 lives." She added under her breath, using her body as a shield. Quickly inform Ji Renrui. Obedient to her command, her mother-in-law scooped up Cao Cao and called Su Sa, who was cooking inside, quietly notifying Ji Renrui via her phone before tearfully fleeing the house. Chow Chow cried loudly in the nanny's arms, reaching out for her parents. Once they exited the danger zone, Yulesui repositioned herself behind her husband. The assailant yelled frantically, "You too. Get out. Don't try to persuade me." The husband, urgent in his wheelchair, called out, "You sure? Go. Hurry." Yulesui offered a bittersweet smile to her husband, calmly adjusting her hair as she addressed the murderer. "There's no need to rush. I will leave as well. However, I dare say you wish to explain to him your reasons before you kill him. His hearing and speech are impaired. I can help translate for you. Once I do, I will depart." She understood the assailant's psyche. He roared in fury, "I hate him. He opened the heavenly eye for us, guiding us into Eden, only to suddenly shatter all hope for humanity. All hope." Yulesui felt a pang of bitterness, recognizing this was no ordinary killer. His once devout faith in Tianla and the scientists had collapsed upon realizing humanity was on a path to destruction. Such a killer could not be reasoned with. Her only option was to stall for time until Ji Renrui and the police arrived, yet she feared it would be too late, even if they did arrive. It might prove futile. In that moment, she resolved to face death alongside her husband, yet the thought of young Chow Chow made her heart ache. Her husband, sharing her sentiment, strained to sit upright in the wheelchair and urged, "You sure? Go. Raise Chow Chow." Yulesui smiled sadly at her husband. The world often presents dilemmas where one cannot have it all. To protect her husband, she would have to forsake her maternal love for Chow Chow. Softly, she addressed the assailant. "Thank you for calling me sister. May I call you brother? Brother, do you think I can leave my husband? If you truly wish to act, then let us both perish together. But please, allow me to say a few words first, if you would." The assailant, evidently fearing her words might sway his resolve, shouted in madness, "I will not listen to you. Do not think to persuade me. Get out, or I will blow you both up." He began counting. 1, 2, 3. Yulesui sensed the final moments were upon her. She leaned down, shielding her husband in her embrace. Chu Tian, in a fit of rage, pushed her away, his voice converter malfunctioning, leaving only his silent pleas, "Go, go." In that instant, Yulesui caught a glimpse of a figure stealthily approaching the assailant from behind. Resembling a cat, she dared not look directly, fearing the assailant might detect the presence of that person. In her peripheral vision, she perceived a tall, slender figure with a shock of white hair. In her heart, she mournfully thought that figure could not save them. The assailant had declared that the device would detonate upon release, and this person's appearance would only precipitate the explosion. Suddenly, the assailant's furious roar echoed, prompting Yulesui to quickly lift her gaze. She saw the newcomer fiercely gripping the assailant's right hand, and the two tumbled to the ground, engaged in a desperate struggle. Yulesui immediately lunged towards her husband, hastily pushing the wheelchair away. A deafening explosion followed, plunging Yulesui into unconsciousness. She did not remain unconscious for long. Within the darkness of her mind, a small light flickered, beckoning her to awaken. She opened her eyes to find her husband silently calling for her, pushing her forward. His face was smeared with blood, and so was hers. She struggled to rise, yearning to assess the injuries sustained by both her husband and herself. However, she was immediately struck by the gruesome sight of her husband and the wheelchair, both marred by mangled flesh and severed limbs. The blood that stained the ground was not their own, but belonged to the assailant and that benefactor. Meanwhile, her mother-in-law, cradling the child, rushed toward her. But upon witnessing the blood-soaked scene, she halted abruptly, covering the child's eyes tightly. Behind her, a helicopter descended rapidly, and several figures leaped from the still-moving aircraft, rushing toward them, with Ji Renrui leading the way. The mother-in-law handed the child to one of those men and, in a frenzied state, ran toward them, crying out, "Tianla's father! Tianla's father! Luer will recognize you. Your father, your wife and granddaughter will recognize you." From her chaotic narrative, Yulesui gleaned the unfolding tragedy. Tianla's mother lamented. The two of them never even had a chance to speak, never had a moment to meet. Ji Renrui's expression darkened, his teeth clenched in self-loathing. "It was all my fault. I anticipated the danger and arranged for protection. Had I acted just one day sooner, this calamity would not have occurred. I truly deserve to die." Director Liu had his subordinates dig a grave in a secluded area nearby to bury the dismembered remains of Tianla's father. The remains of the assailant, however, were placed in a plastic bag and handed over to his relatives. Yet, they were unable to take them away and, timidly seeking permission from the owner, buried the remains nearby, Perhaps the grave of Tianla's father now also contained fragments of the assailant. It was an unavoidable reality, as the two could not be distinctly separated. Tianla's mother led her son, daughter-in-law, and granddaughter to pay their respects at the unmarked grave. Chu Tianla and his wife bowed in reverence, saying, "Father, may you rest in peace." The child, Chao, also bowed, saying, "Grandfather, rest in peace. You were so brave." Tianla's mother remarked, "Look, Li's father. Your son and daughter-in-law acknowledge you, and your granddaughter forgives you. Now you can close your eyes." The one in the grave remained silent. On the way home, Chao curiously asked, "Mom, did this brave grandfather ever do bad things? Why do you all say to forgive him?" Wei gently patted his daughter's little head, saying, "Chao, you will understand when you grow up." The following day, after Chu Tianla narrowly escaped an assassination attempt, news of Abical's tragic fate reached them. A Boeing 747 operated by an American airline, flying from Shanghai Pudong to New York, had met with disaster, crashing into the heart of the Pacific Ocean. With all 300 passengers on board presumed lost. Among the passenger list was the name Ahmed Abical. Jirenrui hurried to New York, intending to pay his respects both personally and on behalf of the Friends of Liu organization. As the aircraft flew over the site of the reported disaster, Jirenrui gazed down at the shimmering sea beneath the white clouds, his heart heavy with sorrow. He thought, had he consented to Abical's proposal, the latter might have lingered for an additional half-day to discuss specifics, potentially avoiding this ill-fated flight. Of course, such self-reproach was overly harsh. There was no direct causal link between the two events. Yet another causal relationship was unmistakable. His refusal had certainly obliterated the final endeavor of Abical's life. And the man above would not find peace. Abical's wake was held at SCAC, marked by grand ceremony, comparable to that afforded to a United Nations Secretary-General, with numerous world leaders attending in person. Their condolences were laden with ceremonial solemnity, while the expressions of ordinary mourners and mid-level UN officials reflected a more heartfelt grief. Jirenrui bowed in silence at the wake, internally reiterating his apologies to the late scholar before withdrawing from the crowd. General Douglas of SCAC remained by his side, sighing, "A great man has departed. Mr. G, perhaps you were the last to see him." Jirenrui understood that within the somber atmosphere of the United Nations building, there were also currents of criticism, for Abical's visit to the Friends of Liu was not an official duty, but rather a clandestine personal journey. The general's latter remark was certainly not without intent. Jirenrui replied coolly, "Yes, both I and Wei were the last to see him. He came specifically to meet me, hoping to persuade me to take over the role of SCC Secretary-General. He spoke the truth, though he did not reveal the entire truth. Regrettably, I did not acquiesce. Both you and I clearly declined in person. Otherwise, he might not have departed that day, and perhaps he could have evaded this catastrophe. Fate is cruel," he lamented, adding, "He informed me that he had not discussed this matter with you beforehand, as he anticipated that I would decline. He suggested that if he could sway me, he would then recommend me to you." Douglas replied matter-of-factly, "To be frank, he has always been rather autocratic, and we have grown accustomed to it. Mr. G, if you could assume the role of SCAC Secretary-General, that would certainly be a coveted opportunity. However, the Security Council has indicated a desire not to reinstate this position. I have already stated that the Friends of Liu have explicitly rejected this proposal, so there is no need to discuss it further. Whether you choose to establish this position is of no concern to me. But, General Douglas, may I ask for your forgiveness for my candor? Mr. G, please speak freely." His words filled Jirenrui with warmth. "Very well, thank you for your understanding. I look forward to our continued fruitful collaboration." The tumult at the Friends of Liu headquarters resumed with fervor. Jirenrui, his expression as stern as iron, declared, "Even though we face a seemingly insurmountable dead end ahead, we must forge onward. We must extract every last ounce of potential in our search for an escape route. For only then may we stumble upon unforeseen opportunities along the way. Even in failure, at least in our efforts, the people shall not descend into madness out of despair." That day, Hawk Polly, who had been in seclusion on Egg Island, suddenly called Jirenrui, requesting that Ji Jichong and Kong Bumming assist him. "Ji, Chu." And you felt elated. It seemed that the recluse was finally taking action, and the moment he began to move, hope surged. Jirenrui promptly summoned his son. Ji Jichong, laughing, remarked, "That white Wuchang wants me to be his assistant? To sunbathe in the nude with him?" Jirenrui shot him a glare, prompting Jichong to fall silent. He was accustomed to being casual in front of his father, but sensing his father's foul mood today, he wisely chose to remain quiet. Ji Renrui replied, "If he wants you as an assistant, consider it a stroke of luck. This man is a maverick in the scientific community. Even your uncle Tianla holds him in high esteem." Beside them, Chu Tianla laughed. "Indeed, I have always admired him. If you do not wish to be his assistant, I can go in your stead, provided he agrees." No, I will go. But, Dad, I want Emma to come with me." "You we teased. So, have you caught her, or has she caught you?" Ji Jichang chuckled, saying, "That is a profound philosophical question of which came first, the chicken or the egg. It cannot be succinctly answered." Ji Renrui pondered briefly before saying, "Very well, you may both go. However, if Polly is still interested in celestial bodies, be careful not to disturb him. Let him remain as free as he was before. Geniuses often have peculiarities, and perhaps in a celestial state, his mind will be most agile. Not an issue. That American girl, Emma, won't mind his nudity." Ji Chang departed, and Ji Renrui called Kong Bumming, who was visiting his family, to inform him of Polly's request for an elderly science fiction writer as an assistant. Though he was unsure of the reasoning, it must have had its purpose. After all, only someone as oblivious to social conventions as Polly would suggest an 83-year-old as an assistant. Nevertheless, this did not confound Ji Renrui. He rephrased the request, suggesting that Polly wished for Kong to serve as a senior advisor, inquiring about his health. The response was swift and agreeable. Kong Bumming was visiting family due to a call from his grandson. The 20-year-old Kong Ping, who had always been closest to him in childhood, expressed concern. Recently, some elderly neighbors have been urging Grandma to go to Armenia. Traveling can be a delightful endeavor. Yet their destination is Mount Ararat, the sacred mountain where Noah's Ark is said to have docked during biblical times. The Lord has revealed to the faithful that when the universe collapses, only the summit of that mountain, where the Ark rested, will serve as a gateway to a new cosmos, and only those who believe in the Lord, the blessed, shall attain salvation. Kong, perplexed, inquired, "Does your grandmother also believe in this? She does not seem that type." Thus, he remarked, "Grandfather, you are no longer one of us." The grandson's words carried a hint of reproach. "You have been away from home for too long, leaving grandmother in solitude, and in her loneliness, she seeks spiritual solace. Moreover, with age comes inevitable confusion, especially now, as even scientists believe in the impending end of the universe. The Noah ship in the heavens is left with nowhere to escape, let alone the common folk. The elderly in our community, particularly the women, now daily utter the Lord's sacred decrees. My grandmother cannot help but believe. Many of my university classmates also subscribe to this faith. What about you, Nyonyo?" Nyonyo smiled. "I have been deeply influenced by you. I am an unwavering atheist. However, grandfather, I too am on the verge of losing my faith, for the science I believe in cannot save humanity. But, grandfather, do not lecture me on philosophy. It is far more pressing to persuade grandmother to reconsider. That mountain of Ararat rises over 6,000 meters. If a group of elderly women attempts to climb it, they will surely leave their frail bodies behind." Nyonyo exchanged glances, implying that grandmother's words should not be taken at face value. Kong chuckled, "If you wish to go, I will accompany you on a journey, but only to the foot of the mountain. With our capabilities, we could never ascend to a 6,000-meter peak, as Abigail had anticipated." Following the validation of the theory of the universe's overall contraction, the United Nations indeed ceased its collaboration with the Friends of Joy, redirecting all funding and manpower to its own projects. The first commercial hydrogen harvesting spacecraft, the Cosmic Bug, was soon completed, achieving a speed of 1.8 Mach. It would supply raw materials to fusion power plants worldwide. This endeavor promised astonishing profits, as superluminal spacecraft transformed the journey to Jupiter into an affordable inner-city commute. With Jupiter's hydrogen resources being inexhaustible for 100 million years and free from resource taxes. From this perspective, humanity had undeniably taken a significant leap forward. And all within a mere span of 20 years. The boiling waters of catastrophe had indeed spurred the frogs to leap, though unfortunately, they landed in an even larger cauldron. In the words of Kang's dark humor, those who pen disaster-themed science fiction will find themselves collectively unemployed, as reality has already confronted the ultimate catastrophe. There exists no greater boiling pot than the collapse of the entire universe. The hydrogen industry would be monopolized by the authorities, akin to the state-run minting and salt industries of feudal China, with all profits surrendered to the United Nations. This shift bears profound implications. for it marks the first time the United Nations has a stable and independent source of funding, no longer reliant on member nations for timely dues, thus acquiring the essence of a governing entity. Subsequently, the development of cosmic tourism is inevitable. Opinions vary on whether tourism should remain state-run, with the prevailing view favoring privatization. Although the United Nations would impose hefty taxes, the first solar canopy was established at the first Lagrange point of the Sun-Earth gravitational system. Currently, the increase in sunlight has yet to reach the critical threshold of 5,000ths. This deployment serves merely as a preliminary trial. In such circumstances, journalists were on hand for interviews. A reporter from Xinhua News asked General Chao, as the cosmic bug embarks on its maiden voyage, "Could you share the historical significance of this event?" General Chao smiled. "This has become a familiar refrain, but I shall reiterate it. It is well known that hydrogen is the most abundant and fundamental energy source in the universe. All energy, including light, fission, chemical energy, and the like, ultimately derives from hydrogen fusion, with gravity being the sole exception. Now, humanity possesses mature hydrogen fusion technology and wormhole spacecraft, making hydrogen harvesting on Jupiter as convenient as fetching water from a river outside the village. Moreover, at the current and foreseeable energy consumption levels, a single shipment of liquid hydrogen would suffice for humanity's needs for an entire year. Having lived through impoverished days, humanity now finds itself suddenly wealthy in energy, unsure of how to spend this newfound fortune. Additionally, hydrogen is the cleanest energy source, promising a reduction in Earth's pollution. What a splendid prospect this is. Humanity's civilization stands at an unprecedented zenith, surpassing all previous eras by several magnitudes. If it were not for... He glanced upwards and gestured towards the sky, saying, "On this joyous occasion, I do not wish to dampen the mood with somber thoughts, so I shall cease my remarks. May it be that with the boundless financial resources humanity now possesses, breakthroughs in science will soon emerge, revealing a path even in the direst of predicaments." Ji Renrui succinctly stated, "I will continue to exert my modest efforts to propel the Friends of Joy forward. It is widely recognized that in recent years, the Friends have made numerous pioneering breakthroughs, including the latest discovery of Chu Tian, which, despite being disheartening news, remains a significant advancement." General Chao perceived the underlying message in his words and observed him without further comment. "Brother Renrui, I know you have something to say. Please, feel free to express it." Ji Renrui pointedly asked, "Is it true that the United Nations will cease its collaboration and funding support for the Friends of Joy?" General Chao laughed heartily. "Too late. You did not apply for a patent in advance, and it is too late for regrets." He then adopted a serious demeanor. "Brother Renrui, allow me to speak candidly. Even with Abical's passing, SCAC will not terminate its long-standing collaboration with the Friends of Joy. We are merely shifting our focus. This also serves as a gentle protest to the Friends of Joy. Last time, you unilaterally announced the new Chu Tian discovery without informing us, leaving SCAC unprepared." Ji Renrui remained silent in response. General Chao continued to observe him. "I understand there are differing opinions within the Friends of Joy. You are among those who vehemently oppose the hasty public announcement. Now that we are at this juncture, let us not dwell on it. We must turn the page and look forward together." "Very well, let us look forward. Thank you for your wisdom." The general continued. "There are also differing opinions within SCAC and the United Nations, such as mine. I share your perspective. Despite the seemingly hopeless situation, we must press on, relentlessly moving forward. Only by continuing to advance can we achieve unexpected breakthroughs, just as Magellan once did, and as we have done before. We cannot passively retreat into our shells, no matter how comfortable they may currently be. Thank you immensely for your attitude. Shall we establish a secret agreement?" "Certainly. Whether secret or public, it matters not. Our agreement is that you must vigorously urge the Friends of Joy to persist in their endeavors, enabling humanity to achieve further breakthroughs. Once you discover a new path, even if it is but a mirage for now, I can advocate for continued substantial financial support from our side." Just a month later, Hawk Pally successfully completed a new concept and called for an immediate discussion meeting, which the leadership of the Friends of Joy eagerly approved. The meeting was once again presided over by Ji Renrui, who surveyed the attendees with a twinge of sadness. The gathering had lost many familiar faces, including the late Mr. Ma, the departed Alex couple, Hizijo, Barrow, James, and others. Yet, it had gained numerous new faces, most of whom were under 30. Having previously belonged to the Noah faction established by Hizijo, now led by Ji Jichang. They may be more perceptive and passionate, Yet overall, they have yet to reach the level of the older generation of Friends of Joy scientists, a concern previously expressed by Chu Tianla. Ji Renrui leaned down, exchanged a few hushed words with Chu Tianla in his wheelchair, then announced, "Let us begin." Paoli, who typically preferred not to speak, delegated the presentation to his assistant, Ji Jichong, while he himself languidly occupied a seat at the back, gazing out the window as if today's events bore no relevance to him. Emma nestled beside him, affectionately linking her arm through his, leaning elegantly against him, resembling a father-daughter duo. Ji Jichong approached the screen and began with an opening statement. "Ladies and gentlemen, Chui Pao Li has unveiled a profoundly despairing cosmic tableau. To shatter this impasse, we must employ entirely novel methods, regardless of how unconventional they may seem. The proposal I am about to discuss was put forth by Professor Paoli, though its inspiration is rooted in a science fiction tale titled Bubble by Mr. Kong Bumming." He nodded towards Kong, who sat across from him. "Over the past few days, we have engaged in extensive discussions with Mr. Kong, so I invite him to share a few words." He added, "I have heard that at the inaugural Old Jailing Conference, Mr. Kong once remarked, amidst 100 instances of nonsense from science fiction writers, perhaps one or two contain valuable seeds of thought. I wholeheartedly concur. For instance, the hydrogen extraction from Jupiter, which has now become a reality, was predicted in one of his science fiction stories 3 decades ago." 83-year-old Kong Bumming, with a mane of white hair and age spots dotting his face, still exuded vitality. He chuckled and admitted, "I must confess, however, that I have never predicted cosmic contraction or the technology for superluminal wormhole travel. Even the concept proposed by Mr. Paoli falls into the realm of fanciful speculation in my writings. He has unearthed a grain of gold from a vast pile of gravel and meticulously refined it. Thus, I have little to boast about. I shall return the microphone to Chong Chong." Ji Jichong took the microphone and formally commenced his discourse. "It is well known that our universe is not a flat expanse. It is distorted by the mass and energy it harbors. A familiar phenomenon is the bending of light from a distant star as it passes near a galaxy cluster, creating multiple illusory images of that star. This is a classic example of local spatial distortion caused by galaxy clusters. Extreme distortion can lead to local space becoming self-enclosed, separating it from our universe, which is the essence of black holes. This theory is widely accepted, yet Mr. Kong's novel offers further elucidation. He posits that black holes do not completely sever ties with their parent universe. Otherwise, they would not remain in their original position, continuing to influence the surrounding space through their gravitational pull and particle evaporation. Mr. Kong explains that this closure of black holes is a form of brute force closure, characterized by immense gravitational forces that tear apart the original three-dimensional space, leaving behind an irreparable wound. It is through these wounds that black holes maintain a fragmented connection with the parent universe. So, is there a way to gently and completely separate a small universe from the old universe, employing a method that is not brute force closure? Much like children blowing bubbles, effortlessly creating a closed spherical world with a gentle breath? He suddenly gestured to Chu Tianla, exclaiming, "Ah, I remember now. This is precisely your forte, Uncle Chu. I've heard you have been enamored with bubble blowing since childhood." Laughter erupted among the attendees, including a shared smile between Chu and his wife, reminiscing about their first encounter. Only Paoli in the back remained impassive. The aforementioned concepts derive from Mr. Kang's novel, while what follows is Professor Paoli's elaboration. Mr. Kong suggests using converging lasers to separate an infant universe. This notion is undoubtedly a fanciful whim, as articulated by Professor Paoli himself. So do not take offense at my words. Kong Bumming chuckled. "I am well aware of Paoli's acerbic tongue. Please continue." "The reason it is deemed a childlike fantasy," Ji Jichong continued, "is that the energy involved is woefully inadequate to induce extreme spatial distortion sufficient for self-enclosure. I need not elaborate further on this point. What I wish to convey is that after nearly a decade of technological explosion, we have indeed devised an excellent method to blow universe bubbles, albeit unbeknownst to us." He surveyed the audience with keen eyes, and the participants, quick-witted, began to grasp the concept. Many nodded in realization after a moment of contemplation. Chu Tianla, brimming with joy, nodded in appreciation. Indeed, it seems everyone has conceived the activation of a vacuum pocket, which is the fundamental technology underpinning wormhole travel. This activated vacuum pocket is academically referred to as second-order vacuum. There were murmurs below, and Ji Jichong turned to address the speaker. "Yes, you are correct. Since it is designated as second-order vacuum, there may indeed be higher-order vacuums. However, that is a discussion for another time. Let us not delve into it today. Our current utilization of wormhole technology involves continuously excavating within dense vacuums to create a continuous wormhole, allowing our spatial domain and the vessels within it to glide through this second-order vacuum without propulsion. Now, what if we were to connect multiple simultaneously activated wormholes into a closed spherical surface instead of allowing the wormhole to develop in a linear direction? Undoubtedly, this empty sphere would enclose a small spherical space, akin to a worm hollowing out the flesh surrounding a peach pit, thereby separating the pit from the fruit. At this moment, the young scientist Matsumura Hiroshi joyfully interjected, "This would effortlessly separate a small universe, allowing it to self-enclose due to its own tension." Furthermore, he added, "It would leave no wounds in the old universe, much like the bubbles blown by Mr. Chu." The room erupted into laughter, the atmosphere instantly enlivened. Ji Jichang nodded at the moderator, cheerfully affirming, "Yes, this is Professor Pauly's concept, which we may refer to as the infant universe. Earlier, I likened it to a hollowed-out peach pit. But it is crucial to note an important distinction. While the peach pit remains encased within the flesh, the infant universe, upon self-enclosure, would vanish from the original universe, transitioning into a new cosmos, or perhaps it might even expand into a new universe itself." The attendees began to engage in hushed discussions or sank into deep contemplation. After a moment, Jiren-Rui requested silence, smiling as he remarked, "It appears that everyone has grasped the concept, but as a layperson in this field, I still have two questions. Chong, you mentioned that this infant universe would completely separate from the parent universe. Does this mean it would be entirely unknowable to us?" "Indeed," Ji Jichang responded. "The concept of information incommunicado is the fundamental definition of cosmic separation. Then, how might we ascertain the successful separation of an infant universe? Through indirect methods. For instance, we could place a highly radioactive radium block in the area we intend to separate, and then monitor it from a safe distance. If the radiation suddenly disappears post-activation, it would certainly indicate that it has vanished along with the surrounding space." "Oh, I see. So, can we then prepare certain items in that space before the cosmic separation, such as a human gene bank, or perhaps several hundred human eggs, or even 1,000 living individuals? At present, we cannot ascertain whether the biological viability of the items placed therein would be affected during cosmic separation, for black holes certainly have an impact. As we know, black holes are hairless, meaning that all matter entering a black hole loses its hair, that is, all effective information is stripped away, leaving only mass and angular momentum. But what of the gently separated infant universe? Perhaps it may be more benevolent, preserving the material's hair. We can only proceed step by step, acknowledging that perhaps some aspects will remain forever unknown. At the very least, placing a gravestone within the infant universe should retain such dead information, thereby fulfilling the initial vision of your gravestone plan." Jiren-Rui jested. "That was merely a modest goal during my impoverished days. Times have changed, and I now aspire to a bowl of braised pork rather than 2 fried dough sticks." He leaned down to converse with Chu Tian for a while, who replied, "Perhaps we need not be so pessimistic. Of course, black holes are hairless, but that is due to the brute force exerted by their immense gravitational pull, which disrupts material structure. If we were to gently separate a tender infant universe, the items within it should retain their original information. Furthermore," he continued, "the notion of information incommunicado pertains to the relationship between two universes. If a certain complete information persists in the new universe, yet remains utterly uncommunicable with the old universe, it does not contravene the principle of information incompleteness." He emphasized that, "Of course, these remain mere conjectures. Can the new universe preserve information? Can it retain biological life? Can it sustain human existence? Do the physical laws of the old universe still apply there? All these inquiries remain shrouded in mystery." Jiren-Rui declared resolutely, "Those are matters for the future. As the old adage goes, one must first embark on the journey before finding the path. Since this universe is destined to collapse, we must, in any case, venture into the new universe." Chong, please continue. How shall we realize this? It is not difficult. As I mentioned earlier, the technology is fully matured. We can utilize existing wormhole spacecraft. A simplified version will suffice. The experimental site can be established at a gravitational stable point, such as the Lagrange point behind the moon, where objects require only minimal adjustments to maintain stability. We can arrange a fleet of spacecraft in a spherical formation, with their heads directed inward, to initiate a synchronized excitation, ensuring that the resulting second-order vacuum bubbles coalesce into a closed spherical surface. How many spacecraft are required? We are using small bubbles to assemble a larger spherical surface. A fitting analogy in the real world would be a soccer ball made of sheepskin patches. If we intend to separate a NOAA-scale baby universe, the required number of spacecraft would equal the number of patches on a soccer ball. It is somewhat embarrassing. I do not play soccer and am unaware of the number of patches on a ball. Ji Renrui chuckled. Yul Shui promptly interjected. There are a total of 32 patches, 12 of which are regular pentagons, and 20 are regular hexagons, some black and some white. Facing Ji Renrui's admiring gaze, she felt a touch of pride. Having participated in nearly all sports during her middle and high school years, including soccer, playing alongside the boys. 32 patches, meaning we would need 32 spacecraft. It appears this endeavor is indeed quite feasible. Wouldn't it amount to no less than the total annual output of the world? Chu Tian shook his head. It is not as difficult as you imagine. After entering the hydrogen era, humanity possesses ample financial resources. Not only countries, but even billionaires will construct superluminal private spacecraft for family space travel. We can leverage technological support to advance the spacecraft manufacturing industry. Once nations and private sectors possess sufficient spacecraft, we can borrow them for our experiments and return them afterward. He smiled, with Ji Deji's connections and charisma. He surely wouldn't even need to pay rent. Laughter erupted among the group. Ji Renrui chuckled. No need to worry. As long as I do not have to foot the bill for building the spacecraft, I am unafraid of shamelessly requesting to borrow them, regardless of the owners. They must grant me this courtesy. Moreover, spacecraft components can be standardized, significantly reducing costs and enhancing production efficiency. In this regard, Old Kong had previously offered me an excellent suggestion to develop a novel implosion molding method, which could potentially reduce spacecraft costs by 95%. At that time, he had aimed this suggestion at hydrogen-collecting spacecraft, and now it is perfectly applicable to the baby universe. This will evolve into a substantial industry. We do not have time to discuss it today, and will elaborate later. Very well, this project is officially established. The whip of God shall once again crack through the heavens. Our goal is to separate a baby universe of such dimensions that it can accommodate at least one spacecraft and 1,000 living souls. If, by unfortunate chance, there exists a divine rule preventing us from sending living beings beyond this universe, then, even if we can only send out a gravestone, we shall proceed. One must first set forth to discover the path. Charge ahead, and disregard the collapsing skies behind you. Mr. Hawking Polly, how long will it take? Since the meeting commenced. Polly spoke for the first time. 2 years. Very well, this timeline is credible. I will not compress it further. Polly interrupted, provided that, at that time, there are 32 ready spacecraft. No doubt about it. Additionally, I would like to invite Chu, the supreme deity. Chu Tian shook his head. Nonsense. You are the supreme deity. I will keep a close watch on this matter but will not engage in it directly. I wish to seek an alternative route outside of this one. Adding an extra layer of insurance. Polly did not press further. Fine, I shall not insist. The meeting adjourned, and attendees began to depart. Ji Renrui smiled at his son. I hear you refer to Mr. Polly with such warmth. My son has grown up. I am quite pleased. Chong Chong humbly replied. It's nothing, just my duty as a disciple. Polly smiled faintly, typically being addressed differently. Ji Chong felt a bit embarrassed. After he and Emma went to Human Egg Island, Polly did not abandon his love for sunset bathing and skinny dipping. Emma, however, was entirely unconcerned. Yet the two often teased Polly about his lack of proficiency in Chinese. Emma had become quite adept, frequently referring to him as our bare-bottom teacher and even more outrageous nicknames, daring to say them in front of Polly. It now appeared that the old white-haired fox had long been aware, remaining unfazed, truly cunning. He noticed his father's impending glare and quickly interjected playfully. Yes, we have even more affectionate names for Mr. Polly. It is not just him. Emma privately calls Dad Uncle Whippin' Mommy Cat, claiming meow means meow meow. This deftly redirected the attention to Emma, for he knew his father would not scold her. Emma, in sync with her lover, sweetly remarked, Indeed, I find such names more endearing. However, I know Uncle must prefer other titles, such as Mama Cat or Papa Whip, correct? Ji Renrui found himself unable to be angry at these two lively spirits, laughing. Very well. You two hurry up and change the titles. Your mother will be at ease. Now let us get to work. For Polly and Ji Chong's team commenced their fervent work. They swiftly completed theoretical calculations and revised the blueprints of the original NOAA spacecraft, designing a simplified version suitable for near-space tourism, finalizing the schematic diagrams. These diagrams will be publicly available to the entire world, and from now on, all spacecraft, including privately constructed ones, must be produced according to these unified designs. They then began preparing for experimental design and corresponding arrangements, with the most significant responsibility, the supervision of 32 wormhole-type spacecraft, assigned to Jiren-Rui. Ji Jichang simultaneously initiated another preparation. If a baby universe were successfully separated, he would embark on the second experiment with a spacecraft and 1,000 crew members entering the new universe, necessitating advanced training, compared to the NOAA or Chu spacecraft. This journey is even more perilous. Would they find themselves aboard a vessel of corpses in that new universe? Or perhaps compressed into a neutron star? Even if they survived, would they find a place to land? Would they be able to procure sustenance? Could the spacecraft navigate within the new universe? Are the physical laws there akin to those of the old universe? All remains uncertain. Such an expedition is almost synonymous with courting death. Yet they must attempt it. The reason is simple. Amidst so many uncertainties lies one undeniable truth. The old universe is destined to collapse utterly within a few hundred years. Only through daring can there lie a path to survival. His father, Jiren-Rui, similarly drove himself to a frenzied whirlwind. First, he traveled to New York to negotiate with General Chao, the current chief executive of SCAC. General Chao, who had already established a secret agreement with him, found himself in a quandary, for the baby universe plan appeared utterly unreliable. Earth could never ascertain whether the baby universe was successful, nor could it even be known theoretically. The Friends of Joy, as a civilian organization, dared to undertake such reckless endeavors, but no politician would dare to do the same. However, Jiren-Rui was confident, eloquently wielding his silver tongue. He shook his finger and smiled. No, I am not requesting SCAC's participation in the baby universe endeavor. This matter is too unreliable. How could cautious politicians be involved? I merely stated that Friends of Music is eager to collaborate with SCAC to usher in a resplendent era of superliminal travel. We shall employ the most favorable policies to encourage nations and private entities to construct wormhole-like vessels. With a target of at least 32 ships globally, Friends of Music will graciously provide technical support, while SCAC will subsidize 20% of the costs, contingent upon the vessels being completed within 2 years. Just imagine the transformation of our world with 32 superliminal ships. We could embark on tourism across the solar system and even interstellar journeys, easily establish factories on the moon, and facilitate large-scale migration to Mars. General Chao interrupted. Yes, that is enough for now. This vision is undeniably attractive and feasible, and I believe it will be smoothly approved by both SCAC and the United Nations Assembly. As for what you intend to do with these 32 vessels in the future, I have no interest, nor will I inquire or concern myself with it. The two exchanged cheerful high-fives, sealing the deal. 6 months later, Jiren-Rui, Ules Wei, Gu Qihong, and others traveled to the Fermi National Accelerator Laboratory in Weston, Illinois, USA for a visit. Chu Tian did not accompany them, likely engaged in profound contemplation. The laboratory had been transformed into a center for constructing Fermi ship hulls. Since this initiative was proposed by Kong Bumming, who is himself a senior mechanical engineer, Friends of Music appointed him as the general manager and chief engineer of the center. Some expressed concerns about his age, but practical results proved the choice to be wise. This venerable figure, akin to the legendary Huang Zhong, successfully advanced the construction center to production within 6 months and was about to commence the construction of the first hull. At the airport, they were greeted by Alan Ditch, who had previously welcomed He Zhizhou. He was now the executive manager of the center. The helicopter descended upon the enchanting figure-8 design, and Ditch directed it to land on the periphery of the figure. There stood a magnificent hollow sphere, its upper half marred by uneven openings through which one could glimpse the flawless spherical mirror within. As they walked, Ditch explained that this was the hollow sphere created during the initial experiment. Since the new factory could only be established in that location, they employed a technique of overall relocation, reinforcing the 10-meter soil layer beneath the sphere with steel beams and shifting it outward by 1,000 meters. This is a monument of an era. We will ensure its preservation, Ditch solemnly remarked. Within it lie the remains of my 4 colleagues. The helicopter passed through the opening into the hollow sphere, allowing everyone to marvel at its exquisite structure and pay their respects to the four martyrs. Upon exiting the sphere, they observed dozens of colorful tints in the surrounding fields where thousands sat in meditation. One area was particularly crowded, as people queued for food distributed by three elderly women. Kong bumming awaited them on the ground near the sphere. Ji Renrui, accustomed to verbal sparring with him, greeted, "Ah, old Kong, how is it that you remain so well-groomed? I thought after half a year of establishing this factory you would look utterly exhausted." Dit chuckled. "That is the hallmark of superior leadership, ensuring one's subordinates are worked to the bone while remaining content." Uleswi pointed to the crowd. "Who are those meditating? It seems they are reciting scriptures?" Kong bumming shook his head in resignation. "They are people from all over the world awaiting salvation. Now they say the portal to the new universe is not in the Ararat Mountains, but right here. Do you know? My two elderly neighbors didn't dare climb that 6,000-meter snow-capped mountain, and now they are here. My spouse inadvertently encountered them after arriving. They have been waiting here for 6 months." Ji Renrui and Uleswi exchanged amused glances, with Ji remarking, "Old Kong, you need not feign poverty. You shall soon amass great fortune." His smile held an enigmatic quality, causing Kong bumming to glance at him in confusion, though he refrained from asking further. Gu Qihong inquired with a smile, "Are those individuals waiting for the portal to the new universe to open? Do you know the exact time?" "Indeed," Kong replied. "The Master has informed the faithful that the next particle excitation will coincide with the opening of that portal. It seems the Master is adept at keeping pace with the times, skillfully harnessing the power of technology." Uleswi sighed. "In truth, I admire them. They are striving for a path to survival, which is preferable to utter despair." The group circled the perimeter of the sphere, observing its mottled exterior. Kong bumming suggested, "Having gained a visual impression of this hollow sphere, let us now tour our production line. The implosion molding method, or more precisely, the second-order vacuum bubble molding technique, is one you are surely familiar with, yes?" Ji Renrui teased. "We are well aware, but since you are our guide today, do not be lazy. Present the full tour script." Uleswi sincerely praised. "It truly transforms the mundane into the miraculous." The group expressed their admiration for this groundbreaking production technology. "Old Kong, you have pioneered an era," Ji Renrui declared. Kong bumming, with a hint of pride, responded, "This compliment is far from excessive. I graciously accept it." Throughout the annals of civilization, manufacturing has heavily relied on the intrinsic properties of materials. Even with the invention of plastics, alloys, and nanomaterials, it has remained a matter of atomic-level manipulation. Now, we have achieved a reconstruction of materials beneath the atomic level. Experts in materials science have become obsolete in this new process. Even the most inexpensive materials, once restructured, can attain unimaginable superior properties. Gu Qihong exclaimed in astonishment. "It is utterly incredible. Truly astonishing. Does this mean that even waste can be utilized to construct ships? Even nuclear waste, provided it undergoes reconstruction beneath the atomic level, would render its radioactivity null." Kong bumming stared at him in shock, speechless for a moment, leaving Gu Qihong feeling somewhat embarrassed, uncertain if he had spoken out of turn. After a long pause, Kong finally said, "I stand corrected. I never expected the usually jesting Vice President Gu to possess such strategic insight. Young Gu, do you realize the value of your statement? You have inadvertently unlocked a new industry worth trillions. However, this is not for shipbuilding. The Earth does not presently require that many vessels. Rather, it is intended for construction materials. Soon, the world will be adorned with inexpensive, high-performance spherical transparent houses, and the term waste shall vanish from our lexicon." He turned to the group, passionately exclaiming, "The significance of this invention is monumental. Any assessment would not be an overstatement. Since the dawn of civilization, humanity has resembled a colossal silkworm, greedily consuming verdant leaves, leaving behind beautiful cocoons, yet also heaps of waste. And the waste has only multiplied. Industrial refuse, domestic trash, construction debris, not to mention hazardous medical waste, chemical byproducts, and nuclear refuse, among others. This is the cancer of civilization, an issue that has remained unsolvable because it fundamentally stems from the universal law of irreversible entropy increase. Visionaries have feared that one day, waste would become the mainstream, potentially engulfing civilization entirely. Now, Younggu has resolved this problem once and for all. Younggu, hasten to file for a patent. Let us co-sign. Do not repeat Clark's mistake. He carelessly lost £1 billion in space due to his oversight regarding synchronous satellites. The profits from our patent will far exceed £1 billion. Upon hearing his final jest, Ji, Yu, and Gu exchanged knowing smiles, their expressions tinged with mystery, causing Kong Bumming to feel slightly unnerved. Before he could inquire, Ji Renrui cheerfully stated, "Old Kong, since you mentioned patents, allow me to unveil a surprise. Here. This is your patent certificate for the invention of the second-order vacuum bubble molding process. I had President Gu submit the application on your behalf, and it has been secured across all nations. Since it is an invention outside your official duties, this patent belongs solely to you. Additionally, there is an agreement regarding how Friends of Music will compensate you for the use of this patent." He sighed, reflecting on the lesson learned from adopting wormhole spacecraft technology. Initially, we provided this technology to the United Nations without compensation, enabling them to profit immensely from the hydrogen industry. Now, they are considering halting funding for Friends of Joy. Thus, it is prudent to keep technology patents within our own hands. Old Kong, if you agree to the terms of the agreement, please sign it, and Friends of Joy will begin paying you royalties for the patent. Kong Bummings took the rigid patent certificate and agreement, glanced through them hastily, and in confusion remarked, "Did I inadvertently become a billionaire?" "Indeed, that is correct. Hence, I urge you to be less stingy. Do not fear that your esteemed wife will squander your salary." However, this invention was originally proposed by Yang Yang. True, he was the first to suggest it, but due to time constraints before the launch of the NOAA spacecraft, he did not file or implement it. It was you who truly brought it to fruition. Furthermore, Yang Yang has departed from Earth and left no descendants. Regardless, the patent now belongs to you, and how you choose to spend the money is entirely your business. If you wish to send some to Yang Yang, light years away, that is your prerogative. With such wealth, retaining a mere fraction will suffice for us and our descendants, while I shall donate the remainder to Friends of Joy. I have stated that is your affair to address later. Moreover, your previous jest cannot merely be dismissed as a joke. We indeed need to file for a supplementary patent for construction materials." After some contemplation, he decided that the three individuals who contributed the most, Kong Bummings, Chu Tian and Gu Qihong, would be the patent holders. Gu Qihong was taken aback. "Me? Just for that remark?" "Yes, a single statement can topple a nation, while another can elevate it. Do you recall an anecdote about German Chancellor Schroeder? I cannot quite remember the circumstances. Perhaps it was after the German football team won a championship. He joyfully exclaimed, 'Let us raise a glass.' Subsequently, that phrase was turned into a song that became popular nationwide, and he inadvertently earned millions in royalties. Truly, misfortune can arise from the tongue. This time, I am finished. The days of carefree abundance are coming to an end, and I shall have to endure the tribulations of the world's elite. Then I, too, shall follow old Kang's example, leaving just enough for pocket change and donating the rest to Friends of Joy. No, since we still have time, let us pay them a visit." She pointed to the distant crowd that had waited here for 6 months, enduring hardship. The weather was about to turn cooler, and their days would grow even harsher. "Renrui, find a way to persuade them to leave. I know you have the means, as you demonstrated in Qixian. Old Lu mentioned you employed strategies of deception and clever tactics, effortlessly causing the enemy's fleet to vanish." Ji Renrui could only shake his head. "You truly possess a heart of compassion. In reality, they do not suffer. They believe that physical hardship will yield spiritual joy and redemption. Unless we insisted with a smile, try persuading them just once. If they still wish to remain, at least we will have made an effort." "Very well, I shall give it a try." Uleswi was impressed. "So quickly. What did you say? Which stratagem from the 36 strategies did you employ this time?" "There was no stratagem involved. This time, I relied solely on the power of truth. I told them, this place can indeed stimulate vacuum bubbles, and this second-order vacuum could be considered a new universe. Hence, when the master states that this is a portal to a new universe, he is not wrong. However, any object within the stimulation zone, including the human body, will become embedded in the walls of this hollow sphere before you. You see, through the opening, one can discern a human body, correct? At that moment, for valiant souls were embedded in the sphere's wall. As for whether their souls can detach from their bodies and enter the new universe, according to our beliefs, we do not subscribe to such notions, yet we do not dismiss the possibility that your beliefs may be correct. Allow me to share some news. In half an hour, we will conduct the first industrial stimulation here. According to the master, at that time, the gates of heaven will open. If the three of you wish to enter the gates of heaven, I can facilitate a side entrance, allowing you to be placed in that vessel. However, I cannot guarantee the fate of your souls after this. Your bodies will undoubtedly be embedded in the ship's hull. What did they say? Good. Well done. Thank you, Rinrui. Your merits are immeasurable. Kong Bummings and Tai Chi led the group into a viewing capsule, which was raised by hydraulic arms to the freshly cut doorway. Tai Chi explained that the ship's hull would soon be moved for further processing in other workshops. The door had been cut in advance for inspection and installation convenience, and they would soon commence preparation for the next product. The crowd gazed in awe through the doorway at the immense transparent hull. The walls were indeed exceedingly thin. Measuring only 2 millimeters and being entirely transparent, it appeared almost to dissolve into the air. Gu Qihong inquired with a smile, "Old Kong, Mr. Tai Chi, with walls so thin, can a spacecraft hull truly be constructed?" His hammering was merely for show, designed to provide a visual for reporters. In reality, the hull's strength far exceeded the force of the hammer, capable even of withstanding micrometeorite impacts. He chuckled and asked Gu Qihong, "Little Gu, do you have a fear of heights? If not, you could construct skyscrapers using such transparent spheres, allowing buildings to melt into the blue sky, while residents gaze through the floors at the shimmering rainbows below and the clouds drifting by." Gu Qihong sincerely replied, "That would indeed be a realm of the divine." The group bid farewell to Old Kong, filled with bittersweet joy, and began their journey home. Thereafter, the new spacecraft were constructed at an astonishing pace. Based on the standardized hulls produced by the Fermi Center in the United States, Rinrui organized an assembly line production worldwide, with all countries possessing the requisite technological expertise contributing to component manufacturing, culminating in assembly in China. Of course, Rinrui had privately reached an agreement with all ship owners in advance. Once the spacecraft were completed, Friends of Joy would borrow them for 3 months without rental fees, guaranteeing their integrity and agreeing to compensate for any damages incurred. Simultaneously, an industry for the production of integrated housing using the same methodology emerged, with Kong Bumming's grandson, Kong Ping, as the overall supervisor. This was an industry worth trillions, necessitating the establishment of standards, preliminary experiments, and completion of design drawings. 2 years later, through the almost frenzied efforts of Rinrui, Polly, Kong Bummings, and others, 33 spacecraft were successfully completed, with an additional 1 kept in reserve. The new technology and assembly line production significantly reduced costs. Nevertheless, the total construction expenses accounted for 45% of the global GDP that year, greatly affecting the quality of life for the populace. Yet, the public understood its purpose, thus it did not incite any controversy. There was only one matter Rinrui could not accomplish. He had intended to insure the spacecraft, but no insurance company dared to take on the business. In truth, even if someone were willing, Rinrui could not afford astronomical premiums. Ultimately, what difference would it make whether the ships were insured? In Rinrui's mind, all the money in the world was his, available for the purpose of humanity's escape. Thus, purchasing insurance would merely be transferring funds from one pocket to another. Moreover, this experiment was fundamentally safe, as Polly had stated. Vacuum annihilation could only release a minuscule amount of energy, specifically low-intensity light pulses. As long as personnel and equipment remained outside the annihilation zone, they would be entirely safe. The successes of the Goldfish and Noah vessels, along with the Fermi Center's routine industrial stimulation, serve as testament to this. Consequently, Rinrui eventually abandoned the idea of purchasing insurance. During these 2 years, Chu Tian closely monitored the progress of this initiative, though he did not directly participate. He spent most of his time at home in the mountains, seated in a wheelchair, brow slightly furrowed, his gaze fixed on the infinite distance, motionless for hours. Uleswi endeavored to spend more time at home with her husband. Aware that he was desperately searching for an alternative path, though his quest was undoubtedly fraught with difficulty, Uleswi could sense the deep-seated anxiety within him. Even 6-year-old Chower knew the rule. When her father turned to stone, she must never disturb him. She would quietly follow Su Sa or her mother outside to play. Yul Shui never inquired about her husband's progress to avoid imposing any undue pressure on him. She recalled how her father-in-law had voluntarily withdrawn from research during his later years, akin to a wise mariner steering away from the ocean as age encroached upon him, inevitably accompanied by a sense of loss. Yul Shui harbored a feeling that her husband might soon depart from the arena of intellectual combat. Although he was only 44, his ailment could potentially hinder his cognitive faculties. For someone like her husband, a mere decline in intellect signified the end of life, a thought that left Yul Shui with a bitter taste. By June 2 years later, the preparations for the infant universe experiment were complete. Ji Renrui borrowed the spacecraft Cosmic Bug from SCAC, enlisting Chu Tian and Yul Shui to conduct a pre-experiment inspection on behalf of the headquarters of Le Jiu. They traveled to the second Lagrange point of the Earth-Moon gravitational system, located 60,000 kilometers beyond the far side of the Moon. 32 unmanned spacecraft were already stationed there, each emblazoned with distinct names: Shield Tunnler, Deep Diver, Heart of Loneliness, Miner, New Eden, Gate of Heaven, and so forth. The new spacecraft, equipped with tail antennas, bore a resemblance to goldfish, albeit smaller. The 32 goldfish formed a circle, their tails intertwining to create a massive floral arrangement. The experiment was scheduled to commence at midnight Beijing time. At that moment, the 32 goldfish would simultaneously release bubbles, second-order vacuum bubbles, which would coalesce into a closed spherical surface. This spherical space, enclosed by the surface, would detach from its original three-dimensional universe, drifting away into oblivion. Polly accompanied them on the inspection. Typically disheveled, he had neglected his grooming during the past 2 years due to his busy schedule. His light yellow hair and beard had grown long and unkempt. Ji Chong and Emma privately dubbed him the White Maned Lion, a fitting moniker. Recently, he had also lacked the time for swimming and bathing, his scent reminiscent of a lioness musk. However, the visitors maintained their gentlemanly demeanor, feigning ignorance. Polly pointed at the spacecraft, grinning at Yul Shui, and said, "Look, this is your football." The 32 spacecraft appeared identical, differing only in the shapes of their tail antennas, which came in 2 varieties. During the manufacturing process, some well-meaning individuals had discreetly organized the following distribution. 12 spacecraft had pentagonal black tail antennas, while 20 had hexagonal white antennas, resembling the 32 patches of a football. Considering this minor alteration had no significant impact on the overall plan, Ji Renrui had chuckled and allowed it. Thus, from a distance, the spacecraft formed a strikingly realistic giant football, albeit with gaps between the black and white patches. Yul Shui chuckled, shaking her head. "This football seems a tad oversized." Chu Tian laughed. "To kick it, one would need feet the size of Quafu's." He further explained, "Yet, only the moment of ignition can be measured, for the lunar surface will soon recede from this specific space." This explanation was directed at Ji and Yul, who were not professional scientists. Historically, people had conflated stellar coordinates with spatial coordinates, recording only the coordinates of celestial bodies without attempting to identify specific spatial points, as vacuum is void, uniform in nature, with no distinguishing features for localization. However, following our ignition, the cosmos would possess a specific point, akin to the navel of the ocean, causing surrounding space to flow away. As the Earth and Moon are in motion, they would rapidly distance themselves from this fixed point. To illustrate, it is like igniting firecrackers at the rear of a speeding car, creating a small crater on the ground. The crater would swiftly move away from the car due to the vehicle's motion while the crater remained stationary. Yul Shui pondered. But how can you verify if the ignition was successful? If the radium shard does not fall into the infant universe, it will swiftly drift away from the Moon along with that specific point, and the lunar detectors will also lose their readings. Indeed, Polly affirmed suddenly, as 2 bursts of blue light erupted from the tail of one spacecraft, causing it to quiver slightly. Other spacecraft followed suit, emitting 2 or 4 bursts of blue light and subtly shifting. The blue lights then extinguished, and the vessels regained stability. Polly explained, the 32 spacecraft operate in coordinated control, maintaining a strict spherical shape anchored to the central radiation source. Should there be any minor drift, the computer will automatically command the spacecraft's adjustment systems to ignite, precisely correcting their orientation. Pleased by the inspection, Ji Renrui and Chu Tian offered no objections. Thus, the group departed in the Cosmic Bug, heading towards the far side of the Moon, where the experimental command center was established. At that moment, the Sun, Earth, and Moon were not aligned. The far side of the Moon, the side perpetually facing away from Earth, basked in sunlight, resembling a gleaming golden disk suspended in the celestial canopy. However, this golden disk bore scars, dotted with numerous craters, but more prominently featured were vast seas, such as the Sea of Korolev, the Sea of Tsiolkovsky, the Sea of Mendeleev, the Sea of Apollo, and the Sea of Moscow, all scattered across the disk's surface. Chu Tian gazed longingly, expertly identifying various locations for his wife, while sincerely exclaiming, "After 30 years of astronomical observation, this is my first glimpse of the Moon's far side, although I had memorized it from lunar maps long ago." The spacecraft halted at the center of the moon's far side, an unnamed plain not far from the Aitken Basin. A simplified version of a spacecraft, labeled MANHUA, was stationed here as the backup among the 33 vessels. The cosmic bug ceased its wormhole flight status, utilizing the propulsion of its 4 small thrusters to land on the moon's low-gravity surface. Upon disembarking, they beheld the command center, a fully transparent structure seemingly melded with sunlight. It assumed a perfect spherical shape, with its lower half buried beneath the lunar rock. Inside, over 20 individuals and various equipment were present, including a small telescope equipped with a camera aimed directly at the zenith. Polly led the trio into space suits, descended from the spacecraft, entered through a tunnel into the command center, and subsequently removed their suits. Within, Ji Jichong, Kong Bumming, and Hopus, a photographer and broadcaster from the Shirtong news agency, warmly greeted them with firm handshakes, while Emma waved from a distance. Polly gestured towards the transparent spherical structure with admiration, exclaiming, "Behold, the genius of Kong Lao." He skillfully utilized the already mature hull fabrication technology, ingeniously constructing this laboratory on the moon with the NWA's ignition system. The group expressed their gratitude to Kong Lao with handshakes, and Ji Renrui remarked, "You old rascal, you never seem to rest, crafting this grand bubble on the moon." At 85, Kong Bumming retained the heart of a child. He passionately declared, "Welcome to the era of science fiction. During my time working here, I constantly feel as if I am in a scene from a sci-fi film. I believe that even if humanity's ultimate fate is unchangeable, I must thank that boiling pot of water from 20 years ago for enabling a group of insignificant frogs to leap to the highest heights of life." Ji Renrui chuckled, "You old crow, spare us your overzealous passion. Let us first discuss the situation." Consequently, Ji Jichong outlined the preparations at the lunar base. Upon completion, Ji Renrui inquired, "I see that most of Polly's team is present. Is it necessary to have so many people for the experiment?" Polly promptly nodded in agreement, signaling decisively to his evidently reluctant subordinates, stating, "This decision is indeed correct. I, Ji Jichong, and photographer Hopus will remain. The rest should depart aboard the NWA." One subordinate dejectedly remarked, "But that's a whole moon's distance away." Chu Tian chuckled, "You'll just have to endure it. Are you not aware of the infamous reputation of Goddess Whip? The key is that he speaks the truth. A little caution never hurts." Kong Bumming interjected, "Indeed. Someone must leave, but Ji Jichong cannot stay. For safety's sake, Polly's second-in-command should also depart. I shall remain." He preemptively silenced the younger ones, asserting that no one could contest him, given his head of white hair. "At my age, even to be buried on the moon would be worthwhile, undoubtedly a fitting end." Ji Renrui scolded him once more, calling him an old crow, more raucous with every word. "However, let us proceed as you suggest." Uleswi gazed at Ji Renrui, secretly admiring him. This man was adept in handling affairs, meticulous in his considerations. When boldness was required, he surpassed all others, and when caution was necessary, he was the most prudent of them all. It was not that this experiment posed risks, but he resolutely dismissed any unnecessary dangers beforehand, executing his plans flawlessly. We ought to be grateful to fate for bringing this individual to the friends of Lu, or rather, he was the catalyst for the birth of Li's companions. Like Tian Lu, he was the very soul of the ensemble. If Tian Lu represented the cerebral aspect of contemplation, then he embodied the nimble spirit of action. His only flaw might be his inclination towards the thrill of power. 2 years prior, she had disagreed with Abikel's proposal, which was a significant reason for her discontent. Ji Jichong, somewhat disgruntled, knowing Polly would not agree, tentatively suggested, "Teacher, allow me to remain in command. Rest assured, I guarantee." Polly interrupted him brusquely, stating, "The group leader takes precedence." Ji Jichong realized he could not counter Polly's authority, shaking his head in frustration, muttering, "You old white-haired imp." Emma, overhearing from a distance, laughed and remarked in English, "Teacher Polly, Chong Chong is calling your nickname again." Polly remained impassive upon hearing this. Uleswi chuckled, urging everyone, "Let us hurry along. We can't afford to miss the live broadcast." The group began donning their space suits, and midway through, Ji Jichong suddenly halted, tapping his head. "Oh, I just remembered. Today is my father's significant day, his 60th birthday." Kong Bumming also recalled simultaneously, "It's my birthday too. No matter, I shall celebrate on the moon. This should be the most unique birthday of my 85 years. But I must inform my spouse." While Kong was on the phone, Polly called Chu Tian aside, calmly stating, Since we are executing safety measures, I might as well leave behind my last words. Chu, should anything unforeseen occur, the Pauli formula is entrusted to you. You put me in a difficult position. You know I am a latecomer to this field, and my mathematical foundation is rather weak. I cannot undertake this task. I trust you will return safely. This responsibility remains yours. Pauli, as was his custom, replied with candor, I am aware that your mathematics is somewhat lacking. Yet your intuition is exceptional, equally vital as mathematical proficiency. Very well, I leave this in your capable hands. All right, I shall tentatively accept it. The two groups bid farewell and emerged through the tunnel, boarding their respective spacecraft. The sun had nearly set, casting a dim twilight over the lunar wilderness. The spacecraft launched using conventional propulsion before transitioning to wormhole travel. Just before their vision faded into obscurity, they glimpsed three figures, bathed in warm light, fervently waving at them from within a brightly lit crystal orb structure. This moment became their lasting memory of the trio. Indeed, she had prepared a birthday cake and a lavish feast, with Lu Jun and his wife present. Everyone busily blew out candles and cut the cake. Yet their eyes remained glued to the television screen. On the screen, the starkly contrasting large soccer ball floated silently, awaiting ignition commands from the command center. Today marked the 7th day of the lunar month, and through the window, a slender crescent moon hung high, with the dim lunar disk faintly visible. From a positional perspective, the experimental site, specifically the second Lagrange point of the Earth-Moon system, was located directly behind the center of the moon's disk at this moment. Lu Jun addressed Ulesui. If the experiment succeeds, I shall certainly feel at ease. He meant that if the experiment yielded positive results, the public would regain hope, allowing them to vent their psychological burdens, thus diminishing the likelihood of any assassination attempts. While his assessment was accurate, the sudden mention of such a topic during this euphoric occasion stirred a wave of melancholy within Ulesui. A glance at her husband revealed him struggling to eat. His chewing had become quite difficult, seemingly unfazed by the statement, prompting Ulesui to swiftly redirect the conversation. The birthday banquet was consumed with great haste as the hour approached midnight. With no time to clear the table, the dishes were left piled atop it as everyone gathered in the living room to watch television. Occasionally, their gazes drifted towards the new moon outside, as they yearned to witness the laboratory through the lunar surface. The experiment was about to commence, and the countdown began. 1 minute. The monotonous sound of the computer countdown echoed, and the G household fell silent, every gaze fixated on the black and white soccer ball displayed on the screen. As the countdown reached its conclusion, the soccer ball erupted with a blinding white light. The crowd instinctively cheered, but their exclamation was abruptly cut short as the television screen went black. Simultaneously, the night sky outside became dazzlingly bright against the backdrop of this intense light. Only the lunar disk remained dark, resembling the singular eye of Satan. The brilliance flashed and vanished, restoring the night to its former state, with only a faint white glow lingering around the moon's circumference, outlining a hollow lunar shape. However, the glow dissipated swiftly, revealing the original crescent moon once more. Strangely, just before the white light vanished, the lunar disk seemed to tremble momentarily, after which all returned to silence. The television screen remained black. Such intense light far exceeded theoretical calculations, an ominous sign. Silence enveloped the room for a second, perhaps two, before several individuals sprang into action. Jiren and his son each made phone calls to inquire with the headquarters of Li's companions and the SCC duty personnel, learning that at the moment of the flash, all who had directly observed the night sky through telescopes had experienced temporary blindness. At that moment, only the Chuma telescope in space could bypass the moon to observe the experimental site, yet it too had experienced data overflow due to the sudden brightness, rendering it incapable of providing a report. Chu Tian beckoned Jiren, stating, "We must immediately board the spacecraft and head to the scene." Jiren nodded, issuing a series of commands over the phone. 10 minutes later, Chu, Ji, and a dozen others boarded a helicopter, transferring to a small B craft in Nanyang, heading towards the Hamahira launch site. Meanwhile, other members of Pauli's team were also rushing from various locations to the same destination. During the flight, Jiren decided that the group would need to split into 2 spacecraft to reach the incident site. He and Ji Jichong, accompanied by 2 members of Pauli's team, would take the cosmic bug to proceed first, while Chu and Yu would lead the remaining members aboard the Enhua, remaining in synchronous orbit. The 2 vessels maintained constant communication, with the latter permitted to depart only upon receiving a safety report from the former. While the far side of the moon was unlikely to pose any danger, they had previously believed that this experiment was safe. Chu Tian and you Leslie concurred with this decision. Chu Tian softly remarked, "Elder brother Ji, Chang Chong, take care." To ensure constant communication. The cosmic bug could only operate intermittently, taking 2 hours to reach the site of the incident. Upon crossing the lunar boundary, they cautiously advanced. With Ji Chong continuously reporting, 32 spacecraft have completely vanished. There appears to be debris in the distance, but it is unclear at this moment. We have now reached the far side of the moon. Heavens! Wei, stationed at the NWA's communicator, urgently inquired, "What do you see?" The response from Ji Renrui came through the communicator, "You should see for yourselves. It has been confirmed that there is no danger." An hour later, the NWA arrived at the far side of the moon, and the crew was left in astonishment at the sight before them. A colossal bowl had inexplicably risen in the central region of the moon's rear, roughly the size of China's Turpan Basin. The bowl's base sank into the moon's surface, approximately 10 kilometers lower than the surrounding unaltered terrain. The bowl's walls rose outward, with the edges towering over the lunar surface by more than 30 kilometers. The bowl's walls were incomplete, jagged at the edges, with varying shades of color, some deep and some shallow, and even transparent areas. The walls were exceedingly thin, curving high above the moon's surface, seemingly fragile enough that a mere poke could cause them to collapse, evoking a sharp sense of discomfort. Upon witnessing this bizarre scene, Chu Tian was reminded of an incident that had occurred at the Fermi National Accelerator Laboratory, where a colossal hollow sphere with a gap had appeared. It was later understood that this was a natural accumulation of matter formed along the surface of the annihilation sphere following vacuum annihilation. Today, this bowl represented a similar natural accumulation, albeit nearly 1,000 times larger in scale. At the center of the sphere lies the second Lagrange point of the Earth-Moon gravitational system, which is also the site of the experiment, indicating that the annihilation space triggered by this experiment has a radius of approximately 60,000 kilometers. In the past, the inner walls of the two hemispheres at the Fermi laboratory were exceptionally smooth, with the innermost layer transparent, gradually transitioning to opaque. Similarly, the inner wall of today's bowl exhibited this characteristic. The reflections of two spacecraft danced upon the mirror-like surface, and due to the minimal curvature of the mirror, akin to that of a flat mirror, the images of the spacecraft were only slightly diminished. Both vessels had ceased their activation to avert any potential danger. From the first spacecraft, a small drone was released, navigating conventionally along the immense bowl's wall in search of remnants. They soon discovered the remains of two spacecraft, now flattened against the bowl's edge, yet recognizable elements such as the bow, pentagonal or hexagonal tail antennas, and longitudinal electromagnetic acceleration coils remained discernible. One of the spacecraft bore a name that, upon closer inspection, could still be faintly recognized: Heart of Solitude. The drone descended towards the bowl's base, where an area exhibited a higher transparency than elsewhere. This had once been the experiment command center, a transparent spherical structure that had also been flattened against the bowl's wall. The silhouettes of 3 individuals within the hemisphere appeared magnified, their limbs embedded in the transparent material, reminiscent of ancient organisms encased in amber, only on a vastly larger scale. Through the communicator, Emma's voice emerged softly from the drone. "This one could be Professor Pauly. His complexion is the fairest. This must be Hobbs, next to his small astronomical telescope. And here is Mr. Kong, his white hair still visible. Today marks his 85th birthday." A somber silence enveloped the group as the crew paid their respects to the 3 martyrs. The experiment had succeeded, exceeding all expectations. Now, the closed space activated by Pauly was no mere kilometers in scale, but a supersphere with a diameter of 120,000 kilometers. It could effortlessly enclose the Earth, with a radius of 6,373 kilometers, and transport it to another universe. Yet, this victory came at a grievous cost, claiming 3 lives and 32 precious wormhole-class spacecraft. 3 lives, 32 spacecraft, equivalent to half a year of global GDP. I am burdened with a monumental debt that I could never repay in 100,000 years. Perhaps only by following those 3 can I find resolution. The Chu couple shook their heads in unison, and Chu Tian murmured, "Brother Ji, do not think this way. This is a debt we all share." Information regarding the small astronomical scale catastrophe began to accumulate. An unexpected discovery during the catastrophe was that the LISA, Laser Interferometer Space Antenna, a space laser interferometer jointly funded by the European Space Agency, ESA, and NASA, which had never recorded a definitive signal since its completion in 2015, suddenly registered a peak precisely at the time of the experimental activation. The following evening, Ji Renrui, Chu Tian, Yu Lesui, and Ji Jichang convened a joint meeting of the Friends of Music Science Academy and the Poly Ji Jichang team. In light of the lessons learned from the previous assassination incident, Ji Renrui took precautions, deploying Lu Jun and his team to establish strict security outside the conference room. The atmosphere within was heavy. No portraits of the three martyrs were displayed, but 3 bouquets of white flowers adorned the podium. Ji Renrui's voice was subdued as he instructed everyone to stand for a moment of silence in honor of the 3 martyrs. As silence enveloped the room, tears glistened in every eye. Once the moment of silence concluded, Ji Renrui candidly addressed the assembly. The baby universe activation experiment represents the greatest failure since the establishment of the Friends of Music. It cost us 3 invaluable lives and 32 precious spacecraft. A tempest will undoubtedly arise, threatening to engulf us, and I, the greatest debtor in human history, can only seek atonement through my own demise. However, I believe that before the sword of punishment descends, we must hasten to summarize the experiment, so that our confessions in court may be presented with clarity. Now, I invite the second-in-command of the Poly team, Ji Jichang, to speak. My father remarked that this is the greatest failure of the Friends of Music. In reality, the experiment yielded astonishing success. Previously, we could only generate second-order vacuum on a kilometer scale. This time, it surged to 120,000 kilometers, leaping from a macroscopic to a cosmic scale. This means that if we confirm the successful activation of the baby universe, we could effortlessly transport the entire Earth to another safe universe. What many do not realize is that at this moment, the Moon, along with the Earth and the Sun behind it, no longer exists in its original spatial coordinates. They have been displaced 60,000 kilometers toward the center of the sphere due to spatial entrapment. However, as this displacement is synchronous, the relative distances remain unchanged, rendering the change imperceptible to us. The celestial bodies opposite the vacuum bubble have drawn closer by 120,000 kilometers. This differential distance and the resultant gravitational changes can be measured, although that is not our immediate concern. Nevertheless, there is no reason to doubt this, as the LISA space laser interferometer has unequivocally recorded this moment. He continued, this brings to mind Mr. Kong Bummings. Had he still been alive, he would have eloquently described for us this invisible transformation, this unparalleled technological advancement. Alas, the assembly was left in stunned silence. Time was too short. Most were still steeped in sorrow and a sense of defeat, failing to grasp the scientific significance of this calamity. Our error lay in the misconception that the second-order vacuum produced by a 32-fold activation would be 32 times that of the original. They mutually stimulated one another, resulting in the formation of this 12,000-kilometer diameter baby universe. Fortunately for humanity, the spherical surface of the second-order vacuum bubble precisely reached the far side of the Moon, causing merely a 10-kilometer deep depression on its surface. Had the sphere's radius been 3,000 kilometers larger, the entire Moon would have instantaneously transformed into a thin hemispherical natural accumulation, much like what occurred at the Fermi Laboratory. The experiment was strategically placed on the Moon's far side to utilize it as a protective shield, but we were mistaken. For such vacuum bubble activations, the shield is rendered entirely ineffective. The sole factor ensuring safety is distance. As long as it exceeds the vacuum bubble's radius, it is absolutely secure. Otherwise, no form of shielding will suffice. He remarked, with a somber tone, if we were to create such a massive lunar disk, one would not need to light a lamp to read at night. This just sent chills down their spines. A gigantic lunar disk spanning hundreds of thousands of kilometers. It would render the Earth akin to a fly on a colossal ceiling lamp, an image both spectacular and grotesque. Ji Jichang continued, if the vacuum bubble's radius were to increase by another 36,000 kilometers, it would be the Earth's turn. Hence, we are indeed fortunate. The assembly fell into a profound silence. The initial chill gave way to a calm dread, a sensation far more intense than mere superficial fear. Roger sighed deeply. If that is the case, we would be utterly culpable. Yet, there is no recourse. In our attempt to escape catastrophe, we tread paths untraveled, unable to guarantee absolute safety. We can only pray that the cosmic law spoken of by Mr. Kong grants us protection, that the greater the disaster, the higher the activation threshold. Upon hearing this absurd yet rational conclusion, the assembly was first taken aback, then their eyes sparkled with renewed hope. They fixated on the speaker, exchanging glances filled with unspoken understanding. The room, steeped in an intense silence, was alive with an undercurrent of profound joy. Emma gazed at her beloved, her eyes brimming with delight. Yul Shui observed them with a bittersweet, yet somewhat mocking expression, reflecting, what a group of children who forget their lessons after a beating. They had just weathered a calamity, the tears at their gills not yet dried, and upon hearing of a more enticing game, they immediately immersed themselves wholeheartedly. She noticed that Chu Tian's gaze suddenly brightened, fixated on Ji Jichang, revealing his unabashed admiration. She comprehended her husband's current mindset. He had always prided himself on his quick thinking and clear reasoning, and now, discovering a fellow genius, his delight was akin to Zhuge Liang's joy upon encountering Jiang Wei in his later years. After a brief pause, seeing that no one else spoke, Chu Tianla addressed Ji Jichang. The number of 32 spacecraft is quite excessive. What if we were to reduce the scale of the fleet? I believe that if the spacecraft are arranged head outwards, this number could be significantly diminished. So, what is the minimum number of spacecraft required to stimulate the formation of a closed spherical surface? Please inform your father. Ji Jichang promptly turned to his father and replied, I've already considered this. It corresponds to the number of faces of a cube, 6 spacecraft. Chu Tianla then directed his gaze toward Ji Jichang's father. Ji Renrui understood their implication and, with a wry smile, remarked, I see what you both mean. You wish for me to add 6 more spacecraft to the debt of 32, correct? Debt is but debt, as the saying goes. More lice do not itch. More debt does not worry, as long as someone is willing to lend. After pondering for a moment, he inquired seriously, so, the minimum scale is indeed 6 ships? Yes, came the confirmation. Very well. My son expressed gratitude to me earlier. Now, I must reciprocate and thank Ji Jichang as well. With the bright vision he has painted, I believe the fierce winds and tumult I feared will not return. As long as we take this significant step forward, the populace will forget the previous failure and continue to follow us. At the same time, I will endeavor to persuade the world to construct 6 ships and lend them to us. Though challenging, I can manage it. All right, Changchang. You and your team discuss the next steps. I shall begin considering how to leverage this grand endeavor, especially given the existing debt of 32 ships. Ji Jichang began to outline the subsequent plans, including the formation of a fleet of 6,000 and modifications to the Noah Covenant. Chu Tianla and Ji Renrui remained absent from the ensuing discussions, both sitting in silence, their thoughts drifting beyond the confines of the room. Yul Shui silently regarded the two, filled with a multitude of emotions. They were paragons of resilience, now strategizing the overall layout for the next great battle, particularly Ji Renrui, who, despite fundraising typically being the responsibility of the Liziyu Foundation rather than the Engineering Academy, took it all upon himself without distinction. After a moment of contemplation, Yul Shui quietly excused herself from the meeting. This gathering marked the longest in the history of Liziyu, adjourning only deep into the night. During the meeting, the designs for the next great battle, including logistical aspects, were thoroughly discussed. As the meeting concluded, Ji Renrui wearily exited the venue, spotting his wife waiting at the entrance. He inquired about her purpose, and Miao Yao candidly replied. Ji Renrui, feeling quite embarrassed, urged, do not heed her nonsense. The president of the Fish Association is the one who has lost her mind. Would I ever contemplate suicide? Do I seem like someone who would do such a thing? Miao Yao remained unfazed, countering, all the better. Nonetheless, I am steadfastly with you. Where has Yul Shui gone? I don't know. Don't look at me like that. She truly didn't tell me. What serious matter is it? If the next operation is carried out, Changchang will undoubtedly be departing. You must prepare yourself mentally. Miao Yao's eyes brimmed with tears as she confessed, I know, and I am prepared. Ever since Lu Yi departed, I have been ready. I will not hinder Changchang. Although this journey is fraught with uncertainty, it is ultimately a flight for survival. And at least there is a glimmer of hope. I have come to terms with it. And what of Changchang's partner? Indeed, Emma is also a key member of the Noah Covenant. She will surely board the ship with him. Yao Yao, I wish for them to leave a legacy on Earth. This idea was inspired by Lu Yi. Let them marry quickly and conceive a child before departure. If time is too short, let them leave several fertilized eggs for you to find a surrogate. Miao Yao contemplated for a moment before resolutely declaring, if we pursue the latter path, then I shall personally become the surrogate mother. A woman can still be a surrogate even after menopause, I am aware of this. Ji Renrui gazed at his wife, stating, "You decide. This matter will henceforth be managed by you. I shall not interfere. Cha Chang, I understand that the number of 6 ships cannot be reduced. It is essential for stimulating a complete spherical surface. As for the crew size, can we not have a full complement this time?" Emma interjected, "Moreover, there are far too many people wishing to venture to the New World. 6,000 slots are woefully insufficient." Ji Renrui ceased his persuasion and shifted the topic. "My plan. Has your mother already informed you?" "Yes. Due to our busy schedule before departure, we have yet to deliberate on these matters. We have decided that each couple will leave at least 2 fertilized eggs, and we asked the Leziu Foundation to find surrogate mothers." "Oh." "And since this time it involves 6,000 people, the population size is sufficiently large, we will not require the polygamous structure. After careful discussion and voting among the members of NOAA, we have resolved to amend the relevant provisions of the NOAA Covenant and revert to the traditional monogamous structure. We believe that since nature has produced monogamous species, it demonstrates that such a structure possesses its advantages. Furthermore, the environment in the new universe is bound to be harsh, necessitating more men for labor," Ji Jichang remarked with a smile. As the father smiled, he added, "Excellent. Although the 2 marriage structures do not involve moral dilemmas, I still prefer this new law. With these provisions in place, I need not keep watch over him anymore, right?" "No need. You are liberated." Ji Renrui's voice caught in his throat as he shook his head, saying, "You have truly lost your mind. Would I go so far as to contemplate suicide? Do I seem like someone who would do that?" Yul Shui fixed her gaze upon him. "You would not. However, if we fail to secure the subsequent 6 ships, you might. It is not that you feel guilty, but rather that you believe such actions might sway potential donors." Ji Renrui's voice faltered completely. He could only shake his head. Yul Shui continued, "The funding for the 6 subsequent ships has also been largely secured. Here is the list. It is possible that 2 individuals may require further work. We have already disclosed to the donors that these new ships will vanish alongside the new universe. Thus they are gifts rather than rentals, and naturally do not need to be returned. Renrui, rest assured this time, old debts need not be repaid. And no new debts have been incurred." She teased lightly. Ji Renrui, now composed, responded with a smile, "I am grateful for such kindness. Of course, no thanks are necessary. This is the Foundation's duty, it is my responsibility. It is rather you, the president of the Engineering Academy, who has overstepped." Ji Renrui recalled a piece of information he had once read, stating that when Magellan embarked on his global expedition, he relied on an erroneous map, which marked the supposed strait leading to the east, but was in fact merely the estuary of the Rio de la Plata. Yet, consumed by the fervor for spices and geographical discovery, Magellan pressed on without hesitation. History proved that it was his zealous and reckless pursuit that led to a monumental discovery. "May Cha Chang, my son, be as fortunate as Magellan," he prayed silently.